calm before the storm. We are tracking a major system making its way into the Mid-South. Right now, I'm going to take you to the Memphis Police Department downtown. They're holding a briefing, giving residents an update on public safety tips and what to expect.
Police station within the next 5 working days, and a police officer will be able to take your report then. All right, that's what I got for you guys. What else you got?
If we do see any of the standard flooding or the generational flooding, as we've been told, do you guys expect that to interrupt patrols that you're doing? Are you guys going to pull cops off the street? What's kind of the plan there?
Yeah, so if you see flooding, if you see down power lines, if you see down trees, we ask that you call 311 or the Office of Emergency Management so that they can address those issues. And we also want to assure everyone, we will have dispatchers there to answer the phones when you call. We will have officers working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All of our stations have emergency plans in place, and we are ready. We will be there. If you need 911, if you need police services, call us. We are coming.
Can you talk about, I know overnight there might be some down trees and stuff in the roadways. Can you talk about MPD's role in trying to make sure, roads are blocked off properly and everything else?
Yeah, so we'll have officers that are patrolling all night long, so if they see something, they're going to alert dispatch so OEM can be notified. And then again, if you see it, please call OEM, and then officers will make sure that barriers are deployed or stand by to block those roadways. Remember, it only takes 6 inches of water to stall a car, so if you see standing water, turn around. Don't drown, don't stall out your car. Just find an alternative route.
Obviously, you're doing a pretty comprehensive public outreach, talking about officers working 24 hours or shifts, whatever. Talk about how crucial it is to have communication with other agencies and working together with Public Works with the city.
Yeah, so our partnership with Public Works, with MLG&W, is hugely beneficial. It's going to make sure that everyone in the city has what they need to make it through this storm. So, if we are prepared if the worst happens, although we are definitely praying for the best for everyone in our city, but we will be there if you need us. And we'll work in conjunction with Public Works, MFD. If you need us, we're coming.
Are there any particular trouble areas or hotspots you guys are worried about?
No, so we're just going to be out in the city. We're going to be on routine patrol. We're going to have officers ready to just address whatever comes up when we need to be there. All right. Thank you, guys.
Well, as you can see, Memphis police are very confident in their storm weather prep, and we are also prepping here in studio to keep you safe and everything that you need to know to stay indoors and have your emergency plan ready. Now, we are bracing for round 1 this afternoon, but there will be several rounds over the next few days. We're going to take you right to meteorologist Kit Thomas, who is tracking this very massive storm. Kit.
Thank you, Pepper. Of course, this is one of our major events of the year so far. We have not seen a high risk since March 31st of 2023. That was 2 years ago, just a couple of days ago here. Now, that was the one that we've been talking about for the last couple of years. This is going to be the next one that supersedes that. We're going to be remembering this for the next several years. So let's get started. As we are talking about a level 5 risk, a level 5 out of 5, this only accounts for about 1% of all severe weather days that we have a high risk severe on the way. Now, don't discount the level 4 or level 3 threats. They are still going to be significant threats of severe thunderstorms. It's just the highest confidence and highest impact is going to be in that pink shaded area. Let's break it down for you. Of course, the tornado threat is the driving factor for that high risk today. We got the 30% risk issue. That's the pink shade here. That's for the high risk area. The significant threat, that is for EF2 strength or stronger tornadoes. That's upwards of 110 miles per hour of the tornado strength. So that is going to be a very strong, powerful tornado, not only the strength, but the duration of that as well. We're going to see long track supercells bringing tornado threat along with them for many, many miles, possibly counties. Looking at the severe hail threat, that is also a significant threat. upwards of 2 inches. The thing is, we don't yet have a tornado watch issued across the area. We are expecting one within the next half hour to an hour. The Storm Prediction Center is already working with the National Weather Service in Memphis. The severe wind threat also significant, also on the higher end there off towards the northern part of our viewing area, but we're all going to be looking at that threat. There is currently a tornado watch back towards Little Rock and north into Missouri. We are still waiting on ours to be issued. When it is, we will let you know. But we also have flood alerts across the area. The bright green are flood advisories, where we're seeing the potential for some river flooding, for some aerial flooding. But the dark green here, that is the flash flood watch, a particularly dangerous situation with the flooding. It's not just for today, it's through the rest of this week and into the weekend. Looking at satellite right now, we're starting to see pockets of clear air, some of the bright gray shades there in the middle. That's where we're seeing sunshine come in and destabilize the atmosphere. Looking down towards the south, towards Clarksdale, we're already seeing some thunderstorms getting started. If I pause it right now, you can sort of see we've got sort of that kidney bean shape to some of these thunderstorms. Even some are beginning to split. That is a sign of a very agitated atmosphere. We are going to see things get started very quickly here over the next several hours. Let's time this out for you. Over the next few hours, we're going to see by around 5 o'clock, we already have on this model 2 supercells being represented across western Tennessee, maybe through northern Mississippi. So at 4 o'clock, it will likely be showtime. We will see widespread thunderstorms across the area. Then you notice back towards the west there, we've got a line of storms that'll be moving in as we head through the overnight. So by 9 o'clock, we've got widespread thunderstorms here through Memphis. The heavy rain continues. The severe threat will begin to diminish past midnight, and we'll still see some heavy showers here and there. We'll have a round of rain in the morning on Thursday, then another round of severe thunderstorms on Thursday evening. This model also bringing that kidney bean shape, indicating that we've got numerous supercell thunderstorms. The supercells are the ones that bring the tornado threat and the giant hail threat and a significant wind threat. So that's what we're going to see through the afternoon, and then another line through the evening. That's not the last of the rain, but we'll move things along now. As we're looking at the storm or the Weather Prediction Center, they've already issued a level 3 threat for us on Wednesday, and we have a level 4 threat on our Friday as well. I'm sorry I don't have that in here, but of course we're going to be talking about the flooding threat over the next several days. Today is sort of the start of the flooding. The flooding is going to take more of a headline in the days to come as well. So, of course, we'll bring you that information as we have it. Of course, this is a rare event. We've got plenty of energy for those thunderstorms across our entire viewing area, and that is going to be consumed by these thunderstorms over the next several days. Once again, we have a high risk for severe weather. An exceptionally rare event. We are going to be streaming, we are going to be on air, we are going to be on all of our platforms, bringing you the latest information of these thunderstorms. Of course, nothing has happened just yet. We're just waiting for everything to get started. For now, I'm meteorologist Kit Thomas.
Lots of colors on that radar. It means it's something serious. Kit, thank you. We're going to take you back downtown. That's where our Kevin McNamara is, and he is going to give us an update on that briefing that Memphis police gave us about keeping residents safe. Kevin, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Pepper here downtown at MPD headquarters. We just had that briefing from MPD a few moments ago. I wrote down some essentials, so if you forgive me, I'll relay what MPD wants you to know. Number one, have supplies at home, including a phone charger, because they're expecting power to possibly go out for large lengths of time. Again, as you've heard Kit be telling you, this is a generational storm possibly approaching when those rains come in. Major flooding is anticipated. Up to 6 inches of water is all it takes to stall your car. So if you have to be on the roads, take it very safe. They would prefer that you simply stay home, but if you must be traveling, certainly turn around if you see any of those pools of water. Another thing they want you to know, locate a safe place in your home. Again, with those storms coming in, you never quite know what could be coming into your home, any sort of debris, things that are falling. Make sure you have a safe location within your home that you can go to in the event something happens, because those are the types of storms that we're dealing with right now. Another thing they want to say, if you are driving, again, keep your headlights on. You're going to want to keep if you're driving at all, keeping those windshield wipers running. Make sure your headlights are on as well. Again, making sure that there's safe distance between you and another driver. This is really going to be a hazardous trip out there if you do need to be on those roads. And again, as I said, possible generational flooding that is anticipated here in the Mid-South when those storms roll in. MPD says they may be going to their inclement weather crash policy, meaning that their officers are not going to be going out in the event of a crash. They just want you to exchange information and with another driver and exchange, set up another place to go in the next few days when those storm waters recede. Because again, we are expecting major flooding here in the Mid-South when this storm rolls in. Generational, again, the term that keeps being used as they describe this storm hitting just in a few short hours here. Jess, we've seen some rains here downtown in the last 10 to 15 minutes since we've got here, but doesn't appear to have started just yet. But again, when it does, you need to make sure that you're prepared in the event something significant happens. Again, make sure all your things are charged, all your phones, items, you have supplies that you can last on for a period of time. Again, they're expecting the power to probably go out at some point, possibly for a significant length of time as this storm rolls in. We'll certainly keep you updated here on stream, on air, and online. Gotcha. So we will take it back to you now, Pepper. For now, live downtown, I'm Kevin McNamara.
Some life-saving information there, Kevin. Thank you. Now, we are getting reports that there is a tornado watch, so we're going to get right back to meteorologist Kit Thomas, who is tracking the radar. Kit, what are you seeing?
A correction to that. There is not a tornado watch yet. As I mentioned a minute ago, we're not yet seeing that tornado watch issued. The National Weather Service is discussing that, but unfortunately I don't have any additional information at this time on the tornado watch potential, which will be coming out shortly. Looking at the rainfall, though, we didn't quite get to this a moment ago. We are going to see quite a lot of rainfall over the next several days here. This is through Saturday afternoon. Memphis now on the 4 to 6 inch range, so a little less than some earlier estimates were showing, but it still shows the 10 to 15 across our northern viewing area that we're going to see across that region over the next couple of days. So that's why we're talking about that generational flooding event. This is going to be something that you talk about for several years here. Looking at the flood threat on Thursday, Memphis is now in the high risk for flooding. That's a level 4 out of 4. It's a different department that issues the flood threat rather than the severe threats. But these kinds of rain events account for 80% of all flood-related fatalities and damages on high-risk days like we have for our Thursday. So that's the significance that we're talking about. Friday, we're a little bit on the lower end, but any rain that we do see is likely to prompt some flooding just because we will be so swollen. The greater risk will be back towards our north and west. And then Saturday, we see that across our area here up to that level 3 once again. So as we go into Sunday, things quiet down. That's going to be the day that we can finally take a breath. We'll still see some showers in the morning, but the chance for that flood threat will be much more diminished. Getting reports now of our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day has been issued in parts of Shelby County. So I'll bring you some of that information right now. This is a baseline severe. So it's the lowest level threat of 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. It's for this storm that is just now forming into parts of DeSoto County there, headed towards Collierville. So if you're in Collierville, it's going to get pretty noisy here very soon. So I just get a pause on that radar so we can get a closer zoom in here. This is around Olive Branch. It's already raining in Olive Branch. The primary threats, or the duration of the threats, are going to be much less around the Olive Branch area, but up 385, Germantown to Collierville, that whole corridor, Germantown Parkway, going to be looking at some very heavy rainfall, a potential for some strong winds and large hail. Cordova, Canadaville, you're going to be up next after that. Lakeland, eventually to Oakland as well. Looking at those thunderstorm threats, Arlington, Lambert, and Mason all within that. So let me get some information off of the screen here so I can track this out for you. It's moving northeast at around 55 miles per hour. So that is pretty fast. These storms are going to be moving fast through the day today as these storms are just rocketing along with the jet stream. So here's a timeline for you. Olive Branch, it's happening now, basically. Maywood, you're looking at around 250, give or take a minute on some of these times here. At Cordova, you're looking around 3 o'clock. Fisherville around 3:05. Lakeland about 3:10. And around 3:15 towards Oakland area. So this thunderstorm could still grow. It's still just a very small thunderstorm at the moment, and this is going to be the beginning of the event here across our area. Looking back towards the south, of course, we've got multiple thunderstorms that are just getting started, or showers, I should say, that haven't quite popped a severe thunderstorm warning. We're still waiting on that watch that has not been issued yet, so at least we can still have time to prepare for that potential for severe thunderstorms later on this evening.
Absolutely. And like Kit said, time is running out with these fast-moving storms. So if you have not started prepping for this storm, make sure to do so now. Have an emergency kit in your home and your car. Also have several ways to get weather alerts. Keep those devices charged while you still have power. And when the storms hit, avoid any areas that you know tend to flood if you have to be out on the roads. But the best thing to do is to stay indoors if you can. Plus, the wind and the saturated ground from all of the potential rain brings the likelihood of downed trees, along with limbs falling or even power lines, which we've already started to see in the city earlier today. Now, the city of Memphis and crews were out clearing storm drains, and they're asking homeowners to clean out your gutters. Some of the areas around the Mid-South are still picking up the pieces from storms earlier this year, like in Dyer County, where people are still recovering from the February flood. Emergency crews are monitoring flood risks there. The Dyer County Emergency Management Agency says the rivers are low right now, but they say heavy rain in a short period of time or runoff from other rivers north of Dyer County could cause some issues.
They need to be prepared to move or to deal with flooding. We're not anticipating it as bad as February, but a lot of variables could come into place that could change that.
Now, no matter where you are in the Mid-South, it is critical for you and your family to have multiple ways to get weather alerts. We cannot stress that enough. Keep those devices plugged in while you still have power, and also know your emergency plan so that you can just follow it right when the time is needed. And here are also some flood safety tips, because we know flooding is bound to happen here. 6 inches of moving water can sweep a person off their feet. Don't drive through standing water. It only takes inches for your car to get stuck or to be swept away. Don't walk or play in floodwater. You never know what is underneath the surface, and report dangerous flooding to 911. And we're going to give you a look right now at the roads in Little Rock, Arkansas. You can start to see it's foggy there. It's a little bit of hard. Transparency is a little low. Conditions may change as people start to head from work and school. The commute home could be extra treacherous since the 5 and 6 o'clock hour is when the system will be hitting our area the most. TDOT does have plans for the potential flooding. Now, this kind of weather event creates new challenges for city crews. We are expecting several days of rain, so workers, they spent hours clearing drains, sweeping away debris, and checking equipment. Bridge inspections are also at the top of their checklist. Now, while you are driving, officials want to remind everyone to take your time, be careful. In worst case scenario, turn around, do not drown. They even suggest leaving a little earlier if you can.
Take your times during these weather events and this rain. Make sure your headlights are on. Make sure you slow down. The roads are slick when it's wet outside.
Now, that was Nicole Lawrence with TDOT. She tells us TDOT crews will be on standby during these storms. She also warns people, again, can't stress this enough, not to drive through standing water. The big thing here, turn around, don't drown. You can follow our full weather coverage this week on 24+. That's our streaming service that gives you access to ABC 24 content any time of the day. Just download it on your TV and watch for free. Well, weather experts from all over the nation are in town to track these storms, from meteorologist Ginger Z from ABC to Justin Michaels from the Weather Channel. So they are on Beale Street with the details.
A very dangerous, potentially deadly next several days setting up here in the South and over a huge swath of the United States. We're in Memphis, Tennessee, and this is just one community. Also Jonesboro, Arkansas, and Paducah, Kentucky, all in a tour-con of 9, and all the little surrounding towns around those larger metro areas in a tour-con of 9. That is highlighting the risk for potentially deadly long-track tornadoes, also a very increased hail threat for what we're talking about, huge hail coming down, and also very strong, potentially hurricane-force wind gusts that are going to cause major problems over the next several days. But that tour-con tonight is going to be a very dangerous night for many folks. Take a look at this time lapse we shot earlier today here on Beale Street in Memphis, Tennessee, and you can see the southerly flow of those clouds, low-level clouds going from south to north. If you look beyond them, may be difficult to see, but further up in the atmosphere, you're seeing other cloud levels going from west to east, highlighting the shear in the atmosphere. It's going to be a very dangerous afternoon and evening for many, many people. But that's not where the threats stop. We also have a very dangerous flood threat. A particularly dangerous situation flood watch has been issued for northern Arkansas. And also take note to this map how the flood watch itself extends to a huge swath of the United States. All those people under the risk for that flooding over the next several days. Some areas could see 8 to 15 inches of rain.
All right, well, as you can see, the storms are moving fast. The clouds there already going at rapid speed. We're going to get another check-in with meteorologist Kit Thomas. Kit, this is bringing a little mix of everything. You mentioned hail, wind, rainfall. What are you seeing on the radar now?
Yeah, so radar is showing just some of those early showers that are just starting to spark up, but I also have the satellite here. You can see that we have just gotten that tornado watch issued across our area. So this is just now getting in. Forgive me for a moment as I gather some of the info from this, as this literally just loaded in. So I'll have to find what this is issued for. But of course, there's the obvious threat of the severe wind gusts and the severe hail, and of course the apparent tornado threat. This is what the National Weather Service is calling an explosive event, where thunderstorms will fire and very quickly need a warning. So we will be looking at that information here. So looking at the, if you would just give me one moment as I'm, again, still trying to gather some of the information. But basically, everyone in our viewing area is now under this particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. This is for 2-inch diameter hail and 80 mile per hour winds with that thunderstorm threat. So that's one thing that we can say with some pretty decent confidence, that we are going to see some very significant threats with these storms. I'm just updating a graphic so we can see that on screen here. So here we go. We've got that tornado watch just now issued. Of course, we saw that across our entire viewing area. As we get the information to you, of course, a particularly dangerous situation. We were talking about this just earlier this week. We've had one of these kind of tornado watches. Forgive me, the timing is wrong on my graphic here. I'll have to change that briefly. Once I see that, that's until midnight tonight. So not quite until 1 a.m., until midnight tonight. You're sort of getting a peek behind the curtain of how we develop our graphics. But as we go over the next several hours, we're going to see very large hail, very fast winds with these storms, gusts up to 80 miles per hour. So that's going to cause widespread damage. Severe winds begin at 58 miles per hour. That's where we start to see tree branches being damaged. That's where we start to see tree branches falling onto power lines, possibly damaging power lines. And that's once we get up to 70, 80 mile per hour winds, that's where we see full trees being blown down. Of course, we've had some rain earlier this week, so the ground is pretty saturated, and the heavy rain coming with them could super saturate them, and the trees will fall out. Large, old trees could be falling. We've seen this before in the Mid-South. It happens a lot. So, of course, be ready for power outages. Have bottled water on hand. Have your phone and your devices completely charged up. If you have a power battery bank, get that charged up too. Put it in, charge it right now so that you have power through the event. As you're going to be streaming us, hopefully we'll be covering it for you, but if you're streaming us, you'll be draining your battery power as well, which you'll need, so keeping that at a full charge. There's also the threat for several tornadoes. Many of them will be strong and long-lived. We're talking about long-track supercells. Supercells are the thunderstorm that can produce a tornado, and they produce the most significant tornadoes. They're going to be going county by county. Many counties are going to see these tornado threats. And of course, the large hail up to 2 inches in diameter, not quite as high as some of the indications were, so that's a good thing. We're not quite seeing the baseball-sized hail like we had earlier on this week. So once again, that new severe thunderstorm watch, a particularly dangerous situation, now out across our entire viewing area and on up into western Kentucky. I'm seeing now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning as well this evening, or this afternoon. It's going to be a long night if I already think it's evening. As we look down towards that storm, this is now for parts of Quitman County into just the very edge there of Tunica County, DeSoto County, Tate County, and Panola County there as well. So we're going to see the details for that. So I'll put that up on your screen so you can follow along with me. So this is a radar indicated threat presently. We'll see a lot of these early warnings radar indicated. and they're going to be growing very quickly. So while they might not look impressive right now, we're just into that middle red zone. We're going to see the hail begin to form with that. So this is DeSoto, Panola, Quitman, Tate County right now. We're going to see the threat for this warning around 1 inch in diameter, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's baseline severe winds as well. So that is going to be where we begin. We're starting from the severe limits of 60 and 1 inch. We're going to start to see that growing upscale. There's no threat of a tornado with this one this one in particular just yet, but we will see that threat growing in the next several hours here. I want to switch over just to sort of prove it to you and to look at the velocities. So just give me one moment and I will add that in here. But of course, whenever we have these kinds of events, we start to get to a point later on, we're not there yet, but we start to get to a point where we need to consider nearly every warning as on the ground. So once we have the tornado warnings issued, we'll have to just in our heads think this is a tornado, this is active, this is headed towards anyone within that warning. So just getting in the mindset of a severe weather day on a high-risk day like this. Looking at those storm winds right now, though, I'm not seeing anything in particular that leaps out that it shows it's rotating any quickly. But we do see just off towards the back there, a little bit of rotation there in that cell. Some cells, there's some very, very weak rotation in some of these as well. This is just the environment. The environment has a little bit of spin, but it's not quite consolidated yet to the threat for a tornado warning, so that's some good news. As I say that, a new severe thunderstorm warning is anticipated from the National Weather Service. Let me just pull up their communication on that. As we're just getting very close to everything sort of unraveling here. Hop on air? Yeah. I feel like since they're still baseline at the moment, we can probably do just like a quick in and out if we want to. If there's any objection in the back to that, let me know. But if we are going to go on air, of course we're streaming right now, we're not quite on air, but we have ABC 24 on air and CW30 on air, so we're trying to make that call in the moment. Usually we're discussing this, we're having these discussions before we jump onto the live stream, but as we started up that live stream at 2:30, coincided with this event beginning. But one thing I want to call your attention to is just this thunderstorm that is across the Fisherville, Kirk, north of Collierville. It sounds like we're getting information that we are going on air, so I'll just reset really quickly, and then we'll be ready to go on air. I'll take a quick pause. Live stream will resume with that information in a moment as we join on air on ABC 24 and CW30. Well, good afternoon. I'm meteorologist Kit Thomas on the Weather Center here at ABC 24. We are beginning severe weather coverage on air, joining in progress our streaming app, ABC 24 Plus. So if you're just joining us or if we are just joining you, sometimes the start happens a little abruptly. We're beginning severe weather coverage here across the Mid-South. We've got a high-risk severe thunderstorm chance today. That is a level 5 out of 5 categories. That only accounts for about 1% of severe weather days, and we already have 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. So looking right now into eastern Shelby County here, this is on the 269 loop, not quite 240, so Midtown, downtown, we're in the clear so far, but eastern Shelby County into Fayette County, southern parts of Tipton County as well. That is where that severe thunderstorm warning is presently. This is north of Collierville. As we look in a little closer, Arlington will eventually see some impacts from this storm. I think the more prominent places will be Canadaville and Oakland, eventually to Lambert as this storm is moving towards the northeast at highway speed, around 55 miles per hour for these thunderstorms. So we'll put a quick track on that so you can see where this storm is heading, and I'll put it on that leading edge of the storm here as we go off towards the northeast for the next 20 miles. So Fisherville, we're looking at that happening right now. It's going to be bringing that heavy rain and the potential for the hail in very shortly. Macon, you'll be looking at that around 3:05. Griffin downstream around 3:15, and then eventually towards Longtown around the 3:19 time frame there. I'm going to redraw this so that we can get in some of the Arlington area as well, because sometimes these storms can take a turn, so it might not be exactly where I drew that. So I'm going to make sure that I get Lakeland and Mason, just in case it does turn more of a northerly direction there. Fisherville, of course, you're seeing that already. Lakeland, you're looking at a time around 3:10 up there behind me. Hickory White around 3:11. Oakland, you'll be looking at that around 3:12. So many of these thunderstorms are moving around 55 miles per hour, and we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for one that we were looking at. If you are already streaming us online, you probably saw me mentioning this storm just a moment ago outside of Helena, West Helena here. It's in parts of Phillips County. So that's going to move towards Tunica to South Haven, and that's possibly going to be the storm we'll see in Memphis very shortly. So we'll keep an eye out on that. That present severe thunderstorm warning, we'll get that info up for you. That's until 4 o'clock for Coahoma, DeSoto, Phillips, and Tunica County. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. That's going to be the maximum threat. Not everyone within the warning will see those threats of 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. But it could be the maximum that that thunderstorm produces. Here's the thing. These storms are going to continue to grow explosively, very, very quickly, gaining strength because we have a ton of energy with these thunderstorms across the area. The National Weather Service is saying that the northern Quitman County storm has some contamination on it, so that any rotation that might be visible is actually contamination from hail. So that's good news that we're not seeing quite that threat there. But as I grab my velocity tool real quickly here, you can see we've got just a little bit of that rotation. They're saying that that is not true rotation, so that's some good news. They haven't indicated about this one, but I'm still keeping my eye on that. It's had a few scans now of some very weak rotation there as well. So we're keeping that in mind. Of course, Memphis downtown is not presently under a severe thunderstorm warning, so that's some good news for us, but we'll likely see that threat change very quickly. So we've, of course, got the whole team here at ABC 24 covering this event. We're going to be with you for the next several hours this evening. As we just switch to a quick briefer on what is happening today. We've got a high risk across most of our viewing area, level 4 risk for almost all the rest of it. Anywhere on the map, we are looking at a severe weather outbreak. An outbreak meaning numerous severe thunderstorms across a widespread area for a long duration. Many of these storms are going to be very significant. When we talk about significant, we're talking about EF3 or stronger tornadoes across the area that will be long track, and they will continue to draw out their threat to numerous counties. There's also a significant hail threat, upwards of 2 inches in diameter. Of course, the watch presently for 2 inches, and the severe wind threat, significant threat for upwards of 75-mile-per-hour winds. The watch presently for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Had to remember that really quickly. This is also a particularly dangerous flood situation, as not just today, but today through Sunday, we are going to have widespread flash flooding across the area. Currently, we don't have any flash flood warnings, but as we get you back to radar, of course, we've got that tornado watch in yellow behind there, and we've got the severe thunderstorm warnings showing up there in front of that as well. So just going through once again, northern parts here of Quitman County, moving into northeast or northwestern Panola County, eventually to Tate and DeSoto County. We've got a couple of thunderstorms headed towards the DeSoto County area. The one around Helena, West Helena, which is likely to see some very heavy rainfall, possibly some hail up to 1 inch in diameter. That'll eventually move towards the Tunica area. Tunica, for some reason, it shows up as North Tunica rather than Tunica. But you see how those sort of overlap. We're going to see some converging thunderstorms that are going to grow and become more of a widespread threat. Meanwhile, eastern Shelby County, we're seeing this severe thunderstorm warning, also a baseline storm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1 inch diameter hail. This is now headed towards the Oakland area. So Collierville, you are clear for now. we're not going to give you the all clear until midnight tonight. Everyone can still see another severe thunderstorm where we've already seen one, possibly another tornado warning where we've already seen one. We're going to have 2 waves of storms. The front here, the first wave, is going to be isolated thunderstorms. The second wave is going to be a conglomeration of those storms that we already see back to our west here across western Arkansas. That's our next round. So we're going to see another round. Some people will have multiple warnings. If you hear your phone go off again, don't think that it's just a delayed warning. It is a new warning, and you still need to seek shelter. So we're working on getting some more information for you. Of course, our meteorologist Trevor Burchett will be joining us shortly, so we'll let you know when he has he will be joining us. But we're going to be with you over the next several hours. This is one of the things that we've been talking about through the week of being prepared, not scared. Hopefully the preparations you've taken over the last several days have prepared you for this event. You still have some time to prepare as well. Some things to think in your head of what to do during a severe thunderstorm warning or especially tornado warning. Think where in your residence you can go to be safe. You want as many walls between you and outside as possible. I'll get a graphic here on screen for you. Anytime we have a tornado warning, you want to be inside. You don't want to be outside. A basement is a great place to be. That's underground, especially for a tornado. That's where you can be under the threat for the tornado. Now, lowest floor possible on a high rise is also where you can be. Seek shelter in the interior stairwells. If your apartment has a gym or an office in the bottom floor, try and go in there to seek shelter underneath that structure. Now, if you live in a mobile home, maybe today's a great day to go visit some family that have a more sturdy home or go visit your friends. If nothing happens, then great, you hung out the day with grandma, your best friend. If you do have that severe threat though, we just want you to be safe through these thunderstorms. I'm going to gather some information from the National Weather Service. Meteorologist Trevor Burchett is now joining us. And Trevor, this is what we've been talking about for the last several days. It's finally here. What do you think about it?
Yeah, well, for sure, it is going to be a very long day and a very long night. This really looks like just the beginning of what is going to be a several hours long severe weather situation. We do have a tornado watch, a new tornado watch that's for Memphis and all of the Mid-South through midnight tonight. So again, we have several more hours to go. Just because you might be seeing a smaller storm right now does not mean that it's going to be over once that comes through. We're going to have several rounds of thunderstorms and then a line of thunderstorms that passes through after that. I want to kind of reset the radar here and just show you what is going on. Again, the reason we're with you is because we have several severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued. We do not have any tornado warnings right now. I expect some rather soon, but for right now, these are all severe thunderstorm warnings, and severe thunderstorm warnings are issued for high wind gusts and hail. So that's what we're starting out seeing with these thunderstorms. But we are in such an environment today that any of these thunderstorms could tap into those ingredients and could produce a tornado at pretty much any minute. So really want you to stay weather aware. But again, right now, we are not concerned with a tornado potential. I do want to show you our Midtown camera because we are seeing some thunderstorms roll in over downtown Memphis. Kind of a spooky view there. You see some heavy rain over the M Bridge there. And then you see the storm itself actually back off in the distance. So this is a storm that's over in West Memphis. It doesn't have any weather alerts on it right now, but it is definitely producing some heavy rain, high wind gusts, and potentially some hail. I wanted to show you what it actually looks like outside before I show you that actual storm. And as we zoom in here, I'll show you that storm again. That one's just across the river in Crittenden County, coming up to Turl here in the next little bit. It's north of West Memphis. Some very heavy rain there right along Interstate 55. Memphis, for now, we are dry. Again, that is going to change, though. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning like we talked about. That's the reason we're with you right now. That's going to be for eastern Shelby, western Fayette counties. That storm coming into Oakland, and that warning is out for some high wind gusts and potentially some hail. So a heads up for Oakland. You're going to be dealing with that storm in a bit. Again, right now, none of these are a tornado concern. What we're first dealing with is the high wind gusts and hail. I'm going to zoom out a bit. I'll do it slowly, so hopefully you don't lose your place here. There's Memphis and DeSoto County. we have 2 more severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for a batch of cells in the Mississippi Delta. We've got one near Helena, West Helena right now, and a couple of storms in western Panola County and western Tate County. The 3 of those together are producing some high wind gusts, heavy rain, and hail. Now, those are moving off to the northeast. So like Kit mentioned a minute ago, those are going to be the storms we have to watch in Memphis that eventually make it up here and could be producing some high wind gusts or hail. If we get later enough where the wind energy starts to pick up within the next couple of hours, these storms will start to produce tornadoes, and that is what we are concerned about with today. Really more than anything is that it looks like there is a decent chance for at least some tornadoes somewhere in the Mid-South. That won't happen in every single neighborhood, but there is at least the chance for some of them across the Mid-South. But for right now, the high wind gusts and the hail, those are kind of the biggest concerns. I will zoom out and kind of give you one more reset. I don't want to you to think we're forgetting anybody, but we're going to talk about the areas of most concern. That's going to be the deal through the day today, is that we look at the areas that we are most concerned about. Odds are, if we're not talking about you, there's probably not a reason to worry. It's the areas we're focusing on that are the areas of concern. I promise you, Kit and I are watching this entire area, all of the Mid-South. And if your town is under the gun, we will get to it. But you see right now, there's just, outside of these warnings, not a ton going on. Wynn, Forest City, Harrisburg, Marianna, all clear, all dry. Most of West Tennessee, Dyersburg to Covington, pretty clear. Brownsville too. But it's these storms starting to pop up in Memphis and then down to the south, particularly these in North Mississippi that really do have that potential for the high wind gusts and hail for now. I want to show you our storm energy. It is pretty much off the charts for right now. And if you're seeing any sunshine, if you're seeing those high winds, that warm, humid air, there is tons more storm energy coming in. So there's no shortage of ingredients today for those storms to be strong to severe. That's why we expect kind of once that spark lights up and these storms start to go, it is likely going to turn stronger and stronger. New severe thunderstorm warning just coming in. That's the cell we were literally just talking about. That's that one over near West Memphis right now, over I-55. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Mississippi County, Tipton County, the far northwestern corner of Shelby County. That's out near Shelby Forest, and then even into portions of Lauderdale County. Now, this one's going to miss the city of Memphis. I don't think Memphis gets any of this storm, but again, Shelby Forest, east of Turl, and then right up 55, kind of to the east of 55 of Osceola. Let's get the latest information on that warning, and I'll do a quick storm track for you. This is, again, this new severe thunderstorm warning is for Crittenden, Lauderdale, Mississippi, and Tipton counties, and that is going to go until 4 o'clock today. It is moving to the northeast very fast at about 60 miles an hour. And that's what we're going to be seeing with these thunderstorms today, is that they're going to be very quick movers. So any threat that they pose, high wind gust, hail, or even a tornado, you need to act very quickly, because these storms are not going to give you much time to actually act. We'll move this off to the northeast for about the next 45 minutes. That's going to be near Drummond's, Tennessee at 3:31. So that's getting it into Tipton County, not far from Munford, probably west of Covington, Gilt Edge at 3:39, and then up toward Osceola by about 3:43. So over the next about 30 minutes or so, this is going to move through that northwestern corner of Shelby County out near Shelby Forest. It's going to come through western Tipton County and then up toward Lauderdale County as well. Eventually could be near Ripley by about 4 o'clock if this thing holds together. But again, this particular storm is going to miss Memphis. There's Memphis down there. So Memphis, you have no concern from this thunderstorm other than probably some lightning that is around out there. I know it looks spooky out there. We'll take one more look outside. Might even want to move this camera just a little bit. I'll have to go over to the other computer to do that. Maybe if we just want to take this full, this weather one full for just a second, so I can go over and move that camera off just a little bit. But you can see definitely the darkening skies off to the north and west. Of course, there's downtown Memphis. You're looking for Midtown and the Southern College of Optometry, so definitely a spooky view there. And we are going to definitely scoot this camera here just a little bit more toward the north and west. We're looking west now, and as we scoot it off to the north and west, you're going to see Le Bonheur Children's Hospital here in just a second as this camera kind of catches up. But this view that we're about to see is going to kind of put us looking right into the heart of this thunderstorm. You can come on back to me here at the wall so I can point a few things out. Again, this camera's going to take just a second to update, but it will eventually swing its way around. The connection's been a little slow today. We've watched it kind of bob around up in the wind, so that could have something to do with it. But it is just a little slow. There we go, moving off to the north and west. So there's Le Bonheur, there's St. Jude and the new construction. So I know it looks scary out there over Midtown right now. Definitely some lowering cloud bases. But for right now, again, what we're concerned about is high wind gusts and hail with this thunderstorm. Right now, we do not have any indication with any of these storms in the Mid-South that they are producing tornadoes yet. But the atmosphere is primed for these storms to turn severe and primed for them to produce tornadoes. I know meteorologist Kit Thomas has been checking out kind of some of the winds in this storm to investigate deeper in what's going on. Kit, what have you seen? Anything concerning so far in terms of rotation or a tornado potential?
Nothing concerning yet being the key.
Thank you, Mike.
Apologies there for that. Of course, nothing we've seen yet for the significant rotation, though these are storms that could begin to rotate very, very quickly. What we're seeing here, this is, of course, the bright green that is heading towards the radar right there behind my shoulder in Millington. So that is the outflow. That's the exhale, the burst of wind that can be the severe wind gusts that we're seeing right on the leading edge of that. So if we put it back on the radar, that area of where we were seeing the burst of wind, that is in an area of the storm that we would not see. We usually wouldn't see a tornado. That would usually be on that southwestern flank if it is moving, more towards the northeast. Now, this area here is where we're seeing the heaviest precipitation. So all of that rain is dropping down, and it's carrying some of the momentum with it. We were talking earlier about the shear. Our correspondent from the National Weather Service was the shear within the atmosphere is strong winds above, strong winds below, and that can lead to that twisting of the atmosphere into tornadoes, but it also brings the straight line wind threat. So we've got those strong winds high above, and as the rain is falling through those high winds, it can carry that momentum down to the surface. And that's how we can have a pretty widespread severe wind event here. They've updated that warning, just trimming it back. We've had a couple of updates. Shelby County on the eastern side, no longer within that previous severe thunderstorm warning, though it is still present for parts of Fayette County there as well. So all of this, of course, we're keeping an eye on. Again, don't see any major rotation. We've got a latest scan here. Still don't see anything major with this thunderstorm that would indicate it's rotating yet. We could see it change within the next several hours here. Looking at the storm velocity here on this West Helena storm, this one has had some of the more consistent weak rotation. You see, like, these reds are on the very lowest end of the scale, so that would be only around 5 to 10 miles per hour. And the winds that are towards are maybe around 30 miles per hour. So that's very weak, very broad rotation. When we talk about broad rotation, we're talking about over not just several thousand feet, but it could be over a few miles, and that's about 5-6 miles across. So that is the width of what we call the mesocyclone. That is the rotating portion of the thunderstorm. A tornado is never 6 miles wide. The widest ever recorded are only a mile or two wide. But whenever we talk about a tornado, it's going to be very small scale at the initial point. So we're not seeing anything that would be indicating a tornado threat at that moment. So that's good news. We can at least take a breath of relief on that note. But of course, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning off towards some of our eastern viewing area that just got issued. I want to bring that information to. So Corinth, your phones might have buzzed recently. That's for a storm that's well outside of our viewing area just yet, but that will be moving into parts of Alcorn County very shortly. I'll pop that information up. Of course, this is going to be on the back end that we'll see the threats here into Alcorn County and Tippah County around 4:15. So around 4:45 or 3:45 to 4:15 is likely when we'll see the threats across parts of Tippah County and eventually towards Alcorn County. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. So now we're starting to see the hail size growing with these severe thunderstorm warnings. Half-dollar size hail is 1.25 inches, so it's just a little bit larger than a quarter. I know not a lot of people still have half dollars, but that is something that is showing that these thunderstorms are already growing faster and growing stronger. Looking on a pretty wide view, I want you to notice how backed up this is. Down towards Clarksdale, down much even further than that. We've got more thunderstorms on the way over the next several hours. So these are all going to be moving through over places where we've already seen severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just now issued here across Fayette. It's funny, I saw it from Trevor's computer behind my camera here. Brownsville now, Bolivar, Somerville, all within that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get the info on that screen. Of course, this is going to be until 4:15 with observed now as the category. So this is an observed threat of $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So the hail is starting to grow once again with these thunderstorms. I'm going to check in on some information, and perhaps Trevor Burchett in a moment can provide some information. I see he's working away to get some info there, but Trevor, when you have that, just let me know. But most of these thunderstorms are moving around 50 to 55 miles per hour, so I'm going to get a track on these two thunderstorms. See, there's two storms, so we'll give it on that leading edge. Trevor just gave me a wave, so I'll see what he has for you.
Didn't want to rush you off there, but I just wanted to kind of give you a breather there, let you get a sip of water there. But doing a great job for sure, keeping an eye on that. I guess he needed it. He's going to get one. We're going to have a long period of severe weather coverage here this evening, so we're going to try to give each other breaks as the evening goes on. I don't want you to think we're interrupting each other. We're friends. We like each other, so all is fine. All is well. We're not doing it on purpose. While it is fairly quiet before everything is kind of blown up, I do want to invite you to join the ABC 24 Weather Watchers. This is our Facebook group for storm spotters, people that are out in the field, and even for you in your neighborhood, if you see damage or see something going on, you can let us know about it. What I don't want you to do is be a storm chaser. I don't want you in the field trying to, catch the tornado. But once things calm down, once the storm passes and it's safe, we would like to hear your reports, your photos, your videos, so we can pass them along to the viewers and also along to the National Weather Service. So scan that code right there on your screen. That's a QR code that'll take you to that Facebook group, and it will allow you to join. You might have to request. Of course, we'll accept you, and you can post your photos, videos, and reports there. Again, I don't want you to be a storm chaser. Please do not put your life at risk to get that award-winning photo. But once the storm passes, maybe you see some limbs down in your yard, we would love to hear that report so we can pass it along to the viewers. Another live look from Midtown. This is from our Midtown camera at the Southern College of Optometry. You're looking off to the north and west into a thunderstorm over in Crittenden County, Arkansas. Now, this particular storm that you're seeing, it is going to miss Memphis. This one's not an issue for Memphis. Some of the other ones might be, but this one for right now is not going to be an issue for Memphis. We have several thunderstorms popping up kind of all around Memphis. As we look at the metro radar, you see we've got this one thunderstorm here that is going to be over in Crittenden County. That's going to be off near Turl, just to the east of it. Shelby Forest getting some heavy rain, and that is moving off to the north and east. So that one right now producing some high wind gusts and hail. And then, of course, we also have these over in Fayette County that are producing kind of the same thing, high wind gusts and hail. That's what these warnings are in effect for right now. We do not have any tornado warnings. But again, it's a day where the atmosphere is absolutely juiced up to produce tornadoes. And I don't say that to scare you. I say that because we want you to be prepared, right? If there's a threat, we have to let you know about it. I don't get any extra money for scaring you. I don't want you to think that. I grew up being terrified of storms. That's why I picked this career, because I thought it would be interesting to learn more about the storms. So I don't ever want you to think I'm trying to scare you. But in a situation like this where the atmosphere is so volatile and things can change at a moment's notice, I need you paying attention. I need you to make sure your family's paying attention, your friends are paying attention, give some phone calls, and know where your safe place is. If a storm does pop up in your neighborhood, be sure that you know where to go if one of those storms does happen to come a little too close to you. Again, right now, Memphis, you are clear. There's nothing going on. We've got those storms all around. And down to the south, we're watching a few storms in North Mississippi. Near Hernando, Senatobia, right down 55, and then one coming through Tunica right now. Right now, all of these are showing hail potential, gusty wind potential, but for now, there is no tornado potential. Now, what I do want to do is kind of investigate these, and this is something we're going to have to do throughout the day today, because any of these thunderstorms could quickly produce a tornado, and those tornadoes can quickly turn strong. So we're going to have to use our storm wind product here, which is looking inside the storm at the speed and direction that the winds are going. So I know these are a lot of unusual colors on your screen. For you weather geeks like us, you might know what some of this means. Other people don't really, so I kind of like to explain it every once in a while, especially when we don't have a tornado threat at the moment, just so you know what we're looking at. You're looking at the wind speed and direction. Green is going in one direction, and then red is going in another. So in this case, green is going all toward the radar. The radar site for us is in Millington. So all of these in North Mississippi, the wind is going in one direction. That's what we want to see. We do not want to see any red mixed in. Once you start to get red mixed in there, it shows that there are winds going in different directions, right? Those winds are twisting, and that's what happens inside a tornado. That's what happens in the clouds when tornadoes start to form. So we have to look really carefully at these products just to make sure, nothing tricky is going on. I'm not seeing anything extremely serious at the moment. I'll put you back on the regular radar just to kind of ease your eyes for a little bit. We do have a report coming in now. Kind of switching gears of 1-inch hail in Oakland. And that's with this storm here that just passed through. It's coming up 59 right now, not far from 59 and 40, probably south of the Blue Oval City area. That has some hail in it, and no doubt about it, you can see that bright area. We go back just a couple of minutes and you can see where that hail was falling, just kind of estimate what the radar is seeing here. Definitely some decent hail just came through Oakland. We're talking about maybe an inch, maybe 2 inches sized hail. Of course, a lot of that will melt as it falls. It's so warm today. Up in the clouds where the hail forms, it's cold, it's below freezing. But as the hail falls on a day like this, it's going to melt pretty quickly. So could have been 2 inches in the clouds, but a report from, I believe that was an EMA official there in Fayette County, 1-inch hail reported with heavy rainfall as well near Oakland. And again, that is now moving off to the north and east. You see it now near Lambert, Mormon, there's Fowler Drive, Tennessee 59 and Tennessee 76, kind of right where they split off north of Somerville up toward Danceyville. That's where this thing's going to go. And because we do know that this one is producing hail, I'm going to put another storm track on it for you. I do want to get the correct speed here. It looks like this one's going to be northeast at 55 miles an hour. So these are going to be moving very quickly through the day today. And again, that's why you won't have much of a heads up that a storm is coming. So I'm going to track that hail core out. So what I'm tracking right now is hail, and that is going to be near Mormon at 329. It's going to be near Yum Yum at 331. That is an actual exit off I-40. If you go up there, you know what I'm talking about. Danceyville at 338. Hillville at 346. Denmark at 357. Huntersville at 402. That's going to put it more into Haywood County over the next little bit. So we've got that hail, again, just north of Oakland. We just had hail come through Oakland, and that's going to be coming into Haywood County here in just the next little bit. I do want to slowly zoom out and just kind of show you the broad perspective as we're getting another severe thunderstorm warning now. You see these severe thunderstorm warnings, these yellow boxes are kind of covering up most of the map at this point. We've got all these little cells popping up that are all producing high wind gusts and hail, and potentially later could produce tornadoes. So I want to zoom in here. This is a new warning, a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm right here. This is the one that's going to be south of Clarksdale down near Alligator, Mississippi. Again, another real town, believe it or not. And that is going to be another storm there south of Clarksdale moving off toward the northeast. So an early heads up for a new severe thunderstorm warning there. Another report from a chaser there of golf ball sized hail near Oakland. And that is going to be probably 1 3/4 inch sized hail. So that goes kind of right along with what our radar was estimating, that we're talking about 3-inch hail, or 2-inch hail, I should say, excuse me, with the potential for up to 3-inch hail later on, because we definitely have the energy there for those strong storms, and that's what you need to produce large hail. So reports coming in of near 2-inch hail near Oakland. Any of these storms could do that today. We're going to be focused most on that tornado potential because that is the most dangerous part of these storms. But hail and high wind gusts definitely going to be an issue as well. I do want to zoom out here just for a little bit and show you what's going on around the area, because we have this line of thunderstorms back to our west. That extends from near St. Louis right now through southeastern Missouri. We've got a confirmed tornado on the ground near St. Louis right now, and then very, very strong storms back in western Arkansas, even all the way down to Texas. That is going to be kind of the last severe line of storms that passes through tonight. But this whole open area out ahead of this, that is where storms will develop ahead of that line, and those will likely pose the highest tornado potential. There's the new severe thunderstorm warning I was just talking about. That's going to be the one for Quitman, Coahoma, Panola, Tate, and Tunica counties. That's going to go until 4:30 this evening, and that is for a batch of thunderstorms producing hail of 1 3/4 inches. That's golf ball-sized hail and wind of 60 miles an hour. So again, storms coming up through the Delta that are going to be producing those threats. South of Clarksdale, we've got some near Marks right now, some near Lambert, Mississippi, and then quite a few storms right along Interstate 55 from Pope to Batesville toward Como, Senatobia, even up to Hernando now, starting to see some thunderstorms. So Kit, I'm kind of holding my breath here because we know that there is such a high tornado potential today. You and I discussed it earlier. We bumped that threat up to a very high concern just because of all the ingredients in place. We're holding our breath because right now we don't have any tornadoes. But Kit, if you're like me, I know that any of these storms at any minute could drop a tornado, and this could go to a much more serious situation.
That's right, Trevor. And of course, I want to bring you through exactly what he was talking about there. We're calling it 4 p.m. through 1 a.m., but we'll have to adjust that earlier because it sparked just a little bit earlier on here. But the severe wind threat, severe wind begins technically at 58 miles per hour, but they warn it for 60 and up. We've got a high threat for that. Very high to our north, but it's not quite for us. The tornado threat, though, like Trevor said, we'd had the high there, but we bumped it up to very high as the high risk, the specific product from the Storm Prediction Center is a 30% significant tornado threat, and that's where we've got the very high threat. Now, your house in particular has a very low probability of seeing a tornado, but any county, the whole region, it is very likely we will see tornadoes. Anytime we say a percentage like that, a 30% chance of tornadoes, that's within 25 miles of any point. If you draw that radius down to only 5 miles, it gets to around 1.3% chance. It's very uncommon for a tornado to hit in any small area, but we cover for numerous counties, over 20 counties here between Arkansas, Mississippi, and Tennessee. So that's why we have that very high threat across our whole region. The large hail is on the medium threats. We're not quite seeing as significant of a threat as we've had in the past. So up to 2-inch hail is still possible, but 1 to 2-inch hail is likely across the area. And then flooding rain, not just today, but as we head over the next several days, also a very high risk for those potentials. So that's the breakdown. Of course, we're looking at some of those severe thunderstorm warnings once it loads back in here. I was looking at the National Weather Service discussion just a moment ago, and they were giving us some information that all of their warnings that they're going to issue through the next several hours are going to be 1 hour long warnings. So Trevor, if you hear that as well, they're going to be for an hour long, and then they'll start trimming them back. The thing is, these storms are moving at around 50 to 60 miles per hour, so they're going to be moving very quickly. So if you hear a warning, you might be on the very far end of that. So you've got an hour lead time. That's great lead time, but that sometimes leads to people getting complacent. If you hear you're in a warning, make sure you're keeping attuned to us to know when you're out of that warning and know when you have that all clear. Again, we're not really giving an all clear on any of these storms until the end of the night at midnight because we're going to have a second round. You can see it looming there back towards Arkansas. Some of the hail has been growing within these thunderstorms as well. Of course, that baseline 1-inch hail is what they start the warning at. Off towards the Mississippi River south of Osceola right now. We've got a new update on that severe thunderstorm warning now. Tornado possible on that with the radar indicated threat. Also for $half size hail, that's just over 1 inch in diameter there. So that tornado possible tag, I was going to do a quick radar tour, but I want to bring the velocities in. So this is the storm winds just to investigate what that tornado possible is. And I think that what they're seeing, if you follow me here, there's the shape of the storm that we're going to be talking about. So we've got that sort of kidney bean shape. We've got a supercell on the way. And that classic hook echo, usually the hook comes forward. This one's going backwards. This is something called the rear inflow jet, or the rear flank downdraft that we're starting to see. So the winds in the mid-levels are coming up on the backside of the storm, hitting it and scooping in around. So that scooping motion can induce greater rotation that could lead to a tornado. So we're a couple stages of tornado development away from a tornado potentially, but a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning means it could happen at any moment. We may see our first tornado warning on this storm. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. Going back to some of those hailing thunderstorms that we've got here around the Somerville area, just to the north there. The threat is now considerable. That's where we're talking about some larger hail threat. That's up to golf ball size. So golf ball is just shy of 2-inch diameter hail. Remember, that severe thunderstorm, or excuse me, the tornado watch is for 2-inch diameter hail within these storms. So this is on the higher end. You see that around the Somerville area. So we'll pop on the hail track of these storms. And looks like the recent scans aren't showing quite as much. We did see some larger hail on radar earlier. We'll give a investigation of those pixels there on screen for you. 1.9 inches, yeah, that's almost 2 inches in diameter. Of course, Trevor mentioned it earlier, it's in the 80s out there right now, so it's very warm. So the hail, since it's ice, it's above 32, so it's going to melt as it falls. And so the National Weather Service is predicting that it's going to fall about the size of a golf ball with some of these thunderstorms. Of course, now that has become less of a present threat on our radar indication here, so still something we need to be aware of. These thunderstorms can sometimes have sort of an up and down texture to them. We'll have stronger updrafts, slightly weaker, and then stronger again. So these storms could still cycle back up and have yet another hail threat downstream. Keeping an eye on just the velocity, I just want to make sure that nothing is rotating. We talk a lot about green and red being next to one another. We do see that. However, we're not seeing it radially. So whenever I say radially, that's like a clock. If you're standing in the middle of a clock and you look around to 3 o'clock, that's how the radar works. Now, if you look towards the radar site as that sweeping arm comes through, we've got red and then behind it green, not side to side, but behind it. So this is what's more of an updraft signature. So we've got the rain or the winds going away from the radar back towards me and then towards the radar. That's an updraft. It's not rotating. That's good news. The thing is, anytime you have an updraft in this kind of an environment, we could see that become a tornado very quickly. So we're going to have to be aware of that. I want to take a look at radar down towards these storms to the south, just to see some of the winds with some of these storms. Of course, these are coming in towards the radar, so you see some of these very bright blue. The bright blue is the more significant severe threat, but this is also factoring in the storm motion. If we switch it over, it's starting to look like we've got a little bit of rotation on this storm here, just into far northern Quitman County there. So I'm going to get the information on that. I wonder if they've updated that warning with tornado possible. They have not yet, so possibly that's just too high up, or they're working on updating that. Of course, the National Weather Service, we appreciate all of their work. They've got a lot of hands on deck helping them out today. But Trevor, I'm starting to see just these storms are starting to rotate we've got that single little area of rotation there. That might be some hail contamination into more southern Quitman County. I'm going to just switch back over to radars. We're looking right there. No, that's that little bitty thunderstorm right there. So we're starting to see these storms becoming supercells. Supercell thunderstorms are the ones that have the rotating updraft that leads to a tornado dropping down and can sort of tumble around the hail and create a much larger hail threat as well with that. So looking out towards Boonville, this severe thunderstorm warning as well. We'll get that information up for Alcorn County. It's radar indicated threat of up to $half size hail. We're already starting to see some of the brighter purples there right in the core of that thunderstorm. Of course, out here, out towards the yellow and light green, that's going to be light to moderate showers. It's not going to be the heavy rain. The heavy rain starts in the orange and the hail is in the dark red to purple shade. So just as a way to think about it when you're looking at the radar here. So light is going to be rain, heavy is going to be hail potentially there. So it looks like they just updated that warning. I wonder if that was new information. They might have just trimmed it back. It's moving northeast at around 50 miles per hour, though. So I'll time this out for the Corinth area, if I grab the right tool here. For Corinth, you'll likely be seeing this thunderstorm rolling in within the next half hour, but I'll get an exact track on that for you. So Corinth, we'll see. I'll move that to the other side of me here so you can see it a little better. That's right around 4 o'clock. So this morning is until 4:15. 4 o'clock it'll be in Corinth. So we'll be seeing that threat increasing around that time. Hightown, you're looking a little bit earlier, around 10 till 4, around 3:50 there. Thrasher, of course, just outside of our viewing area, around 3:45. So the next 20 minutes or so, we'll see that thunderstorm heading through Alcorn County. Trevor, I see you're looking at some velocity on that storm that had that tornado possible. Did you see any updates on that storm?
Yeah, we have that one storm so far, Kit, that they've said a tornado is possible. Now, again, just to refresh, right now we do not have any tornado warnings. There is no tornado warning for any one of these storms. That one storm in western Tipton County, west of Covington, they did say a tornado was possible. Hello, Kit.
I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
that's going to happen. No, it's live TV. Walk across if you need to. But I will tell you that that is the storm that right now it seems like the tornado is possible with, but it's not enough of a signature for them to actually go with a tornado warning. That's the one to me that's most impressive right now is western Tipton County. We're going to have to watch that one very carefully here over the next couple of minutes. And then, of course, several other thunderstorms developing. Just got a new statement out from the Weather Service and the folks at the Storm Prediction Center, and they are doing a lot of analysis on these storms. And they say the reason right now we don't have any tornadoes is because we're waiting on one more ingredient to get together. We have pretty much every ingredient in place, but if you'll remember, we told you that it was probably not going to start until about 4 o'clock. Now, these storms have developed a bit early. But for right now, there is no tornado warning. I think after 4 o'clock, that will change, and that's kind of the time that we gave you that we expected things to kind of get rough. So, yes, there are storms already kind of popping up, but no tornado warnings yet. The Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center says we need that one more ingredient, that low-level wind energy. We need a lot of wind coming in the low levels of the atmosphere to kind of really get things twisting, and it sounds like that is when things could really start to ramp up. Right now, relatively speaking, things are pretty quiet. I know looking at this, it doesn't seem that way, but I think we're going to get much more active as we go later on into the day. I'm trying to check the Facebook comments here. We try to keep those up. So if you are watching on Facebook and you have questions or comments, we try to keep those up for you. Is Tate County under a thunderstorm or tornado watch? Everybody right now is under a tornado watch. For everybody in the Mid-South, that is going to go until midnight tonight. So everybody in yellow, that's everybody in the Memphis area and the Mid-South, is under a tornado watch until 12 a.m. That does include you down there in Tate County. Wind and rain sounding scary in South Haven and the sun shining. We'll get to South Haven here in just a bit. I want to do kind of a quick radar tour. I'm going to start with the storm right now that I'm most concerned about, which is this western Tipton County storm. And again, I want to reemphasize, we do not have a tornado warning in effect for anybody right now. There is a tornado watch, which means a tornado is possible over the next few hours. There's no tornado warnings, which is what's issued when it's actually happening. But if it's going to happen, this is the storm that I'm watching. It's in western Tipton County. It's going to be on the west side of 51. This is going to be west of 51, west of Atoka, likely west of Covington. But it's starting to get that kind of look to it where it's got that back edge, that swirl coming in. You've got winds coming in from the south as well. That's when you start to get that twist, and that's what can try to spin up a tornado. So again, right now, there is not a tornado warning with this storm. But as I check out the velocity mode, you can definitely see that there are winds kind of twisting in there. Remember, we talked about just a bit ago that we had winds going in kind of two different directions. So the red is going away, green is going toward. You get that kind of mixing of the winds there. That goes to show you that there is definitely some circulation aloft. It's not anything that's congealed into any type of a tornado. That actually is going in the wrong direction for a tornado to form. So we still have some changes with this storm, still some time to go with that. But I want to give you that early heads up that this is the storm that I'm going to watch most carefully for the next little bit. For now, though, western Tipton County, at least high winds and hail, even if there is not a tornado with it right now. These little storms down here, Kit, this is going to be another thing to watch because these are starting to really ramp up. They all have those little kidney bean shapes like we talk about, and that is indicative of a swirling storm as well, and one that could produce tornadoes. I'll start out with DeSoto County. I know we have a lot of people checking in from DeSoto County. Appreciate your comments. We're going to watch that. Right now, there's nothing really that I'm super concerned about in DeSoto County, right? We had a couple of showers out. We had a couple of storms out there. They've kind of weakened just a little bit. So I know it's raining in DeSoto County. We've had rain in Hernando. It's raining in Olive Branch a good bit right now, but none of these I'm concerned about. And that's the same thing for this little storm in Shelby County, right there along 240 near Airways, Lamar. We've got some heavy rain. There's no warning with that at all. So I'm not concerned about that for right now. But down to the south, these couple of storms to the south bear probably a little more watching. We've got 2 in eastern Tate County that seem like they are trying to intensify as they push into Marshall County. So an early heads up if you're in Marshall County, northern Quitman County, Panola County, and Coahoma County. You're still under that severe thunderstorm warning for the high wind gust and the hail. So that is a zone over the next few hours that is very favorable for severe storm development and very favorable for tornadoes to develop. And again, we don't say that to scare you. But the reason we tell you that is because we have to let you know when these ingredients are setting up. So we're not trying to work you out. We're not trying to scare you, I promise you. But I do want to kind of pass along this information as we see it. Again, right now, there's nothing to worry about. We don't have any tornado warnings, but it is something we're going to have to watch for the rest of the afternoon. I'd say in the next 30 to 45 minutes, we might really see this take off in a different direction. And we're going to be talking about something totally different. Right now, yeah, there's a couple of thunderstorms, a little bit of hail, some gusty winds. Give it 30 minutes. I think we're going to be in a much different boat with these thunderstorms really developing and potentially producing tornadoes. So, Kit, we're just starting what's likely going to be a long evening. We're not going anywhere. We're going to stay with you and see what these storms do. Even though they're kind of exiting Shelby County, we're going to stay right here for just a little bit and keep an eye on things. And, Kit, I know you've been trying to keep up with the latest updates and some of the upper atmosphere dynamics and what do they look like. I know you're seeing the same thing I am, that we're kind of just waiting for the worst thing, which is for that match to strike and for these storms to really get going.
Yeah, I think you phrased it well. We'll call it the match to strike. Of course, took off my jacket. Temperature in the studio is hot under these lights, and our blood pressure starts getting up. So I was trying to wait to take that off, but you know, here we are. But one good thing we can say, we did have a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning expire for this little cell we see here into western Hernando County, or DeSoto County, excuse me, west of the Hernando area. We've seen several severe thunderstorm warnings issued already. Some of them have been trimmed back here across this area.
Check out that Midtown camera.
Midtown camera, yeah, that'll be a good one here. We'll pull that up. Of course, we've had some of those storms just outside our area. Looks like some, is that rain coming through?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When it picks up here in just a second, it really gets going. But that's that little cell we were talking about down along 240 that's kind of lifting north. But you see how fast the winds are. And that's kind of the most impressive thing.
Yeah, let's switch back over to radar. You can see how this is moving sideways. The thing is, this is winds that are up above the surface. We can start to hear it here in the studios. The rain is starting to pick up here as well. So downtown is getting obscured by the rain live on air right now. You can see some cars are slowing down there on the road as the rain begins to pick up. Now we can't even see downtown anymore. You can just see a couple more buildings just in that foreground there, the midground. So rain is going to be very heavy. If you were planning on driving today, we don't advise it, number one, but if you are going to, be aware that conditions can change just like that. That was less than 30 seconds and visibility went from 10 miles to less than a mile across the area. So that's something we need to keep in mind is whenever we're seeing travel on the roads. We'll zoom in on that storm. A piddly little storm, just a small little area with some lightning, of course. That's moving through Midtown right now. Hollywood, North Memphis, you're going to be seeing that as well.
Tornado warning in Tipton County.
We got a tornado warning in Tipton County.
At least
Trevor, take it away.
they're drawing it up. Yeah, that's and again, I don't mean to interrupt you. We don't want to cut you off or anything. We will have to go on CW30 here in a second, so let's prepare to hop on CW30. As soon as we're ready to do that, let me know. We'll pause and join them. But there's our new tornado warning, and this is going to be in effect for, it looks like Tipton County, Lauderdale County, portions of Mississippi County, Dyer County, Crockett County, as well as the northern portion of Haywood County. So let's talk about who's in and who's out. I'm going to clear the radar off of here. I thought I was going to at least. There we go. So I want to clear the radar off and just show you that red box. So the red box now is where we got to get to it. We got to get to that safe place now. This is going to include the city of Covington. This includes western Tipton County. It includes all of Lauderdale County, Tennessee. So if you are in Lauderdale County, Tennessee, time to be in your safe place. It includes the northern tip of Haywood County. It does not include Brownsville. And it includes a sliver of Crockett County, also a sliver of Dyer County. It does not include Dyersburg right now. And again, this is for a thunderstorm that is still back in western Tipton County. And I told you a minute ago, this was the storm I was worried about that we were going to watch for. Gilt Edge, safe place now. This is the day where I don't want you playing around. I don't want you trying to see something. I don't want you to think it's not actually happening. Please, if any day, today, Take these warnings seriously. Tornadoes can spin up so quickly. So Drummonds, Randolph, Gilt Edge, Beaver, Detroit, Bride, pretty much western Tipton County. Covington, it looks to mainly stay west of you, but still Covington, I want you in your tornado safe place. And as we kind of get our first tornado warning of the day, almost right at 4 o'clock, which is what we expected, I do want to go over your tornado safety tips. We want you in the basement or the smallest center room of your home. Think about a bathroom or a closet. I don't want you upstairs. I need you on the lowest level of your home, away from windows, and cover yourself with something. Again, lowest floor. As a worst case scenario, you can get in a stairwell on the inside, Okay, we're going to pause here for a moment and join our audience on CW30 just to get them on this severe weather coverage as we have a tornado warning that is going to be in effect. So let me know when we're ready to join in with CW. But again, the reason that we are kind of jumping into more serious coverage now is this tornado warning. And again, Gilt Edge. This storm is going to be coming right up to you pretty much right now. So Gilt Edge, got to be in your safe place. I want to switch over to the velocity mode. Not seeing any specific location that there might be some concerning rotation, but I think they're going ahead with this warning just because it's one of those days that it can happen so fast. So right now, I'm not seeing anything indicating that it's on the ground, which is good because it's basically would be coming into Gilt Edge right at this minute. But if you're in Gilt Edge, if you're off to the north and east of that, I'm going to put a storm track on it here. All right. All right, I do want to welcome in our CW30 audience. We're interrupting your programming because we have a tornado warning. And for those of you watching on ABC or on the stream, I'm going to have to repeat some of that because we're joining in another channel. But it is important information. Meteorologist Trevor Burchett, meteorologist Kit Thomas here. Tornado warning for Tipton County, Lauderdale County, parts of Haywood County, Crockett County, Dyer County, and Mississippi County. And this is going to go until 4:45. Possible tornado near Gilt Edge, Tennessee. I don't think it's on the ground right at this second, but it's one of those days that it can happen so fast that I really need you in your tornado safe places. I'm going to get a speed on how fast this thing's moving. It's moving quick, and these storms will be moving fast today. This one at about 45 miles an hour. We've seen some quicker than that. And I'm going to track out this possible area of rotation just off to kind of the north and east over the next hour. Gilt Edge pretty much right now. So again, if you are in Gilt Edge, it's time to be in your safe place. Garland at 4 o'clock, Cherry at 4:09, Henning, Tennessee, that's getting into Lauderdale County at 4:16, Ripley at 4:23, Gates at 4:36, Chestnut Bluff at 4:41, and then eventually could be toward Dyersburg at 4:51. So that is a very early heads up. If you're in Dyersburg, this storm is generally headed your direction. And again, right now does have a tornado warning on it. This has so far been the most impressive storm of the day, producing high wind gusts and hail. Another tornado warning. I told you folks it was going to be a match and it was going to go off. I'll finish up with this one, and Kit, maybe you can take this other one that's coming out for Hardeman County. But that early heads up for Hardeman County, you now have a tornado warning coming out as well. But this one, Tipton County, Lauderdale County, tornado warning for you. This thing could spin up quickly. We've got storm spotters on it. We're watching that. But Kit, let's get right to you with that new tornado warning.
Yeah, this new tornado warning, of course, in Hardeman County. This is north of the Bolivar area here, very far northeastern Fayette County. So if you're in Fayette County and you had your phone just alert you of a tornado warning, if you are in Summerville, you are not within that tornado warning. It's mostly the extreme northeast there, also into Haywood, Hardeman, and then on towards Jackson, Tennessee, moving out of our viewing area. This one has that classic hook shape to it. We've got that line of the heavy rain leading out and then the hook leading back towards the corner of that storm. If we switch things over to the velocity, you can see some of the rotation that's already begun with this thunderstorm. It's very compact. It's this zone right here that's moving away from the radar, moving back towards the east, and then the storm winds blowing into the storm right there. Moving into the storm, that is where we've got that rotation. So that's why the National Weather Service has issued that tornado warning presently. So I'm going to get a track on this storm. Once I get some of the information on how quickly it is moving with that tornado warning, moving northeast at around 50 miles per hour. So, of course, this is a radar indicated threat. Whenever we get a confirmed threat, the boxes will change from red to pink, and that will indicate that we have a confirmation. So one good thing is we haven't had a confirmed tornado yet. This is a radar indicated threat. So from that southeastern flank with that latest radar scan there, I'll go for the next 50 minutes here. So looking at some of these names here, Whiteville, you're going to be looking at the potential for a tornado rolling through your area within the next couple of minutes. So you need to be getting to your shelter immediately, heading to an interior room at the lowest level, a basement if you have one, seeking shelter right now. Now's the time to take action rather than to prepare. We've been preparing. Now is the time to take action. Cedar Chapel, you're up next around 4:04, eventually towards the Meaden area there. That's going to be around 4:23. Jackson, Tennessee, around 4:36. So if you're anywhere in northern parts of Hardeman County here, we want you to be in your safe place at this very moment. So I'll clear some of this info off here. So if you're in the Toon area, this is up Highway 64, Old Jackson Road. You're probably seeing some heavy rain there south of the Hillville area, east of Miller. That's where we've got the heavy rainfall, the tornado threat, probably moving right along the Highway 64 corridor just on the north side. We'll zoom in and get some more of these roads on this area here. So it looks like Vildo Road, Clover Point area. That's where you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Of course, you might hear the rain stop as the storm passes through. Don't get comfortable if you hear the rain stop. That doesn't mean it's over. That means you're in the inflow portion of this storm. That's where the winds are inhaling. That's the breath into a tornado that could be forming. Of course, we did have a recent scan update on that storm, so I want to look at the latest on that. Whiteville Newcastle Road, that's above or below where we have this rotation here. So we've got the inflow here, the green, the outflow there. It's not quite a very tight couplet. If we have a couplet, that's a term you'll hear us say if we have a bright red and a bright green pixel to pixel right next to one another. That's a high likelihood of a tornado on the ground whenever that happens, but it's not the only indication, and it's not a sure bet that we will see that if there is a tornado. So several things that we've got to consider here. So anywhere around Whiteville, you need to be in your shelter immediately. I'm going to get some more information on this. It looks like we had a wall cloud on the storm in Tipton County, Trevor. So talk a little bit about that storm again.
Yeah, I'm working on getting that picture. Again, we've got some storm chasers that we're partnered with, some EMA folks, ham radio folks. We got a lot of folks in the field today, and that's what we need, eyes on this storm. So I can see what's going on. I'm working on making sure I can get that on TV, but as soon as he gives me the okay, I will. I will let you know, Memphis, the airport, just apparently reported a gust of 70 miles an hour. We're going to have to wait to see if that's verified by the Weather Service, but their automated weather station just sent out that alert that a 70-mile-an-hour gust just happened. So we're going to wait to see if that's confirmed. But again, right now, there's no warning for Memphis. What we're watching for, and again, to recap, Kit's kind of talked about this storm in northern Hardeman County. And that is definitely a concern for us with a possible tornado north of Bolivar, north of Somerville. That's headed into Jackson in the next little bit. I've been watching this storm here in western Tipton County, and that does have a wall cloud on it. A wall cloud, kind of a lowering part of the cloud that is rotating. That it's kind of the precursor to a tornado. And right now, this storm is the heaviest of it is kind of north of Gilt Edge, but that rotation is probably pretty close to Gilt Edge at this point, and kind of moving up toward Henning. Here's Henning here in the top right of your screen, and there's the new update on this storm. It's starting to get that look that I don't like. It's got that look that you can almost see. You've got winds coming this way, winds coming this way. You can almost see that on the radar that there is some rotation over Gilt Edge. Now, again, we have a picture from a storm chaser. I see the wall cloud. It doesn't look like anything has touched the ground. But again, on a day like today, I want you to take these warnings seriously because things can touch down in a matter of minutes. So Gilt Edge, stay sheltered at least for the next 5 minutes. Cherry, Henning, again, Covington, I think this will be west of you. Covington, I know you're in the warning, but if there's a tornado, it's going to be to the west of town. I know a lot of people in Covington are still anxious from what happened 2 years ago. I understand that. This one, I think, is going to be to the west of you, but it could be more of an issue for areas up toward Henning. And even if there's not a tornado with this thing, we have very high wind gusts, and this is going to eventually be up toward Ripley. So what's going to happen first, because of the way these storms are moving, you're going to get the hail and the high wind gusts first, and then that possible tornado is going to be on the back side of the storm. So you're going to get the rain and the hail and the very high winds first, and then that possible tornado is going to be on the back of it. So again, this thing, I believe, is still moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. I do want to get that updated speed, northeast at 40 miles an hour. So this is northeast at 40, and we will track this out. Now, what I'm going to track is the area of a possible tornado. Again, the wind and rain will start first. What I'm timing out is the potential tornado. That is going to be near Henning at 4:16, 15 minutes now in Henning. If you know anybody in Henning, if you're in Henning, call around, call friends, call family, make sure they are in their safe place. Again, that's the lowest floor of the building, bathroom or closet. Ripley at 4:24, Gates at 4:38, Friendship, Tennessee at 4:53. Again, this is a tornado warning for a possible tornado just north of Gilt Edge. Nothing has touched down right now, at least not that I've seen reported. We have storm spotters on this that we're talking to. But again, on a day like this, I've been telling you all morning that the ingredients are just so intense for severe weather today. These tornadoes and these storms can ramp up very quickly. So this is a day that you don't want to play around. I want you to go ahead and be in your safe place. Gilt Edge, Henning, Ripley, Gates. That's where this storm is going to be headed. Again, Covington, mainly north and west of you, but you might want to be in your safe place just to be on the safe side. I do think for the most part, that thing is going to miss Covington. The storm is going to miss Covington, which is good. I will zoom out just a little bit and just kind of recap everything else before we go back to Kit for this other tornado warning in Hardeman County, north of Bolivar. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings across North Mississippi. Those are issued for wind and hail. We do not have any tornado warnings active in North Mississippi. Right now, it's just some strong thunderstorms. East Arkansas is very quiet right now. I know a part of Mississippi County, Arkansas is in that tornado warning. It's mainly going to be on the Tennessee side of the river. So for right now, East Arkansas is quiet. It will not stay that way all day. But what we're concerned about right now are those two storms in West Tennessee, the one near Gilt Edge coming up to Henning and Ripley. I want you in your safe places there. And then meteorologist Kit Thomas, he's been following this storm. And this one is in northern Hardeman County, generally headed up toward Jackson. Now, I will let you know before we get over to Kit, that is going to quickly leave our television coverage area. So if you have found our stream and you live in Madison County and you live in Jackson, technically we do not cover Madison County and Jackson. We are going to keep an eye on that storm. But if you want that street level mapping, once this gets into Madison County, we're going to focus on that other storm. Hardeman County is our area of responsibility, so that's what we're going to focus on for now. But it is headed up toward Jackson, and it is headed away from the ABC 24 coverage area. It looks like, Kit, before I go back to you quickly for this other thunderstorm, I want to focus on mine for a second because it sounds like there is a funnel cloud reported near Garland, Tennessee. And I'm not sure if I can get that up on the map. Let's see if I can get it to pop up. But that is going to be with this thunderstorm here. Let me see if I can get it, just so folks that are not super familiar with the area can get that to pop up. South of Cherry. All right, I don't think I'm having any luck getting it. Kit, maybe you can get it. There we go. So there's Garland. So you see it's kind of right on that hook of the storm, and that's what we've been talking about. I mean, when you get that hook, you have storms, winds going this way, winds coming in this way. That's why you get that hook echo. If you focus on weather a lot, you know we talk about that hook echo shape, that hook on the back side of it. That's where there's rotation. I'm not surprised at all there's a funnel cloud over Garland. That thing could touch down in a matter of minutes, and that's why I'm telling you, if you are in Henning, even if you're in Ripley, I want you in your safe place. Henning by 4:20, Ripley at 4:27. If this thing touches down, that's when it's going to be near you. So again, right now, tornado safe places. If you're in Henning or Ripley, call people that you might know that are in those areas. Make sure they are seeking shelter. Not to mention golf ball sized hail also falling with this thunderstorm, probably up near Cherry. That's going to be in that heavy rain area north of Garland. And again, the tornado is on the back side of the storm. At least the funnel cloud is for right now. We now have a report of a funnel cloud, which is kind of the precursor to a tornado, with the Hardeman County storm. That's the other tornado warning we're watching. Meteorologist Kit Thomas is all over that. Let's get back to him and an update on that storm, Kit.
Yeah, they're also saying a wall cloud on that storm as well. So there's a couple of things. We got the latest scan here on this storm. One thing that's happening with this is we're not seeing quite as decent of a radar signature as that other storm is that Trevor's been talking about. This zone here is where we still see some outbound winds, some inbound ahead of it. So this zone here would be an updraft ahead of the storm. I'm looking more into this zone. We're going through what's called a cell merger right now. So if you look right back there, that's still sort of that kidney bean shape there. And then from Fayette Corners, coming out of Fayette County, that's where we've had another storm coming in to interrupt it. Let's look over the last 15 minutes here. You can sort of see we've got that first storm here. This is what we were looking at when this warning was first issued. And then we've got some of the stuff from north of Somerville coming in, and that might interrupt it. It might still enhance it. So there's a couple of things that can happen with cell mergers. It makes it a little more chaotic, but there's also sort of this little mini cell, this microcell there out on the forward flank of that storm. So maybe that's another storm that's going to develop and maybe enhance some of that rotation. Of course, this is that lobe, that southern lobe that we're seeing of that hook storm that we've got right around in that shape. If you remember back a moment there, that's the outflow. That's the backside of the storm punching in around. I'll draw it on for you. So that's coming in here, and the storm has just these weak winds coming in there. So that is the area where we're looking at for the potential for that wall cloud that was apparently reported with that storm as well. So the Tipton County storm has been sort of the dominant one. That's one that has more of the classic supercell structure to it. And it's interesting, Trevor, it's behind the line of everything else. If we zoom out on this storm, you can see we've got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings backed up all the way along sort of this axis here. Meanwhile, the best looking storm is behind it. Usually, if the storm were out in front, it's getting all of the inflow and it starts to eat all of that up. But the thing is, we've got so much energy that each individual storm can use all of the environment around it, and it doesn't depend on clear air south of it. So that's a significant thing that's happening that tells us this is going to be a multiple tornado threat through the day. So looking back at the velocity, again, I'm not seeing anything new with that, but I wonder if I switched over to a different view. It doesn't look any cleaner with that, but anyway, we still see that rotation very weak, but it is pretty high up. It's a couple thousand feet up into the sky, so it doesn't quite show us what is happening at the surface. A funnel cloud or a wall cloud happens in, a few hundred feet off of the ground. That is the very lowest level. So if that is happening at the surface, we might miss it on radar. So we'll have to trust that from the reporters, the chasers who are out there. That's going to be headed towards the Jackson area fairly soon as well. Trevor?
Yeah, Kit, have some new video I want to share with you. This is from Ashton Lemley. I told you we had some storm chasers out there. This is from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters. They are out actually in West Tennessee today. This is near Oakland, and they had some golf ball-sized hail. You see that there. So this is just one of the many threats that we're facing today. It probably had a few extra dings in their car. And again, these folks are professionals. These are storm chasers. I don't want you out in the field doing this, please. But if you do have any hail, after it passes, please let us know. But yeah, easily golf ball sized hail. Again, that's from Ashton Lemley with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters. Back to the Tipton County storm. That's the one we continue to be pretty concerned about. And this is going to be a possible tornado, indications of a tornado now leaving Tipton County and coming into southern Lauderdale County. Again, we still do not have reports that this thing is on the ground. But it could be at any minute because, like Kit said, we have that wall cloud that kind of extends down first, and then the tornado would extend down from that. We do have the wall cloud. That's kind of step one. And step two to getting the tornado, it does not take much past that. If there is a tornado, if there is a funnel cloud, it's going to be kind of south of Cherry. And I'm going to draw on here. I know it's kind of hard to see, but that line right there is the Tipton Lauderdale County line. So Lauderdale to the north, of course, here's Henning. Tipton to the south. So this is very quickly becoming more of a Lauderdale County issue. I still want you in your tornado safe place. If you're in Lauderdale County, if you're near Henning, if you're near Ripley in Tennessee, I want you in your safe place right now. As this storm continues to potentially intensify and move off toward the north and the east. So I want to put one more storm track on this possible area of rotation as it continues off to the north and east. Again, for right now, we do not have reports that this thing is on the ground, but on a day like this, it could happen at any minute. Henning, 417 to 420. Ripley by 423. Gates by 438. Friendship, Tennessee at 4:53, and then New Bern getting up into Dyer County a little bit. That's going to be by about 5:07. Now, most of Dyer County is not in a tornado warning for right now. But we're going to have to see if they extend this. If this storm continues to hold its intensity or eventually decides to strengthen, we're going to have to watch this one carefully. Still a little disorganized at this point. I think that's why it hasn't been able to actually touch down yet. But these storms do what we call cycling. So they will intensify and then they'll weaken. And then they usually come back a little stronger. Right now we're seeing some weakening. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing builds back up and gets a little more intensity to it, and at that point it could produce a tornado. And so that would put it near Henning, near Ripley, along Highway 51. So if you're in Henning or Ripley, I still want you in your safe place. Gilt Edge, we can clear you now. Covington, we can clear you now. If you're in Gilt Edge or Covington, those areas are past the tornado threat. The tornado potential is now to your north. It's coming into Lauderdale County. And again, that early heads up for Henning and Ripley and areas along Highway 51 that could be facing this tornado threat. In addition to that, of course, we just showed you we have the hail potential. Damaging winds will be a big concern today, especially with that main line that comes through a little bit later on. We do have several other thunderstorms that are working right now across the Mid-South. We have those 2 tornado warnings, the one I was just talking about near Tipton, coming into Lauderdale County, and then that one in northern Hardeman County that Kit's kind of been watching. I will tell you, it seems like that is quickly moving into Madison County, Tennessee. That's going to be up toward Jackson, so that's going to leave Hardeman County here pretty soon and be moving into Madison County, Tennessee, up toward Jackson. We do have a couple of other strong thunderstorms, a few down in North Mississippi. None of these have tornado warnings on them right now, but again, it's the day that anything could happen very quickly. Those 2 that I was talking about in Marshall County earlier, they continue to show signs of intensification. Right now, some hail likely with those and probably some damaging wind gusts crossing I-22 kind of between Holly Springs and Byhalia. And then kind of this bunch of storms, northern Quitman County, that's going to be near Falcon and Sledge, and then northern Panola County, right on the west side of Sardis Lake, right by Sardis Dam, and then southern Tate County, I should say, south of Senatobia. Those all lifting to the north and east, and those will likely continue to intensify as well as they move off. So that's kind of the scene right now. We have 2 tornado warnings. It doesn't appear that either one of them are on the ground right now, but either one of them could produce a tornado at any minute. That's why the tornado warning is out. It's trying to give you an early heads up just in case that storm touches down. And quickly, Kit, before I get back to you, I do want to remind you, you can download our app. It's a totally free download, iPhone and Android. Pretty much wherever you are, we are there as well. If you're streaming, if you know someone that's maybe cut the cord that doesn't have cable or satellite anymore, we are on every smart TV at this point. If you have Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, search ABC 24 there. You can watch our coverage. Pass that along to your family and friends. We're on Facebook, and we're also on the app. Again, that's the ABC 24 app. This is probably going to become quite a much more active evening as we get further and further into this. We have several more hours of active weather to go. And again, right now, kids, just kind of getting started.
That's right, Trevor, of course. We also have one tornado warning that's new here, just on the very fringe of our viewing area. This is Woodruff County, and it's moving north, so it's not necessarily coming into our viewing area, but when, I still want you to be aware. We've been talking about western Tennessee, but now we're starting to see storms firing here into eastern Arkansas, and we're going to see some of these counties here getting in on the action here very shortly. Looking at the velocity, it's pretty far from the radar, but you can still see some of that rotation with that thunderstorm presently. As we get a different view here, you can see we've got some of those reds and greens there. It's a little bit mixed on the location of that. Of course, it's not showing a very clear low-level view of this. This is from the now Little Rock radar site. You can see just a little bit of that broad rotation on that just north of the cotton plant area up towards Howell, eventually towards Augusta. Again, this is Woodruff County. This is out of our viewing area, but Wynn, Forest City, Mariana, Marble, all of you want to be aware of these storms that now we're starting to see them moving into parts of Arkansas, and that tornado threat could be growing for you as well. Checking back in on that Hardeman County storm, at this point, northern Hardeman County has sort of diminished in the tornado threat as that's moved on into Madison County, but a little bit into the corner of Haywood County. We still have some of these thunderstorms, still want to keep that in mind. Of course, this has been a little more of a sloppy storm, not quite as well organized as Trevor has been. That's why he was taking over for a little while there. We've got some rotation within this storm. It's just very, very broad, and there's no single spot where anything is jumping out. I mentioned a few minutes ago that we're talking about a cell merger that's happening where two thunderstorms are starting to come together and converge. That can sometimes constructively interfere, where they build and they combine and they become more intense. Sometimes they destructively interfere with one another. So that leads to weaker rotation. But notice that we still have a little bit of that lower appendage there, a lower appendage there. So these still are rotating storms, or have the potential to rotate, and they could still produce a tornado very, very quickly. This is one thing that we're talking about. These storms could happen for a very long time, and we will see a very long lead time of once a tornado starts, it will continue. However, there's also this threat of these very quick tornadoes that could form. And whenever we have an outbreak of tornadoes, it's not just one tornado that blasts through several counties. You will have numerous tornadoes that could be of varying intensities. So we want to be treating any of these storms as if they are on the ground and as if they will be doing damage imminently. So you can see we've got a little bit of that very weak inflow there, weak outflow there, that rotation in the mid-levels. Again, these are small thunderstorms, so it only takes weak rotation to begin that. We got the latest scan there, still just right there into southern Madison County, of course, just outside our viewing area. Fayette Corners right now, you're probably going to see some wind gusts pick up very shortly as we've got some of those thunderstorms rolling through the Miller area. Just on the outskirt of that tornado warning, so nothing present. Northern Mississippi, we don't want to forget about you. Of course, we still have several severe thunderstorm warnings, so let's make a rundown here of some of those storms. Now into parts of southern Fayette County, also in Tennessee. This is now within a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Over the last several minutes, we've seen that issued. That's for what's just there north of Holly Springs around I-22. So this is a radar indicated threat going until 4:45 this evening for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, 1-inch hail there as well. Looking down towards Holly Springs, you might see very dark skies to your north and you think, oh, it's going away from you. No, it's the storm that's all the way back there, almost to Batesville, all the way down there in Panola County. That is the thunderstorm that you are under a severe thunderstorm warning for. So we'll get that info on screen for you until 5:15 this evening. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. So again, that's baseline. That's exactly what we expect to see these storms initially warned for, and then likely upgraded as they continue on. So I'll get a quick track on that storm. Holly Springs, you're still several miles away from it, but it will be moving to your area of right around the 5 o'clock time frame. So be prepared now for that thunderstorm to roll in. It still gives you plenty of lead time. So if you have anything fragile outside, you need inside. You don't want hail to be damaging any hanging plants. The gusty winds could knock over. Make sure that you're getting those inside or at least set down on the ground. Places like Glenville, though, you've got until about 4:30, so only about 10 minutes. The rain is going to start and the lightning is likely already imminent at the moment. I'll pop that on real quick. You can see we've got some of the lightning with that storm outside of Holly Springs, and then just south of Glenville there, between Glenville and Batesville, we've had some decent lightning with that storm. Once again, this is a cone that we have drawn. I know it looks red. I know you might think it's a tornado warning. It's just the cone that we've drawn here. Aiken, we're looking around 4:37. Wall Hill, you're looking at around 4:45 this evening. Gilton, right before 5 p.m. You'll be seeing the rain picking up for you. So it's going to be some pretty intense thunderstorms. We've got one more severe thunderstorm warning here in northern Mississippi. We'll get that info for you. This is for parts of Tunica County, Tate County, Quitman County, and Panola County. This is until 4:30 this evening. It's been up already for a little while for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch diameter hail. Of course, we've got multiple threats with these thunderstorms this evening, so be prepared for any of those.
Go with the tornado warning on.
Okay, let's look some of the info for that. Thank you, Trevor, for updating that. So looking at the velocity on it, we'll get you in on that storm just so that we can be ready and see what happens. There it is. There's the storm. Okay, so this is the one headed towards Holly Springs. That is already into parts of, this is northeastern Panola County, there, into far southeastern and eastern Tate County there, up towards Lafayette County and Holly Springs there. You're going to be looking at that there into parts of Marshall County. So they've got a new tornado warning on this. So we'll get that info on your screen here as we look at the radar image here for that thunderstorm. This is until 5 o'clock, a radar indicated threat. They're starting to see some slight rotation on that flank of that storm, so there's just now issuing that tornado warning for that. It's one of those storms that, you know, they're issuing it very early, some of those early signs that we're seeing of the rotation beginning on that storm. So we appreciate them having that quick trigger on these tornado warnings, because they're going to be on the ground potentially for a very long time, so we want to give anyone as much lead time as we can. So Holly Springs, you are now under a tornado warning. And we just said a severe thunderstorm warning a moment ago. That has now been upgraded to a tornado warning. Sardis, your phone might have gone off as well, but you're on the very edge of this. I'd be more concerned with around Highway 310 to Glenville, anywhere along that area. Aiken to Glenville, that's where we're looking at that next chance for the tornado warning. So as we zoom in, if you live south of Glenville, Mississippi, around Simon Chapel Road, head to your safe place right now. That's the interior room, lowest level, a closet, a bathroom, the laundry room, if it's not on an exterior wall, making sure you've got as much walls between you and the outside and floors between you and the outside as you can, so you get to your safest place there. Harmonton, Tyro, some other places within this tornado warning. I'll get some immediate information out on the timing of this rotation to your area all the way up back to Holly Springs. Of course, we went over this a minute ago for the severe thunderstorm warning. Now we have a tornado warning in this area. So Glenville, you're looking around 4:31. You've got about 8 minutes, we'll call it, of lead time on that tornado warning. You've got plenty of time to grab some things as you head to your safe place. Grab your shoes. That's one thing some people don't think about whenever they're heading to a tornado shelter, is grabbing your shoes, putting them on in the unfortunate event that your house is hit by a tornado. You might have debris, you might have some nails, shrapnel, busted up wood frames. That can be very tricky to walk over. So having your shoes on before you go to your safe place, or at least putting them on when you're there, that's another good thing to keep in mind. For the kiddos out there, grabbing a helmet. If you play baseball, if you play football, if you ride a bike, a helmet or something to protect your head is a great way to stay safe whenever we have this. If you don't have a helmet, anything to cover you, to protect you from flying debris is a good thing to have as you are rolling into your safe place this evening. Up towards the Holly Springs area, of course, that time has now dropped off. I'll add that back here for you. As we're seeing the chance for that tornado to go to your area, Holly Springs, that's around 5:03. So right around 5 o'clock, you need to be in your safe place and not moving from there until we give you the clear for that. Waterford, you're sort of on the edge of that tornado warning, but around 5 till 5 is when we're looking at that tornado warning for your area there. We've got several updates from the National Weather Service that I haven't seen, but it looks like that one warning that we were talking about earlier, Madison County, is now a confirmed tornado warning. Of course, this is now just outside of our viewing area. This is observed tornado that was previously on the ground when that was confirmed. So again, Madison County no longer within our viewing area, but maybe someone has tuned in from that area and is watching us. So I want to let you know, Jackson, this is a confirmed tornado. You also need to be in your shelter, in your safe place if you can. Lowest level of your home, we'll keep saying this, most interior room of your home. I'll go through just a quick visual of where to be in a tornado. Several places inside of your home can be very bad to be, especially if you have windows. You want, like I said, as many walls between you and the outside. So exterior rooms, if you can see the storm coming at you, that's not where you want to be. You want to avoid windows. Windows can be broken by glass very easily. You want to cover yourself with blankets or mattresses for protection. A bathroom is a good place, a closet, somewhere, even an interior hallway. If you have a hallway on your outer side of your house, that's not going to be a good place. If you have an interior hallway, that's still going to be good as well. And you also want to, if you remember back in high school or elementary school, covering the back of your neck and hunching over, squatting down, that's going to be that tornado safe position so that you can be safe from any flying debris. So getting back to radar here, just so we can see once again where those tornado warnings are. We've got several around our area. In our viewing area, we only have 2 presently. So that's just starting to move out of our viewing area into the Jackson, Tennessee. This storm is now cycling back up. It has a much more healthy view. Of course, we've been talking about several of these storms have had that little bit of a hook shape to them. That's where we're seeing that potential for the tornadoes on that lower southern flank of that tornado. Or excuse me, of that thunderstorm. So we look at the velocity one more time there. We've got a little better rotation there. You can see just that hint of green and the brighter red. That's right where we had that hook of the storm. So that's where we're seeing that tornado very likely on the ground. I mentioned earlier that we look for couplets where we have a bright green pixel right next to a bright red pixel. We don't see that here now. And that's one of the things that we were talking about. It might not show up for everyone. Trevor has some more information for us.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off right there. I just did want to kind of give a quick reset for folks that might be just joining us. A lot of people getting new alerts coming in. A lot of people might be just joining us. I kind of want to set the stage of what's in, what's happening, who's in and who's out. Again, sorry, kid, I didn't mean to completely cut you off there. But I did just want to kind of give a broad reset to show you what is going on across the area. We've had several tornado warnings already issued. 2 that are in our area, 1 that's just left our area, but I still do want to focus on. East Arkansas is pretty quiet right now. Memphis is quiet right now. There's no concern there. We have a couple of tornado warnings that we are following right now. We've got 1 still in effect for Lauderdale County. This storm, to me, I'm not incredibly impressed with. It seems like it might be continuing to fall apart just a little bit. We're going to watch it, though. I still want you in your safe place in Lauderdale County, Tennessee, Gates, Henning, Ripley. Eventually, this will probably go just east of Dyersburg into Dyer County. But again, a possible tornado there that is going to be in the eastern portion of Lauderdale County. So as we put kind of a storm track on that, moving off to the north and east at about 40 miles an hour, we'll track it just for the next little bit. Gates at 433, Friendship at 449, New Bern at 504. So again, that is a possible tornado that could be developing, and a tornado warning there in Lauderdale County, Tennessee. I want to zoom out just a little bit and go over to this storm. This storm has a tornado on the ground right now coming into Jackson, Tennessee. I know that's outside of our official area, but I want to give an early heads up. We've got a lot of folks in that area that know people that live up there. I've got family in Bemis, just south of Jackson. I know a lot of us do. So if you do live near Jackson or know anybody that does, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground coming into Jackson. And again, that thing is probably going to continue to intensify as it goes up Interstate 40. The storm that right now I'm kind of more concerned about, and probably the one we're going to watch more carefully, yes, we're going to watch that Tipton County storm, but we're also going to watch this storm in North Mississippi. This is our newest tornado warning, and this is for a storm that's on the north side of Sardis Lake. This is east of Sardis, but north of the actual lake, and it's coming into Marshall County, Mississippi. So Marshall County, you're kind of going to be the ones under the gun here as this thing moves off to the north and east. Holly Springs, you definitely need to be in your safe place at this point. And again, that's going to be the lowest floor of the building that you're currently in, bathroom, closet. Cover your head with something because these tornadoes can really spin up quickly today. They're also moving quickly. This storm moving at 55 miles an hour. I'm going to track out the potential tornado. We don't have this one confirmed on the ground, but a possible tornado coming into Holly Springs at 453, Snow Lake Shores at 506, LaGrange at 517, Williston at 521. This is now continuing into southwest Tennessee and then Salisbury by 524. And I want to try to give you an early heads up because the National Weather Service is using all sorts of new technology here. With AI developing, they're using AI in weather forecasting and tornado warnings. And their machine learning tool indicates that this storm is going to continue to intensify as it moves into Tennessee. So I know that tornado warning only goes to Holly Springs and Marshall County and into a little bit of Benton County as well. But I want to give an early heads up for Hardeman County. Hardeman County and Bolivar, again, these tools that the National Weather Service is using is saying that this thing is likely going to continue to intensify, and even though it does not have a tornado right now, it could at any minute. First up is going to be Holly Springs, and then it's going to be toward Grand Junction and eventually toward Bolivar. I'm actually going to do a really long storm track on this one, just because they're giving us that heads up that this thing's going to continue to roll on and intensify. Now that we're kind of getting an idea of where these storms are happening and where they're going to be headed. So this is a storm track now for the next hour and a half. I told you Holly Springs a moment ago, 4:52. So you have 22 minutes to be in your safe place. Go ahead and do it now. Call anybody you know in Holly Springs. Make sure they're taking shelter. Moscow, Tennessee, and Southern Fayette County at 5:11. Somerville at 5:25. Bolivar at 5:38. So that is over an hour of heads up for Hardeman County and Bolivar. Again, hopefully this thing will weaken some, but again, these tools that the Weather Service has, these new AI tools, are saying this storm will likely continue to grow and intensify as it goes into Tennessee. So Fayette and Hardeman counties, again, you see Moscow and Williston there about 5:11 and 5:19, and then Bolivar at 5:38. Right now, this storm, again, it's on the north side of Sardis Lake. It's kind of on that 4-county line. You've got Panola County, and you've got there's Sardis Lake down at the bottom, northern Lafayette County. There's Abbeville and Highway 7. This is coming into Marshall County at Highway 4 coming up to I-22. So again, that possible tornado is going to be on the backside of that storm near the Glenville community on the north side of Sardis Lake. And that thing is going to continue to move off to the north and east. I just did a storm track on it, so I do want to investigate just a little bit as we zoom into street level. So again, if this possible rotation, there's Highway 310, Mississippi 310 near Glenville, and that is going to be crossing very quickly into Marshall County. We'll go over to our velocity mode and just kind of talk about these winds in here, because there's no doubt there are some very intense winds. But you see that little blip of red in there? That is where there is probably some rotation. So we have rotation developing right there over Glenville, Mississippi. Again, that's on the north side of Sardis Lake, moving off to the north and east. This is, again, quickly going to be coming into Marshall County and possibly toward Holly Springs in the next little bit. I'll zoom this back out. I'll see if our rotation tool is picking up on anything. And it is just a little bit right now. But I think this gives you a cleaner view of where this possible rotation is. So you see that little blip right there, that little green blip. Again, that's on the north side of Sardis Lake. So there's Sardis Lake, there's Abbeville, and here's Holly Springs. So that thing's going to be moving up toward Holly Springs very quickly. Within about the next 20 to 30 minutes, Holly Springs, we've still got you in the time of arrival at 4:58. So Holly Springs and Marshall County, I want you off the roads. I want you in your safe place. These storms will ramp up very quickly today. And again, we already have signs of rotation near Glenville, Mississippi, on the north side of Sardis Lake. That's coming right into Marshall County toward Holly Springs. Again, Holly Springs, by 5 o'clock, this possible tornado will be in your area. That's, of course, going to take it over I-22. So I-22, you're also involved in this tornado warning for near Holly Springs. I do have an update for you. I'll switch back to the regular radar, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So I hope I don't make you too dizzy. Hopefully this zoom is slow enough. I don't want you to lose your place on the radar. We're going to be zooming around a lot today because there's just that much going on. And I want to zoom back to the storm in Tipton County and Lauderdale County. Tipton County, you're clear of it now. Lauderdale County, you're still involved in the tornado warning. Part of Dyer County is in the tornado warning, but it does sound like they are going to let that tornado warning expire. That tornado warning was originally slated to go until, let me get the update on that. That tornado warning is in effect until 4:45. So they're going to let this go for the next 10 minutes, and then it sounds like they're going to let it expire. They do not have any signature that this thing was ever able to touch down. We did have reports of a funnel cloud, but no reports that we had actually any touchdown, which is great news. Hopefully we do not have any of those today, but the ingredients are definitely there. So I know we still have heavy rain near Gates, northern Lauderdale County, Ripley, that's past you now. I'll give Ripley, Mississippi, or Ripley, Tennessee, I should say. Ripley, Tennessee, you are all clear of the tornado potential. That tornado warning is going to expire here in the next 5 or 10 minutes. We'll watch this storm. It's going to be mainly east of Dyersburg and eastern Dyer County as it continues to move to the east. We still have a tornado warning for Jackson, Tennessee and Madison County. That is going to continue to move away from the mid-south, move off to the north and east. So really, we have one tornado warning that we're really concerned about right now and that we're really going to be watching, and it's that storm coming into Marshall County. This one continuing to show signs of some rotation, and that is going to be moving off to the north and east. So again, that rotation near Glenville, Mississippi. So it heads up Holly Springs, right there along some of those highways. Let's zoom in just a little bit. So there's Tullahoma. This is in Marshall County. Highway 4 runs right there. Of course, it comes out of Senatobia, and then it takes that turn up to Holly Springs. So this is going to be right in there where that curve happens. Not far away from where the tornadoes happened, those Christmas tornadoes happened back in 2015. This is going to kind of follow up that same path. So those areas need to be in their safe place. Again, Highway 4, right where it meets up with 7 on the south side of 22. Right now, thankfully, there is no indication that this is on the ground. But as it continues to move off to the north and east, the Weather Service expects it to continue to intensify, and it could put down a tornado at any minute. So again, Holly Springs, make sure you're in that tornado safe place. Again, I'll go through those tips for you one more time. It's the basement or the smallest center room of your house, a bathroom, closet, hallway, something in the middle of your home, away from windows, and use something to cover yourself with. If you're in an apartment building, make sure you're on the lowest level of that apartment building, and we want you out of mobile homes and manufactured homes. You need to find a slightly better place to go. As a last resort, McDonald's is always open. If you need a better shelter, you can go there, gas station, something like that. But again, for right now, Marshall County, Mississippi, and Holly Springs, that is our biggest concern as these other tornado warnings start to drop off for right now. This is going to be the one we focus on for a while because that's kind of the only one that is showing concerning signs right now. So again, Marshall County and Holly Springs, it's time to be in your tornado safe place as this thing continues to roll off to the northeast. We'll go back over to meteorologist Kit Thomas, and Kit, maybe you can do kind of a big reset. Some folks are starting to get home from work. They're maybe just turning on the TV. Kind of show us around what's going on, and then maybe you can get a closer look at that storm we're tracking in Marshall County.
Yeah, if I get the radar on the loop over the last couple hours here, we'll put that in motion just so you can see we've had several of these thunderstorms blowing up across the Mid-South over the last couple of hours here. Many of them have been starting in Mississippi, moving into western Tennessee, but even West Tennessee has had their own initiation of some of those thunderstorms. There's been some rotation now reported over Jackson, over there in Madison County, Jackson, Tennessee. So there were some confirmed tornado reports around that area. North of the Memphis area here into parts of Tipton County, we had a tornado warning in that area. Reports of funnel clouds, reports of wall clouds, and then now we've got this rotating storm that Trevor was just mentioning there, southwest of the Holly Springs area. That's got a very decent picture. Even on the wide view, you can see that hook echo structure to that storm. So you can see we've got the fanning of the rain on the forward flank here and that curl on the backside. You can almost see it on this one here just outside of Senatobia, but this is the storm that has the tornado warning on it, and it's going to be heading towards Holly Springs. Trevor is providing some excellent analysis on that, mimicking some previous tornado motion we've seen. In fact, he actually mentioned one back in 2015, the Christmas storms there. I actually remember watching that from college several states away. But of course, that thunderstorm headed towards Holly Springs. Here in Memphis, though, we have seen some pretty widespread severe thunderstorm wind gusts. I want to get you some information here. Just south of Turl recently, there was a wind gust measured at 70 miles per hour. That is a measured wind gust by a rooftop anemometer. So some pretty intense winds there. That was with a thunderstorm as well. At the Memphis airport earlier today, there was a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust. That's technically severe. That was at 10:41 this morning, so that was still much earlier as well. And then we also have another gust. This was also measured at 70 miles per hour. That's that wind gust that Trevor mentioned just a little while ago as well. So with these high winds that we've seen, I want to bring in our anchor, Pepper Baker, as we've been seeing several power outages here from MLGW and around the Mid-South. Pepper, do you have any updates on that for us?
Yes, Kit, so I know you said that the weather was coming in really at the Holly Springs area, but we do have the outage map for Shelby County. As we're seeing right now, I'm seeing 98. That's the number of outages. It's affecting about 6,600 customers. Over the last hour, it's been very interesting to see how these numbers have fluctuated. I mean, an hour ago, it was as low as 50, and then it spiked all the way over to 100, and now it's back down to 98. We do know that MLGW, even with it only takes the wind sometimes to have the power go out, but 98.43% of customers are with power. So we're seeing a lot of the affected areas in the Midtown area and then South Memphis, kind of towards the airport here. So again, not total, I mean, for what I've seen in the past with storms to this magnitude, MLGW is pretty much holding strong. You did talk about flights out at the Memphis airport. I've been tracking that as well all day. I'm seeing now that the cancellations it was 2 for a while, and now I'm seeing up to 4. And those are departures from Memphis going towards Charlotte, Chicago. There's another one that was canceled going towards Phoenix. And 2 to Chicago have been canceled now. And a lot of the delays were starting around like 30 minutes, and now I'm seeing more of those afternoon flights getting delayed further and further, more so over an hour now. So we're seeing the flight starting to take some effect. It's not totally clear whether it is weather related, which of course I wouldn't want to be in an airplane right now if we were going through these storms. I'm also seeing here, if we can pull up the Weather Watchers Facebook group, or at least I want to remind you all that we do have our Weather Watchers Facebook group where you can go in and you can put in any pictures of storms, or safely. Of course, we want to make sure we alert you that if you can get to a safe place and do so, you can scan this QR code that we have on the screen here and upload any weather-related pictures. I've seen some from Covington, Tennessee coming in, and yes, very dark clouds. It's really miraculous to kind of see it in real time when you all do help us out with those visuals. And we're also on Facebook. I'm looking at the live stream right now. We can interact with you all in real time if you can. Go and give us questions. We can ask Kit and Trevor in real time. If you can go to our Facebook page, look at this live stream, you all can actually type in, and I'm seeing it right here. Someone had wrote in that Candace Konecki said, my husband is currently stuck in Covington and we live in Memphis. So yes, this is our Weather Watchers Facebook page where we're seeing April Lynn Fisher. She posted about Covington, Tennessee, and then now we're moving down to Brighton and Covington where we're seeing those dark, very big clouds there. Doing so, of course, hopefully safely. So this really helps us get visuals of what you all are seeing from your home here. So if you can go to our Weather Watchers Facebook group and post there, that really helps us out. This one was from earlier in on Mud Island. I think that's Harbor Town. From what I see on my end, that was raindrops were coming in there. And as we see this, we're also tracking these storms in real time with the radar with Kit and Trevor. And as we see, this is in Shelby County, mostly, well, not the Covington ones, but the one in Harbor Town. That was from over an hour ago. And they are, again, tracking those storms. Holly Springs, Mississippi, I believe. So let's go over to Kit Thomas, who is waving me down for a little bit of an update. Kit, what you got over there?
Yeah, I want to respond to Candace, who was talking about her husband is in Covington. Covington's still presently under a tornado warning, but this is going to expire. They're just allowing it to time out at 4:45. Covington is no longer under a tornado threat, so I'll give you that information there. However, we do have severe thunderstorms moving into parts of the Memphis area. Of course, I'll get back to that in just a moment. I want to give you an update on the Holly Springs tornado warning. This has been trimmed back a little bit, so if you're south around the Sardis Lake area, you are no longer within that tornado warning. However, if you're several miles north of the Sardis Lake area there into parts of Marshall County, still under that tornado threat and still seeing that rotation with that thunderstorm presently. So we're still seeing that area of rotation. You can see just a little bit of that gray shade and the green shade, excuse me. That's where we've got the rotation on that storm, and that's headed towards Holly Springs. Now, I mentioned that severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for East Memphis, out to Collierville, into parts of, once again, Fayette County. We've seen numerous warnings there into eastern Fayette County today. This severe thunderstorm warning, we'll give you that info on the screen there. That's for radar indicated threat until 5:45 this evening. The threat being 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. Again, baseline. But this is where we're starting. We issue that severe thunderstorm warning, and then that threat could build. So one thing I'll have you sort of compare between these two thunderstorms, where we have that tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warning, they have a very similar shape. You've got sort of that kidney bean shape there and on this one as well, but this one doesn't have quite as much of that hook echo appendage structure as we see with the one heading towards Holly Springs. We may see that develop. So Hernando, be prepared. You'll hear that heavy rainfall start very shortly within the next 5 minutes or so. But I want to swap back over to radars. We've had a recent scan come through, an update, just to see if there's any update on that rotation. Doesn't look like it, but that's heading very quickly towards the Galena area. Mariana, Chulahoma, of course, you're within that rotation, that very broad rotation now. You should be in your safe place. Mariana, eventually to Holly Springs. Mariana sort of up next. So if you aren't in your shelter yet, make sure you have the app on your phone. If you're watching us on TV, you can download it when you get to your shelter, and we'll keep providing you coverage on that as well. But Holly Springs Interstate 22 corridor, that rotation is eventually going to cross over I-22, so we'll keep that in mind as well. That's where we're seeing that, again, Old Highway 4, that's where it sort of turns towards Holly Springs there, where we could see that rotation move in. I want to investigate some of the velocity here with Arkabutla towards Coldwater. Nothing really stands out to me of any rotation here. If we keep that in mind, just where we're seeing some of that mess of stuff, that's all in clear air. So the main thunderstorm is up here towards Love on I-55 there, almost to Hernando, not quite there yet. All of the chaos that's happening in here, some of those weak cells that are starting to merge in, we're starting to see that storm gain some intensity, but over the last 10 minutes, we've had this swath of lightning with that thunderstorm. And of course, a recent update with that radar scan. I want to get just further confirmation on that velocity. It doesn't look like it's anything better for either of these thunderstorms, so that's good to see. Whenever I say better, I mean more a more consolidated structure on that. That's not necessarily a better situation. But looking up towards Jackson, that tornado warning that was confirmed earlier, this is in Madison County for anyone who's outside our viewing area who's been tuned in. There's still a couple areas of rotation. There's 2 areas now within this tornado warning. Remember, we've been talking about this being sort of multi-cell complex where we've got numerous potentials for tornadoes. So you can see they've got that one there and then that one there. Earlier, this leading cell had a confirmed tornado and also had reports of a wall cloud near the Jackson area. Jackson, if you have any friends who's up there, let them know they need to remain sheltered because that initial tornado threat has passed. But now we have sort of a second area of rotation here. We've got one right there and one right there on the backside. So it's sort of a twin supercell setup there for that thunderstorm. It's a better picture. You can kind of see what I was talking about earlier, that couplet shape to, or the couplet representation well north of Jackson, just outside of Carroll, a bright pixel of green next to a bright pixel of red. That very well could be a tornado developing very soon. I want to switch over to the debris detector. I really don't see anything that would be indicating that. Of course, we look for the blue and we look towards the south. We've got a big bright spot of blue outside of Jackson there, but the thing is, this is in what is clear air, so that would not be where a tornado is. So that's not confirmation of a tornado at this point. Holly Springs, I want to get back to you one more time before I toss it back over to Trevor, see if he's gotten any new information for us. Of course, these storms rotating broadly, but we got to treat them as if they are on the ground because these kinds of storms, this kind of setup can develop very quickly, and you always want to be in your safe place just in case it does drop down. Trevor, do you have anything new for us?
Yeah, Kit, just want to pass along some information and then kind of do a reset here as we come up on 5 o'clock. Dyer County, you were in a tornado warning a bit ago. That tornado warning has been lifted. For the kids that were still in buses, Dyer County Schools letting us know that they are being taken to the nearest school to shelter. But now that that tornado warning is over for Dyer County, I'm going to assume they're getting back on the buses and on the way home. But for those kids that were in Dyer County when the warning was out about 15 minutes ago, they were being taken to the nearest school for shelter. If we can get an update on that now that the warning is over, we'll try to pass that along. But again, I do just want to kind of do a broad reset as we come up on 5 o'clock. More and more people are getting home and tuning in. For right now, East Arkansas, nice and quiet. There are some showers, but nothing we're concerned about right now in eastern Arkansas. A couple of things to watch in West Tennessee. We're going to start there. We did have a tornado warning earlier for Tipton and Lauderdale. That's cleared up, so we now have no tornado warning for those counties. That storm up near Dyersburg now seems to be weakening and moving away. We have a tornado warning near Jackson, Tennessee. This storm actually produced a tornado earlier, and it is moving off to the north and east. That's thankfully moving away from our area. Now, North Mississippi for right now, that's kind of where the action is. We have several thunderstorms. We've got one here near Hernando. That is a storm that is producing hail and high wind gusts. We'll track that out for you. We've got a storm here right near Walnut, Mississippi, kind of on that Highway 72 corridor, right between northern Tippah County and southern Hardeman County, and then a couple of storms way out in northeastern McNairy County. But I do want to start with our tornado warning that we still have in effect, because that is kind of the most important thing that we are following. We still have a tornado warning in place for Marshall County, Mississippi. And that is going to go until, let's see here, that's going to go until 5 o'clock. So this storm kind of just about to cross I-22. I know Holly Springs, you're starting to get some rain, you're starting to get some hail. If there is a tornado, it is going to be back near Mariana. So you see where that kind of appendage is coming down from the storm. That's where we probably have some rotation. And that is just to the north, kind of where Highway 4 curves up to go to Holly Springs. So that backside of that storm, that's where there is some possible rotation. No indication that this thing is on the ground right at this second as we speak, but again, it's one of those days where tornadoes can touch down quickly. So I still want you to pay attention to this. If you're in Holly Springs, go ahead and shelter, be in your safe place. Again, that's the center room on the middle of your house and away from windows. Kind of the hallway, that center hallway is going to be the best place to be. This storm's also producing inch-size hail, so probably a good bet to be away from those windows anyway. I'll check out the velocity on this. These are the wind speeds and directions within the storm. There is still some rotation in here. It's not an incredible signature of some spin, but there is some rotation here. This is going to be near Mariana, kind of just to the south and west of Holly Springs. There's Smith Grove Road. I'll see if I can put some more roads on here for you. Quailwood Road is right here. And then off to the north, we've got Mariana Road. And then this is all, again, just to the north and west. That is going to be from Highway 4, kind of right where it curves up. So again, that is our area of rotation. And as I zoom out here, I just kind of want to track that off to the north and the east. This thing's moving very quickly at about 55 miles an hour. That puts it in Holly Springs by about the top of the hour. So for about the next 10 minutes, Holly Springs, I need you in your safe place just to be on the safe side. This thing could wrap up very quickly here. And again, we're continuing to see indications from the National Weather Service that this batch of storms is kind of going to be the one to watch as it moves into southwest Tennessee. This is the one that could continue to intensify and pose a tornado risk through about 7 o'clock. So again, Holly Springs, you're going to be up first with this one. You're next in line, I should say, 5:01 p.m. And then eventually toward Michigan City. That's right on the Tennessee-Mississippi state line, right between Benton County and southern Fayette County, southern Hardeman County. So Holly Springs 5:01, Michigan City at 5:21 as all of these storms move off to the north and east. So that's kind of the one thing we're watching right at this moment. There is a thunderstorm back in DeSoto County that bears watching. It's a very strong thunderstorm now. This is going to be kind of between Hernando and Lewisburg along 269. There are no indications of serious rotation with this. We'll watch it, but as we turn on the hail detector, you can see that the radar indicated some hail just about 5 or 6 minutes ago down near Love, and that's now to the east of Hernando. And then some also very high wind gusts in here. We could see 60 or so miles an hour of wind gust, even though this thing does not have a tornado warning on it. And that's going to be coming into the eastern portion of Shelby County as well. We'll get the latest bulletin on this and kind of track this storm out for the next couple of minutes here. This thing is moving, this particular storm moving at about 50 miles an hour. So off to the northeast at 50. We'll get that storm track ready for you. This is going to be mainly up toward Olive Branch, Collierville, Germantown areas as we track that out near Olive Branch at 4:58. Handy Corner at 5:01, crossing into Tennessee and then into Germantown by 5:10. 517 into Cordova, 518 in Fisherville, 524 in Lakeland, 528 in Oakland, and 530 into Arlington. So again, for right now, this is not a tornado warned storm, but this is the closest one to the Memphis metro. This is one we'll watch very carefully as it moves off to the north and east. But for right now, the main concern with this one is going to be some hail and high wind gusts. Again, that's in DeSoto County right now, coming into Olive Branch, and that's going to go through the eastern portion of Shelby County. That's what we've got that severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for. Zooming out to just kind of reset here as we take a broad look across the Mid-South, we still do have that tornado warning for Marshall County. The other tornado warning you see on your screen, I know you're seeing some red boxes up there, that is for near Jackson, Tennessee, eventually moving off toward Lexington, Tennessee. That's moving away. It's moving to the east of us. It is not going to impact us any longer. We're going to have to watch for all of these storms that are continuing to develop. It's almost like little popcorns that are popping up on the radar that are continuing to develop and could continue to mature. We also have the line of thunderstorms back off to the west. As we scoot over to the Little Rock radar, we can see very serious storms there, high wind gusts, hail, and even a couple of tornadoes possible with that. But what we're most concerned about as we scoot back here closer to home is going to be those little popcorn thunderstorms that pop up. Those are going to be the ones that very quickly can intensify and strengthen. I do want to get one more look here. Really, the most concerning thing for now is going to be that Marshall County thunderstorm right over Holly Springs. If there's a tornado in this thing, it's going to be quickly coming up on I-22 just north of Holly Springs. Rotation still not insanely intense with this storm, but there is a possibility that this thing could spin up very quickly. And again, that's going to be crossing I-22 near Holly Springs. So if you are in Holly Springs right now, be sure to be in your tornado safe place. And again, we also have that storm back in DeSoto County that could be a little bit stronger. I do want to remind you here, things are unfortunately kind of just getting started. We do have a tornado watch that is in effect for all of the Mid-South. This is going to go until 12 midnight. All the areas in yellow, they are under that tornado watch for the next little bit. Again, that's going to go until 12 midnight. So we've got about 12 more hours left on this thing. And that severe weather threat is going to continue through then. This is kind of just the beginning. These are these isolated storm cells ahead of the main storm line, but any of these isolated storms that can pop up, they are going to have the potential to turn strong to severe. I'm going to have to watch these little storms down to the south in the Mississippi Delta. These guys down here are going to have the ability to become severe as well. That's one coming into Coahoma County and Clarksdale, one near Marble, Arkansas, coming up toward Helena, West Helena, and then this other storm kind of just to the south and west. There's Pine Bluff, Arkansas, so we're kind of south and west of there, south of Stuttgart, Arkansas. That is going to be headed eventually into our area as well. So a very active radar already. Things will become more and more active as we get further on into the night. So be sure to stay with us. Even if you're not under a warning right now, you want to make sure you have those phone alerts on, especially later tonight as you try to go to sleep. Make sure you have the noise making on, where an alert will wake you up if a storm is issued for your location, if one is headed your way. And then also you want to know where your safe place is. If a thunderstorm is coming to your neighborhood, you need to know where you do want to seek shelter. So we're going to keep watching this all for the next little bit. We got several more hours of these storms to go. For us here in Memphis, we'll kind of take a look outside. This is a live look in downtown. And what I'm going to try to do here is swing this camera around just a little bit back toward the south and west because that is where that storm is coming in from, down toward Lewisburg, Olive Branch areas. We'll actually almost swing this thing due south to see if we can get a view of this thunderstorm. And this is our camera on top of the Southern College of Optometry. This is in Midtown Memphis. It doesn't look like we're going to get an insanely good view. Methodist Hospital kind of right there blocking some of this. But as we zoom out, actually a slightly better view here, we'll be able to get a better view. And this camera does take a moment to catch up here as we work on that internet connection here. It is slowly making its way around, but there is a really great view of this storm, the one down in Olive Branch that's producing some hail and high wind gusts, kind of the view from Memphis as we look back toward the south and west. Again, this storm, not a tornado warning for DeSoto County right now. But we do have that potential of some hail and high wind gusts through DeSoto County right now. There you see that view of the storm. So again, this is from the Southern College of Optometry in Midtown looking to the south at that storm in DeSoto County. So that's what it looks like kind of in real life in the clouds. And then we'll zoom back down to that thunderstorm as it's coming through Olive Branch right now. This is one to watch, folks. This is a very mature thunderstorm. Olive Branch, hail for sure. Collierville, Germantown, you're going to kind of be next in line. We're still watching also that tornado warned storm back near Holly Springs. This one, not insanely impressive to me right at this moment. I don't see any indication for sure that this thing is producing a tornado, but again, that tornado warning is in effect, I believe, for about the next minute or so. So we will watch that one carefully, but for sure, thunderstorms continue to develop across the Mid-South, and again, this is just the start of what is going to be a very active evening and a very active night. So we are going to take a moment here as we come up on the top of the hour. Of course, normally we would be starting ABC 24 News at 5 p.m. That will not be happening tonight. The news is going to be weather. So we're going to continue to develop and continue to follow this severe weather situation here over the next little bit. We, again, have several more hours of thunderstorms, but we are going to take a pause here to reset as we come up on the top of the hour to start ABC 24 News at 5 p.m.
Well, thank you for joining us on the news at 5 o'clock. Today is what we call a weather impact alert day. Meteorologist Kit Thomas is joining us. This is our reset as you all have been doing such a great job of keeping everyone safe. So where has already been hit and where are you all tracking now?
We've seen a lot of northern Mississippi and western Tennessee. East Arkansas has been fairly quiet so far, though they're not going to be clear for the entire event. We still have that chance of storms through the remainder of this evening and into the overnight.
Okay, and as we just saw Trevor kind of finish focusing on Marshall County, Mississippi. So where can you say around the Holly Springs area is facing right now?
Yeah, Holly Springs is still under a tornado warning at this hour, so we're continuing to keep eyes on that storm as well. We've seen numerous severe thunderstorm warnings also. We've had reports of golf ball size hail. We've had a couple reports of wall clouds and funnel clouds, of course, precursors to tornadoes. And it's not only been the tornado threat, it's also been the hail threat as well. And we've seen severe wind gusts leading to a lot of power outages from MLGW.
Absolutely. We are tracking the power outages. We also have this live streaming on our Facebook pages right now. So if you want to go to our Facebook page and share some of what you all are seeing out there safely, please visit our Facebook page and upload those as well. All right, Kid, I'm going to have you take it away now and see what the radar is looking like.
Yeah, let's go ahead and send things over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett, who has been tracking these storms with me over the last 2.5 hours now. Trevor, what are you looking at and what's up next for us?
Yeah, Kid, as we kind of reset here at the top of the hour again, normally you would be joining us for ABC 24 News at 5. That is not going to happen this evening, but we are going to keep a close eye on the radar and this developing severe weather situation. I do want to kind of take a broad view at the radar as, again, a lot of folks just getting home, trying to get home from work. We understand that. I will tell you right now, there is no active tornado warning in the Mid-South. That tornado warning for Marshall County has been allowed to expire. That's great news. I told you a little bit ago, it was just not looking all that impressive to me. And so they have allowed that tornado warning to expire. It has gone away. Right now, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings. That's a tornado warning up there north of Jackson, Tennessee. That's moving away from the Mid-South. That one's not going to impact us. But we have all these little thunderstorms that are trying to, I'll use a big word here, kind of percolate between Little Rock and Memphis. We've got some down near Clarksdale. All of these will have the possibility to become strong to severe, producing large hail, damaging wind gusts, and potentially some tornadoes. So we're going to still be watching here, even though right now the scene is a little more quiet. It's still something we're going to watch. For right now, East Arkansas is quiet. Most of West Tennessee, quiet for right now, at least the area that we cover. Again, we've got that tornado warning near Jackson going away. There are 2 storms in North Mississippi that are moving into Tennessee. And both of those are getting a little stronger here. So we're going to kind of jump right into those and talk about these 2 storms. I'll start with that one that just went through Holly Springs. This one just a little bit ago was showing some signs of rotation that has weakened and gone away. So we no longer have a tornado warning for that. That's some good news for at least right now. That is still producing some high wind gusts and hail north of Holly Springs on 7, coming up toward Michigan City, eventually toward Bolivar. This storm could easily re-intensify. So if you are in the path of this storm, that's Fayette, Hardin counties there, keep an eye on this one because, again, that could easily ramp back up. I'm getting a little more concerned about this guy right here over Olive Branch, and I want to kind of zoom in and investigate it with you. We'll kind of do it together. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for DeSoto County, Olive Branch, and then up into Shelby County as well, because this storm is about to cross the Tennessee state line into Germantown and Collierville. Right now, it's a hail and a very high wind threat. And again, here is the actual report just coming in. It sounds like we've got some golf ball sized hail along Interstate 269. So again, that's where that storm just came through. So this storm over Olive Branch producing potentially golf ball sized hail. That's about 1.5 inches to 1.25 inches sized hail. I do want to investigate here for just a little bit any rotation that we see in this, because any storm today is going to have the potential to spin and it's going to have the potential to produce tornadoes. So I want to switch over to the velocity mode, and what we're going to watch here, these are, of course, we call these the greens and the reds. These are your winds inside the storm. Red is going in one direction, it's going away from the radar. Green is going toward the radar, and you don't want these to get too close and you don't want them to get too bright. The brighter the colors in here, the stronger the winds, and so once these get a little closer together and brighten up, that's when we have some rotation. That's when we could see a tornado warning. I do not see that right now, but this is a very mature thunderstorm that is likely going to continue to grow as it moves into Shelby County and into Tennessee. Again, right now, a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to go for eastern Shelby County. This one will miss the core of the city of Memphis, but if you're in Cordova, Arlington, Lakeland, Collierville, and then eastern Fayette County, Oakland, I know you got some hail earlier, but this storm is going to be headed back in your direction, and you could get a little bit more hail coming down. We've already had several hail reports across the mid-south here, and we'll zoom in just a little bit more here. Again, this is this storm near Olive Branch, and this is coming into Shelby County. Let me mute that dinging for you. Sorry, that's the weather alerts coming through, but they are not for our area. I don't want to keep annoying you with that. So again, this severe thunderstorm warning for DeSoto, Shelby, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So we'll track this out at least over the next 30 minutes or so off to the north and east. So this is the storm track for that storm over Olive Branch coming into Shelby County and Fayette County. Germantown in about 5 minutes. Germantown, you're probably going to see some high wind gusts and hail about 5 minutes from now. Fisherville at 5:17, Cordova at 5:18. It'll be near Eads at about 5:21, Oakland at 5:26, and then Arlington at 5:32, eventually toward Galloway at 5:34. So again, right now there's no tornado warning on this storm. No indication of any serious rotation, at least not right now, but it's a day we have to watch these storms. Anytime you get a storm like this that really can blossom up, it can easily become a little stronger and possibly produce a tornado. So at a minimum, this storm is producing high wind gusts and hail, but we're going to have to watch for the next little bit for a tornado potential as well. I'll zoom back out and reset one more time, and then we'll get over to meteorologist Kit Thomas as well. Ping pong ball sized hail coming into Shelby County, so that's still a dangerous storm. That's the one I was just tracking out for you. These are kind of the only two we're watching for right now. Everything else, yes, there are a couple of showers, but there's nothing of concern at this moment, except for that storm in Olive Branch and the one north of Holly Springs. Both of those are severe thunderstorm warnings producing high wind gusts and hail. We're going to keep a very close eye on that storm, especially the one coming into Shelby County that's dropping some hail. We really have to watch these storms back here. Those are likely the ones that will face a tornado potential as they come into eastern Arkansas and into the city of Memphis eventually, even into West Tennessee and North Mississippi. We do have team coverage this evening. It will continue for the evening. I'm meteorologist Trevor Burchett. We're going to send things over to meteorologist Kit Thomas. He's also been keeping a close eye on things. Kit, what do you see? What do you know?
Well, I want to take a quick view of the tornado watch. This is a broad view of all of the threats that we have for the evening right now. Of course, we've got a tornado warning outside of our viewing area up I-40, and then we've got those two severe thunderstorm warnings shaded in the bright yellow there around the Memphis and Holly Springs area. But that pale yellow that's across the map underneath everything, that is a tornado watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation, and this is the phrasing that the Storm Prediction Center puts on particularly or specific high-end threat amounts for tornadoes, wind, and hail threats. Wind gusts are expected to be up to 80 miles per hour. We are not yet in the wind side of this. That wind event is going to be taking place later on tonight as the storms come in from Arkansas. Right now we're under the main hail and tornado threat. Hail up to 2 inches. We've seen reports of hail up to golf ball and baseball size across much of these storms already. And we're looking at the threat for several long tornadoes across the area. They could be very strong as well. We've got several flood alerts out across much of the region. This is a particularly dangerous situation, flood watch across our area. And we can already see some of those blue shaded outlines. Those are flood warnings, flash flood warnings across parts of northwestern Arkansas. We're likely to see some of those ourselves here in the next several hours. Looking over the last 2 hours here, we've had numerous thunderstorms that all have sort of that kidney bean shape, a clear sign that they are all rotating and are very sheared. This is a very sheared environment where winds are going 2 different directions. The motion is pushing them up towards the north and east, but they're sort of getting blown southeast, and that's how you're getting that curled shape to those storms across our viewing area. So looking right now at the most recent update for the radar here across the Collierville area, the rain's going to be picking up. You've already seen thunderstorms in Collierville. This is what we were saying earlier if you were watching our coverage much earlier in the afternoon. We're likely to see places getting re-warned. So we're not going to be in the clear after an individual warning is canceled. We are going to have multiple thunderstorms here through the late afternoon. And then we have another round of severe storms coming in later on tonight. That's already ongoing around the Little Rock area, up to around Batesville, Arkansas as well. Some severe thunderstorm warnings outside of our viewing area, but we're starting to see some of those storms take on that curled structure that we were talking about just down the I-40 corridor there towards Carlisle. So these storms around Woodruff County up towards Jackson County, they might begin to clip into some of our far northwestern counties that we saw earlier this week. Also had some severe thunderstorms. The thing is, this isn't the only severe thunderstorm threat that we have this week. We're going to have more storms tomorrow, more storms Friday and Saturday, and then we will be clear and quiet on our Sunday as well. So that's going to be a long ride. A lot of heavy rain is expected. Of course, that's where we have those flood watches out across our area. But the good news is that these thunderstorms, at least in our whole viewing area, we are no longer under any tornado warnings. So that's something that we can say with a bit of relief for the moment, but things could still pick back up very quickly. The thing is, anytime we have these kinds of events, they can go in waves where we have a period of some intensity for those thunderstorms, and then sometimes we can back off just a little bit and we don't have quite as much activity. I do want to give some analysis here across East Memphis, though, with this severe thunderstorm warning. Around Collierville, Germantown, east of Memphis, I should specify. These storms are going to be headed up towards that Raleigh-LaGrange Drive area there, just between Collierville and Fisherville, around the next 5 minutes or so. That heavy rainfall is coming down pretty good, but there might still be some hail embedded within this. And it looks like we had some small hail just around the Olive Branch area recently. This severe thunderstorm warning is for up to ping pong ball size hail, so that's up to 1.5 inches in diameter. But it looks like in recent scans that has gone down, so that's some good news. But the thing is, this is very close to the radar site, which is right up there in Millington. So we're starting to see lower and lower in the column of the cloud. Imagine my tie as the column of the thunderstorm. The radar very far away can intersect the whole top to bottom of the storm. But as it gets closer down to the surface, that's where we're starting to see a little bit of uncertainty of what's happening in the mid and upper levels of that storm. So we might still see the chance for some large hail within this storm presently. So we've got to keep that in mind here around the Collierville area and on up towards Cordova as well. South Haven, you're seeing some pretty intense rain right now, maybe some lightning. I'll get that on the map as well, as we've seen a ton of lightning with these storms so far today. We've seen some of those winds also kicking up. and those storms are rolling through. Now, northern parts here of the Holly Springs area. Holly Springs no longer under the tornado warning. Of course, we had that last hour. No longer under the severe thunderstorm warning either. But here into the northern part of the county where we still have that severe thunderstorm warning, we do have the tornado possible tag. And this is something we may see again with some of these storms later on this evening, where a tornado warning is canceled, but they reissue a severe thunderstorm warning in its place with that tornado possible. Earlier today, we had them before the tornado warning where it may develop into, but this is now a redevelopment chance with that storm. So Benton, Marshall County are the areas where we have that. On the northern side of these regions here is where we've got that severe thunderstorm warning. So looking a little bit closer here, the Mount Pleasant area, this is Highway 72. You're going to see some very heavy rainfall and possibly some frequent lightning with these storms as well. Of course, down the highway here towards Michigan City, we're not seeing a whole lot there. Things could still pick up pretty quickly. Lamar in the clear zone right now, but could still see some lightning, of course, around your area too. Looking back at the Memphis metro, we've got several areas of thunderstorms that are producing some pretty frequent hail right now. If we get a quick investigation of how much how much lightning we've seen with these storms. Just in the last 10 minutes, we've had 100 strikes of lightning. Not the most continuous lightning we've ever seen, but still abundant lightning. And that is something that can happen. It can strike several miles away from a thunderstorm. So as things are pretty quiet right now, that is some good news. I'll ask our producer if we have one of our reporters who are out in the field this evening, if they are available for an update. Pepper's telling me we do, so I'll send things over to Pepper and she'll send things out to the field.
Well, it's pretty quiet over in Marion, Arkansas right now, but that is where our Desmond Nugent is live, and we're going to go over to him in just a minute. You know, a lot of preparation ahead of these storms in Marion, Arkansas. They actually used sandbags. Being a Florida girl myself, I'm very familiar with using sandbags during events like this. And actually, the Marion High School football team distributed these sandbags. And moments like these, you really get to see the stories of how communities start coming together and really helping each other. And that was the case in Marion, Arkansas, as well as all the other places in the Mid-South at the moment. But Arkansas, as you could see from Trevor and Kit, is quite quiet at the moment. They're not seeing the most impact from the radar at this particular time, but our Desmond Nugent is there. I'm trying to get word to see if he is ready now, but it seems my audio is out. But until we do that, we are, I believe he's waiting. Oh yeah, we do have him. All right, so we're gonna go over to Desmond Nugent now. He's gonna tell us about all those preparations ahead of this. Desmond?
Pepper, as you just said earlier, it has been quiet out here in Marion, Arkansas for a little bit. And as you said earlier, the Marion, Arkansas high school football team and the 8th grade high school football team were able to work together to deliver sandbags and fill the sandbags up to give people as they are preparing for these storms. But right now, I want to get out the way so you can see that there is sand still accessible here at the Marion Sports Complex, where people are able to fill up their the sandbags themselves and take it home. Just to keep their home safe. Their traffic has been people have been coming here in and out the last 30 to 45 minutes. It was just about 10 to 15 people here, and as you can see, more people are continuing to come out here. One gentleman to my left, if my photographer can go over there, he has about 10 to 15 sandbags himself. I believe he has his wife there with him. And again, you can see people are just filling up their bags because the storm is headed out here in the Marion, Arkansas area. Again, sand is accessible for people who are looking to fill up a sandbag to keep their home protected as much as they can from any specific or preventable water damage. Live in Marion, Arkansas, I'm Desmond Nugent.
And again, it is just nice to see that people are out there helping each other in times like this. Sandbags are a great way. Looks like that they are not getting too impacted at the very moment. We're gonna toss it back over to meteorologist Kit Thomas. Marion, Arkansas, a little bit in the clear right now, Kit, but I know other areas of the Mid-South are getting hit. What are you seeing on the radar right now?
Yeah, so far Arkansas has been pretty quiet this evening, though we do still have some thunderstorms just to the west of our viewing area. You can see those just down I-40 there. But also back towards the southwest, out past Duluth and Dumas there, we've got some pretty intense hail with that thunderstorm there. This is for destructive hail, potential for up to baseball-sized hail there just outside of Star City and Grady. So, Arkansas, while you are quiet right now, we don't want you to be too comfortable. Of course, we could still see those thunderstorms developing very soon across this area. We haven't really seen a whole lot of rainfall just yet. Many of these areas have seen, around an inch or so at best, but the rainfall event is going to unfold a little bit later on. And I wonder if meteorologist Trevor Burchett is ready with some information on some of the rain that we've had across this area. Trevor?
Yeah, Kit, great info there. And obviously we were telling you that, yes, we're concerned about dangerous weather this evening and tonight, but we are also concerned about a flooding potential that's going to develop for the next few days. So since our newscast is not happening as normal, I did just want to kind of do a brief recap of what we're expecting tonight and what's going to come for the next few days. We do have a level 5 out of 5 severe weather risk for this evening and tonight. Pretty serious situation here with all the ingredients in place for some pretty significant severe weather. North Mississippi in a 4 out of 5, but that's still a very high risk. Intense thunderstorms expected to continue to develop. We've seen a couple of storms, nothing incredibly serious yet, aside from maybe a little bit of hail in some spots. I think we have some photos of that we can share with you a little later on. But I just want to kind of recap for you this weather impact alert, not only for today, but for the next several days for these severe thunderstorms tonight and the flooding for the next few days. So we're going to have several rounds of storms starting this evening into tonight, tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. We have several days of rain on the way. That is going to lead to a very serious flooding potential for the next few days, 10 to 12 inches in some spots. And again, a severe weather potential as well, especially this evening and into tonight. As far as this evening goes, from now through 1 in the morning, high wind gusts, those are definitely likely, especially later on tonight with some stronger thunderstorms. Tornado potential high as well. I do expect tornadoes in the Mid-South. That is not a very high potential that they will happen in your specific neighborhood, but there is a very high chance of tornadoes somewhere in the Mid-South. Large hail and heavy flooding rain, also a concern. We're going to stop this now. We have a tornado warning that's coming out. We'll get back to that forecast later on. It's the storm we were just talking about here in Shelby County. This is a tornado warning coming out for Shelby. I believe this might be the one. We'll wait to see which storm it is, but we know it's going to come for Fayette County. Might be this little guy right here. I'll wait until the official bulletin comes out. Funnel cloud reported on this thunderstorm right now. Let's see if we can get a look at the rotation and kind of get an idea of which one it might be. Hard to tell from that, so we'll just wait on the Weather Service's word and see which one it is. But like we told you, any of these storms, we were just saying on those storm threats, any storm today could quickly spin up one of those tornadoes, and that risk could actually increase even more over the next few hours. So there's the tornado warning. So it's actually going to be that guy way over there. So this is southern Fayette County. It's the storm I actually told you about a little bit ago. This was the storm that came through Holly Springs. And I told you a heads up, if you were in Bolivar, the Weather Service was indicating that that storm was going to continue to strengthen and move to the north and east. So that possible tornado now in a funnel cloud right on the Tennessee-Mississippi state line. It's going to pass north of Grand Junction, come up toward Hickory Valley, and eventually toward Bolivar. And again, this is a new tornado warning that's going to go until 6:15. We'll zoom out here, zoom in, I should say, get a little bit of a better indication. So there's 45. That is on Highway 57. Here's Michigan City and then Highway 72 down in North Mississippi. So that black line right there, that is the Tennessee-Mississippi state line. This potential tornado is right on that, and it's going to come up pretty close to Grand Junction and then follow up Tennessee 18, eventually up toward Bolivar. So if you are in Hardeman County, I need you in your safe place. Even if you're in southern Fayette County, this is going to kind of clip that southern corner of Fayette County out near 45 on Highway 57 over toward Grand Junction as well. If you are out in these areas, be in your safe place. And again, this also does include Bolivar. So we're going to zoom out here just a little bit, and I want to kind of give you a broad view of where this warning goes, because it is a large tornado warning box that they've drawn. That's that red polygon that you see there. This is southern Fayette County, the southeastern corner of Fayette County. Somerville, this will miss you, but it's southeastern Fayette County. That's where the storm is now, and it's going to follow up toward Bolivar and eventually close to Jackson, Tennessee. So Hardeman County and Bolivar, you need to be in your safe place now. That storm now fully into Tennessee. So that storm has now left Mississippi. It's in Tennessee near 45. That is a town right there on Tennessee 57. And this is moving off to the northeast pretty quickly as we check this morning, moving off at, let's see, this is 50 miles an hour, northeast at 50 miles an hour. So we'll get a storm track on that possible tornado and where it's going to be headed. LaGrange at 524, Hickory Valley at 535, Bolivar 547. So you've got over 15 minutes. If you're in Bolivar, that is when this possible tornado will be there. So that is an early heads up for Bolivar. If you know someone there, make sure you give them a call. Make sure they know that this storm is headed their way. Tune at 555, Mercer at 601, and then Pinson, Tennessee. That's in southern Madison County. I had to think about that one for a second. Just south of Jackson. That's going to be headed on up there as well. So Bolivar and even Hickory Valley, 535 into Hickory Valley, and then Bolivar by about 547. This storm continuing to show decent signs of some rotation in here. I'm going to zoom back in kind of in a tighter view now that we have the storm track out of the way and we know where this is going. Again, you see that hook. We've been talking about that hook all day when you get that backwards or I guess forward C shape back there just south of 45. And again, there's 57. LaGrange, I need you in your safe place. Grand Junction, I need you in your safe place. That possible tornado going to be on the back end of that storm. I'll see if I can get you some more roads in here just so you get kind of a better idea of where this thing is and where it could be headed. Here's Yeager Drive. We got, that's also Yeager Drive, Beasley Drive, Ewell Road, National Championship Drive. We got Highway 18 right there. So there's Highway 18 and Highway 57. Again, that's right there at Grand Junction. You should know where that is if you know Fayette County and Hardeman County. That possible tornado back here south of 45 moving off to the northeast. I do want to check back in here with the rotation detector and just see how things are looking as we get a new scan in. We do see that indication that that thing might be trying to curl up just a little bit more. You see, again, that kind of C shape on the back side of that storm. I want to investigate that rotation just a little bit more. We'll go back to our rotation detector. And this is probably the best signature I've seen all day. Kid, I don't know what you think, but it's been a while. I don't think today we've seen a signature quite like this. This is really indicative of some rotation here. And again, what you're seeing, what we're looking at is the wind within the storm. Reds are going to be going away from the radar. The radar's in Millington. Greens going toward the radar in Millington. So right between 45 and LaGrange on Highway 57, a sign of some rotation there that could be a tornado or could be developing into one very quickly. Here's Buckle Way, and right there is the Fayette-Hardeman County line. So here's Grand Junction. That's Highway 18. This is going to be really close to all of that, and again, eventually toward Bolivar. Again, this is the best signature, it seems like to me, that we have seen all day with possible rotation and a possible tornado here near LaGrange, Tennessee in southern Fayette County. So you got to be in your safe place now. If you are in Fayette or Hardeman counties, we'll kind of zoom out just a little bit. And guys, I'll go ahead and let you know back in the back, we're not going to be doing anything else for a while. We're not going to go to any reporters or anything just because we have this situation here with this rotation and a possible tornado. This tornado warning is going to take priority over everything. We'll let you know if we're ready to go to somebody else. But again, that possible tornado on Highway 57, it's going to ride up Highway 18 just to the west of it. So Hickory Valley, and then right at the top of the screen, I'll zoom out just a little bit more here and get a better idea for you. So here's Bolivar. There's the possible tornado right now in southern Fayette County, riding up Highway 18 into Bolivar. And again, we expect it there within about 20 minutes or so. We'll do another storm track on this just to time that out one more time. Now that we're on the wind mode, still putting it in Bolivar by about 5:51. Hickory Valley, you're first though at 5:39. So Hickory Valley and then Bolivar with that possible tornado pretty much right over LaGrange right now. LaGrange, you've got to be in your safe place right now. Again, that's the lowest floor of the building that you're in. Bathroom, closet, hallway. Stay away from windows. Seek shelter in that most interior room. Again, Bolivar by about 5:51 for that possible tornado. Really quick, Kit, I do want to get over to you, but I do want to zoom out first and just kind of give folks that aren't in this warning a view of what is happening in their area, because I don't want you to think we're forgetting about anybody. Kit and I are watching every storm that's popping up in the Mid-South. We've got several in Arkansas. I'm very concerned about those as they come into eastern Arkansas. I'm concerned about this guy down here in northern Coahoma County. That's going to be riding up the Delta. But for right now, the two storms of concern are near Memphis and then that one near LaGrange, Tennessee. So we're going to zoom in really quick. And then, Kit, I want to let you have a look at this tornado warning. But here's what's happening in Memphis right now. We have some hail probably falling along Poplar Avenue. There's Poplar and Germantown Parkway. So this is going to be almost out near like Poplar and Kirby Parkway. There's almost definitely hail falling right now. That's riding up into Cordova, Lakeland, and Arlington. A heads up for you. We've got some pretty decent hail headed your way. On this storm, no sign of a tornado right now. So we do not have a tornado warning for Memphis or Shelby County. What we're concerned about with this storm right now is the hail near Germantown into East Memphis. Right now it's over like Germantown Parkway and Walnut Grove Road, coming up to where the old Super Target used to be in Cordova. So up Germantown Parkway, almost to Interstate 40, likely some large hail falling there. And that is going up toward Wolf Chase, toward Lakeland, toward Arlington. So we're going to watch that hail potential. We are going to come back to that here in just a moment. Dime-sized hail reported at the Weather Service, which is right there on Walnut Grove Road. So that confirms what I just said, that there's hail in there near Cordova, and a heads up to Wolf Chase, Lakeland, and Arlington with that hail coming in. But for right now, our most significant concern is this tornado warning and this possible tornado near LaGrange, Tennessee. Kit, I'm going to get over to you. You've been kind of looking more in depth at this storm and speaking with the Weather Service. What do you see and what are you most concerned about in that storm?
Yeah, I think you lined it out pretty well in detail on that storm. Of course, we've got that very classic hook echo shape to it. It's starting to look a little more organized. It's had a very subtly different shape to it over the last little while, but we're seeing some convergence on some of that eastern side of the storm. Where I'm looking a little more, Trevor, is on this northern side up here. As we're seeing, this is more the inflow, and then this is, of course, that backside outflow there. And that northern side, I think, is where we're seeing greater potential for that that tornado that could be on the ground at any moment, of course. With that storm, though, this isn't the only one that the Weather Service has been monitoring. Of course, we're going to keep an eye on that. Of course, Trevor gave good details of where we need to be sheltered right now, but they've also been looking back towards the Helena, West Helena area on this thunderstorm. They've not yet pulled the trigger on a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. Some hail is in this right now, and it's actually sort of wreaking havoc on some of the velocity that we're seeing from it. So it might not be showing up with the cleanest velocity signature, but it is still something we've got to keep an eye on right now. As we do see a little bit of rotation, again, the hail may be playing some noise with that as well. So we're keeping an eye on that storm presently. Meanwhile, we've got other severe thunderstorm warnings out across eastern Arkansas, just outside of our viewing area, but moving towards places up towards Cross County and Poinsett County. Could see those storms very shortly. I want to get back to the Memphis area, though, as we here in the northeast Memphis area are starting to hear some lightning and rumbles of thunder around our studio. So one thing that I want to sort of show you is we've got some scattered lightning with the storm, with severe thunderstorm warning in Shelby County. Much more abundant lightning with the tornado warned storm here into Fayette, and there's the rain here at our studios. Off towards our east, we've got a lot more lightning with that thunderstorm. Yes, Trevor?
I don't want to interrupt you, but I do want to let you know it looks like they're going to go with the tornado warning for that other storm in Fayette County as well, the one that was right next to that other tornado warning. They're going to go with the tornado warning for this one as well. That's near Moscow, Tennessee. So we're going to have two tornado warnings here in Fayette County, one coming into Hardeman County. So again, this is something we're going to watch. We do have a storm chaser on this. We'll try to check in with them in a bit. But Kit, I'll let you get back to that first storm, and then once that warning comes out, we're going to go back to the other thunderstorm back near Moscow, and we'll see what's going on with that one as they expect to put out a tornado warning. So Moscow, you've got another one coming in. We need you in your safe place, but again, this one coming into Hickory Valley and Bolivar, also under a tornado warning, Kit.
Yeah, of course, whenever we have these storms like this, we saw this just a little while ago up towards Madison County, that storm that moved out of our viewing area. We had that leading storm that had produced a tornado. It was confirmed. And then the following storm right behind that. This is a very similar situation. We sort of have a twin supercell setup here. We've got two distinct thunderstorms. They're still pretty separate as well. So I'll draw them out here. We've got this one here around Grand Junction to Hickory Valley. That's our first supercell, and then we've got the second supercell here back towards Moscow. That's going to be where we're looking at the potential for another tornado warning issued, and they're going to overlap. This is the thing. We've got two storms that we may have just said that it's moved past you, and there's the new tornado warning just starting to populate in there. So I'll go ahead and clear off some of these drawings and get you some of that information on screen. Of course, Fayette Corners, earlier today you were in a tornado warning. You're back in a tornado warning. Somerville within that as well. We'll get that information up until 6:30 this evening. We've got that severe tornado warning for Fayette, Hardeman, and Haywood counties. And then we've got the other tornado warning. Two tornado warnings, remember that. On the other side, of course, Benton, Mississippi County there, Fayette, Hardeman, and eventually Madison County as well. Both of these are radar indicated threats. Whenever we have that radar indicated there, that means we are seeing significant enough rotation in the velocities that would indicate that we've got that wind rotating and bringing the tornado threat. I also see on the corner of my map here, we now have that severe thunderstorm warning for Helena, West Helena. I'll get that information up for you as well. That's until 6:30 this evening. The threats for that thunderstorm is 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that is the baseline. Helena, West Helena, you want to be inside, away from windows, away from doors, just so that you can be safe. Dundee, Clayton, Tunica, of course, you want to also be taking shelter. But back to those two tornado warnings right now. I'll get that velocity back onto your screen so we can look and analyze how these storms are rotating. The thing is, this is kind of perpendicular to where the radar is, but my eye is drawn to this area here where we've got these storms winds blowing away from the radar in Millington and these storm winds blowing towards. There you can see a little bit stronger as well. That's where we're seeing the area of most concern of where we could have a tornado. So if you live in Moscow or if you live up Highway 76 just north of Moscow, this is where you need to be taking shelter right away. If you live out towards Hickory Valley or Newcastle, anywhere in between there, you also want to be seeking shelter at this moment. As we zoom in, I'll get some of this cleared off your screen so we can get down to the street view of these storms. As we have them rolling through. Of course, there's the area around the 45 area there, Highway 57, of course. Then we've got trying to get to Watkins Drive just outside of Moscow. That area is going to be sort of downstream of this next tornado warning there as well. As we look up towards the Newcastle area, latest scan coming in, Hunt Club Way, Mount Comfort Drive. That's around where we have this this present circulation that's just now updated. I want to see what the update is for that one towards Moscow. Nothing significant to update on that. It doesn't look like it's tightened up necessarily. And that's something we've got to keep our eyes peeled for over the next several hours here. As we look at the rotation tracks, it doesn't look like we've had anything in previous strong enough to be showing up on the rotation tracks. It looked like it actually took just a moment to load in there. So just around the Grand Junction area. Very weak. It's on the lower end of the scale, so it's not a jump off the page kind of definite tornado, but we do see the rotation is present, and it is going to present that threat for us. So Plantation Road there between Grand Junction and Hickory Valley, if you live anywhere along that length, you need to be seeking shelter as well with that tornado warning presently. We've seen some hail with some of these thunderstorms as well. Some of the additional threats to that tornado warning is quarter-size hail and strong winds with that. For both of these warnings, we could see up to quarter or 1 inch diameter hail with these storms. Of course, I want to check in with the National Weather Service. Trevor Burchett has also been keeping an eye on these storms. Trevor, have they given any updates on these storms?
Nothing specifically from the National Weather Service on these two. We have had a lot of hail reports coming in, and that is something, of course, we already said was going to be a major concern in addition to this tornado potential. And I always want to try to start with a wide view here and show everybody that's watching, just to show you what's going on. Looking outside of the Mid-South, back in Arkansas, I'm really concerned about that batch of storms as it moves in. When you've got some coming toward you, this storm here is going to be up toward Mariana. So when and Mariana, you've got a couple of storms that bear watching coming to you. We've got this severe thunderstorm warning in southern Tunica County. This is, again, a thunderstorm warning for hail and high wind gusts. It also has that look where it could be trying to spin something up. Any storm today could eventually produce a tornado. So any warning, whether it's a severe thunderstorm or a tornado warning, you need to take seriously. But this one right now is mainly producing hail. That'll come all the way through Tunica County and then eventually into western DeSoto County, Horseshoe Lake down by the casinos, those. That's where that storm is going to be headed. As we get a little closer to the Memphis area, we do have another thunderstorm warning that is going to be for eastern Shelby County. We've got this storm here that's likely producing some hail near Arlington. I don't know. I see we're on the cameras here. Maybe we could look at TDOT and if we could see like I-40 and Canada Road. That would probably be a great one to look at right now near Lakeland. That little purple area you see there along Highway 64, that's just east of Interstate 40. Crossing the interstate right now, Interstate 40 between about Germantown Parkway and the Arlington exit out at Airline Road. Those areas, between those areas, dealing with some very heavy rain, probably some hail out there, and very high wind gusts as well. There's no tornado potential with this storm in Memphis and Shelby County right now, but again, hail is going to be possible as this storm kind of crosses over Interstate 40. I think we have a live picture now from I-40 and Canada Road, and again, that's the area where that storm is kind of crossing right now, and you can see it is treacherous out there. That rain is really coming down. There's probably a little hail mixed in. That might just be a little bit too hard to see on this camera. Might see maybe a little bit of it flying around there, but high wind gusts, heavy rain and hail. Probably not want to be driving out in that. Might come out with a few extra dings in your car. But again, that's I-40 and Canada Road where that storm in Memphis is crossing over right now, at least in Shelby County. So that's the update on that storm. I do want to hop back to the radar. As we track that one generally moving away from Memphis, but Lakeland and Arlington, a heads up for you for some high wind gusts and hail. By far our biggest concern right now, and kind of what we're going to focus on, is these two tornado warnings. This one near Moscow, I'm becoming a little more concerned about. There's probably some very large hail just north of Moscow. We have two storms in Fayette and Hardeman County. Both of these have tornado warnings on them, and they're moving off to the north and east. All of these storms today going to be ripping off to the north and east just at a very fast speed, 50 to 55 miles an hour. This is the loop over the last couple of hours. You can see about the direction those are going off to the north-northeast. Generally, if you follow the warnings, that's going to be the direction they're going. So if you look at where the storm is and how they've drawn the boxes, that's going to be the direction they're headed. So that storm near Moscow is going to be moving off to the north and east into Hardeman County, as is this storm near Hickory Valley right now. We'll put a pause on that radar, and I want to start out with this storm near Moscow because this one is looking concerning. Probably some very large hail. That's probably the best hail signature we've seen all day on 76 north of Moscow, headed up toward Williston. And then the possible tornado is going to be pretty much over Moscow right now. So if you're in Moscow and Fayette County, if you're north of 45, I know we just had that storm come through there, out near LaGrange as well. Those areas need to be back in their safe place for this new storm that's trying to wrap up a tornado near Moscow. Right now, there is no indication or report that we have a tornado that is on the ground at this moment, but they put the tornado warning out because it is possible that one could spin up very quickly. We'll zoom on in here right into Moscow and kind of get a better idea of where this rotation is. There's Hayes, there's Moscow right on 45. Again, that little hook echo probably passing Moscow right now. If that thing is on the ground, it's right over Moscow at this moment. Again, we are going to keep watching with our storm chasers, our spotters, to see what they're seeing out there. Definitely some large hail to the north of all of this, and that possible tornado is going to be right on the back side of it. Let's get to the velocity mode. We'll talk about these winds here. And what you're looking at, again, the reds are going away, greens are coming toward. Definitely a little bit of spin up there. Nothing here that is extremely concerning right now, but we will watch this over the next little bit. We'll see if this can tighten up a little bit. But still, Moscow, you need to be in your safe place right now with that possible. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a funnel cloud on that thing moving off toward Newcastle in the next little bit. We will track that one out at about 50 miles an hour off to the north and east. That particular storm, a major hail threat. Even if there's not a tornado, there is some large hail in there near Moscow right now. That's going to be near Whiteville at 6:04, Bolivar at 6:08, Tune at 6:15, Mercer at 6:19. This one probably a little bit on the north side of Bolivar. But then this other storm, that's going to be an issue for Bolivar itself. We'll get that storm track off of there, and then we'll zoom into this other storm that is almost going to be absorbed by the other one. This is the original storm we were tracking that we gave you the warning for Bolivar for. That possible area of circulation back near Hickory Valley, coming up Middleburg, right along the highway into Bolivar. So I still want you in your safe place in Bolivar. You've got two storms kind of on the way, and that one is also rotating. We'll check in on the velocity on that one. See if there's anything extremely concerning. Definitely some spinning going on back here near Middleburg, just north of Hickory Valley. And again, that possible area of rotation is going to be coming into Bolivar right now. So if you are in Bolivar, definitely want to stay in that tornado safe place for the next little bit here. We'll zoom out and zoom back to the storm back in Tunica County. That one seems to be producing some pretty large hail as well. So I want to give that heads up for Tunica too. This is not a tornado warning, but it is large hail coming up 61 right into Tunica near the casinos just to the north and east of Helena, West Helena. So large hail in there up 61 toward Tunica, and several reports of hail now coming in from near Lakeland. We gave you that heads up a little bit ago, looking at probably, I'd say quarter to maybe ping pong ball sized hail in Lakeland right now with that storm that just passed through. Another storm near about Hickory Hill right now. So several things going on. Meteorologist Kit Thomas kind of been watching things as well. Kit, what's going on over there? You got some new info?
Yeah, I got that image you were talking about of that Lakeland hail. This is from the Shelby County Emergency Management. So it looks like it's melted a little bit. It looks like it had some of that spiky. We've seen a lot of the hailstones today have had that spiky nature. I won't get into the details of how that forms, but it is a very intense storm that produces spiky hail like that. And so large hail. And as we're talking about this, I was asking the National Weather Service if they wanted to upgrade that tornado warning on the hail side that Trevor was just looking at. So I want to take you back to that. Of course, we appreciate our partners over at the Emergency Management Office who are also helping out on their end of things with severe thunderstorm coverage through the day today and response over the next several days as well. Looks like they did upgrade that tornado warning here into Fayette County for the potential for some large hail. So I'll get that information. Yeah, so now they have gone with 2-inch diameter hail. You can really clearly see it on radar. We haven't seen so far today much into beyond the purple shade, but now we're getting into the white right there on that sort of western side of the hail core. Anytime we get into the brown shade of the red, into the purple, that's where we're more than likely seeing large hail within that storm. So that's the main threat. And we're also seeing a much more impressive curl on that hook echo now. So I want to get into the details on that velocity signature. And honestly, it looks better on radar than it does on the velocity signature. So it's still anyone's game of where we could see where that tornado could drop at any point. Because if we just draw a quick little shape there of where we're seeing sort of that 6 shape around that, and I'm going to manually switch over so I preserve that drawing. Manually switch over to the velocity just to see if we are getting some of that rotation in there, and it really doesn't jump off the page to me from just looking at the velocity. But of course, anytime we have that shape of the storm, that's where we can see the inflow and outflow of that storm potentially leading to a tornado very quickly. Of course, outside of the Newcastle area, there's also an area of some weak rotation between Newcastle and Middleburg. I'll get some more of these streets on here. This is Newcastle Drive, eventually towards Moore Road. This is Highway 18 south there towards Bolivar. And eventually we've got Mecklenburg Drive as well, just to the north of that. So that's where we are seeing that potential for some rotation. Of course, Bolivar, if you are in this, tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter right now. Going to that lowest level of your home, most interior room of your home. If anyone has been watching us for the last several hours, I'm on a count of how many times we've said that this evening. But of course, anytime we see these kinds of tornado warnings, you always want to treat them as if they are on the ground. Sometimes radar doesn't give us a good, clear picture of what is on the ground. A tornado is a ground feature. Radar is something that looks above the ground. So sometimes radar can miss it entirely. So we don't want to discount the fact that this could still touch down or be on the ground, and radar would not see it. So that's something we've got to be very hyper vigilant about. Meanwhile, we've got a tornado warning outside of DeWitt, Arkansas, not in our viewing area, but heads up downstream here into the Mariana area, into Phillips and Lee County. We want to be aware of these storms that could be moving in within the next couple of hours. Of course, it's 5:45 right now. Things have not quite jumped off the page for us just yet, but we are going to see some of those storms rolling in over the next little while here as well. I want to get a look at the velocity on the storm south of Tunica. Tunica, you're going to be seeing some heavy rain and hail very shortly. This severe thunderstorm warning, I'll get that info on the page for you here. We see that we've got a considerable threat tag on that. That's for 2-inch diameter hail. So we were talking about that tornado warning that had 2-inch hail. This severe thunderstorm warning also has 2-inch hail possible. So whenever we have a large hail threat like that, it's going to do damage to your cars. If you're in Banks or if you're in Tunica, you're probably already seeing the rain coming down, so it might be a little late. As I hit the wrong button there, we'll get back to Tunica here in just a moment. We're probably already seeing the heavy rain starting to come down, and the hail will be very soon into your area. So hopefully your car is under a carport or something, or if you have a garage and your car is just parked outside of the garage, you didn't want to pull it all the way in, go pull it in real quick. Protect your hood from getting any dents from it, because 2-inch hail can do some damage. It's not going to blow out every window in your car, but it could crack your windshield, and of course it will put dents out there as well. If you've got any outdoor animals, any cats or dogs, call them inside so that they don't have to ride out the storm with the hail as well. Call them inside, keep them protected, keep them in mind through this storm. Eventually, Banks towards the Walls area, South Haven, you're all within the severe thunderstorm warning. Downwind, we'll likely see that in the next little while. So I want to get a check of how fast that storm is moving presently. It's moving around 45 miles per hour, so a little slower, in fact, than previous storms have been tonight. But moving that towards the northeast, we'll just include Memphis in there. Memphis, we'll probably see a thunderstorm to some effect. Is it going to be the same severe threats? We can't really say that far out, but we're going to be looking at that around the airport around 6:35 and probably around Memphis around 6:40 or so. But Banks, it looks like you've got about 20 minutes of lead time for your area. Of course, Tunica, it's happening right now, even though it says it's 3 minutes away. It's happening now. Consider it here. As we go towards the Lake Cormorant area, around 6:15. Walls, as I said, around 6:22. Boater, around 6 o'clock is what we'll say for the Boater area. So be very vigilant about these storms as they're moving through. Of course, we've seen many people around the viewing area watching us. We do appreciate your patience with us as we're covering up world news tonight on ABC, as we have these severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings out there. We want to bring that information to everyone who is in our viewing area here. Looking back between Newcastle and Williston now, this is the second tornado warning that we had that was issued behind another one. We still see around Bolivar some decent rotation. It's not the most healthy rotation on a tornado warning, but it is still there. It is still present, and it could be on the ground. Of course, we're talking about all of these textbook qualities of a radar presentation, but textbooks and reality can sometimes be very, very different. So you always have to treat it as if it is on the ground. Whenever we have a tornado warning, seeking shelter, getting into that shelter in safe place for the remainder of the warning. Here in northeast Memphis, we're starting to get some heavy rainfall. We'll take a look at that, but I want to look at this southern storm. Again, the velocity is showing just a weak rotation. They've trimmed back that tornado warning, so that's some good news. I would probably say that the Moscow area is clear of that. They're probably working on trimming back that tornado warning presently, but Moscow, Grand Junction, we'll say that you're decently safe for the time being. Of course, we do still have more storms behind you that could still roll in. Here towards East Memphis, we've just got looks like a thunder shower rolling through. Nothing major, nothing to be concerned about at the moment right now. Into eastern DeSoto County, there's also a thunderstorm there. Or, I say thunderstorm, there's very little lightning with it, but it has sort of that curled shape to it, so we need to keep an eye on any rotation that jumps out from that storm. Really not seeing much with it, so that's some good news on that side of things as well. So rain is definitely coming down pretty hard. I don't know if you can hear it on the microphone or not, but we can hear it on our rooftop here. And anytime we have convective thunderstorms, of course there's the hail threat, but anytime we have heavy rainfall, it can come down in a very short time, and that can lead to some flash flooding. Of course, we've seen across the area, we've got that whole region of a flash flood watch across our region here. I want to move up towards Poinsett County now. Poinsett County earlier this week had a confirmed EF0 tornado that was spotted by weather spotters on outside of the Fisher area up near towards Harrisburg, just right there in the middle as well. It tracked, I'll give you just a very brief estimate, it tracked right around in that region of western Poinsett County. Again, that was an EF0 tornado, but we could still see very strong tornadoes tonight. This severe thunderstorm warning, I'll put that information on the screen for you, goes until 6:45 this evening for across Poinsett and Craighead counties. Craighead County just outside of our viewing area. But this is for baseline severe, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail as well. Of course, we've seen a lot of reports of large hail across the viewing area. I'm going to send things over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett, see if he's seen any of the updates from some of these storms, which we've had some decent hail on already on radar. Is there anything else you'd like to add on that?
Yeah, hail seems to be the big player right now, right? We have not, as far as I know, had a tornado touchdown. We've had a few tornado warnings so far, but as far as I know right now, we've not had any confirmed touchdowns. We do have a few storms we're watching and some new information with this tornado warning in Fayette and Hardeman County. So I want to zoom in here. And it appears we have a funnel cloud right now near Williston, along with some golf ball-sized hail. We were telling you that a little bit ago. It seemed like it was really trying to wrap up right over Williston, and it's getting ready to cross over the Fayette-Hardeman County line, which is right there. Here's Whiteville. So if you're in Whiteville, I need you at your safe place because we have that funnel cloud reported south and east of Somerville. Somerville, this will miss you. I know technically you might have gotten the phone alert, but Somerville, this is going to be away from you. This is going to be quickly becoming a Hardeman County issue. For Whiteville, here's Toone, and then eventually up toward, Bolivar sits right here. So along 64, that's where this storm is coming, and we have a funnel cloud reported right now with that storm. I'm not sure if we have, maybe if we go over to Weather 4, we do have one of our storm chasers on this. If we can pop this up for just a second here, just to kind of see what he's seeing. He's in Fayette County. This is the North Mississippi storm chasers and spotters here. We appreciate Adrian for being out there. Of course, these are trained professionals. We don't want you doing this. I don't need you doing this. We have people that are trained to do this so that you can stay safe. Again, this is a shout out to the North Mississippi storm chasers and spotters. Today they're in Tennessee. And I'm going to assume this might be Highway 64 or possibly Highway 18, one of the two. But regardless, this is going to be in Fayette County looking back into that storm. And you can see a couple of lowerings there and definitely some very strong storm structure. So I do just want to let you know we have eyes on this storm. They're not reporting anything on the ground at the moment, which is good. But it's always good on days like this when we have these trained storm chasers and spotters in the field to kind of be our eyes on the ground. So we really appreciate, again, that's the North Mississippi storm chasers and spotters. Again, taking a trip up to Tennessee today to keep an eye on this storm. Let's get back to this, and I'll show you what it looks like on radar. A very powerful thunderstorm. Again, this is east of Somerville. We had a funnel cloud reported near Williston on 76, and that storm is just about to cross over into Hardeman County. I'll zoom in here and kind of get you an idea of the area we're concerned about. What you're always going to look for today is that backward C shape. If you see that, that's probably where the rotation is. So right now we have Pittman Road, Armour Drive. There's Somerville, so that's going to be 64 right there. This is south of 64, and here's Newcastle. This thing is going to be really close to Newcastle. If it is trying to put down a tornado, it's going to be near Newcastle. There's Mecklenburg Drive, and coming really close to Bolivar. So here's Bolivar right behind me, and Highway 64 there. So this is probably going to cross over Highway 64 between Whiteville and Bolivar, and those are the areas that are going to kind of be next in line for this thing. I know we just had a storm come through there, but this next storm seems to me to be a little bit more concerning as it moves off to the north and east. So if you are in Hardeman County, if you're in Whiteville or Bolivar, especially if you're between those two along Highway 64, it's definitely time to be in that tornado safe place. We're going to track this out for you. And I will tell you, just to let you know, because we were talking about it earlier, there is another storm in Hardeman County that also had a tornado warning. That's this first storm right here. It seems to me like this back end storm is trying to take, kind of the credit for everything. This one I'm not as concerned about right now. It's that back end storm where we have that C shape. But both of these kind of riding back to back here, and that's why we have 2 of those tornado warnings. What I'm going to do is track the back storm. So these areas that show up in the storm track might already be getting rain from that first storm. But what I'm going to track is what appears to me to be the most dangerous part of this thunderstorm. Even if you're already seeing rain, this is the zone that I'm most concerned about. That's going to be near Newcastle in about 2 or 3 minutes, Whiteville at 6:09, Toone at 6:23, Meaden at 6:35, and then that's going to put it in toward Jackson by about 6:51. But for right now, our concern is Newcastle, Whiteville, and Toone. These are areas that will be impacted by what could be a tornado trying to form and could be on the ground soon. And again, that's going to be moving off through northern Hardeman County over the next little bit. So right now, that is our only tornado warning. We do not have any other tornado warnings in the Mid-South. That's the only game in town right now is that warning. Now, there are several other thunderstorms. We have some in Memphis right now. We don't have any warnings in Memphis, nothing to be overly concerned about. We just had some hail come through Lakeland. That storm has now kind of fallen apart. But this is that tornado warning coming into Hardeman County. So Bolivar, Toone, Whiteville, those areas along 64 need you in your safe place. I don't want to forget about this storm down here. This is a powerful thunderstorm in northern Tunica County. That's going to be in DeSoto County in the next little bit. Probably some hail there. And just to show you what I'm worried about as I zoom out, look at this line of storms back to our west that is about to cross into eastern Arkansas. You've been dry so far, eastern Arkansas. But we have several thunderstorms that are producing tornadoes right now that are about to cross over. So get where you're going to be. Confirmed tornado now with this one. That's going to be in northern Phillips County in the next little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a tornado warning in this one in a matter of minutes. That purple color you see showing up, that indicates a confirmed tornado. That's north of DeWitt, heads up Marvell, Marianna, Helena, West Helena. That one's eventually going to be coming toward you. Let's get over to meteorologist Kit Thomas for his take on things. Kit.
That popped out. I was getting some information from the National Weather Service. Ham radio operators outside of the Elmira area confirmed this tornado. So this is moving into our viewing area. This will be sort of the next round of storms. So we are going to be, of course, keeping a look on these storms over the next several minutes here. Of course, radar shows a very clear picture of that rotation. Whenever we look at the velocity, this is the best velocity that we have seen all day. Of course, Elmira, if anyone is outside of our viewing area watching our stream, we urge you to be we urge you to be on the lowest level of your floor, most interior room of your residence. This is a dangerous storm. It has already been confirmed, and we have a significant radar signature here. So as we look at the debris detector, I want to see if this possibly lines up with that. It looks like we've got some debris. Trevor, I want you to confirm that with me, if this is radar confirmed tornado debris. It looks like it's pairing up very close to where that velocity signature is, but I'm going to have to do something real quick, so bear with me.
Hey guys. Yeah, Kit, I want to go back. We have a possible tornado, so I know we're trying to figure about Marion and all this stuff. I want to get back to the radar, and we'll let y'all know when we're ready to go to something. We have a situation here. That's what Kit's trying to talk about. It looks to me like a confirmed tornado and a new tornado warning coming out for this. We've got several that are just about to come out. And here we go. This is going to be kind of the real show. I know we've been talking for a long time, but, and Kit, I do want to eventually get back to you, but I do want to reset here now that it's 6 o'clock. We're continuing coverage on WATN and WLMT. Normally we'd be starting the news right now, but the news is about to be a whole lot of weather. Tornado warning near Bolivar, still a storm there. This is what I am very concerned about right now. We have a tornado on the ground that is about to be moving into Lee County and Phillips County. Another tornado warning about to come out for Poinsett County, and then this one's about to prompt a tornado warning for St. Francis and Cross County. So everybody in East Arkansas is about to be impacted by these tornado warnings. We're going to kind of go one by one here. But Kit, I do want to get back to what you were talking about, and that's that storm near Stuttgart that's going to be an issue for Marianna. And that purple box, that's where we have a tornado confirmed on the ground, 100% on the ground. And there's the new tornado warning for Poinsett County. Kit, how about you take this one down here? I'm really concerned about that one coming toward Marianna. I'm going to get a quick update on this new tornado warning that is going to be for Poinsett County. And this is going to include the city of Harrisburg. Man, same areas we just talked about on Sunday. Fisher, possible tornado toward you. That's going to be coming up toward Harrisburg and Truman in the next little bit. So again, this is a new tornado warning for Poinsett County. Possible circulation near Fisher, Harrisburg, Truman, Mark Tree. I need you in your safe place with that one. We'll track this out here, get a speed on that one, and we'll get an update on that here. Let's see what this speed is going to be. Northeast at 40 miles an hour here. So we're going to track out this possible tornado through Poinsett County. Harrisburg at 6:23, Truman at 6:44, Lake City at 6:58, Caraway at 7:02. So that's just a quick update on what is a new tornado warning for Poinsett County. Cherry Valley and Northern Cross County, you're technically in it, but this is going to be a totally Poinsett County thing. It's already north of the county line, but that thing looks really impressive, and that could put a tornado down pretty much any minute. Kit, there are a lot more storms back in Arkansas that are barrel rolling, for lack of a better term, right into our area. And these are the more concerning storms. This back here, I'm a lot more concerned about right now than anything up here. And I know you were talking about that confirmed tornado. That's going to be a big issue for Phillips and Lee County. What are you seeing on that right now?
Yeah, I've got two things I'm now looking at here. Wynne, Arkansas, I'm going to go ahead and put you on alert because upstream, that's where we have another tornado warning here. This is a storm that is just moving into our viewing area right now. So Wynne, Arkansas, go ahead and be prepared to go to your shelter. So grab a helmet, grab shoes, grab your kids, grab something to put something over you. Make sure the animals are inside as well, as we'll likely see these tornado warnings extended into our viewing area. So there's a couple of them that are starting to move in. There's this storm right here. This is what I'm concerned about downstream for the Wynne, Arkansas area. There's also this storm here outside of Clarendon. That's also going to be moving possibly towards Forest City. And then as we look down a little farther south, we've got two areas of rotation. One is confirmed, one is behind that. We're going to see some rotation on that here as we go over the last few minutes. Elmira possibly took a hit from a tornado across that area there. I want to go back to the correlation coefficient, and it does look like that is tornado debris. So what I'm looking at, this is a confirmed, radar confirmed, and ham radio confirmed tornado here. So whenever we see that blue to green shade showing up, that is debris, that is branches, that is maybe bricks, 2x4s, dust, rain possibly also mixed in there. But that shade of orange, or that shade of green to blue, is confirmation that we had a tornado on the ground. I'll draw that for you. This little area here, and as we pull it back another few frames, we saw that first area of debris just outside of Olena, and it looks like it moved through the Elmira area. So the thing is, Elmira is not in the clear yet. There is another tornado warning just behind that first one. So if you have any kin around the Elmira area, make sure that they are staying in their safe place. If you're watching us on stream, of course, this is just outside of our proper viewing area. Make sure that you are staying in your safe place as these storms are still going to overlap one another as well. Trevor, you got an update?
Yeah, a new tornado warning, Kit. This one's going to be for Cross County and the city of Wynne. You gave them an early heads up a few moments ago before this warning even came out. These are the two most impressive thunderstorms I've seen so far today, and by impressive, that's not a good thing. These are mean-looking thunderstorms. Poinsett County, you're in a tornado warning. Cross County, you're in a tornado warning. I do want to let you know quickly before we, I'm telling you what we're about to focus on is about to be eastern Arkansas. It's that line of thunderstorms that is about to be the focus. If you're in Hardeman County near Bolivar, I'm not seeing intense signs of rotation. It looks like that could be weakening. Stay in your shelter for now, but that storm might be weakening a bit. So our focus is about to be on these storms that are coming into East Arkansas. If something else happens over there, we'll let you know, but I'm not as concerned with that right now. It seems like that storm might be weakening a bit. I am very concerned about these two thunderstorms, and I'm going to zoom in just a little bit and kind of get you a better idea of where these two are going. And Kit, I want you to focus on that other storm that coming into Lee and Phillips County, because that one is going to be another one we have to talk about here in a minute. But these two storms here, both could be producing tornadoes. I know we went through this 2 years ago. We went through it together. I'm giving you an early heads up now that this is a nasty storm that could be producing a tornado coming into wind. I know people are anxious, they're scared there, they're worked up. I understand that. That's not my goal. I don't want to get you too scared, but I need you to take action. If you're in wind right now, nobody needs to be driving. You need to be in your house, in your tornado safe place. Make sure you're calling people and letting them know. Yeah.
River. This is in Poinsett County.
Okay.
Deputy spotted.
Let's focus on this one because now we have a tornado on the ground. This is going to be near Fisher. We were just talking about this. So we have a confirmed tornado on the ground, literally the same area that just got hit on Sunday. That was a weak one. Let's hope this is a weak one, but a confirmed tornado probably right there north of 214. That's going to be just east of Fisher. Harrisburg, once again, we're going to do this all over again like we did the other day. Harrisburg, I need you in your safe place right now. We'll check out that rotation mode. I don't want to spend too long on this, but man, that is a tornado, 100%. That thing is on the ground right now in Poinsett County. A tornado confirmed on the ground right now near Brushy Lake, east of Fisher, along Arkansas 214. This is going to come right toward Harrisburg. And again, another report coming in just confirming it, that we have a tornado on the ground. Intense signs of rotation right there. That scan's probably going to update. It'll light up a little bit more, but 100% guaranteed. This is our first tornado of the day that has touched down. It is east of Fisher. I'm going to zoom in here and get some more streets for you. I want to tell you where it is. Then I want to focus on where it's going. Here's 214, Roberts Lane, Braunhoff Lane, right there near Longview Lane. Those bright colors, I've been telling you to look for that all day. We haven't had it yet, but this is it. A tornado on the ground right now in Poinsett County along Arkansas 214. This is moving off to the north and east at about 40 miles an hour.
Debris
We
bomb.
also have a tornado debris signature now. There's that little blip on the radar. This is a different view of the radar. I'm not going to waste time explaining it right now, but that blip is your tornado. That is debris that the tornado is picking up, and the radar is detecting it. Debris is being picked up high enough in the air that the radar is detecting it. Here's Harrisburg. I want to see how far away this is from Harrisburg. It's not far. You're about 9 miles away from Harrisburg. So this thing's moving at about 40 miles an hour. So we have time, a little bit of time. If you're in Harrisburg, you have got to be in your tornado safe place right now. 1,000%. That is a tornado on the ground, and it is approaching the city of Harrisburg. This one looks to be much more serious than the one we had on Sunday, and it is closing in very quickly. So Harrisburg, safe place now. If you know someone in Harrisburg, you need to make sure they are in their safe place right now. And give them a call, give them a text, make sure they know about this. Not everybody's watching TV, but that 1,000% is a tornado, and it's going to be coming right into Harrisburg in the next little bit. This is a considerable tornado warning that has now been issued. I'm going to go back to the radar, and I'm going to put a storm track on this thing as it moves off to the north and east, just to give people an early heads up. That little circle, so this is a particularly dangerous situation, a tornado warning coming into Harrisburg. So if you're in Harrisburg, safe place right now. We're going to track this out. I've got a picture of it on my screen right now. Let's see if we can maybe, Kit, can you maybe work on getting that picture for us, if we can get that cleared for air? I have a picture of a large tornado that is on the ground south of Wiener, east of Fisher. Harrisburg, 6:22, 12 minutes to be in your safe place. You've got to be calling people, texting people. I need everybody in Harrisburg in their shelter right now. Quickly, let's go into those tornado safety tips. I do want to remind you, if you're in your house, basement, or smallest center room. If you're in Harrisburg, Arkansas, again, we went through this Sunday. You got to do it again. This time is much more serious. Stay away from windows, cover yourself, helmet, anything like that you can use to cover your head or your kid's head. Put something on your head. If you have to get a pot out of the kitchen, grab it and put it on. Most injuries with tornadoes happen on your head. If you're in an apartment building, there's probably not too many high-rise apartment buildings out there, but I do want you to be in your safe place on the lowest floor of the building that you can. Again, if you're just joining us, maybe you're just getting that alert, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now. Kit, what are you seeing?
Got that picture of the Poinsett County tornado. Wow. This is from law enforcement. You can see just very, very clearly that stovepipe tornado. This is a dangerous situation. So if you are in Harrisburg, this is what's on the way. You've seen it now. You've confirmed it. Now go to your shelter. Don't look outside. Don't wait for it to get closer. Get inside immediately. Anytime we have this kind of a tornado, you want to be in the most interior room of your home, the lowest level. If you have a basement, great. This is a situation where we need everyone to follow those safety tips. Of course, we preach them in and out every single day. We have that severe weather threat, but this is that confirmation that we have that tornado on the ground. It's not the only one we will see tonight, but it is the most present one that we see here. Of course, jumping back to radar, we see a very clear radar signature on the velocity and on the debris. Now, the thing is, this debris ball is heading towards the Harrisburg area, so we will likely see not only the debris that is picked up there, but also what is being thrown around that storm. Of course, we've got many of these storms that whenever they pick up that debris, it eventually gets lofted and tossed downstream. So Greenfield, you may eventually see some debris fall out. Truman will also see that debris fall out. So let's get in very, very closely. The thing is, radar is never live, so assume this is already ahead of where we're seeing anywhere in this zone southwest of Harrisburg. So Highway 14, Highway 1, Arkansas highways there. We'll get some other roads here. All these county roads here, of course. Maddox Lane is right there. Reynolds Road is right ahead of it. Miller Road likely already seeing that tornado. Off towards the Nix Road area as well, County Road 815 there. We've got Chase Club Road also right ahead of this storm. If you recognize any of these roads and you are near these streets, that is where you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Of course, this is not the only thunderstorm that we're keeping an eye on. We've got, of course, another confirmed tornado just outside of our viewing area headed towards Holly Grove. We'll keep an eye on that one for whenever it comes in a little bit closer. But for right now, if you are in Poinsett County, southern Craighead County, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Now towards the Wynn area, we don't have the confirmed tornado warning on this storm, but we do have a tornado warning here for the potential of a storm to produce a tornado very, very quickly. Poinsett County Sheriff is reporting 2 tornadoes on the ground west of Harrisburg. So now we have twin tornadoes here. So this is west of Harrisburg, and it looks like it's right here. So I'll draw that on the map. We've got 1. We've got 2. So we've got 2 tornadoes. So now Greenfield, you are looking downstream of a new tornado that is going to be moving to your area. So you also need to be sheltered immediately. It looks like, just based on the track of this storm, it's moving northeast very quickly. It's sort of northeast. So it may just graze the Harrisburg area, but do not take that as a sign of safety. Take that as a sign of you still need to be sheltered, because whenever a tornado is on the ground, they can take several turns and it might deviate from where the storm is going. So I said it's moving northeast. The tornado can sometimes sidewind or jump back and forth on the ground, and that's something we need to be very cautious of. I want to take a look at the debris detector to see if we have any new debris balls forming. It doesn't look like we have anything new. The thing is, a debris ball is only present if it has hit something. If these are open fields and there's only some grasses and fallow ground that hasn't really had anything in it, and there's not a lot of trees around, it becomes more difficult to see where the tornado is, but it could still very well be on the ground. Of course, that latest report came only 3 minutes ago to the National Weather Service, so that is where we could be seeing twin tornadoes moving towards Greenfield, Arkansas, Harrisburg, Arkansas, County Road 680, Wiener Cutoff Road. That's the area that we're talking about where these storms could be producing a tornado. Imagine that it's already downstream, though, and imagine it's 5 minutes closer. Rushing to your safe place with shoes, with helmets, with pillows, something to cover your head and get into that crouched position to stay safe during a tornado. These are all of the things that we talk about in preparing you. Now's the time to take action. I'm going to see if there's any more updates from the National Weather Service. I'm going to bring Trevor back in.
Yeah, Kit, great information there. And I just want to kind of give a broad view of both of these storms, just kind of zoom out and give you a perspective. So here's Memphis. No concern right now for Memphis or Shelby County. What we're concerned about are these two storms in eastern Arkansas. Kit was just talking about that one in Poinsett County, a tornado on the ground near Harrisburg. That's why that box is pink now, because a confirmed tornado is on the ground there near Harrisburg. So Harrisburg, you've got to be in your safe place. Truman, marked tree. Again, I know we just did this last Sunday. It was the same area, but I need you one more time to be in that safe place. Cross County is what I am getting concerned about. Increasing signatures of rotation west of wind. And again, we just went through this 2 years ago. I understand that a lot of people are still anxious and scared in wind, but I need wind in their safe place, especially north of wind, north of 64 up toward Cherry Valley. Want you in your safe place now. Rotation is back here on West 64 near Fair Oaks, and that's going to be near Arkansas 259. So I want to start out with where it is. We'll switch over to that rotation mode. And I'll show you those reds and greens trying to come back together. That zone right there just south of 64. There's Hamlin and 193. So 193 right at the 64 interchange. And this is moving off to the north and east. So now that we know where the rotation is, it's back there near Hamlin. We're going to switch back to the regular radar mode, so it's a little easier to see. But there is definitely some rotation right there. It does not appear that this thing is on the ground yet, but it could touch down at literally any second with rotation like that. So wind, for sure, safe places. And if you're north of wind especially, I think that thing might go just to the north of wind along Highway 1, right where it curves off past 364 and then up toward Cherry Valley. I want to do a quick storm track on this one. And just track it out for you. Again, this is mainly going to be going off to the east-northeast. So when it's going to be a very close call for you, but I'm going to put you in the storm track anyway. Hamlin at 621. When it'll probably be just to your north at 632. But it's so close of a call. I want you in your safe place if you're in wind. Then it continues off to the east. This will be mainly north of Parkin. Parkin, we've got you in there just to be safe at 651. But this is going to be mainly north of Parkin. That's going to come up near Coldwater by about 653. So again, that is a possible tornado that is on the ground, or the one on the north of here is on the ground, could be on the ground here at any minute. But as I switch gears here, I want to go back up to Harrisburg because we know that this one is on the ground. We have a picture of the thing. Kit, I don't know if you can pull that up and maybe we can put it in boxes for just a second while I talk about this, just so we can show that image. But there you see that backwards C shape right over Harrisburg. It might be just north of Harrisburg, but way too close of a call. That thing was on the ground and doing damage for sure back near Fisher. And again, that will be the second tornado we've had there this week. We had an EF0 on Sunday night, and this one seems to be possibly a little bit stronger. Not sure if this thing is still on the ground, but we know that it was. And we know that right now it's near Harrisburg, or just to the north of Harrisburg along Highway 1, near Greenfield. That's pretty much where it's going to be right now. And if it touches back down, or if it stays on the ground, that's going to be near Truman very soon. I'm going to switch over to the velocity for a second and just see what this thing is looking like. Still signatures of rotation there right over Greenfield. That's where that thing is kind of spinning at. It's not as impressive as it was a little bit ago. It was very intense back near Waldenburg and Fisher. That's where we knew it was on the ground. It might have lifted back up for a second, but with storms like these, it could touch right back down, and it's pretty much headed in the direction of Truman. So if you're in Truman, we need you in your safe place next. It's over Greenfield right now along Highway 1. It's going to be coming up Highway 69 near 555 and Truman here in the next little bit. And again, if it's not on the ground right now, it could easily touch right back down. And that's why it's so important to be in that safe place. Another storm track on this possible tornado, that's near Truman at 640. Truman, you've got about 20 minutes before the worst of this storm and a possible tornado comes to you. And then look at where this is going. This is going to be toward Caraway by 658. Monette, another community that has terrible, terrible experiences with thunderstorms. Back in 2021, they took a very hard hit from a storm. They're going to be impacted by this storm at about 7:04, hopefully without a tornado. But this storm has a history of producing tornadoes, and it could produce one again near Truman and Caraway, Arkansas. And then eventually it's going to be up in Mississippi County and come pretty close to the Monette community. I want to go back down to wind and the storm that we're watching there and that possible tornado in Cross County. Cross County, you're also under a tornado warning. I'm hopeful that whatever this is, hopefully it doesn't touch down at all, but if it does, I think it'll come between Wynn and Cherry Valley along Highway 1. Still a decent population in there as we zoom in. So there's Fairfield, County Road 247. Here's Arkansas 1 that winds up to Cherry Valley, and then Arkansas 42 sets right over here. So if there is a tornado, it's back there near 259 north of 64. Fairfield, Cherry Valley, you would probably be more likely impacted by this than Wynn will be. So if you are north of the city of Wynn, I also need you to be in your tornado safe place. We'll pause and reset for a second. I do like to do this every once in a while and just kind of show you what is going on. There is still technically a tornado warning for northern Hardeman County, although I think that should have expired by now. 6:30 is when it goes until. So that warning is pretty much over with. Forget about it. That storm has moved out. It no longer poses a threat. So Hardeman County and Bolivar, Fayette County, that severe weather threat for now has ended. There is a thunderstorm coming into Memphis right now. It doesn't have any warning on it as it comes into Shelby County, but it did produce some hail back through DeSoto County and Tunica. So we're going to get some more storms here in Memphis, but right now, nothing of a tornado concern. Pretty much everything I'm concerned about right now is in eastern Arkansas. So if you're not in eastern Arkansas right now, for this second, you're in the clear, at least from the tornado potential. But all that is going to continue to track off to the east and will eventually come through West Tennessee and North Mississippi. Pretty much every storm back here has a tornado warning on it and is rotating. A couple of these are confirmed on the ground, and that is a potential here. Tornado still on the ground near Greenfield, and I believe that is the Poinsett County storm that we were talking about. So that thing's still on the ground near Greenfield. There it is. So that's going to be north of Harrisburg. So Harrisburg, it is passing you right now north of there near Greenfield on Highway 1. That thing is on the ground. Truman, you've got to take action right now. A possible tornado. I think on the RDOT cameras we can get, if we could get a little bit north of Truman, like right about where that bend is in 555, right about in there, that's where we need to look at to see if this tornado, I mean, it's very likely if it's still on the ground, it's going to cross 555 very near or close to Truman. So nobody along 555. And if you're in Truman, you've got to be in your tornado safe place right now because this thing is very quickly headed in your direction. Still strong signs of rotation. And again, we have a confirmed tornado with this. This is radar confirmed and also confirmed by storm chasers and spotters north of Harrisburg near Greenfield, Arkansas. Coming into Truman are very close to it in a matter of minutes. So Truman, again, safe places for you right now. We have a camera. I want to maybe if we can get a box ready. I don't want to go off the radar at all, but if we can get a box ready to kind of put this up to the side, and then if you could let me know where this is, because we do have cameras along here, along 555, but that tornado is still on the ground north of Harrisburg near Greenfield, Arkansas, and it's going to be very close to or just north of the city of Truman. One more storm track on this, and then we'll go over to meteorologist Kit Thomas for some more analysis. Truman, 6:38. You've got about 15 minutes with this storm moving at about 40 miles an hour. Could be there a little bit sooner. Nobody should be driving on 55 between Mark Tree and Jonesboro. 55 needs to be shut down pretty much between Mark Tree and Jonesboro. You see that now flashing pink. That's telling us a confirmed tornado has been spotted by storm chasers, and that it has, and it's continuing to move off to the north and east. Kit, this storm right now is the only one that has a confirmed tornado on the ground. We're also concerned about Cross County and a storm that could produce a tornado near Cherry Valley. So several storms we're watching. What have I missed? What are you seeing?
Yeah, so the National Weather Service was talking about this zone. This is what the high risk was issued for. This is what we've been talking about all day. Of course, we've had numerous tornado warnings out ahead of this system, but now we are into what we'll call the main event, where we have numerous tornado warnings ongoing and numerous tornadoes on the ground confirmed. So we'll zoom into that Poinsett County confirmed tornado warning here into northeastern Arkansas. Again, this is northwest of Memphis. This is northwest of Turl. The Truman, Arkansas area is kind of up next for where we could see this tornado move in. Just outside of the Greenfield area, we did recently have further confirmation of a tornado on that area. So we've seen that circulation connected all the way to the surface. Cross County also starting to see some intensifying circulation here, just north of the Wynn area, the Fairfield region, Cherry Valley. You're up next with this potential for a tornado to roll in, so we want you to be aware of that, the likelihood of that to be rolling in very, very quickly. As we look at the blues there, I want to keep an eye on that. Okay, that is in clear air, so that is not a tornado debris signature. That's some that's not to confuse you, but that's just not a tornado warning at the moment. But we do, not a confirmed tornado, excuse me. I'll slow down here for a moment. Let's look towards the Greenfield area. Of course, Highway 69 East, outside of Truman, that is up next for this likelihood of a tornado to touch down. Notice here we have that quick rotation very, very quickly. A couple of hours ago, we were talking about having none of that gray between the red and the green, having the bright green, the bright red touching on that pixel color. That's what we've got right here, and that's what confirms a tornado, or necessarily confirms a tornado, but shows that we have a very rapid rotation within this thunderstorm. County Road 652, eventually up towards the Interstate 555, the Truman exit. If in the back we have the Truman, Arkansas camera on 555, if we can get a double box of radar and that camera, when we have that, it's on the way, so we'll take a look at that in just a moment whenever we have that. But there we go, we've got that. Of course, we've got that area of rotation. Nothing really showing up on the camera at the moment. As we sort of look behind my shoulder, I'll zoom all the way in. Where we are looking, well, there we go. We're looking right there at Highway 69 outside of Truman. And there's no rain just yet. Of course, we can't control the DOT cameras to turn and potentially look where that is.
That one's actually looking northbound.
That's looking northbound,
From
okay.
69. So if that tornado is still on the ground, we're going to see it on Weather 4. So Weather 4 right now needs to stay up. In a box, if we can box maybe radar.
Pull it up right now.
Yeah, look at this.
Looks like there's maybe some... Briefly, it looked like there was some debris possibly dropping up.
This thing is about to cross 555 near Truman.
This
is
see the lightning there.
Big one.
Yeah, so we've got, of course, if we could get both the radar and the T-dot.
Kit, if you want to come over to me and we can double box me with this camera and maybe a stag box or something, but we need to be on me and this image at the time.
I'll step out of the way here if we can just zoom in the camera on that monitor if we need to. But this is sort of the sit and wait moment of where we could see a tornado cross on camera very, very quickly. If we can just, we'll keep an eye on Weather 4 here. Let's just get back to radar until we get that.
Yeah, and I don't like I think that's some storm chasers there. That they're moving out of the way. So if we can take me and I can kind of point out where this thing is, because this is a big tornado here. Likely this is Highway 69, this is 555. That camera is at 555 looking northbound about where this thing is gonna cross. That tornado is over 69 right now. It's about to cross County Road 652. I'm trying to keep an eye on Weather 4 there to see what is going on. Let's get this back on the screen now, if we can. Let's just take, if we can't do the boxes right now, let's just stay with the camera because that thing's gonna be really close. That's Walnut Grove Lane at 69, but I really would like a box of me and the camera, please, just so we can kind of get both at the same time. Again, if you're just joining us while we look at this camera, you're looking live in in Truman, Arkansas. This is a live look in Truman, Arkansas. We're looking northbound on Interstate 555 near Highway 69. There is a tornado on the ground, possibly a large tornado on the ground, coming into the north side of Truman. It's going to be coming in on the left side of your screen there as we are looking at 555 northbound toward Jonesboro. I'm going to name out some roads here just as we look at this camera. This is going to be very close. There we go. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. 555 near County Road 652, right at 69 and 463. Elm Grove up to Arkansas 158. Caraway, Arkansas. You are also pretty much in line for this thing. That is the tornado right there, that area of circulation, that very bright color. You cannot miss it. Your eyes just drawn to it. And it is quickly coming up on Interstate 555. I think those are some birds maybe getting out of the way. You know, they say they know what's coming. Guys at the back, if we could we roll on just this camera? If we get somebody to roll on just this camera.
One just north of here, if we can bear with me for one moment.
Yeah.
I'm going to switch this camera to north. This is Bay exit 35.
And that's southbound.
Looking southbound. You can see the wall cloud of that storm rolling at the very top. You see that antenna. There's the rain column beginning to roll through. This is where the tornado would be, somewhere within this view.
Look at those clouds moving, man.
Yeah, you can see just very quickly. So I wish we could turn up, but you look up towards the very north, or the upper left part of your screen. You can see the drop there of that wall cloud. That is the rotating updraft of this storm, so the precursor, if you will, of a tornado.
Yeah, and let's just stay right here where we are. I do want to pass along while we track this confirmed tornado. There's a decent amount of rotation near Cherry Valley, Arkansas. I want you in your safe place if you're there. Right now, that's going to go to the north of Wynn. So Wynn, this possible tornado is north of you, but right now, this is the only tornado that we have confirmed 100% on the ground, and this is going to be very close to Interstate 555 in Truman, Arkansas. Again, what you're looking at is Bay, Arkansas, and this is looking south toward Truman. Kid, I think that camera might have frozen. There we go. It came back up. So we'll watch this here for just a little bit. Again, that's your area of rotation and a tornado that we have confirmed on the ground near Interstate 555. This one's kind of lagging on us just a little bit. It might be even losing power here. If that tornado is still on the ground, I would not be surprised. I don't want to see people driving southbound. Nobody needs to be on Interstate 555 right now. As that camera still kind of catches up, you see that loading there. Kit, maybe if just for a second, if we want to switch back to that other view, just see if it's seeing anything. Sometimes they'll move these cameras around for us if they see that there's something serious happening. Okay, that one might be down. Oh, there we go. Let's pull that one back up. Yeah, and bear with us here. Again, we're just kind of tracking these storms as we go. So,
very dark skies just from the depth of the cloud, so that makes it very difficult to see, even though we are looking from the south side.
This thing's probably going to be wrapped in rain anyway, and that's why it's not worth you trying to see. But this is definitely, I mean, it is crossing 555 at the County Road 652 overpass, north of the Highway 69 exit there. And so that would be just north of where we are looking.
It's a very intense rotating updraft here as we're starting to see what's called range folding, where basically the radar flips backwards on itself. It's thinking that the winds are going away when they're going so fast towards the radar. It thinks that it's going away. So a bit of range folding there in some of those oranges you see opposite where the green should be there.
Is that it, Kid? Take this camera full.
Yeah.
We've got it.
That's the tornado.
That's the tornado right there.
We've got the tornado right there. So moving from the upper right side or upper left side of your screen, moving to the right, you see a very narrow, dark funnel. That is the tornado about to cross over I-555. If you are here in Poinsett County, you need to be taking shelter around the Bay area, north of Truman.
Man.
This is where that tornado is crossing. It's just barely in and out of the resolution of this camera.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that almost like needle coming down there.
It's very much a
wow,
rope
power
tornado.
flashes. Wow, that is a big tornado. What you're seeing there is the tornado knocking out power. That thing's crossing the interstate right now. Nobody needs to be on 555. Kit, and
this is, of course, one of those situations where we can see that that tornado is moving across your screen, but we're sitting on a still image from radar. We haven't seen an update recently. This has already crossed the interstate very likely. It looks like some folks are still headed up towards that direction.
That's insane. Nobody needs to be driving out there.
Of course, many people on the road, they might not be.
Wow! Man, that was a big one. The lightning just completely illuminated it.
Oh,
big tornado on the ground. Truman, you've got to be in your safe place right now.
Oh, my goodness. My goodness.
If y'all saw that one screen grab where that lightning caught it, man.
So
we're going to stay on that. Watch up by the RDOT logo in the top right. If lightning hits it again, you'll see the thing.
So So, Trevor, initially we saw a rope tornado, a very slender and sort of curved tornado. And then over the last 2 minutes, we have seen that tornado has rapidly grown. It is a wedge, I wouldn't say wedge, but a cone tornado, a very wide tornado with high definition.
Power flashes still. That
around
thing's
the
knocking out
Bay
power.
Area. Hopefully you are in your shelter. Gum Point, Lunsford, anywhere right along the road, Highway 158 between Gum Point, Bay, and Lunsford, anywhere in that area, eventually to the Sandy area.
This is Bay we're looking at now.
We're looking in Bay. This is very heavy rainfall, so you will not see this tornado on the way if that is where you are. So you need to be seeking shelter immediately here. This is, of course, into parts of Craighead County, now just moving slightly out of our viewing area. But you were watching a tornado right here on ABC 24 and CW 30. And this is not the only tornado warning that we will see today. We will likely see more tornadoes continuing. We're sort of staying with this one in Craighead County because it could move into our viewing area once again into Mississippi County. So downstream, if you live around Big
Monette.
Lake, Leedsville, that's where you want to be. Be aware of this storm, that it is going to be heading your direction. When we've been talking all day today about long track tornadoes, we have just watched one start. And that's just the beginning of this tornado's lifespan. It is going to continue to push through over the next several counties, very likely. These storms don't just blow themselves out. This is a very volatile environment where these storms are going to maintain themselves, and we are going to see numerous tornadoes across this area. So it looks like we've pretty much lost the view on that tornado from the I-55 camera. So I think, Trevor, if you agree with me, I think it's time to head back to radar analysis.
Yeah, let's
at this
do that.
time.
We saw the tornado 100%. And I don't know if we were rolling on that. I hope we were. Maybe if an editor could go back and grab that one screen grab that we had lightning right behind it. It was a big tornado near Bay, Arkansas right now. So it's crossed I-555, Lake City at 6:44, a confirmed tornado on the ground doing damage. Monette at 7:01, Leechville at 7:09. That's going to put it back into northern Mississippi County and then eventually into the Missouri boot heel. So again, near Bay, we have that possible tornado, and we can just take this full now. The tornado's past that camera now, but I just want to make sure we're getting those storm tracks. I appreciate y'all working in the back, though. So again, Leechville, Monette, this is generally where this tornado is going. If it does not get off the ground, these are the zones it's going to impact. Yeah.
We've got a debris ball signature now just outside of Bay. This is now into Craighead County there between Bay and Lunsford, where we saw that tornado cross I-555. That has now confirmed on radar that we have a considerable threat. This is now very likely a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, as we're seeing this roll through. So yes, the National Weather Service now confirming it as a particularly dangerous situation with an observed tornado moving towards Lake City, eventually towards the Cottonwood Corner area, and eventually towards the Leechville and Big Lake area. So this, if we can take it back to radar here with my box over here, thank you. Of course, our producers, our directors, everyone in the back here helping us out quite a bit. But this is the confirmed tornado. And if we go back over to the velocity signature, wow, this is a very, very intense tornado. Anytime we see that bright purple shade, I'll point it out to you here. We're getting such an intense register on the radar of this rotation. I think we'll go over to the rotation tracks with this storm. This is, of course, a few scans away. Some of these extra products, they take a while to process, but you can see all the way up into the yellow shade there of that rotation, and that's likely going to continue to move across Highway 158. I want to go back to the velocity as it's moving so quickly, it's kind of confusing the radar, and it makes it look like more of a mess. I'm going to send it back over to, Correction, the National Weather Service is changing the verbiage to a catastrophic tornado. This is some of the strongest language we have seen, or we probably will see, on any tornado this evening, though I don't want to rule it out, because the thing is, the environment can produce this tornado, it can produce another potentially. So with that, you can see on radar, we've got that very classic hook echo structure. You've got the storm on the northern side here, and then we've got that curved storm around there. Now we have a catastrophic, particularly dangerous situation. This is an emergency. A tornado emergency has just been issued for northern Mississippi County in northeast Arkansas, also into other regions around this area. I'll get that information on the screen so you can see this. Whenever we say a tornado warning, of course, we want you to rush to your tornado shelter. But anytime we get to a catastrophic level, this is a very rare product from the National Weather Service. This is an observed tornado that has been doing damage. We watched it growing very quickly right here on ABC 24 and CW 30. We know that this is going to be a life-threatening situation. We don't like to scare you, but this is a time to be very concerned for your safety. So you want to be immediately going to your shelter at the lowest level of your home, the most interior room of your home. Northern Mississippi County, technically within our viewing area, you still have time to prepare. So again, don't be scared, be prepared, get to your shelter now. Grab helmets, grab socks and shoes. You don't want to be walking through tornado damage after a storm has moved through in bare feet. You want to have good sturdy shoes on just in case you have to walk over debris. We don't want to have injuries on that level of things. Of course, bringing things with you to your tornado shelter, a heavy coat, a heavy blanket, a comforter from your bed. If you're able to bring your mattress, that can also be helpful if you don't have a good sturdy shelter. But this is a dire situation here for eastern Craighead County into Mississippi County and eventually into Dunklin County as well, up there in the boot heel of Missouri. I want to send things over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett now.
Yeah, Kit, and fantastic analysis of that storm, and we want to get right back to it. But for those of you who are not in that area, I want to give a quick overview. West Tennessee, North Mississippi, there are a couple of storms, none that we're worried about right now. There's a tornado warning near Jackson, Tennessee going away. So a quick update for everybody else. Nothing's happening yet. All of that is headed this way. I am going to start with this southernmost storm and just kind of work my way up, because we want to get to the most serious one pretty quickly. But I want to give you a heads up. Tornado warning coming out of central Arkansas, going to be in eastern Arkansas soon. This will be one for Marianna that you have to watch. There's no warning yet, but Marianna, Arkansas, a heads up. We still have a tornado warning, another storm now coming through Cross County and Wynne. Another tornado warning there, and that one also probably going to go just north of the city of Wynne up toward Cherry Valley, and another possible tornado there. The one by far we are most concerned about is this tornado emergency. We just saw a few moments ago this tornado crossed Interstate 555 near Truman, Truman, Arkansas, not Turl. I apologize for that. We watched that tornado cross I-555 near Truman, Arkansas. Let's take the video. This is a replay from a few moments ago. I hope we maybe slowed it down. We just had one strike of lightning that we were able to see it light up. This was I-555 near Highway 69, and it was looking northbound. Look in the top right of your screen here, and you're going to see lightning flash and light up the whole tornado. Keep an eye on that right in the top right above the roadway. And actually, we're going to replay the whole thing. Watch this from the left-hand side of your screen. You see that little rope tornado faintly visible there. Crossing the tree line on the left. It gets to Interstate 555 here. It crosses the interstate just north of Truman. And then here in just a few seconds, you'll watch it completely cross the interstate, and then it gets lit up by lightning on the far right-hand side of your screen. I don't know if for next time maybe we could, there you saw it just a little bit. We had some power flashes at the bottom where it was, yeah.
In Lake City.
Okay, we had your mic off there, but that's a large wedge tornado near Lake City, Arkansas. That's coming into Leachville and Monette. This is the same thunderstorm. Watch this right here. It's crossing the highway now. I know it's a little hard to see for right now, but I do want to show you what this thing is capable of. Once it crosses right now, watch about right now, up on the right corner, top corner, you're going to watch a lightning flash and you'll see the whole thing. Give it just a couple of seconds here. It's crossed the interstate, so it's kind of on the right-hand side. There's that little batch of trees there, there it was, right there. Massive tornado that was just on the ground. Next time we do that, we need to clip just that part of it and really slow it down. But great video there. And I want to come back to the radar now because this thing is still on the ground. A violent tornado near Lake City, Arkansas. That's that little hook that you see right there, Lake City, Arkansas. That's coming basically right past you right now. Leachville, you are next in line. And I know Leachville and Monette, you've been hit before back in December 2021. I know severe storms are not easy for you, but this is another one that we have to take seriously. This is a large, violent, potentially deadly tornado north of Lake City, Arkansas, and it's coming into Leachville and Monette. This will be probably north of Blytheville. I know you're in the warning, Blytheville, but this is probably going to be north of you. It's going to be into the Missouri Boot Heel, Dunklin, and Pemiscot counties, but between Lake City and Lakeview, that's where that tornado is. I do want to track it out here. Maybe I can put on the rotation mode. Man, that's maxed out. Look at that. That is the biggest signature of a tornado I've ever seen. That's in Craighead County, east of Jonesboro, and it's moving to the north and east. Quick storm track on this, just to give you an idea of where it is headed. Lake City, pretty much now. Monette, 658. A large, violent, dangerous tornado, 658 in Monette, 706 in Leachville, Gosnell at 629. Safe places right now if you're in those areas. Meteorologist Kit Thomas with the latest, another update for you.
Yeah, Trevor, I want you to join me over here at the Weather Center. Unfortunately, we cannot share without permission something I'm looking at here from a stream from several moments ago.
Wow.
But this is an enormous tornado.
This is a bad one, folks.
Violent tornado that is on the ground. We can see between Lakeview and Lake City that debris ball has now updated and has moved on towards the Monette area. Monette, this is coming into your area next. You need to be sheltered immediately. Truly, I've seen a ton of tornadoes in my lifetime, and this is one that I'm going to remember for several years down the road. This is sort of a new benchmark. This is a violent tornado. This is something that rips apart homes. I hate to use that kind of language lightly. This is something that is going to cause severe injury, if not fatalities, along its lifetime. So we need to be aware of that threat and take it seriously. Going into that lowest level, taking with you your pets, making sure they're all right as well. This storm is moving very quickly as well. It's moving to the northeast around 40 miles per hour. So if you live around the Leachville area and you know how long it takes to Monette, remember, you're going at right angles, so it's going to get there much faster. So putting a track on that tornado debris signature for 40 miles per hour, I'm going to draw it from halfway to Monette up to Leachville. Leachville, you have less than 10 minutes. This is going to be in your neck of the woods very, very soon as a violent tornado with just multiple signatures of just the violence of this storm. As healthy as it is quite there's not many words left to say, honestly. As I need to just take a breath after seeing this, Trevor, I'm going to send it over to you.
Take a break, get a sip of water. I want to show you again, we just had a large tornado near Truman, Arkansas. We have some video of that. I want to get that quickly here because we have a couple of other tornadoes that have now touched down. But I want to show you what's happening today. I think it's important that you see that and not so much the radar, because this just looks like a bucket of spilled paint to you, and I understand that. But about 10 minutes ago, we had this tornado, this storm that's still producing a tornado near Lake City, had a large tornado cross Interstate 555 north of Truman. So if we have that video ready, I think we've slowed it down a little bit so you can see that lightning strike. Watch in the top right-hand side of your screen. I think this is going to replay that whole thing again. So if we could just clip down, we'll be sitting here for 2 minutes watching this, but we need to just clip that one part toward the very end where it lit up. I don't want to sit on that for 2 minutes if we have those tornadoes. So once we get that, let me know. We'll go back to the radar because we've got still a serious situation. This tornado is on the ground and it's coming into Leachville right now. That hook echo there, that is strong indication of a tornado. We know that it's there. This is a tornado emergency for Leachville and Monette. And again, Blytheville, I know you're in the warning. This will be north and west of you. This storm is going to be in Leechville next. A large tornado coming into Leechville and into Monette. We also now have another tornado that is on the ground in Poinsett County, south and east of Harrisburg, near Anderson-Tully. There's another tornado back there that's just touched down. That one's about to cross Interstate 555. Again, this is a large tornado reportedly on the ground, south and east of Harrisburg, again, near Anderson-Tully. Very significant signs of rotation and possible damage there. That's going to be coming between Marked Tree and Truman. So if you are between Marked Tree and Truman, and really in either one of those cities, you got to be in your safe place right now. Center room, bathroom, closet, cover your head with something. Do not drive right now. Get something to cover your head and protect yourself. Get on the lowest floor. Again, this is Harrisburg, just to the east and southeast of it. This is another tornado that is now on the ground near Weona, Arkansas. So here's Anderson-Tully, that's 373. That's a tornado right now that's going to cross 555 north of Marked Tree near Cassidy. So Cassidy, Marked Tree, eventually Lepanto, Arkansas. Got to be in your safe places right now. We'll track this out, and then I do want to get back to that other tornado. We have two tornadoes on the ground right now. This one is near Harrisburg, and it's moving off to the north and east. This one at about 40 miles an hour. So this is the first tornado that we're tracking. Cassidy at 7 o'clock. That's when it's going to cross I-555 between Marked Tree and Truman. Lepanto at 6:13. Caraway, Arkansas at 6:22. Kaiser, Arkansas at 7:34. Eventually could be near Osceola by 7:45. This is another tornado that is on the ground that is doing damage, moving off toward the north and east. And again, these communities are going to be the next ones in line for this one. So safe places are a must if you are in this zone right now. Lepanto, Caraway, Etowah, Kaiser, Osceola, all within the next 30 to 45 minutes. This tornado will be on you, and this is a confirmed tornado. We'll actually show you, we'll zoom in here, and I want to show you the velocity, and I want to show you that debris signature. As we switch over to our velocity product, a very strong indication of rotation here between McCormick and Old Weona. There's 214 and 555. This is going to be north of Painway, near Cassidy, along Interstate 555, right there at 214. I don't know if we have an RDOT camera in this area that we can pull up, as this tornado is also about to cross Interstate 555. We'll get to our debris detector for right now. What this is going to show us is when the tornado picks up debris and throws it in the air, you can actually detect it. So that blue blob that you see there, that is tornado debris that has been picked up into the ground, from the ground into the air, and still considerable signs of rotation there near Old Weona, and that's going to cross 555 near Cassidy and the intersection with Arkansas 214. So a serious situation there. That is going to be north of Marked Tree, by the way. So there's Marked Tree. This will be north of you, but it is going to come pretty close to Lepanto, south of Truman. So this will be right between Marked Tree and Truman, where this thing crosses the interstate. And still very strong indications that that is still a tornado on the ground. Man, we got another one. Parkin, Arkansas, tornado on the ground right now. We'll go back to that radar and get a look at that. This could be the storm, either one of these could be it. We've got a tornado possibly north of Wynn. Wynn, I will tell you, neither one of these storms, the tornado part of these storms, is going to impact you. The wind, Wynn's kind of right in the middle. Both of these storms are going to kind of split you, but we have a possible tornado reported on the ground north of Parkin, which would probably be with that storm right there if I had to venture. And man, I keep seeing pictures of this tornado near Monette. This thing's right on top of Monette right now. This is the one we got to focus on right now. My goodness. Kit, if we could get Kit's mic up.
I've been keeping an eye out on this storm. Of course, it is moving into the Leechville area. One small thing to consider is that it has shrank a small amount, but it is still a violent tornado. You still need to be sheltered. Anytime we see tornadoes like this, sometimes they swell, sometimes they contract, but that is not directly tied to its strength. You can see a small, compact, and very tight circulation that can do more damage than a broad tornado sometimes. It's very complicated complicated thing. So you always want to treat every tornado warning the same, except for a tornado emergency, as that is something that is rarely issued by the National Weather Service. Leachville, this is heading into your area. We can't say exactly where it will hit, but it will zoom in on some of these roads here, and I'll add some of them on there as well. So we've got Swinehart Road there, County Road 119. Highway 119, County Road 142 is right around here, 122, 86, 70. So these are roads that are just north of the Leachville area here. Of course, just outside of the Delphori community, that area also seeing that likelihood of seeing that tornado to roll in very soon. Notice, of course, that's around the Monette area. It's been sitting there for the last few minutes because the radar is not live. It is a single snapshot of what was happening several minutes ago. So this is likely already bearing down on the Leachville area. It's difficult to say exactly where it is right now, but we need to consider it as an imminent threat. And this is something you need to be taking shelter for. This is what we talk about whenever we are giving you safety information in the days leading up to a severe threat. Hopefully you can put your severe action in place right now. So we've seen from the National Weather Service, I saw an update a moment ago that this storm had debris well over 30,000 feet, up to 38,000 feet with that storm. Yes, Trevor.
Confirmed tornado now in Lee County, Arkansas. I think we have 3 or 4 on the ground right at this moment. And I hate to interrupt you, but I wanted to get that information out there. That's this storm down here west of Marianna. There is a tornado on the ground with that. A tornado warning for Lee, St. Francis, and even southern Crittenden County. Memphis, we're going to have to watch that one very closely. That might stay on the west side of the river, but Crittenden County, heads up. That thing's on the ground right now, and that's moving to the north and east. We've got another tornado on the ground in Cross County, Arkansas. I mean, pretty much every storm in this line has a tornado down right now. And again, that tornado probably going to be south of Wynn down there. We have another storm that could be producing a tornado north of Wynn. And then, of course, this catastrophic tornado. Several, where's this at? Where are we looking at here?
Ooh,
I think if we let's take the one in the vid wall. I think we've got it. Wherever that is, that's I believe is the tornado.
That does look like it. There we are.
Where is this at? This has got to be, I would imagine, near Mark Tree, probably looking north. Is that right? Painway. Yeah, that's it. Let's go back to that camera. Whatever camera we were just on. No, go back. Whoever's zooming around, we got to go back to that camera we were just on. That was the tornado. We just went away from it. Yeah. So that was wherever Mark Tree. I think we were near Mark Tree. I don't remember exactly what camera that was, but man, we had, I think that was Painway, Arkansas. I really wish we could get the one that was just in the vid wall because that was a
in Max 4.
Clear shot.
Weather 4. We have that camera once again. Weather 4.
Yeah, let's try Weather 4. Yeah, there it is. So
very clear wall cloud on that.
Yeah, and hard to see for sure anything touching the ground, but I mean man, that's moving quick.
This is looking northbound. This is the Judd Hill area there, just south of Truman, Arkansas. This is just already crossed I-555. It does not have that significant radar signature. And Trevor, to my eyes, it looks like the clear air on the east side. It does go underneath the base of that. Of course, we have that pixel sort of interrupting so what we can see some rain on the lens there, but doesn't show a tornado at the moment, though we might not be able to see it if it is even on the ground. So still consider it as on the ground because sometimes rain can get wrapped around into a wall cloud and it can sometimes fool you and look like it's not on the ground.
And I do want to go back really quickly to Leachville. And we'll watch that camera that might have possibly lifted for a second. That's near Marked Tree. But we still have a major tornado on the ground. I'm getting picture after picture of it near Leachville, Arkansas. This thing is on Leachville right now, if not just north of it, and it's going to quickly be moving into Dunklin and Pemiscot counties in the Missouri Boot Heel. So Blytheville, this one will miss you, but Leachville, if you're not in your safe place yet, man, you have to be this absolute second because it is crossing over right now. Again, here's Blytheville right behind me. So this is quickly going to be into Missouri. And then at that point, we're going to focus on the other thunderstorms, but a large tornado still still on the ground near Leachville. It looks to me like it might be just on the north side of town right now. So there's downtown Leachville. And I mean, man, we've still got these neighborhood roads right here. County Road 102, there's Arkansas 77. County Road 70 is right here. I mean, this is still a very populated part of the Leachville community that was so hard hit just a few years ago. So again, North 77, just north of downtown Leachville, we have a large tornado that's on the ground right now. I'd say right now it's at 77 and County Road 102. And I know that's really zoomed in, but again, Leachville's right at the bottom of your screen. And that is about to cross into Missouri. So Buckeye, Arkansas 119, State Line Road, of course, right there at the Missouri and Arkansas state line. This thing is about to cross Arkansas 77 if it's not right at this second, just north of Leachville. A very serious situation, likely a large tornado that is still on the ground, Kit.
The National Weather Service is indicating they're removing the tornado emergency tag. I wouldn't necessarily take that to heart too much, as this is still a dangerous tornado. This is still on the ground. Of course, we are seeing it producing debris now that we are in Leachville. This is moving through Leachville presently. You can see some of those small roads right there on that very, very faint area. Of course, this is the grid of downtown Leachville. That's Highway 119 coming in. There's Nelson Street right there. There's Doc Rodman Street there. And of course, West County Road 142 just on the north side. This tornado has just grazed the north side of Leachville, perhaps. So this is something that we can't say that we're clear yet, but looking back downstream, if you are in Lake City, you are clear now of that particular tornado, but we may still see severe storms roll through over the next several minutes here and next few hours as well. Looking down the line of storms, of course, we see that tornado emergency has been lifted, but we still have numerous confirmed tornadoes along this line outside of the Truman area, down towards Wynne, Arkansas, and down towards the Mariana area there across county. We see that we've got, or excuse me, this is Lee County and Cross County, where we have multiple confirmed tornadoes. This is a high-risk event. We were talking about high risk all day today. This is what this means, where we have multiple ongoing concurrent tornadoes doing damage, doing significant damage. Earlier I mentioned that debris ball towards the Monette area in Lake City, Leachville, that debris ball sent debris over 38,000 feet into the atmosphere. That's higher than a jumbo jet flies. That is the power of this tornado, and we really only see that kind of lofting of debris with high-end violent tornadoes. We were talking about how this would likely be an event where we saw EF3s or greater. This is likely one of them. It's difficult to say exactly how strong the tornado was, as this is something the National Weather Service will have to survey in person over the next few days. And of course, we'll bring you those updates when we get them. But it looks like the velocity signature is no longer quite as apparent. While the debris is still there, it's maybe not quite as violent of a tornado. Also seeing some images out of the Pocahontas area. Of course, that's well outside of our viewing area of potential wall cloud developing there. Trevor, I think we need to sort of reset some of these warnings that we've got. So I'm going to get to a wide view here of our viewing area. North Mississippi, you are very quiet right now. I'm not going to say that you are fine. We are going to see these storms moving in later on tonight. Western Tennessee, we have a few thunderstorms moving through, but they are up next for these tornadoes that are anywhere from Lee County, Arkansas, all the way up through Mississippi County, Arkansas. Dyersburg, I want to give you a heads up. Covington, anywhere here in eastern Tennessee, if you are just east of the Western Tennessee, east of the Mississippi River, you are up next for these tornadoes. Again, these are going to be long track tornadoes where they go for 10s and 20s of miles long. So these are going to cross over the river. The bluff won't interrupt them, and we will see them continue their threats over the next several minutes here. So looking on the southern end of the storm, this is the tail end storm here, just outside of the Haines, Arkansas area, but you are downstream of where this storm is moving, so we will likely see this storm move in very quickly. We've got a little bit of clutter showing up here on the velocity pictures. Some of these reds, of course, moving away from the storm. The greens would be moving away towards the radar, not towards the storm. So this is the area where we have that rotation just south of Gill near the Rightland area and heading up towards some of our other communities here into Lee County, Arkansas, and eventually into Cross County, Arkansas. I believe that is, correct me if I'm wrong on that county name there. St. Francis, excuse me. I apologize for that. Looking up towards Cross County here for the Wynne, Arkansas storm, this is where we have another confirmed tornado. Any of these storms right now are confirmed, and they have been confirmed, and we are going to continue to treat them as if they are on the ground, as if they are confirmed until the warning expires. Because whenever we have these thunderstorms, this kind of setup, they don't just lift and blow themselves out. They will persist. This is a pretty dire situation. Of course, we've seen numerous tornadoes around the area. Previously, we saw that deep wall cloud that we were looking at on the Arkansas DOT camera. This is outside of Caraway, Arkansas. Where I'm looking, so I'll draw it on for you, is this shape right here. You've sort of got that hook shape right there just to the southwest of Caraway. So Caraway, I would invite you to your shelters immediately, as this is now heading to your area. This has just recently crossed the Truman, Arkansas area, somewhere around here on I-555. They're going with a considerable tag on the Lee County, Arkansas warning going into St. Francis County. So I want to go back to that storm, as it is now starting to look a little more precarious here, as we see. We see again that blue, but be careful with that, because that is actually clear air here. So this area here is not where the tornado is. It would be sort of on this back side of the storm. And if I manually switch over, as you see that update on the warning just now, if I manually switch over to that correlation coefficient, that rear box does not have the debris signature, so that's some good news that we don't see that debris signature on that storm, though we have upgraded this tornado warning to a considerable tag. So I'll read you the information on that. This is from the National Weather Service. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Their phrasing for the impact, I'll just read it straight from the warning. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to structures and homes and businesses. Vehicles are likely to be complete destruction. Likely complete destruction is possible with these thunderstorms, with this tornado that is ongoing outside of the Haines, Arkansas area. Trevor?
Yeah, Kit, I just want to kind of reset. I was checking in on some reports, and the reports that we're seeing are disheartening. I mean, to be honest with you, it's hard to stand up here and keep going when you see reports and messages of, people getting hit and things like that, and these cities that are being impacted, that have already been impacted once, and they're being hit again, and it's tough, and you're going to have to bear with us as we get through this, because this is, again, just starting. While we kind of take a breath here and reset, I know a lot of this at times, we have probably 8 tornado warnings. That's what's in pink back here. Every single one of those has a tornado on the ground. I know at some points, if you're tuning in, tuning out, it sounds jumbled. And so I want to pause and I want to reset for at least a moment. West Tennessee, North Mississippi, there is nothing major happening right now. That tornado is going away from us. It's nowhere near our area. West Tennessee and North Mississippi is completely quiet. All of this is moving east, though, so do not let your guard down. In fact, if you're in West Tennessee, I need your guard up. I need you calling relatives, making sure they know what's coming. We've had several tornadoes in eastern Arkansas. That's all moving east. North Mississippi, quiet for now. Can't guarantee that it will stay that way. What I want to do really quick before we get back into the storms, I want to take the radar off. And I want to just show you what is going on. Again, all of these red and pink boxes, these are all tornado warnings that are in effect. So most of our Arkansas counties are under a tornado warning. Actually, every single one is, except for Phillips and Crittenden counties, and Crittenden assuredly will be in one soon. So an early heads up for Crittenden County because storms are headed your way. I want to start out with what has happened in northeast Arkansas because that is where it has ramped up very, very quickly. We have had serious damage reported, and I know this is hard to see because just of how much storm there is, and that's what's going to happen on a day like this. We had a tornado pass near Truman, Arkansas on Interstate 555. I think we might have that slowed down video. If we can get that up, maybe we can take a look at that. But one of these storms started back near Truman and crossed Interstate 555 just north of Truman. We had a lightning strike right behind it, and you can literally see, watch on the top, look at that. Man, that is a large tornado, and you only saw that on ABC 24. That was an incredible view of Mother Nature's fury, one that you don't want to see, but one that we saw tonight in Truman. Now, that particular tornado was north of Truman for the most part. There, of course, are some people that live out there. We're reporting damages and things like that. We're trying to get folks out there, but there's so many storms that we really can't get anybody over there just yet. Truman's under another tornado warning. I'm going to start off with Mississippi County because that's where that storm that was in Truman headed. We had a tornado that went very near Leachville, if not through Leachville, and has now crossed into southern Missouri. The Missouri Boot Heel, Dunklin, and Pemiscot counties now dealing with that one. We have several more down to the south here. We've got another tornado, again, in eastern Poinsett County. That's moving into Mississippi County. So Mississippi County, you're in a tornado warning now. And that storm south of Harrisburg near Cherry Valley, probably also producing a tornado. So if you're in Poinsett or Mississippi County, I don't care where you are, what corner of the county you're in, I want you in your safe place for at least the next 30 to 45 minutes. We've got this storm east of Wynn that probably has a tornado on it. I believe it does. Just east of Wynn, Earl and Parkin, that's coming up to you and into northern Crittenden County. And then another confirmed tornado on the ground in northern Lee County, crossing into St. Francis County. Lee and St. Francis, you've also got to be in your safe place. Kit, what are you seeing?
I want to echo something that the National Weather Service is issuing. They're saying, please stress that it is not safe to survey as more storms will be moving through the same areas. The thing is, we've started to see this whole cluster of thunderstorms combine into one massive complex. So number one, it's going to be raining. You don't want to be out in the rain. Number two, excuse me, we're seeing more tornadoes being warned behind ones that have already been confirmed. So you may be outside trying to survey damage or clean up damage after a tornado has just gone through, and another one will be on the way. I personally, Trevor, I'll encourage you to do the same. I've stopped putting the times on these warnings up on my screen because at this point, we need to wait until the line of storms has passed before we can give any sort of all clear. A warning will be reissued over your area for a new tornado. So that's why we're talking about not going out to survey these storms, as we're going to see the same impacted areas get impacted again with the tornado. It's incredibly unlikely that two tornadoes' paths on the same day will cross, but it is still something that could happen, and we want to encourage you or discourage you from going outside after these storms have rolled through. One thing that we can say with some level of encouragement is the tornado that was producing the massive debris ball several minutes ago here around the Leachville area, that debris ball has dissipated, and that's why they were allowing that that warning to drop from tornado emergency to just confirmed tornado. But I want to show you something. As this is actually the debris fallout phase of this storm across parts of the boot heel of Missouri. You notice we've got that. I'm gonna briefly turn off some of these warnings so we can see this a little more clearly here. We've got this area of the debris that we've been talking about for several minutes here, for nearly an hour. Then you notice off towards the western side of the storm, you get this sort of motion of this debris that is coming out. That is, letters, newspaper. That is, we sometimes talk about like finding checks hundreds of miles away after a tornado has come through. This is bricks, this is mortar, this is dust, leaves from the fresh trees of spring that is getting thrown out from the tornado, all the way from back here in Lake City, now moving all the way up towards the boot heel of Missouri. Of course, this is not exact measurement, but 40 miles away is where we have some of that debris still in the air for that tornado warning. So that all to say, I diverge a little from the coverage of each individual warning to just tell you how powerful that tornado was. And that same environment is now what we're seeing with all of these tornadoes. So we need to be treating that very, very seriously. Down towards the southern end of this storm, it looks like we've changed the warning outline on this storm here into the Forest City area. I want to just reset my radar picture in St. Francis County. So we no longer have the confirmed tornado, but it is still a tornado warning just south of the Forest City area. So we want to be very aware of that. There's also sort of this appendage on the southern storm, the southern part of the storm outside of Coldwater. That has also been dropped. Okay, well, let me rewind for 1 minute as things have changed on my map just right as I said them. We now have a reconfirmation of this tornado warning in St. Francis County. It has been observed once again, so they have changed that now to a confirmed or an observed tornado warning there. Meanwhile, off towards the northern part of this line, between Wynn and Earl, that has been dropped from confirmed to now radar indicated, but it is still something we need to treat with seriousness around the Earl area, up towards Turl, as this storm will eventually move into Crittenden County over the next several minutes here. Of course, there is another tornado warning. It's embedded within this line of this mess of polygons, but we'll see if we can tease it out with the velocity. I actually want to turn off very briefly. Again, all of these warnings are still in effect, but I want to show you something that's happening, and I want Trevor to see this as well, just so that he can sort of adjust what he'll be looking for. This is turning into a line of convection and a line of storms, and we are going to start to see those kinks in the lines as new tornadoes form. So one thing that happens as we transition from individual storms to a line of storms is we're going to see the type of tornado kind of change. Instead of it being that single isolated tornado, we are going to be embedded in rain. So we will no longer see, let alone the fact that it's sunset now, we will no longer see visual confirmation of these tornadoes from storm chasers. We're going to have to trust only radar. So now that we're in the dark times, the dark hours, this is where we need to consider every tornado warning with a serious level of understanding that this could be on the ground and moving in very, very quickly. So moving in to the Coldwater area, I see at least very gusty winds, but this is very likely where we're seeing a tornado just south of Coldwater. That's where I'll correct myself there, as we've seen that wind is sort of contained within the southern part of the storm. Now that we have the latest scan, every time we have the new radar update, that brings in new information, and it can sometimes change the narrative of what we're looking at. So forgive us if we say something and then have to correct it, change it, as we see these warnings can change very, very quickly. Looking out towards the Crockett and Gibson County area here, there is a report of a funnel cloud around that area in Gibson County. So, Trevor, I'm going to toss it over to you to see if you have any information on that.
Yeah, Kit, I was just looking at that information, trying to get some more stuff there. And you'll forgive us. We're going to be on our phones. We're going to be probably walking off the screen. We're coming up now on 3 to 4 hours of severe weather coverage, and what's probably going to continue into the night. So this is not going to be like a regular newscast where we try to make it perfect and polished. We're going to be in and out, just trying to get the most important information to you. There is a funnel cloud reported on the outskirts of Crockett County. Fortunately, it's moving out of our area. We had a quick a quick funnel cloud out near Friendship. That is moving out of our area. So this is out near Dyer, which is actually in Gibson County, not Dyer County, and north of Trenton. So that's all clearing out of our area. But there is a funnel cloud. If you're in Friendship and you saw that, that's what that is, and it is moving away. There are more serious thunderstorms coming in from Arkansas, and nothing of major concern in West Tennessee right now. Absolutely not even a drop of rain in North Mississippi. But what I want to focus on are these tornado warnings back here. And you can almost see how our flooding threat is going to happen because these storms are just piling up on each other. Let's not forget, we could have dangerous flooding here for the next 3 or 4 days after this. This is just kind of the first round, and it's the most intense round of severe thunderstorms. But there are still several rounds of storms to come tonight and even into the next several days that could be very heavy rain and some thunderstorms. Let's see here if we can go ahead and zoom in. I do want to talk about some of these thunderstorms. We've got a confirmed tornado on the ground south of Forest City there, and that is quite the signature on that storm that we still have that tornado on the ground. This is going to be south and east of Forest City. Thankfully, it's missed the heart of town, but it's going to be out there along 334. And then continuing to move off to the north and east. Let's see if we can get a couple of more roads out here labeled. So there's Arkansas 38, Arkansas 75, and then kind of where those two split off. That's about where this is going to be. Here's Blackfish in St. Francis County. So that tornado south and east of Forest City coming up toward Blackfish. It's going to cross 75 and 38 right where they intersect. I'll get over to the velocity on this and we'll look at the rotation within the storm. Decent signatures of rotation here, but again, this really doesn't even matter because we have confirmation that it's either on the ground or it has touched down previously. So this is a tornado that we know has happened and could happen again if it's not still continuing. This is moving off to the north and east, and we're going to put a storm track on it because this is going to be one that could impact Metro Memphis. It's moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. I'm going to try to get an exact trajectory on this. So let's see, 45 miles an hour. I'm going to track the possible tornado. This is not tracking the wind. It's not tracking the hail. If there is a tornado, that's what we're tracking. Again, this is near Forest City. It's going to be near Widener, Arkansas at 726. Widener, you need to be in your safe place right now. Blackfish at 734. Proctor, Arkansas at 749. Earl, you're on the outskirts of that. It's probably going to be a little south of you, but closer to Earl by about 754. And then look at this. Crawfordsville at 758. West Memphis at 804. Turl at 812. So that is a very early heads up for a storm that has previously produced a tornado and could produce a tornado again that is going to be moving into Crittenden County right now. There's not a tornado warning for these areas right now, but if you're in West Memphis, if you're in Turl, if you're in Marion, that's the area I'm most concerned about right now. If this storm holds its intensity, that's where that thing is going to be headed, right into the middle of Crittenden County. So we'll erase that one and we'll move up just a little bit. We've got this other tornado warning on a storm near Earl. This is near Twist, Arkansas, north of 64. That's going to be coming pretty close to the 55 and 555 split. So we've got a tornado warning there for Turl, Arkansas, Golden Lake up to Osceola, and southern Mississippi County in Arkansas with that storm. Now, this particular warning clipped a little bit of Tipton County. So you might have gotten that warning. Now we have a tornado warning for Shelby County. All right, so let's get back to that one. I was just telling you, I just gave you that early heads up with that storm near Forest City. I mean, man, I was literally just tracking that out. They just put out that new warning that includes Turl, Marion, West Memphis, Earl, Proctor, and Parkin. That's where that possible tornado is going to go. Could still be on the ground. Now, we got to talk about something here for a second because this is the time where it starts to get a little closer to Memphis, right? And that's where our biggest viewership base is. And we've been focused a lot on eastern Arkansas, but it starts to get in the metro now. Part of Shelby County is in this tornado warning. That means the tornado sirens are about to go off for every corner of Shelby County. Memphis is going to get sirens. Germantown and Collierville will get sirens. Whitehaven will get sirens. This tornado, this storm, is going to be a northwestern Shelby County issue. Do you see the trajectory that that's going to take? There's Forest City. That storm's going to follow up just like that. And it could be an issue for Millington. This is north of Memphis. So Memphis, you're about to hear sirens. I guarantee you they'll go off here in a minute. But that storm and that tornado warning is north and west of Memphis. I'll actually, for a second, click off the radar just because sometimes there's too much on the screen and I know you get confused. used. But near Forest City, that's where that rotation is. You see that red box, that's who's going to be impacted by this. So Proctor, Earl, I know West Memphis is not on the map. It's a little bit too close to the city of Memphis, so it tries to not clutter things too much, but sometimes we want those city labels on there. So there's Turl, Clarkdale, Marion, West Memphis, and then honestly, this could come up near Shelby Forest. Those are kind of the areas that we're most worried about here, and up near Shelby Forest and Cuba Landing, those areas with that storm near Forest City. So that is a new tornado warning now for St. Francis County, part of Cross County, Crittenden County is what I'm most concerned about, and then a portion of Shelby County. And again, because a portion of Shelby County was clipped, we're going to get sirens everywhere, but this is going to be mainly up for Shelby Forest. Kit, did you have something? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying that I can hear the outdoor warning sirens are sounding here in northeast Memphis. Again, these are just outdoor warning sirens. If you hear them, great, you're near one. But this is a view from midtown of the storm to our northeast. There was a massive strike of lightning. We may or may not see this storm moving in. I actually want to shift this back towards the southwest. The thing is, this is actually, I was looking the wrong direction there for that. But as we adjust this is coming out of the southwest, moving towards the northeast across the area. So as that pans around, you can see more lightning with that storm. Again, we have focused on the main severe threats with this storm, but we also want to emphasize that lightning is still a threat as well. You don't want to be caught outside while the lightning is coming in. It can strike dozens of miles away from the storm center. Excuse me. So anytime we talk about thunderstorms, always associate lightning safety first. And then of course, we have those warnings issued, taking appropriate action for them. The good news is all of the action for those applies for weather as well, or for lightning as well, staying inside away from that storm. So this current tornado warning off towards the central part of the outside of Forest City here, of course, where we've got that area of rotation moving towards the Blackfish area. That's going to eventually move towards into Crittenden County. West Memphis, you're going to be downstream from the storm. And excuse me for one moment. Sorry about that. We're going to see this storm moving near West Memphis as well, so you want to be seeking shelter at this moment. Of course, the whole wide area where we have these thunderstorms across our region, many of them are clustered there across northeastern Arkansas. And if we just take off the warnings for a brief moment, you can see how complex this has become. Instead of individual tornadoes or individual supercell thunderstorms, they have now merged into a single line, and that line is still producing many, many warnings across the area, and more are still going to move into areas where we have already had tornado warnings today. So if you heard the outdoor warning sirens earlier, not necessarily for Shelby County, but if you heard them earlier across northeastern Arkansas, you're going to hear them again, or going to see them reissued. If you had those wireless emergency alerts on your phone turned on, you're likely going to see another one here within the next few minutes. So we want you to be aware that this is going to continue over the next couple of hours, it looks like, as this line of storms rolls through. If we just loop this over the last hour, you can see those individual storms. I'm going to put the warnings back off for a moment. You see those individual storms that are combining together into that one complex of storms. And then behind those individual storms, we've got the line of storms that are rolling in out of central Arkansas. Those still have tornado warnings on them as well. So there are multiple threats with these storms, and we're going to see repeat threats as well. Emphasizing that is that's something the National Weather Service was encouraging us to communicate to you all as well, as we've just had so much going on. Sometimes people can get into some storm fatigue where they start to treat new warnings less seriously than the first one. Sometimes that first warning might have just been on the fringe of your area and you're not seeing quite as much of the effect from the first storm. And some people associate, okay, the next storm will be the same. you can't get into that false sense of security, as every storm is different, every storm is unique, every tornado is unique, and you just don't want to get stuck into that false sense of security there. Looking back at that rotation here, I'll ask the folks in the back if they can look somewhere here outside of Proctor, outside of Blackfish, at the at some of the Arkansas DOT cameras right there along I-40, as we'll likely have a tornado rolling through this area very soon, if not a wall cloud. One thing, of course, I said that we're after dark, but we're looking potentially towards the south here. And we might catch just a glimpse of some of the wall clouds, so the lower structure of that storm. And we may see that on the Midtown camera. I'm going to pull that up briefly here. I'm not seeing anything at the moment. It just looks like those winds carrying the storm away. Of course, whenever I talk about that, of the winds that are carrying the storms, I can show you here. You can see that we've got just that sort of angled shape to these clouds. That inflow of the storms is just how much the wind is pushing them forward and blowing them out ahead of the main updraft. So that's the lower level shear that we're seeing. The winds at the surface are coming out of the south very, very strong. And these winds, in the meantime, are coming out of the southwest. So that's a 45-degree cross section if you do some quick math there. That, of course, is where we get the rolling of the air that then, if it gets pulled into a thunderstorm, that creates the tornado. And that's why we've had such a dynamic and extreme severe weather event today, because we have just such strong shear. We had so much instability as well, where these thunderstorms have just been continually consuming energy out of the atmosphere. Tons of moisture. We got the highest I saw, I haven't checked the records for today, but the highest I saw was 86 degrees, which was very close to what we had forecast the last couple of days. It's very, very warm today. The warmest day of the year so far, with high levels of humidity as well. If you walked out this morning, I went out around 11 o'clock, had some dry cleaning to pick up. It was muggy. It had that sense of, man, it feels almost like summertime. That's how much moisture was in the air. And that's why we see these thunderstorms so extreme, because anytime you have that much moisture, that can help the tornado connect to the surface as that visible cone. Looking back at the velocity, don't want to get too much into the weeds of the meteorology. But right now, it's looking like we've got more of a converging line of storms as we're going through this time frame. We're seeing away from the radar very, very strong winds here around Osceola and Blytheville. So, of course, you also have a severe thunderstorm warning around this area. We've seen this just recently issued, including parts of western Memphis. Downtown Memphis is included within this. I'll get that warning information on the screen for you, as that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. Embedded within that, though, is the tornado warning threat. We've got numerous warnings all overlapping. I'll do something Trevor did and just clear off the radar. Of course, you can see that broad yellow box with the many red boxes in the middle. And of course, that's where we've got numerous tornado warnings across the area. I'm going to check in with the National Weather Service. Of course, we've got a two-man team here at ABC 24. Trevor Burchett, you've been doing an excellent job analyzing this radar. Just want to give you a shout out on air real quick. Appreciate everything you've been doing. You've been up since very early this morning on this storm, so I'll let you take it away from there.
Yeah, 2 a.m. Got into work this morning, and who knows when I'm going to go, but we do it because we want to keep you safe. I'd rather be tired all day tomorrow and know that we were here to keep you safe. So I just want to kind of do a reset here. And again, this is one of those days where if you're tuning in and tuning out, we're going to sound like mumbo jumbo, because we're talking about a million different storms. So I think it's really helpful to stop and pause and do a complete and total reset so you have some kind of an idea what's going on, especially because sirens are now going off in Shelby County. And usually when they go off in Shelby County, a lot of people want to tune in. Memphis is not under a tornado warning. I will tell you that. Memphis is not under a tornado warning. That warning is for like up near Shelby Forest and Millington. Not even Millington, but like way up there off Shelby Forest. So we'll get to that one in a second, but we still have a serious line of thunderstorms with several tornado warnings. Right now, it does not appear that we have any confirmed on the ground. That doesn't mean one is not on the ground. What it means is that there's not one reported right at this moment by a storm chaser. There's not a storm chaser chaser on every storm, though. So, you know, who's to say? But right now, we don't have any 100% confirmation that there is a tornado on any of these storms. We have a tornado warning right now, honestly, for most of eastern Arkansas. We've still got one for Blytheville, another storm coming in there, another one near Mark Tree, another one out near Truman, and another one near Forest City, and that's the one that's going to be coming up toward Marion, Turrell, and West Memphis, north of West Memphis at least. So get an idea right now of these red boxes. If you are in the red box, I need you to be in your tornado safe place. Those are our tornado warnings. That includes Mississippi County, Poinsett County, Crittenden County, part of Cross County, northern St. Francis County, a sliver of Shelby County. Again, notice Memphis is not in that red box. That's going to be for areas up near Shelby Forest. There's also a sliver of Tipton County. I think there might be 3 people in Tipton County in that warning because it's basically all the river. But the rest of Tipton County right now not in a warning. This is all moving off to the east, though. We also constantly have, if you're watching on television, those warnings are scrolling right down there. It's a long list right now, but we have the full bulletins down there at the bottom of your screen if you are watching on TV. So what I'm going to do now that we have that in mind, first of all, I do want to let you know I'm going to pull up these Facebook comments because sometimes in a situation like this, it's good to hear from you, hear what you want to know, what you want to see, what you feel like we might be missing, what questions you want answered. So I am going to leave the Facebook chat up for right now just to get an idea of what's going on out there. I think that's helpful. But with that in mind, I am going to put on the radar. And I know this is going to look like a lot because there are a lot of storms right now, but I'm just going to kind of go one by one by one. I'm going to start out with this guy right here because that's the one that's coming into Crittenden County right now. And if you're in Crittenden County, I do want you in your tornado safe place. This is a possible tornado. Looks to me like right on Interstate 40. So there's Blackfish, north of Blackfish. Here's Arkansas 149, and there's Earl, and Highway 64 is right there. Jeanette on Highway 79, and then that's, of course, getting a little closer to West Memphis, which is kind of right behind me back there. So this storm's going to move off to the north and east. Crawfordsville, I need you in your safe place as well. Marion, I need you in your safe place. Clarkdale. For West Memphis, this is going to be north of you. This is not going to be an issue for the city itself of West Memphis, but I'm more concerned about Marion, and I'm more concerned about Clarkdale as well. And this is a live look in Jeanette, Arkansas right now. And you can see a lot of that lightning, just an incredible amount of lightning right there in Jeanette, which is near where those storms are going to be passing to. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll watch that carefully as that storm gets a little closer. If we can maybe put that in the vid wall, just so I can keep an eye on it. If anything interesting is happening and we can call back for it, let's just leave it in preview for right now in case you see anything. But that's in Jeanette right there. That possible tornado is about 2 miles west of Jeanette. It's moving off to the north and east. So again, Crawfordsville, Clarkdale, Marion, you need to be in your safe place. West Memphis, if you have a West Memphis mailing address, this will be north of you. This is not an issue if you live in West Memphis. I know you have the warning, but if there is a tornado, it's going to be north of you, and it's going to be, there is a decent threat of that with some rotation there just north of Interstate 40. I'm going to track this out over the next little bit, at least through Crittenden County. So there's Jeanette at 7:45, Crawfordsville at 7:53, Booker at 8 o'clock, Marion at 8:02, and then Bengestown in Shelby County by 8:15. So that's one of those very small areas in Shelby County that are included in this. Again, Memphis, you're not in it. This is going to be for, again, Shelby Forest, Bengestown areas. I would be in my safe place if I was there. So that's the storm track on that one. Again, that's going to be near Jeanette in about 10 minutes. So let's check back in with that camera in about 10 minutes from now at 7:45. But that is the southernmost storm that we are working with. And again, if you see, I'll kind of draw an arrow of the area I'm concerned about. That's going to put it well north of the city of Memphis. So Memphis, for right now, nothing to worry about. That could change later on. We still got a long ways to go in this. But Memphis, I'm not concerned right at this moment. We will have to watch Millington. We'll have to watch Atoka. We'll have to watch Covington as that storm continues to the north and east. That's going to cross just north of Marion, not far, just south of Turrell, kind of between Turrell and Marion on Interstate 55, if there is a tornado down there. Storm number 2, let's go a little bit north. We've got another storm here, and this one's going to be near Mark Tree, another possible tornado crossing 555. We've already had 2 tornadoes cross 555 today. One of them we watched right here on ABC 24 as it happened. That's moving to the north and east. That's into Mississippi County, Arkansas. So Golden Lake is here. Here's Osceola and Interstate 55. So that possible tornado's back there. And that's about to cross Interstate 55 as well. So a storm track for this one. As we move things off to the north and east, that's going to put it into Joyner, Arkansas at 7:52, Bassett at 7:55, Golden Lake at 8:01, and then Osceola by 8:15. So that's an early heads up. If that storm continues, that's when that possible tornado is going to be there. We've got a new tornado warning now, but I want to finish up kind of doing this tour of these thunderstorms with this one more tornado warning that's coming into Blytheville right now. Blytheville, I also want you in your safe place. We've got a possible circulation just west of town. And man, we had a tornado come through here just a little bit ago. This hit back near Leachville and Lake City. The images we're seeing from there are frightening of that large tornado. This is a different storm, but still a tornado warning. And again, that's going to be coming up near Blytheville. If you're in Blytheville or near it, Burdett even on 55, I want you in your tornado safe place. And again, just a reminder for you, if you're joining us late, maybe you're hearing the sirens and wanted to check in, good on you for checking in if you're in Memphis. Memphis is not under a tornado warning. Millington right now, not under a tornado warning, at least in the city. There's a small corner of Shelby County out near Shelby Forest that's in that warning. Memphis is not right now. Collierville, Germantown, Cordova, Arlington, none of you are in a warning right now. That tornado warning is up near Shelby Forest. Could be extended into Millington. We'll watch, but this particular storm is going to be to the north of Memphis. All right, a new tornado warning coming out now. This is another one for the city of Wynne. I believe this is now the third or fourth tornado warning that we've had for Wynne. This is for a storm that is coming back out of central Arkansas. I'm going to switch to the wind mode to try to get a better idea of this. And yeah, there is a little bit of circulation back there. We've got a little couplet right there, that area of rotation there. And that is going to be passing pretty close to Wynne. This one, not as strong as some of the previous ones. I'm not as concerned about that one right now. But if you are in Wynne, course of least regret, go ahead and be in your safe place. I'll tell you what's interesting, and Kit, you might be able to talk about this a little more, that near Jeanette right now, that little signature to me looks interesting. If nothing else, some very strong wind near Jeanette, Arkansas, coming into Crawfordsville. This is just south of Earl. So there's Earl right there. This is really close to Jeanette, north of Interstate 40. This will stay north of Interstate 40. It's going to come near Crawfordsville. This could be a circulation trying to develop, and we're going to watch that very carefully as we get another new tornado warning. Okay, this one is going to include Dyer County. So let's get the radar off of here and talk about this one. This is a tornado warning from Blytheville. It's through the Missouri Boot Heel. It's through Caruthersville, and it's into Dyersburg as well. So this is a brand new tornado warning that's just been issued. I told you we had a circulation near Blytheville. I wonder if we can pin that down here on the radar and just get an idea of where that circulation is. Oh yeah, definitely a circulation here. This is looks to me just maybe north of Blytheville, maybe a couple of those there, and that's moving off to the north and east. Dyersburg, this one could come pretty close to you if it stays on the ground or does touch down, but that area of circulation about to cross 55, pretty close to or just north of the city of Blytheville. Kit, what's going on over there?
We've had a couple of new tornado warnings issued or extended from present ones. So, of course, the one that Trevor mentioned there around the Wynne area, of course, you're in your third or fourth tornado warning for the evening. That storm has been producing a tornado previously, but it's no longer confirmed. One update from the National Weather Service is they have no confirmed tornadoes at the moment here, here across the area, as we're starting to see some of those storm winds begin to push into the very western fringe of our viewing area here. So well west of Wynne there, we've got around Penrose, Fair Oaks, the Barson area. That's around where we see this current tornado warning, where we see that rotation signature. So where I'm looking is right around in here, right here in the western end of this morning. So it's well west of Wynne, having lots of W's here. This is going to be moving northeast very, very quickly. So I'll get some of that info for you here. The motion of this storm is moving to the northeast around 45 miles per hour. If, I'll have to switch back over to radar to get the warning information on screen for you as well. But as we're going to see this particular storm moving northeast very quickly, but notice how embedded it is within all of this rainfall. All of that rain that's coming down, it makes it impossible to see a tornado if it is coming in. So while the National Weather Service is saying they don't have the confirmed tornado, it's difficult to see it visually for our trained storm spotters out there. Of course, now that we're at night, the darkness makes it difficult, but we're also seeing it wrapping up within rainfall. As we look here towards Crittenden County, now this entire supercell is within the northern half of Crittenden County on the northern side of I-40. I want to take a look at that velocity signature that Trevor was mentioning a moment ago. Here we can see that very astounding updraft signature. While it isn't quite as classic of a rotating updraft signature, it is still rotating, as we can see. And we've just recently had an update on that warning information. I want to get that just really quickly to see what they changed with that tornado warning. It's up to 2-inch diameter hail with that storm now, so some pretty decent amount of hail. Of course, that's not our only warning in our area. Dyersburg recently added to a tornado warning as well, so I want to go up there. Trevor mentioned Blytheville earlier, an area that had seen was very near a major tornado with some incredible catastrophic damage reported from that. But I'm not seeing at the moment anything that shows up on the debris detector. On the velocity over the last 30 minutes or so, we've seen this storm moving through northern Mississippi County, north of the Blytheville area. It'll be crossing through the Missouri Boot Heel, so I-55, we'll see that again, north of the Cooter area. And that could clip into the Caruthersville area to Dyersburg, that I-155 spur there. That's where we're going to see this next potential tornado to roll through. So where I'm looking is right here. Steele is up next. Then we could see somewhere around the Caruthersville, maybe towards Dyersburg. This takes a hard right turn. That's going to bring it more into the Dyersburg area and eventually to Cloverdale as well. We'll have to be tracking that threat out over the next several minutes here. I've noticed that there's been some updates on some of these severe thunderstorm warnings here as well. Honestly, Trevor, this is the cleanest it's looked in, I don't know, an hour with some of the warnings that we've seen. The radar has been very, very cluttered with numerous warnings. Now we can more easily count 4 tornado warnings across our area. But one thing I will call your attention to is that we do have a warning here in southern Mississippi County, and then another warning into St. Francis County. We're going to see the St. Francis to Cross County area, that storm there west of Wynn, that is going to likely head into southern Mississippi County within the next hour. So again, we're seeing these multiple tornado warnings crossing over places that just had one previously. This is one good thing we can at least appreciate is this is the back end of the line. We are starting to see the final wave of the event entering into our viewing area, just into far, far northwestern Poinsett County there. The back edge of the extreme severe threat has arrived, and we are starting to see sort of the tail end of this system for today. Now, we still have our whole viewing area left to go for these storms. Northern Mississippi has been very quiet. Bolivar, you haven't seen a whole lot lately. We've been quiet over the last several hours, though you haven't been completely absent of severe weather. We've seen it in all 3 states that we cover so far today, but we've been quiet over the last couple of hours here. I'll just loop this. We'll just loop it over the last 5 hours here. This goes back to 2:45 when we started to see some scattered thunderstorms, then multiple tornado warnings, back-to-back tornadoes confirmed with some of these warnings here. Multiple supercells. Like this kind of a radar loop here is impressive to see, and this is going to be an event that is studied for years, I'm sure, but we saw a whole wave of storms leading it, and then back into Arkansas, we saw a second wave of supercell thunderstorms, basically a string of pearls, which usually you see out towards the western plains. This kind of a severe weather event is astounding to see here in the Mid-South. Of course, we're not unfamiliar with severe weather, but it is a major event that we are seeing unfold this evening. A new severe thunderstorm warning here for several counties. Lee, Phillips, St. Francis, and Tunica County, as well as northern parts of Coahoma County there. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch diameter hail, so that's on the baseline. We're starting to see this, the storm front. I was talking about how the back edge of those storms are pushing into our area. That is sort of where we see I hesitate to call it a reduction of threat because there is still multiple threats, but whenever we see that cross or that curve backwards, we tend to see less intense development on this southern side here than on the northern side, because as this is pushing hard into those parameters, this is more sliding east here, so it's not quite as significant. We've got a view from West Memphis here. If we take that full, I'll zoom in on the radar here on that storm. So if we got that SmartWay camera here, we can take a look now. So this is from West Memphis. We've got it's I-40 at College Boulevard. That's mile marker 275, it looks like. So I'll zoom in here. Is where we've seen here in West Memphis some pretty intense lightning. If we get back to radar now, I'll put that lightning on the screen, and there has been a lot of lightning just with this one storm. We'll get a box investigation here on this. Just within that one storm, 77 strikes in the last 10 minutes. By no means the most intense lightning we've seen this week, let alone tonight, but still some abundant lightning along this entire line of thunderstorms. And look out ahead of that. We've got another lightning strike just northeast of Mariana, well ahead of those storms. So getting back to the chance for those tornadoes, want to get into the velocity picture here. We see we've got some very intense winds there outside of Crawfordsville, so we're going to see some possible tree damage, some maybe shingle damage from these strong winds that are coming in. Where you see that teal, that the very bright blue color you see here around Russell Cemetery Road, that's where we're seeing the severe winds. So that's right there at the green is the transition from sub-severe to above severe, and then that dark blue jump is where we see significant winds. I think that we're starting to enter the time where we're going to see more straight-line wind damage as well as the tornado threat. The tornado threat is not going away. It's just switching maybe more from a hail threat to a wind threat. I think that's the trade-off we're going to see. I'll see if Trevor agrees with that in a few minutes here, but looking up the line towards the Blytheville area, I'm not seeing quite as significant of a rotation as we saw earlier. In fact, the area of rotation that I did see has sort of moved in this direction here, away from Blytheville towards the Steele area. And now we have this line of converging winds. So I'll clear that off really quickly here. I want to zoom back out as we've got these winds that are moving away from the radar rapidly. Like you've got this jet streak ahead. In the meantime, we've got these storms coming in from the west. And so anytime we have, I'll zoom in just right along that line, and we can use it for just a quick theory lesson here, is we have these storms that are I apologize, I hit the wrong button there. As we have these storms that are coming into winds that are rushing forwards, that extra push can lead to, I'll sort of curl it this way, you can see that curling motion as those storms, or as those winds push against one another. That's what can induce a rapid development of a tornado. We call this a quasi-linear convective system, QLCS, a squall line of storms. So as I try and redraw this, we've got these storm winds that are going to be coming into this wind from the southeast here, and that's going to lead to maybe some quick developments of tornadoes. Trevor?
All right, Kit, a couple of things here. A great analysis there as we track these storms across the river. I do want to take you live to downtown Memphis right now. This is a live picture from our Midtown camera at the Southern College of Optometry. There's the downtown skyline. Man, an incredible show of lightning as we're looking back across the river toward Crittenden County and toward West Memphis with that thunderstorm that currently has a tornado warning on it. And I mean, that lightning just goes to show you how intense of a thunderstorm this is. You can see the base, almost a wall cloud right there. That's probably what that is. We might be able to zoom in here in just a second. Actually, let's do that right now and just investigate, because we can actually probably see the bottom of this thunderstorm to see what's happening. I'm going to try to zoom this in here just a little bit, and it might take a moment to focus here on me since I'm zooming in so far. But I do want to zoom in here over downtown and just see if we can see the base of this thunderstorm kind of as the lightning strikes. So again, bear with me. Let me get this camera focused and zoomed in here and all that good stuff. So give me just a second. It's going to take a second to catch up with me. But again, of course, we're looking over the bridge, and you're going to kind of see as the lightning flashes, there's a little lowering kind of in the clouds. Look right in there, right there. So that's probably the wall cloud from that thunderstorm in Crittenden County, and we kind of have to wait for the lightning to flash on the back side of it, so it is a little hard to see. But that is the rotating, lowering part of that storm that is coming through Crittenden County and moving into northern Shelby County, maybe even Tipton County here in just a little bit. So kind of an incredible view there. Looks like a new tornado warning just coming out. All right, this is going to be, we'll get back to this. Man, that was incredible. Did you see that? That cloud of ground lightning strike. All right, we'll get back to that. We won't nerd over that too much, but this is a new tornado warning now for this storm coming into Osceola. This possible rotation about to cross 55 south of Osceola. It's going to continue northeastward. This also includes Lauderdale, and it also includes northern Tipton County, the far northern edge of Tipton County. It does not include Covington or Atoka, but that area of rotation pretty much on 55 right now. And so if you are in central Mississippi County or Lauderdale County in Tennessee, go ahead and be in your safe place. Osceola by 8:11, Luxora at 8:17. Ashport as we get on into Lauderdale County, Tomato at 8:35, and Henning at 8:40. So again, Mississippi County, Arkansas, and Lauderdale County, Tennessee, a new tornado warning for you there. We want to make sure you're in your safe place. Let's get back to this storm that is what we're watching on our camera here. And this is a tornado warning for Crittenden County. Area of rotation near Clarkdale, south of Turl. This is right on 55 right now. That thing is really trying to spin, and I wonder if we can switch over to the velocity and just see what's going on there. Oh man, that's quite a signature there. Definitely have some very high wind gusts at an absolute minimum. Even if there's not a tornado in this, over Clarkdale right now, I guarantee you we have easily 60, 70, 80 mile-an-hour winds, and they're probably about to extend this tornado warning. Look where those bright colors, those bright winds are. This is going to be clipping northern Shelby County, and then eventually into Tipton County, Dixonville, Atoka. They're going to be the next ones in line for this, Kit.
Hey, I've got a weather in Weather 4. I've got a camera there around the Clarkdale area on I-555.
Put that behind me?
If we can put Weather 4 behind Trevor,
Thank you.
Appreciate it. There you go.
So I appreciate that, Kit. Thank you. And thanks to the folks in the back as well. This is, again, 55 near Clarkdale. At a minimum, some very high wind gusts here. I don't like seeing people drive. Nobody should be driving around when we've got tornado warnings like this. I mean, look at the wind ripping across the road right there. I guarantee we've got 50, 60, 70 mile-an-hour winds over Clarkdale right now. Just investigating a couple of things. So they're saying right now it looks like this rotation with this particular area is in the middle levels. That pretty much means it's still up in the clouds. It hasn't touched down yet. But we'll watch this camera carefully. Kit, if you keep an eye on it over there and just see, make sure we're not missing anything. But that's 55.
I'll let you know if anything changes there.
Yeah, 55 near Clarkdale. I mean, an incredible lightning show. And again, as we switch back to the radar to Weather 2, again, that's that rotation there. We've seen it all day now, and we've been talking about it. That kind of hook echo shape on the backside of that storm, that's where that rotation happens. And there's likely rotation near Clarkdale that could touch down into a tornado very soon. And again, that's going to be crossing the river. It's going to barely clip Shelby County. Like, we're talking way north Shelby County, Shelby Forest and Cuba Landing, those areas up there. That's where this possible tornado is going to go. And then it's going to be into Tipton County as well. So if you are in Clarkdale, Turl areas, if you are up near Shelby Forest, and if you're in Tipton County, we don't have a warning out for Tipton County yet, but they're probably about to draw one out that'll likely include Munford, probably Atoka, possibly as far north as Covington, but I would not be surprised if that storm re-intensified at all as it continues to move off to the north and the east. I'm going to check back in with our Midtown camera. I'm going to keep kind of moving it around here because we should get a decent view of this thunderstorm from our Midtown camera up on the Southern College of Optometry. Let's see if I can zoom out here just a little bit. I'm going to switch back to that Midtown camera. And this is a view. It's going to take a second to kind of update and move it to where I wanted it to. Yeah, Kit.
I was just going to say that some of these storms, of course, are producing a lot of lightning. We've seen them starting to strike 10 to 15 miles outside of that warning.
Yeah, and that's a fair point, is this lightning can reach far outside of the thunderstorm. You do not have to be right under the thunderstorm for lightning to hit. I mean, you can see this right now. This is over Memphis. We're in Midtown Memphis, looking off to the north and west into Crittenden County, where that tornado-warned storm is, and just an incredible show of lightning there. And that is the sign of an incredibly intense thunderstorm. I zoomed this out just a little bit. Again, this takes a second to catch up here for the on-air feed. So I do want to set with this for just a second to see if we can get a slightly better view of this thunderstorm. Definitely something there, and then a little bit of a lowering maybe down here.
Yeah, it looked like a wall cloud there in the far distance.
Yeah, I think probably right in there. We're going to watch for some lightning. We could probably see that lowering cloud base that a tornado would come out of if it was on the ground. And we kind of have to wait for the right lightning strike. It needs to almost be behind the storm from our vantage point. Something definitely right there. Kit, get your eyes on this and see if you can catch anything that maybe I don't. Again, this is from Midtown Memphis looking into Crittenden County.
Yeah, that's definitely, it sort of has that beaver tail shape to it.
Yeah, and you'll notice right there, we call that the beaver tail. That's the wall cloud, the lowering mesocyclone of the thunderstorm. Just a fancy way of saying that's the area that's spinning around up in the clouds. The question is, can that thing put something down on the ground? I can't see anything from this camera, but we are several miles away. I mean, this thing's up in Crawfordsville, almost in Turl. We're trying to look for Midtown Memphis, even though we're zoomed in. I keep catching a little something right here, and it's really hard to see. Yeah, Kit.
We've got a view from Turl and the Vidwell we'll get to in a moment, but I'd like to give some more information on a new tornado warning that has just been issued north of Memphis. Not in Memphis, but just to the north part of Shelby County, so we may hear those outdoor warning sirens reissued again. May or may not entirely sure how they issue them, but sometimes it's countywide, no matter where it is in the county. But this is mainly for Tipton County into parts of Lauderdale County, southern Mississippi County. This is the storm that has been leaving Crittenden County and is moving into some areas to our north. We're getting a latest radar scan, and the radar right now is looking at the very lowest part of this storm. So we're seeing that gusty wind there between St. Thomas and Turl down towards the Devil's Elbow Road area. So this is where we're seeing the area of rotation. We look at the other products of velocity just to get a better sense of how it's moving rather than relative to the storm. Of course, we've seen in recent scans, this is the area here. I'll draw it on for you. We've seen this area of that rotation just very briefly. If I swap back over to scan down lower and lower into that storm, that's still about where we see that rotation is right around in this area here. That most recent update on the lower scan has moved it forward. So that's going to probably move it this direction within the next few minutes here. So we're now at 8 o'clock. I think it's time to sort of reset where we are. Trevor, I don't know if you want to sit down for a little bit over here. We'll swap spots here in a moment, but we've seen several severe thunderstorms across the area. We've been live since around, about 3:30 this afternoon on digital platforms, and then as tornado warnings began issuing, we jumped on air on WLMT and WATN. So we're watching right now here on ABC 24 and CW30 multiple severe storms that have brought tornado warnings. We've seen extreme damage, large, violent tornadoes through this area. So, of course, we're continuing with evening coverage. We apologize for covering up your Wednesday night programming on these channels, but this is our first priority as a media station that we must bring you this warning information across the area. So, once again, we've got numerous tornado warnings from the north around the Dyersburg area into parts of Dyer County. Caruthersville still within that warning. If we switch over to velocity, we've got the latest scan here. This is a quickly developing linear setup where we could see a tornado wrap around very, very quickly. Farther south, Osceola, you're looking at a tornado warning as well as Covington, Atoka. Turl is on the backside of that warning as well, as it is about to cross over the river. And we're starting to see some pretty intense winds just making its way right there to the Mississippi River. Wynne, Arkansas, you also have a tornado warning. We've been seeing this one, though it has been relatively weak, and it's not quite as dramatic of a signature as we have seen through the evening. I'll just rewind it over the last 30 minutes here. The Wynn, Arkansas area no longer really under where we see that rotation. The rotation is coming up towards the I-555 corridor. Marked tree is where we've seen some of that rotation already today. And we're looking at another area of rotation to roll in very soon. So this is where I'm looking right here. We kind of had a secondary split here as well of that previous rotation. So if I just pull that back a little bit, you can see how that rotation is kind of split. And then here is where we have that next one that is heading towards Gilt Edge. We've been talking about Gilt Edge already this afternoon. You're under another tornado warning. This has been the case for several hours where we've had numerous tornado warnings. And then we have another round of tornado warnings across the area. So this is going to be a continued event, a very long event across our area, as we're still going to see that threat for severe thunderstorms. As I take you out to the Midtown camera, I'll show you just this view, of course. If we take this full, you can see abundant lightning across the area. We were looking at what appeared to be sort of a tail cloud, the feeder into this storm. And if we can take this full screen here as well, we can just see just all of the lightning that we've had with this storm. I'm going to just zoom this out just a little bit as we've seen some progression of that storm recently moving to the north and east a little bit. And there you can see very briefly, you'll see it here in just a moment as the camera begins to pan. We've got that tail cloud that has begun to push into the area. And that's sort of leading into the rotating updraft. Again, this is the storm that is moving north of the Memphis area. We may hear the warning, the warning sirens go out once again across the area. So we'll have to keep that in mind as we head over the next few minutes. Of course, Memphis not presently under a tornado warning, but we do have that in northern Shelby County. Trevor?
Yeah, Kit, and as we continue to take a live look at that Midtown camera, doing a little switcheroo over here, I'm going to have myself a seat for at least a couple of minutes here. It has been a long day, and it's going to continue to be a long evening on the way. So I do want to come back as we see that Midtown camera there. The lightning flashes continue with that storm that is going to be over in Crittenden County, Arkansas. I do just want to take a moment here and reset, kind of start over and talk about what exactly is going on. Obviously, we still have continuing severe weather across the Mid-South. I'm going to try to what I'm actually going to do is just get this radar off of here for a second and kind of show you everything that is going on without the actual radar on. So these are your current warnings. The red boxes, they are going to be for tornado warnings. So we have another tornado warning in effect right now for Wynn. We've got a tornado warning for Tipton County. We've got a tornado warning for Mississippi County, a tornado warning for Lauderdale County, and a tornado warning for Dyer County. So we have several tornado warnings, 4 that we are working with right now. And now that we kind of get a lay of the land here and what we're seeing, I am going to pop the radar back on. And I'm just going to kind of start one by one and show you each storm. Dyersburg, you are under this tornado warning right now. We're going to zoom in, and I want to just kind of investigate this just a little bit as we see where this possible rotation is. And it's going to be right over there, kind of on the west side of Dyer County. So Dyersburg, go ahead and make sure you're in your tornado safe place. Of course, that is the lowest level of your home, your business. You don't want to be driving around. Stay away from windows, things like that. Really the most center portion of your home, that is going to be the most important thing with that possible rotation headed into Dyersburg. This is not the most concerning signature I've seen all day. Nothing screams to me, stands out to me with this storm, but it is a day that we've seen tornadoes develop and intensify so quickly that could happen again. So Dyersburg, I still want you in your tornado safe place as well. We still have these tornado warnings that are going to be for eastern Arkansas into western Tennessee as well. And it's kind of hard, honestly, as these storms kind of all congeal together. It's hard to pin out individual storms, but we do have a couple of areas of rotation within this line. It's kind of one big line of thunderstorms anywhere from Blytheville to Osceola, down 55, all the way to Turl. We have several signs of rotation in there, and that storm coming into Tipton County right now probably has the best sign of rotation of any of them, at least a very strong wind signature. Those bright colors in here, I know that looks like a lot on the screen, but what we're looking at is just very intense wind in there that could be trying to circulate and come into Tipton County. So if you are in Tipton County, make sure you're in your tornado safe place right now. That tornado warning is going to continue. I will mention a sliver of Shelby County is in this warning, so we might have sirens going off across Shelby County. Notice, though, Memphis is not in a warning right now. Millington is not even in a warning. It's even further north than Millington. But Atoka, Covington, those areas, you do need to be in your tornado safe place right now. And then this other storm that's just passed through Wynn, the good news is it seems like the worst is past you for tonight. We're going to keep some storms around, but I think that was kind of the last hurrah for at least severe weather for right now. But we do have some rotation in here. Not an incredible sign of rotation. They'll probably let that tornado warning go. I'm not incredibly concerned about that one right now. But we do have another incoming warning, and this is going to be out near Stuttgart. That's coming into Lee County and Mariana. So another heads up for you in Forest City, Mariana, and Lee County. That is another area that could possibly pose some rotation and have a possible tornado with it. So that is kind of the lay of the land as it sits right now. Several tornado warnings continue across the Mid-South, and one of those in Tipton County coming into Atoka and Covington. Kit, the good news is right at this moment, we do not have any reports of a tornado actually on the ground. About 30, 40 minutes ago, we had 3 or 4 tornadoes on the ground at the exact same time. Right now, we don't have that, but still an environment where those tornadoes can spin right back up.
Yeah, and this is the case that we've seen over the last several hours of just any of these storms. We were talking about early on, any storm could become a tornado warning. And then we saw any tornado warning could become confirmed. And then that happened. So we've seen this evolve into an incredible tornado outbreak across our area. The main part of it has been across Arkansas, but one good thing is here into Cross County, we've just had a tornado warning dropped from Cross and Crittenden County there, no longer within a present tornado warning. That does not mean the threat is over for our viewing area, though. Of course, we still see severe thunderstorm warnings across this area. I'll get that info on your screen. Down towards the Tunica area, back towards the Lee County area. I'll move that warning information up north just a little bit so we can see some of that. Of course, this is until 8:30 this evening. It's a radar indicated threat for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail, about 1 inch. So that goes into southern parts of Crittenden County here, southern St. Francis County, right there along the I-40 corridor. And then we have another severe thunderstorm warning on the northern end of that. So I'll put that information on the screen for you as well. I'm going to scoot it over northern Mississippi here. Back up that way so it's not behind me. So we've got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Of course, many of them have been overlapping with some of the tornado threats we've had. So this is for Crittenden, Mississippi, parts of Shelby County. We're starting to see Memphis becoming warned within this storm. Of course, we've had numerous storms that have gone around Memphis, and Memphis hasn't seen it just yet, but we will see this line of storms moving in, bringing that severe weather threat with it over the next several minutes here. So this is moving east at around 50 miles per hour with the maximum hail size. I was saying this earlier, we're starting to see the transition to wind from hail, and we're seeing the hail size only 3/4, had a big gulp of water before this. We're starting to see 3/4 inch hail as the threat. So no longer severe hail, still possible, but peas, dimes, nickels, about that size of hail is probably going to be what we'll see in the Memphis area here in a little while. But there is still a chance for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So as we look at the winds that are coming in to Memphis here, As we look at the velocity, you can actually see pretty clearly where we're getting some of those severe winds embedded within that severe thunderstorm warning. So, of course, this is the severe thunderstorm warning box around Earl down towards Forest City. That's where we've got those bright blue colors. That's where the severe wind gusts are. That is what's going to move into Memphis eventually. Memphis, the Midtown area, not presently within that warning, but the downtown area out to West Memphis as well. That is where you do have the present severe thunderstorm warning. I want to take you back to those tornado warnings that we have in our northern viewing area. So this is around Covington, Atoka, just north of Millington. The northern extreme corner of Shelby County has been dropped, just trimmed out of this warning. So now we're just into Tipton and Lauderdale County and southern Mississippi County in northeast Arkansas and western Tennessee. I'm going to just do a quick loop back 15 minutes so we can see where some of the rotation has been tracking. Notice there just east of Earl, as that pushes forward, I'm going to track that with my eyes just to see where it goes so we can see where, if I can grab the right thing here. As that moved to the northeast, it has weakened quite a bit, but this is still the area of where we had that rotation back towards the Earl region. So that, of course, is going to be sort of the next chance for that storm to produce a tornado. Trevor, you got something for us?
Things, Kit, and then I do want to get back to you. I do want to pass along some information that we've gotten. You might remember about maybe an hour ago, hour and a half ago, we were showing you a tornado come through Truman, Lake City, Monette. We actually have video from earlier today from the RDOT camera of that tornado crossing the interstate and then being lit up by lightning. A remarkably scary video. Watch this right here. This is from earlier today as that tornado is illuminated by lightning just passing north of Truman. That same tornado went up toward Monette, Leachville, and Lake City. The same areas hit really hard back in 2021. And so I wanted to get some information out about that. We have reports from the emergency management. Monette, 10 to 15 houses were heavily damaged. 2 victims were rescued from those damaged houses. 3 people were injured and are now receiving treatment. They're waiting to hear from Lake City, Arkansas, but what we are hearing from Lake City is that it could be worse than what we saw even in Leachville and Monette. So again, what you were looking at is earlier a tornado north of Truman, Arkansas, that then went on to Leachville and Monette. It does sound like we had at least some injuries there and several houses that were impacted by that tornado. And of course, this event is still ongoing. We have a new tornado warning right now as we continue to roll on. And we're not going to be able to show you every tornado. Of course, that was in the daytime. It was next to a camera. Now that we're at night, the odds of us catching a tornado on camera are slim. But keep that picture in mind. When we say a tornado warning, that's the kind of stuff that's going to happen today. And we do have a new tornado warning that has just been issued. This is going to be for Lee and St. Francis County. This does include the city of Forest City until 9 p.m. There is an area of rotation here way back in Lee County, kind of back to the west of Mariana. It is going to be this zone right in there near Morrow. That is going to be moving off to the north and east, kind of going to be becoming between Forest City and Mariana along Arkansas 1. So if you are in that zone right now, go ahead and take shelter. Be in your tornado safe place as we track this off to the north and east. Forest City by about 8:46, at least close to that area. Blackfish at 9:03, Parkin, and then Jeanette by 9:18 and 9:22. So this could be another storm that kind of follows in the footsteps of the last one and continues into portions of Crittenden County and the northern Memphis metro. We have a couple of other things now. We've got some areas of rotation in Mississippi County, Arkansas, and some interesting signatures here. This is going to be east of Interstate 55 near Golden Lake. Signatures of rotation there. That is crossing right now into Tipton County. Now, I know this is a lot to see. There's a lot going on. I'm going to try to zoom it out a little bit to give you maybe a little bit of a better view, and I'm going to circle where we were tracking that rotation. So, of course, right in here, you've got Atoka, and there's Covington, both along Highway 51. So that rotation likely going to be to the west of there, but is going to continue to track through Tipton County and Lauderdale County. That's going to be near Cherry at 8:40, Henning, Tennessee, and Lauderdale County at about 8:50, and then Ripley at 8:57. So that's the setup right now with that particular area of rotation. We also have a tornado warning for Dyersburg. This one continues to not look incredibly impressive to me. There are very high winds in Dyersburg right now, but I don't have any indication that a tornado is actually on the ground with those storms that are rolling in right now. So Kit, that's just an update on some of those damage reports that we're getting in, reports of injuries and things like that. We'll continue to pass those along as we get them. Of course, hopefully we don't get any more, but this situation continues with not only damaging wind gusts and hail, but also several tornado warnings. Dyersburg, Covington, Forest City, all under the gun yet again.
Yeah, and we're switching now to a camera view here from around the Osceola area here. This is under a tornado warning, and there we've got a big old flash of lightning. You can see just very frequent lightning, not quite continuous, but we've had a lot of lightning with this storm so far. You can see that's a massive flash. If we switch back over to our radar, you can see how much lightning we've seen with this particular tornado warning storm across the area. We've seen some very big lightning with this recently. So if I just get a quick investigation box here, we've got the count of lightning, 200 strikes in just the last 10 minutes. So a ton of lightning. And of course, some of that lightning is showing up around the Osceola area. It's not quite as densely packed there, but the storm on the southern side has been producing a ton of lightning. So one thing that's not a sure bet, but one correlation is whenever we have tornado genesis happening or we have just a tornadic environment, we can see a greater increase of lightning activity pairing with the tornado genesis. The tornado genesis is the full process it takes to make a tornado. It's not necessarily just when the tornado strikes down, but we can see this environment is producing a ton of lightning. So that leads me to expect that this is a slightly more tornadic storm than the one on the northern side. And of course, that warning has been trimmed just a little bit. So I want to take you back to the velocity here. And we'll just zip it back over the last, we'll say 30 minutes or so, just to get sort of an eye marker of where this rotation is. And yeah, that's exactly where I was thinking, just right around in here. The thing is, this is the zone where the rotation had been produced, but we have seen some pretty impressive video. And I'm just gonna ask our producer, is this video getting prepared by Trevor? Okay, so he'll talk about that in just a moment, but I've gotten a spoiler. It's pretty impressive. So one thing I see with this is we've got the radar is just to the south. There you see the radar beam animating across. So we're seeing winds here that are blowing towards the radar. Yes, towards the radar, and these are moving away from the radar. So this is a diverging space there. So that is not where we have that tornado presently. Where I would expect it is where we have this to there. That's the area of rotation that we've got to keep in mind. These are very messy thunderstorms now. We're not those isolated, perfect supercells that we had earlier. So that's making it a little more difficult to pin down where that tornado could be, but it's going to be embedded somewhere within very heavy rain. And that is not something that we have seen all day. We have seen some tornadoes in the clear air and some incredible video coming into the ABC 24 and CW30 studios now. I'll let Trevor take it away.
Yeah, this video is shocking. This is from Lake City, Arkansas earlier. Matthew Frazier with this video. That is an incredibly powerful tornado. It almost just makes your stomach drop. That is hard to watch. It's hard to sit here and look at. It's just showing you Mother Nature's fury and what's possible on days like this. I mean, this is the tornado that we watched on ABC 24. We showed you a moment ago. It crossed I-55 near Truman.
There's some
power
flashes.
It's knocking out the power grids there. And this same tornado grew in intensity. It went through Lake City, Arkansas, and then continued up to Leachville and Monette, which in a sick twist of fate, that's the exact same path that the tornado took back on December 10th, 2021. You might remember that nursing home was hit back in Leachville and Monette. This followed almost the same path, and it almost looks like that tornado is just dragging itself across the ground. Let's watch it one more time because I want to just show you how powerful of a day this is. And again, this is from near Lake City, Arkansas. This is the stuff you see in Nebraska and Kansas and Oklahoma. Wow.
Can we get this on the green screen? There's some features I want to point out to this storm. if we can get that in a moment. But, you know, you're right, Trevor. This is the kind of stuff you see in the plains, and there's been a lot of talk, a lot of research in the last several years of Tornado Alley, so to speak, is shifting to the Mid-South, and that's definitely something that we're kind of seeing here. Hello. So if we can recue this back up to the start here, there we go. So this is the wall cloud. We've mentioned that several times. This space here is the wall cloud, and then you have the surface, the underside of the storm there. Then you can see that wall cloud is sort of wrapped around. Whenever you have this sort of double notch shape, this is just a structural sign of a violent tornado. Very, very strong. We're talking well in excess of 110 miles an hour. That's just a very low bound that I'll give you there on that. But you see power flashes occurring right there at the base. So that's how we know this isn't just some cloud structure. This is a tornado on the surface. And if we can we'll zoom in just a little bit more. There's been some features on the side of this of what we call horizontal vortices that are basically all of the winds are rushing in, and the updraft is so strong, you get this tube of rotation, and that happens right around there, right very early in this video. You get this horizontal vortex on the side of the tornado. Just all of these things only happen in the most intense tornadoes. So it will be interesting to see what the National Weather Service surveys this storm as in the next couple of days. Trevor, where was it that you said this was?
That's Lake City.
Lake City.
So that's right before it got up. This is actually in Craighead County, over near Jonesboro, but it kind of was in Poinsett County. It went to Craighead and then went to Mississippi County. That's when it went up toward Leachville and Monett.
I've got on my radar here, if we switch back to that on the green screen, we can see the debris signature of this storm. So this was in Lake City. Look right here. This is the debris ball. That is what moved into the Lake City area, eventually crossing into the Leachville area. So if I just rewind that, look at how quickly it goes from just north of the 555 logo there to the next frame. We've got the debris ball, and then that moves through the Lake City area, of course, just on the northwest side. It's an incredibly low return right here as we're getting into some of the higher end debris. Now, remember when we saw those power flashes, that was it hitting some sort of a transformer, something blue. So some of this debris could be the remnants of that power pole, of tree damage, of possibly home damage. We hope not, but it's very difficult to say for certain what it hit. Then it made its way to the Leachville area. This is Craighead County right into Mississippi County. That is the debris signature that we saw. And then very quickly it turned into, it dissipated. But all of this, that's the remnants of the debris ball. All of this is the debris. That tornado lofted the debris. It pulled it into the updraft. The National Weather Service said a few frames before this in chat that this was lofting debris to 38,000 feet. That's higher than a cross-country jet flies. So an incredible amount of debris. And if we just scan this forward for the next few frames, that debris likely falling out across the Missouri boot heel. So there might be New Madrid finding debris from that tornado several dozens of miles away here. Let's just get a quick measurement. So New Madrid may have seen debris from nearly 80 miles away. So this can happen and happens quite frequently with violent tornadoes like this. Of course, we don't want to get too deep in the weeds about what did happen. We do still have severe thunderstorms around our area, and this storm here around Earl starting to take shape of a more intense wind signature here. You can see sort of that bowing structure right there. That is a straight line wind signature, and we're seeing the latest info coming up. So we've got over 60 mile per hour winds showing up right there, just southeast of Earl there in Crittenden County. So that is pushing along the I-40 corridor. If we've got any cameras right here along this stretch, just west of West Memphis, there may be some strong winds beginning to move in here soon. So we'll get that queued up and not necessarily pulled up just yet. But back towards Forest City, we've got a tornado warning in your area, but it looks like to me that threat, I'm going to switch over to sort of subtract out that forward motion of these storms. Just over the last several minutes, we've seen just a couple areas of rotation coming in from just outside of our viewing area. There's a little bit right there, just some weak rotation. But of course, we've seen with that storm that we saw up towards the north from here, that was initially weak rotation that rapidly developed into a chaotic tornado. So we don't want to treat any weak signature as something negligible. We still want to treat it with the respect that it deserves, as it may still become a tornado very quickly. North of the Dyersburg area, we've also had this area under a tornado warning for the last little bit. The I-155 spur here just to Dyersburg. Looks like we've got just a little bit of rotation signature there. This is along the line that we've been tracking that is now sort of gathering some kinks in the line as well. That can lead to some quick spin up tornadoes. And one thing I want to draw back to your attention around the Earl area is, of course, we've got this straight leading edge here, and then we have this kink in, this bent part of that thunderstorm complex. That is where we could see another quick spin-up tornado. It's not necessarily that it's happening now, but that's the kind of shape that can lead to tornadoes. Imagine just something bending out, bowing forward, and then eventually it curls in. I use my hands a lot, and you'd think I'm Italian. But of course, we've got the chance for these storms to rapidly develop into a tornado, and then this kind of a tornado setup rapidly deteriorates. So sometimes, I've seen it in the past where the tornadoes happen in between scans of the radar. Of course, this is going around getting a new scan each sector every 2 to 5 minutes, depending on if they're looking above anymore. But I've seen it get missed just between 2 scans, and these can be less than a minute of a touchdown. And of course, it doesn't matter if it's a tornado that has carried along for a long time, or if it's a tornado that touches down in your front yard, it can still do damage to your home. So we still want to treat that tornado threat with the seriousness that it deserves. Of course, Trevor, this is now getting, I don't want to quite call it the halfway mark across our viewing area, because it's not quite there, but we're starting to see sort of this line pushing now into western Tennessee. Eventually it'll reach the Memphis area here in a short while, and then eventually we'll see that lower end of the line moving across northern Mississippi.
Yeah, we are maybe halfway. I mean, we're coming up now on, I believe, hour 6 of our continuous severe weather coverage, and what is probably going to continue for at least the next little bit. We are not going anywhere. We're going to be with you for as long as this threat continues, and that could be through at least midnight or 1 in the morning. A lot of questions in our Facebook comments, and I appreciate y'all checking in. It gives us kind of a vantage point, to be honest with you. Sometimes when we have this many tornado warnings, it's easy to get a little lost. So it really helps me in the comments to see your questions and to see what you are concerned about and what you want to know about. So with that being said, I want to kind of re-rack and restart. North Mississippi, still clear for right now. We do not have anything in North Mississippi. That is going to come a little later and push through. But for right now, North Mississippi, there's nothing to worry about. We do have several tornado warnings that are going to continue. I want to start with the one up in Dyersburg, because Dyersburg is still under a tornado warning. They're going to let this expire. This is not going to continue. I think this warning is set to expire at 8:30. This one will go away. So Dyersburg, you have a lot of heavy rain, high wind gusts. There you go. You just saw it dropped off the screen. So Dyer County, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. And we have no concern with that right now. Yes, high wind gusts, heavy rain, but for Dyersburg, there's no warning tornado-wise for right now. The high wind gusts and hail will definitely continue. I do want to move down to Tipton County. We got a lot of folks that watch in Tipton County, and I appreciate y'all checking in. We got somebody checking in from Drummond's. Let me see if I can get that on the screen for you. Some of these smaller communities don't like to pop up, but we do look out for you, I promise, and we make sure that everybody is accounted for, even if you're not popped up on the map. I'm going to try to get Drummond's to pop up, and maybe I can. Okay, there we go. So there's Drummond's. The tornado warning is still in effect for Tipton County and Covington. That tornado warning does continue for right now. Once again, we have a storm near Gilt Edge that's moving to the north and east. That it could be producing a tornado. Drummond's, that storm's past you, but you've got another storm coming in. That one's going to produce high wind gusts, maybe some hail in Drummond's. But the tornado potential right now is in Gilt Edge, close to it. As we switch over to the velocity mode of the radar, the wind mode of the radar, I'll tell you what, it's almost this little area up near Cherry. that to me seems a little more concerning. Certainly some very high wind in there in the Cherry area, but that storm in particular is going to continue to move off to the north and east. So for Ripley, you have this next storm coming up. You're not in a tornado warning right now in Ripley, but that storm in general is headed your way. So keep an eye on things for the next little bit. Mississippi County, Arkansas, things are quieting down. Still heavy rain, but I would say for right now, the worst of the weather is past you. Could have more coming in from the south, but for right now, the worst is to your east. We have this little zone in here, which does not have any warnings on it. From Mississippi County down into Crittenden County, but there are probably some very high wind gusts in here. Nothing's happening in Memphis right now. It's quiet, but that little area near Proctor, just as I say that, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. I was going to say that looks like it's producing some very high wind gusts along Interstate 40 near Proctor. And I pulled up in Weather 4, excuse me, turn my back to you. I was trying to check out one of our other sources. I've got a camera pulled up in there. But we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that just came out for Memphis and Shelby County, also for parts of DeSoto County. Good news is right now this is not a tornado warning. This is a warning for high wind gusts, and we definitely have that in that little zone that's going to be near Proctor, coming into West Memphis in the next little bit. This is moving incredibly quickly, as high as 65 miles an hour off to the east. So I'm going to time that out off to the east, and that's going to bring it a little closer to West Memphis by 8:38. Memphis at 8:51, Cordova at 9 o'clock, Germantown at 9:01. Again, that's for a high wind threat. There's no tornado warning with that, but we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Memphis metro due to high wind gusts. Now, something we are going to have to watch are these storms back here near Forest City and Marianna. Those have been rotating. We still have a tornado warning for Forest City. We'll have to see what that storm does, if they will cancel that warning or if they will continue it. But right now, that warning is in effect until 9 p.m. So we've got at least another 30 minutes on that with some possible rotation near Forest City. I'm not seeing anything incredibly concerning with that right at this moment, but we're going to have to watch that to see if it can possibly ramp back up here in the next little bit. There is a new tornado warning that has come out for part of Dyer County. And I want to zoom back into that. Dyersburg, you're not included in this. This is going to be for far northeastern Dyer County. This is up toward New Bern. We still do have some rotation that we're looking at up toward New Bern, and that is moving quickly out of our area. I think we still got Kit's microphone on. We might want to kill that here. I'm not sure. He had to run out to do something. But near New Bern, an area of rotation that's moving away from the Mid-South. So Dyersburg, you're not in that warning, but there is some rotation up near New Bern that's going to continue to move off to the north and east. So if you do get an alert or something going off in Dyer County, just know that storm is quickly exiting and will be out of your hair here pretty soon. Several things we're still watching. I want to go back to that Covington storm near Tipton County. That tornado warning is still in effect. That's for Tipton County and parts of Lauderdale County. It looks like they're going to actually, as I just kind of cleared Dyer for right now, we've got another tornado warning. They're going to extend this one into Lauderdale and for Dyer County. So a new tornado warning coming out for Ripley, Lauderdale County, and Dyer County. And that's with this storm right here that's north of Covington, kind of between Cherry and Gilt Edge. I'm going to switch over to the wind mode and check this out. Again, that little feature kit, and it's hard to tell exactly what it is. That's just a very interesting little signature there near Cherry, Tennessee. You know, that doesn't look like a traditional signature of a tornado to me, but the way it's lighting up is definitely intense. There's at minimum some very intense wind in there, and there you see that new tornado warning flashing. So this is a new tornado warning now. It's going to go for a whole host of counties. This is for Haywood, Lauderdale, Crockett, Tipton, Gibson, and Dyer County until 9:15. This storm moving off to the north and east, that is going to be at about 60 miles an hour. It is moving incredibly quickly. Again, that's to the north and east at about 60 miles an hour. Tracking that out, Ripley, a potential tornado near you at 8:43. 8:43 in Ripley, Gates at 8:52, Friendship at 9:03, and then Yorkville at 9:16. So that tornado warning is about to expire for most of Tipton County and for Covington. Atoka, you're not in the warning anymore. You are in a severe thunderstorm warning for high wind gusts, though. As far as the tornado potential, it's going to be coming up toward Ripley and eventually up toward Gates, into southern Dyer County, and into southern Crockett County as well. We also have that tornado warning that's going to continue for at least the next little bit. That's going to be for Forest City. That storm did not look incredibly impressive to me a moment ago. It still really doesn't. I mean, there's this little thing back here. I think they originally warned, excuse me, I'm just going to back this up for a second just to see what they were thinking. Yeah, so that's when they initially put out the warning. So this was at 8:12. I backed this up a little bit. And there is some rotation back there. That was at 8:12. But as we roll it forward, as we see that area of rotation, as it moves off toward Forest City, it kind of dissipates. Now we've got this new thing back here, and it looks like they're about to put out a new tornado warning for this. So this is a new tornado warning zone. This, to me, honestly, looks like a slightly more impressive signature out near Morrow, Buckhorn, west of Mariana. That's moving off to the north and east. So I'm going to go ahead and just, so that's what they've just done. They've issued a new tornado warning, I guess, for that little area right there. I'll track that out for you. Let me get a speed on that for you. Kind of a skinny tornado warning, it looks like. That's northeast at about 40 miles an hour. And so as we track that off to the north and east, Mariana at 8:57. Haines at 9 o'clock, Bricky's at 9:13, Kokomo at 9:17, and then Council at 9:22. Again, that's a new tornado warning that's just come out for Lee County in Arkansas with this storm that's going to be coming up toward Mariana here in the next little bit. So that's kind of an in-depth look at some of those storms. The biggest thing for Memphis and Shelby County right now is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's for high wind gusts. Let's hope that's all that happens, but I would say within the next 15 to 20 minutes, we're going to have a very serious and a very strong thunderstorm rolling into Memphis here in just the next little bit. West Memphis at 8:41, downtown at 8:48. Memphis, the city of Memphis, the center, that's going to be about Poplar and Highland is where we have that marker there at 8:52. Bartlett at 8:56, Shelby Farms at 8:59, Cordova at 9:02. So right now, the main concern for Memphis is the high wind gusts, but Kit, there are other tornado warnings we're watching. I'm going to watch this Memphis storm, try to get it up on our camera and see, because this could be some pretty powerful wind coming into Memphis.
I think that's definitely going to be our next thing that we see here. So this particular warning that this most recently was just issued here for Mariana, Arkansas, that is right between two radars. We're looking at around 6,000 to 6,500 feet into the air. This is a very difficult spot to warn. So that's probably why they went ahead and issued this warning here around this area. So this is, of course, southwest of Memphis. We're going to see this moving towards our direction. If it gets to us, it's tough to say, but as far as we're concerned, that line of storms could be bringing themselves into the Memphis area. So we'll need to keep a close eye on this storm, seeing how it behaves. Of course, as we get closer and closer to the radar site, which you see there, it's up in Millington. If you've ever seen this big golf ball on a big stand there, that's the radar site just north of us. This is where we're seeing some rotation right now. So again, we're looking from the radar site in Millington and the radar site back towards Little Rock, and the Little Rock also sees some decent mid-level rotation. The thing is, a tornado is a surface feature. If it's on the ground, that is a tornado, but we can't see the ground out here in this far western part of our viewing area. So it's definitely a difficult spot to be in right now, out into western Lee County, Arkansas here. So it's tough to say if it's on the ground or not. So as we've said multiple times tonight, treat it as such. Treat it as if it is on the ground, heading to those lowest places in your home or residence, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. One thing I do note is that we've seen some pretty bright signatures. So there are very fast winds here just outside of Morrow. Again, about 5,500, 6,000 feet above the ground, or I think it's at 5 to 6,500 feet, somewhere around in there. That's where we're seeing some very rapid rotation in the mid-levels of the thunderstorm. So if we just get a quick investigation of that pixel there, that's not the radial radar there, but of course, if I drop off that warning for just a moment, we'll be able to see that. Looks like we've got some new data coming in with that storm. If you'll forgive me, I'm trying to just get the wind on that storm. I'll have to turn off the warning information, but there we go. So as we get that pixel queried there, it should be showing up. It's just not showing up for some reason. But anyway, can't measure it, but we see that into our legend here. That is severe wind gusts. So that is upwards of 58-mile-per-hour winds blowing towards the radar, I should say, and then away from the radar. So there we've got some actually backwards rotation. So I got kind of sucked into that, but oh, I'm sorry. I was looking towards the wrong radar site. Of course, that is towards, all right, it's been a long day. I apologize. So this is looking from the Arkansas site, which is just to the west, and that is moving away from the radar. So that would be a proper counterclockwise rotation. So that's sometimes when we're looking at these things for so long, everything just sort of blends together. But I got everything reset now. That storm also, you can see from the Millington radar site, we've got those winds away from the radar and towards the radar in those same spots there. So that's where we're seeing in the mid-levels, this storm is rotating at this hour. So we look at the radar signature of this, you can kind of see that still hook-like shape to that storm, the kidney bean shape that we've mentioned several times. And of course, we've had numerous tornado warnings over these same counties, and we've previously had this northern warning here for this storm that is now east of Forest City, headed up the I-40 corridor. So we'll investigate that storm, see if it has any updates on its rotation. It really seems like it has fallen apart over the last several scans, so that's good news there. But of course, we're back-to-back tornado warnings right over one another. So this is now where we have that sort of expansion of that tornado warning. We've got to be aware of more storms that are moving in from the DeWitt area as well. We've already seen this happen where we had storms around DeWitt that moved into our viewing area. Now they're starting to approach the Phillips County area. So if you're in Marvell or on Helena, West Helena, you're downstream of potentially our next tornado warning that we could see across our viewing area. Of course, up on the northern side of this, we've had a couple other tornado warnings up here as well. Multiple warnings have come over the same areas. This has been the threat. I would say that the storm on the southern side, this lower warning, this one is probably just being allowed to expire probably at 4:45. So the main threat is going to be in this storm. So heading up to the Dyersburg area, the northwestern half of Crockett County there. We've got another tornado potential for you as well. So zooming in on that one, I want to switch to the other velocities. It might show a little more clear. I think it was that one that has the most clear view. So around Lightfoot, that's where we've got sort of that rotation there. So again, away from the radar, towards the radar there, that's where we've got that inflow jet of the storm where we're seeing that. And it's now updated to now north of Ripley, Tennessee here. And so that's the latest update. That's going to be heading up the road here. I'll put that road on here. This is Highway 51. Just outside of the Gates area, north of Ripley. We could see a tornado dropping down around that area very soon. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm going to check in with the Weather Service, see what their opinion is on that storm. Trevor, I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about the Memphis storm. I think you're doing a great job covering those tornado warnings, and they're very important, and I want to be sure we are checking in with you here in just a little bit. I do want to check in here with what's happening in the city of Memphis. You're looking at our live storm chaser, Ashton Lemley. He's with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. He's in Memphis right now, headed southbound into Mississippi. Looks like he's coming up on State Line Road. We're going to keep checking back in with him here in just a little bit, but I do want to get back to the radar here and talk about what's going on. The reason we're going to keep checking in with him is because we do have a thunderstorm coming into the city of Memphis. Now, for right now, we do not have a tornado warning anywhere in the city of Memphis, but these storms are producing very high wind gusts, potential hail, and they could also produce a tornado as they move in. Right now, there is no tornado warning for Memphis, but we do have a pretty serious thunderstorm on the way. I want to show you some of these wind speeds in here and just kind of poke around what Memphis is about to see. Look back near Forest City. That's close to 60-mile-an-hour winds. We're already seeing 55 to 60-mile-an-hour winds over in Crittenden County. And all of that is going to continue to move to the east. It's moving incredibly quickly. And so I'm going to track this entire line of thunderstorms. It's moving kind of off to the east and northeast. So Munford by about 8:48, West Memphis at 8:54, Millington at 8:57, downtown Memphis at about 9:10 into downtown Memphis, Arlington closer to 9:13, and then kind of the city of Memphis by 9:17. That's, again, the pinpoint for Memphis is about Poplar and Highland. So think about right in the center of the city of Memphis. So that storm moving off to the north and east, it could pose a risk of damaging wind gusts. And I wouldn't be surprised if this thing pops a tornado warning for Memphis, because it's showing very intense signs of wind. There's no incredible rotation right now, but we've seen these things kind of fluctuate, come up and come down. Right now, wind seems to be the biggest concern for Memphis, but we'll watch it carefully. I do want to go live to our Midtown camera. This is looking back to the west toward downtown and toward the storm that's coming in. And of course, there is just an incredible amount of lightning there. As we are seeing those flashes. And when you get some lightning behind the storm, you'll actually be able to see that kind of shelf cloud that is moving in. Man, that is just a lot of lightning out there as that storm starts to approach. Again, this is all still back in Crittenden County, the worst of this storm, but this is going to be quickly coming into the city of Memphis with very high wind gusts and the potential of a tornado to spin up. Again, right now, that's not the main concern. We don't have a tornado warning out for Memphis, but I just want to give you that early heads up as these storms start to come in. They can ramp back up in just a moment's notice. So high wind gusts, that's an early heads up for you within the next 20 to 30 minutes. I was worried we might have lost power there with that lightning strike. It kind of froze on it. But that just goes to show you just how intense that lightning is. So inside, away from windows, if you're in Memphis, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning. And I do expect incredibly high wind gusts and the potential for a little bit of hail too. We're going to keep a very close eye on that. I'll switch back to the radar now as we watch that camera. Again, some of those storms starting to move into Memphis, but the worst of it, the highest wind gusts are still back in Arkansas and they're crossing the river. We do still have several tornado warnings. We've got one up in Northwest Tennessee and a couple back in Arkansas. And meteorologist Kit Thomas has been watching those. I'm going to let him talk about that. I'm going to check in with our storm chasers and keep checking on those damage reports and pass along what I know.
Yeah, and I just got word from our producer, Sophia, in the back that TEMA, the Tennessee Emergency Management Association, has just issued a state of emergency in response to these storms. That's a level 3, if you could give me some details of what that means. A level 3 for that state of emergency. And in due time, of course, we're going to see all of the damage from these thunderstorms that we've seen across western Tennessee, across northern Mississippi, Arkansas. Of course, we've already heard about numerous damage reports from tornadoes that went through the Lake City area. We've got some info, so if you just read it out. So we've got a serious emergency of a minor disaster has occurred or a situation deteriorating rapidly. Public warnings are being issued. Of course, most of those are these severe thunderstorm warnings. So with this situation deteriorating rapidly from that warning information, this is what we're dealing with. So the good thing is that means that I believe the governor can, maybe we can pop over to Pepper Baker with some information on that in a few minutes. I believe the governor can enact relief funds for that. So that's some good news that state is already taking action to help us out in the aftermath of this storm. And of course, we'll have all of the details on that right here on ABC 24 and CW30 through the rest of the week, alongside all of the other severe weather and flooding that we're going to see for the next several days. That's probably the other side of the coin, that they have issued that level 3 state of emergency for us. So looking at some of these storms, the latest scan there from the Mariana area just popped up that little bit of rotation. So I want to look at that, see if it's co-located with the hook of the storm. And yeah, it's just right there on the tail end of that. So We've got a line of storms, and this is basically an embedded supercell within that line. You can sort of see that shape that we've been talking about, that C shape that Trevor mentioned a lot. That's where we've had these supercells. Most of them have been in clear air. So all of this out behind it, all of this ahead of it has been clear. And we've had this very clear sky 360 view potential for all of these tornadoes. Now that we're past dark, now that we're seeing the rain wrapping around, now that we're seeing things happening very quickly, you're not going to see the tornado. So if you are in the Mariana area, go ahead and treat this as if it is on the ground and seek shelter. We're going to zoom into a street level view here. So this is around Highway 79. Arkansas Highway 1 going north and south there. We'll put a street there on the map as well. Just to the north there. Of course, that's where 79 continues. South Liberty Street there as well. And that's Highway 1 that continues south. So if you're anywhere here around Mariana, we're seeing that latest scan just a little stronger. Again, it's still fairly weak considering the previous storms that we've seen tonight already, but we could touch down at any moment. So if you're anywhere between the Mariana area along Highway 79, you want to be seeking shelter immediately. And of course, the National Weather Service keeping an eye close on this as well. I want to see if there's any debris showing up there. It's not showing any debris, so that's good. It would take a very intense tornado for it to loft it at this point, but we just see right there on the southern end of this storm, we could have a tornado pass very near or right through the Mariana area. So you want to be seeking shelter. Whenever we say seek shelter, that's going to be inside of a sturdy structure, not a manufactured home if possible. Anytime you're in one of these sturdy structures, the most interior room, the lowest level of the floors is going to be where you're safe. Bring with you your animals. Number one, you want to bring your cats and dogs to keep them safe. Of course, bringing a helmet, bringing shoes with you as well. You can put them on in the shelter. And bringing a blanket or something heavy and thick that can cover you and help to slow down some of the debris that could be thrown from this storm. That can keep you safe and reduce injury. It may not completely prevent it, but it can reduce the impacts from that as well. So that's something we want to keep in mind. Of course, downstream, Hughes, Arkansas is also right on the cusp of that warning. And we could see that moving towards Memphis very soon after that. Brickies, you're also within that warning. We'll give you a timing on this as I get some information of how fast this storm is moving forward. They've been moving at very different speeds through the evening. This is moving around 40 miles per hour. I'm going to draw it from Mariana forward, assuming that it is already in Mariana. So Soden, you're looking around 9 o'clock this evening. Current time is 8:53. Cody, Arkansas, around 9:04, the small community there. Council as well, Hughes, Arkansas. We're looking at that timing around 9:15 to 9:20 in that area, of course. So as I just saw, the latest scan just came in. I'm going to see if the velocity signature looks any better on this. And it actually looks a little bit weaker. So that's some good news. We're not seeing it quite as strong as before. Of course, whenever we see these kinds of rotation signatures, sometimes they spin up and spin back down, and they're not consistent. Sometimes you're having one gust on one side that outpaces the rest, and there's nothing behind it to sort of sweep back in and replace it with a full-scale rotation. So sometimes that's an asymmetric rotation signatures that we can see. So looking back towards the Memphis area, I started hearing a rumble, I thought, of the thunder as these storms are starting to move in right now. We were looking from the Midtown camera. I'm going to switch back to that here. We were seeing earlier plenty of lightning with this storm. There was earlier a little bit of rain that had just passed through that was obscuring some of the downtown buildings here. Of course, we've got a lot of lightning with this storm as well. Trevor, what do you have for me? I see your hand up there.
Yeah, I do want to get back to that. I do want to pass along some info, though. I'm watching this Ripley County, Tennessee storm, and I've been kind of investigating that. And it seems like that rotation signature is trying to amp up a little bit there north of Gates. We do have a tornado warning for Lauderdale County, parts of Dyer County, parts of Crockett County. And as I switch over to the velocity mode, look at this. That is a pretty serious signature of some rotation. I want to zoom in here real tight and try to get some of the roads on the screen here. So there's Highway 51 on your screen. That's going to be right there. And there's Church Street. Let me see if I can get a couple more roads on here, just to kind of give you an idea of the area that we're watching. And we don't have confirmation that this thing's on the ground, but it is really trying to wrap up. There's Highway 88, there's Dunaway Road, Highway 51, and then we go over toward Church Street, Ringer Lane, Love Street, Steelman Road. This is all in northeastern Lauderdale County, north of Ripley. And as I zoom out just a little bit here, I'm going to get some of those roads off of there. And you could just see that bright color on the screen where that rotation is. And it's going to be coming pretty quickly into eastern Dyer County. So I'll switch back to the regular radar and just kind of track this out for you. But this is what appears to be a pretty healthy indication of rotation. Healthy, not in a good way either. This is an intense storm here, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour, and a possible tornado with this. This is going to continue off to the north and east. This will be east of Dyersburg. Now, Dyersburg is going to get the heavy rain. They're going to get the high wind gusts and the hail. But this possible tornado will stay on the east side of Dyersburg. It's going to be near Bruceville at 9 o'clock. Cool Springs at 9:21, Dyer at 9:22. That's getting into Gibson County, and then Kenton, Tennessee by 9:27. So an early heads up for you there. Looks like a possible tornado, either trying to touch down or possibly about to touch down in northeastern Lauderdale County along Highway 51 near Double Bridges. And you can see that rotational signature really showing up. I'll check to see if there's any debris indicated. I don't see that yet, so we're not getting any indication of damage, but definitely some rotation in there and some spinning around in the clouds. That's going to be coming up on 412 here in the next little bit. This will be north of Friendship on Highway 412. It's crossing 51 right now into Dyer County. So near Highway 51 at the Dyer County line with Lauderdale County, a possible tornado there, and that is going to continue to move off to the north and east. So that's just something that caught my eye. It seemed like it was trying to spin up a little bit. It was trying to intensify a little bit. We have a new scan. I'll zoom back in here for just a second before I send it back to you, Kit. But definitely some rotation right there. Highway 51, and that is going to be near Double Bridges in South Fork, crossing from Lauderdale County to Dyer County. So if you are in Dyer County right now, I need you in that tornado safe place, especially if you're east of Dyersburg, east of 51. That's where this possible tornado is going to be headed. So, Kit, I know you were tracking that Memphis thunderstorm and the high wind gusts that are coming in. We're watching that too. But again, that tornado warning, Dyer County, make sure you are in your safe place, especially if you're east of Dyersburg.
Yeah, we're starting to see some thunderstorms rolling into the Memphis area right now. This is actually prefrontal convection, we'll call it. This is ahead of the storms that are going to be rolling in. So these are not the severe storms. These are just baseline thunderstorms that are rolling in right now around the 240 corridor. Where we are looking for the severe threat is back into Crittenden County here. So this is the line of storms that'll be crossing over the Mississippi very soon and rolling into Memphis. Of course, we're live with team coverage across the area. We do have, we heard from Desmond Nugent earlier in Marion, Arkansas, and in a few minutes we might hear from our Lauren Turman as well as we get some information from her, so just let me know when she is ready. But of course, we've got this severe thunderstorm warning across Memphis. The information for this is for severe winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. We've already seen very strong wind gusts across the area. If I pull up those storm reports through the day today, we've had wind gusts upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour here. That was measured wind at around 4 o'clock. So now that we're having those severe thunderstorms rolling in, I want to check in with our very own Lauren Turman. Lauren, you're out there with some wind damage. What have you seen so far this evening?
Hey, Kit. Yes, we're seeing hail that actually just started right now as well, in addition to that wind that you just mentioned. We're here in the Central Gardens area, and I want to show you some of that extensive damage that has been done. We were out here a little bit earlier, but you can see behind me right now, a very large tree has fell down. You can see a lot of the limbs are spread out all over the place, blocking Josephine Street here in the Central Gardens area. It's fallen all the way from the root over here, so if you want to walk with me a little bit, I can show show you some of the damage that was done over here as well. But this is just a very small part of the remnants that are kind of left over in the aftermath of those storms that you and Trevor have been covering so well all night here. And we were actually just down the street a couple of hours ago where MLGW was working to kind of try to put back up some of those fallen power lines from other trees that resemble this one. So it's been a lot of different storms that people are kind of trying to reroute around in this area as we're looking at some of those damages. We passed by several other trees that have been fallen in the area, but this is definitely the worst. The hail is starting to kind of dissipate a little bit, but we're also seeing lightning coming down around this area as well. So a lot for these residents in this neighborhood to contend with. Again, very large tree blocking this street and several other ones, but this was definitely one of the worst cases. So thank goodness nobody was driving out around this time either. But of course, we're keeping an eye on the conditions out here. We've been around this neighborhood several times today, which has gotten a large brunt of the damage in Memphis. So we will continue to keep you updated and looking around at different damaged areas like this one. But for now, live in Central Gardens, I'm Lauren Termit.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Of course, she's around the Central Gardens area here, right there south of the Midtown area, where you're already starting to see some rain, so hopefully you can get to shelter as well, as we are going to see the severe winds come in. We don't want you to be out there in that damage as well. I want to send things over to Trevor with a quick update, and then we'll get some more information from Tima as well. Trevor?
Yeah, I wanted to get another update on our tornado warning. Right now, this is the only tornado warning that we have in the Mid-South. There's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings for high wind gusts, but what we are most concerned about right now is the potential. Can you hear me? Is my mic on? Oh, okay, awesome. Might have been my IFB that went out then. Apologies. Again, live TV, do it for a few hours, stuff's bound to go wrong. So we still have that tornado warning that is in effect. That is for Dyer County, eastern Dyer County in Tennessee. The worst of it looks like it's passed out of Lauderdale County at this point, but I do want to zoom in and show you this area of rotation. It's just kind of passed into Dyer County. I'm going to zoom really far in here. It's about to cross over Highway 412, and this could be a tornado or one that could quickly develop. So there's Highway 412. Here's Highway 210 that branches off of Highway 51. And you've got that possible rotation there near Bruceville, Tennessee. That's in eastern Dyer County, and that is going to continue to move to the north and east. Now, this is going to pass to the east of Dyersburg and then eventually out into Gibson County. So we're going to track this out. Again, this is moving incredibly quickly, but just for the next few minutes that it is in Dyer County, I want to give you those times of arrival, because if this is not a tornado that's on the ground right now, it's one that could certainly develop at any point. But again, the worst of this has passed out of Lauderdale County. This is now in Dyer County, Tennessee, and it's going to continue to move off to the north and east from there through eastern Dyer County to the east of Dyersburg. The other tornado warning was allowed to expire, and other than that, we only have severe thunderstorm warnings for high wind gusts. But Kit, as this thing really comes in to the Memphis Metro, we're going to have to watch what these winds do, because we know that the winds are strong in here. I just want to sample some of those estimated winds that are back in Lee County, Arkansas, and back into St. Francis County, Arkansas, even Crittenden County. You've got a 50-mile-an-hour estimate over in Crittenden County and Cross County, and that is about to cross the river into Memphis. Somebody mentioned these storms, they seem to be moving very slow. It's not that they're moving slow necessarily. They are taking a long time to cross the river, but I want to zoom out and just kind of put a loop on them. You'll notice in the last little bit, they kind of lose some of that forward momentum and they start moving more northerly right at the end, right there. So watch that with me. It moves east and then it just kind of moves more north. So these storms just go over the same areas over and over and over and over again, and that leads to a flooding threat, and that's what's going to be the concern for the next few days. Yes, we have the severe weather threat tonight, but it does become more of a flooding threat for the next few days. So these are taking a long time to get anywhere, and that's what we're going to see for the next few days, because these storms are not going to be in much of a hurry. That's why some areas could see up to 10 inches of rain. But yes, storms starting to come into the city of Memphis. Right now, no tornado warnings. High wind gusts, though, and heavy rain likely. Now, you might have heard us mention earlier, TEMA, the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, they did already put the state under a level 3 state of emergency. We wanted to figure out exactly what that meant and what that means as it comes out of the governor's office in Nashville. So I want to send things over to Pepper Baker to talk a little bit about what that means and what kind of help we could get with that kind of state of emergency.
Yes, Trevor, you and Kit are doing such a good job. Give you all a little bit of a breather now. Like Trevor said, level 3 state of emergency here in Tennessee at the discretion of Governor Bill Lee. Well, that means that the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency can issue a warning today because they expect severe storms and flooding. And then Governor Lee has requested an emergency declaration for Tennessee ahead of the forecasted severe weather. And that can help with federal assistance from FEMA as well as direct federal assistance. At a level 3, it's a serious emergency or minor disaster has occurred or a situation is deteriorating rapidly and public warnings are being issued. And we are seeing some widespread damage. I know Trevor went back to Arkansas for a little bit. I did want to touch on some of the damage reports that we are getting in Monette, which is Craighead County area. There were 10 to 15 houses damaged with 2 victims rescued. 3 people were injured. Now, Lake City, all over social media, Lake City, Arkansas, also seeing a lot of pictures of destroyed structures as well. Over there, those damage reports we're hearing 4 minor injuries, power line damages, and 10 to 12 housing or residential structures. I'm going to toss it back over to Trevor Burchett, who's going to explain a little bit more about what we're seeing here.
Yeah, Pepper, great info there, and unfortunately hearing about injuries, but we do have to hear that info and pass it along, so we appreciate you sharing that with us. It's always hard to see video like this from near Lake City in Arkansas. Just a massive, what we would call a wedge tornado. The tornado is almost wider than it is tall. This is the same one that Pepper was mentioning came through Monette and Leachville. We have heard reports of injuries. For right now, we do not have any fatalities to report. If that changes, we will let you know. But for right now, we are only hearing of injuries and folks being treated at hospitals. But there are several homes that were damaged. We also have in Craighead County, the West Side School Gymnasium has major roof damage, and there's a gas leak at the school. So we had very serious situations there with that tornado that came through portions of, that was Poinsett County, Craighead County, and then northern Mississippi County in Arkansas. Now, we do have a lot going on the radar right now. Obviously, a severe thunderstorm threat for most of the Mid-South. That's for high wind gusts. That's what's coming into Memphis right now. There's no tornado warning for Memphis. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for very high wind gusts. We still do have a tornado warning for eastern Dyer County and northern Crockett County. There's still an area of rotation up here near Dyersburg, kind of right between Dyersburg and Alamo. It's going to go right in between those two, and there's still some rotation there that's going to continue to move off to the north and the east. So Gibson County, Tennessee, that's where that's kind of headed up to next, toward Kenton, Trenton, those areas. That will not impact Dyersburg. It's moving away from that, but into Gibson County, that's where this storm is going next. That's the only tornado warning we have, and for right now, it's leaving the area. Now, we still have plenty of ingredients for tornadoes and severe weather, so this is not over yet. We still have to get this line through and let some of those storm ingredients die down a little bit, but we're going to focus more from a severe weather threat tonight to more of a flash flooding threat, kind of starting tonight and continuing for the next few days as this heavy rain kind of trains over the same areas over and over again. We have 4 days of very heavy rain, and as a matter of fact, we're already seeing flash flooding reports and flash flood warnings coming out for part of the metro. Meteorologist Kit Thomas is all over that. That's another big part of this system that we're going to have to watch for the next few days.
Yes, and Trevor, I told him that I was going to do this, but we're going to switch gears really.
Might have your microphone muted.
Apologies, we've got trying to get the mute there. So switching gears very briefly, there is a new tornado warning just issued up. We'll get to that flooding info in just a moment here. But this is a continuation of this storm that we have seen producing a potential tornado around the Dyer County area into Crockett County. So as we look into the rotation of that, it's been updated just right around in there, just in the far northeast, basically the border of the county with Dyer and Crockett counties right there is where we're seeing some of that rotation there around Friendship This is just past the highway here of Highway 412. This is near Walter Taylor Road, the Crockett Mills Jackson Store Road area there. That's where we could see around Parks Lane, anywhere around the Friendship areas where we could see that rotation connecting to the ground with a potential tornado. So we're keeping a close eye on that. I'm seeing a little bit of potential debris, but that might just be what's getting sucked into the inflow jets. Yeah, that's right there in the inflow. That's clear air, so that's not debris. So that's some good news to see. But I wanted to get that information for you. Of course, that's starting to move out of our viewing area, but still something that we've seen. We've seen many of these thunderstorms produce tornadoes very, very quickly. Meanwhile, here around Memphis, we've had some pretty heavy rainfall recently. A new severe thunderstorm warning issued on that storm until 10 o'clock tonight. Now, presently it's 9:11 p.m. Usually we would be on our CW news at 9 at this hour, but we are in continuous severe weather coverage as we have had these storms across our area. The National Weather Service has just issued this new, outlined in blue, a new flash flood warning across the Memphis metro and basically leading the line of storms. We've got some flash flood warnings back into Arkansas. Wynne, Arkansas is under that, into Mississippi County. The Dyersburg area is in that as well. Covington, back towards Marion, Arkansas, and into the Tunica area. You're just outside of that. Mariana, I should say, excuse me, with that warning. So if we get some of the information on your screen for this latest flash flood warning. The thing is, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings are long duration events, are short duration events. Flood warnings are long duration events. So the flood watch is here until 7 a.m. on Sunday. Now, the flash flood warning that we have in this area here, if I can get that to pull up, there we are. This is until 12:15. Not quite as long as the watch, but still a warning until 12:15 a.m. for many counties in our viewing area. And I want to read some of the information from this. We've seen on Doppler radar between 2 and 2.5 inches of rain has fallen across much of this area and will continue to fall. Trevor mentioned that these storms are starting to pivot. Instead of just due east, they're moving more northeast and starting to train over themselves. As we look over the next several hours, around 12 o'clock in the morning, we'll have those storms clear the Memphis area when that is expected to expire. But northern Mississippi, we're still going to be probably in severe weather coverage for you as we have severe thunderstorms expected there, or at least very heavy rainfall. Now, as we go through the overnight, we'll have another surge of heavy rain, probably around 3 a.m. I don't know if you hear it, but we've got a big rumble of thunder here at our studio. We'll see that rain continue overnight. It's sort of an off and on, and there's sort of an early morning push of some heavy rain there. Around 11 a.m., we could see that across Arkansas into Tennessee. That might be some heavy rainfall. It might be some severe weather as well. We've got the severe threat as we head into tomorrow in the afternoon. These storms have that sort of kidney bean shape. This is a latest update of the model that we were looking at much earlier today before things got started. But around 9 o'clock, we've got some of those storms from Memphis up through western Tennessee. Same areas where we had the storms today are going to have storms tomorrow in multiple waves. So anytime we have deep convective rainfall, you know, you've been in a heavy thunderstorm, even on the road, where it just turns into this gray out situation where you can't see in front of your headlights. That's the kind of heavy rain we're talking about. Over and over and over again for the next 4 days, 3 days at this point now, today being the first day of it. You can see that we've got on Friday, this is out beyond where I scheduled any pause points there, but Friday at 11 o'clock, most of Friday is actually going to be dry. So Friday is sort of our reprieve, though we could still see heavy rainfall at any given point through the afternoon as severe weather comes in. But then we'll see the heavy rain returning as we head into Saturday morning and then eventually Saturday afternoon. We've got another line of severe thunderstorms that is going to spark off. The pattern doesn't break down until Sunday. That's when we will be behind the front. The front will finally push through and clear out. So here's the particularly dangerous situation that we've got around the area. Generational amounts of flooding could occur, leading to catastrophic damage from levee failures, dam failures, places you haven't seen flood before. before and you don't think you're prone to flooding could flood with this. Trevor, I think you've got some new information for us, so I'll switch gears back to you.
Yeah, that flooding threat, very important to get to, though, and I'm glad we talked about it because that's going to be something we really focus on for the next several days. I do want to get an update, though. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be coming out here for Memphis and the metro. We do have some pretty rough weather coming through Memphis and Shelby County, Millington, heavy rain, thunderstorms there, high wind gusts possible. There's no tornado warning with this area, but there are some very high wind gusts in Millington right now. More high wind gusts just crossing the river up near Shelby Forest. Same thing there, very high wind gusts for you. That's all kind of crossing over into Memphis and Shelby County. As we take a look outside, we'll see some of that lightning out there from our camera atop the Southern College of Optometry in Midtown back toward downtown. You see some of those darkening skies, the lightning flashing as that storm just starts to kind of cross the river there. There's a good shot of that lightning as it kind of flashes there off in the distance. But that's going to kind of be the case with this line of storms as it rolls through. It's coming through Lauderdale County, Tipton County, Shelby County. It'll be in DeSoto County eventually, and then back through eastern Arkansas. Right now, the main concern with these storms is going to be the high wind gust. There's not a tornado concern with these right now. That could happen. We are still in a very high risk of severe weather and tornadoes through the next couple of hours. But for right now, for the Memphis area, it's high wind gusts that could lead to power outages and some damage, even though it's not a tornado warning. We do have one tornado warning technically. That is for Crockett County and part of Dyer County, but that is moving out of the area. That's up near Friendship, Tennessee right now, but it's going to be coming up toward Trenton in the next little bit. So an area of rotation right there that is exiting our area. So here in just a few moments, God willing, we will not have any tornado warnings in the Mid-South for the first time in a very long time. I cannot give the all clear until late tonight, probably by midnight or 1 in the morning. This round will turn not severe, but then like Kit was showing, we have several more rounds of heavy rain, and some of those rounds could be strong here for the next several days. So this is going to continue here at least for the next 3 or 4 hours. So we are going to watch that carefully. Definitely some high wind gusts mixing in. I do want to talk about our storm reports, and this map is probably going to be a little bit cluttered. Let's see if I can cut down on some of that just a little bit. I'll start out with our severe weather reports, actually maybe just our tornado reports. Some of those have not come in yet, but we for sure have had a tornado that touched down in Poinsett County, and that tornado actually passed through Poinsett, passed through Craighead near Lake City, and then went up to Leachville and Monette. We definitely had a tornado that went through there. We definitely had a tornado south of that came through part of Cross County, and I believe we probably had another one somewhere in that area. We've had at least 3 or 4 tornadoes as we look into eastern Arkansas. I believe most, if not all of them tonight have been in East Arkansas so far, but of course those storms are continuing to move to the east. We've had a lot of hail reports and a lot of high wind reports, and that's something that is probably going to continue here even more so into the overnight hours. That tornado threat will start to decrease a little bit. I think it already has, as we've seen, but the high wind gusts will remain a big concern, and there still could be some tornadoes for at least the next couple of hours. So as we switch back to the radar and kind of show you what's going on, we do have a tornado watch until midnight at least, and that is for this big line of thunderstorms that's rolling through, really from Lauderdale County, Ripley through Covington, Millington, about to get another storm, the city of Memphis about to get this storm from back here and then back into eastern Arkansas. And all of this will eventually make its way through North Mississippi, with more of a high wind threat and potentially some hail and, of course, the big flooding rain. One more look here in Memphis. That storm out near Shelby Forest and Millington, that's packing some pretty high wind gusts. We'll talk about some of that wind here. Where those brighter greens are showing up right along the river, 55 to 60 mile an hour winds. That is certainly possible in there. And again, that's crossing the river right now into Millington and into the rest of Shelby County. That one's going to go north of Memphis, but we've got this one back to the west that is probably going to clip us just a little more with some high wind gusts. But, Kit, for right now, the tornado potential seems to have subsided. Again, we can't call this all clear because the ingredients are definitely still there for tornadoes to ramp up. But for right now, it seems like this is mainly becoming a wind and a flooding rain threat. We'll hope it stays that way.
Yeah, and I said earlier that we're not giving the all clear until midnight or until the tornado watch has been canceled early. So we're in it for the long haul. We're just going to stick around until that is, of course, through with our area. I skipped over this a little bit ago, so we're getting back to the rainfall flooding side of things. Of course, we're talking about an incredible amount of rain over the next several days. This now goes through the rest of the event. This is just one model. It's one picture, one representation of what could happen, but it's become more consistent, and that begins to grow confidence of the more likely scenario. So additional to what we've already seen, this doesn't include that, we could see another 8 to 10 inches of rainfall here in Memphis, Covington 10 to 12, Dyersburg 12 to 15. Of course, just last month, Dyersburg had some pretty intense flooding around that area as well. And then there's this little bit of pink shade showing up in Lauderdale County. That shade has been jumping around the map over the last several days, but it has been representing upwards of 16 inches of rainfall somewhere either in our viewing area or just to our north. So that is what we're talking about, catastrophic flooding. All of that rain over 4 days of time, that's more than 2 or 3, maybe even more than half a year's rainfall in some places across this area. Maybe not quite half a year's rainfall, but a quarter of the year. We don't see that much amount of rain in a short amount of time. Some of the records for the Memphis area, only just shy of 14 inches is the most rain we've ever seen in any given 4-day period. That was all the way back in 1877. One of the top 5 was back in 2001, and that was over 10 inches. We're easily setting a top 10. We could be setting a top 5 rainfall amount in the Memphis area. So we've got this level 3 flooding threat. We've been talking about the high risk from the Storm Prediction Center. This is from another department of NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, another department, the Weather Prediction Center. Their outlook only has 4 tiers. We've been in that level 3 through today. Tomorrow, we're in the level 4. So we've had a high risk for severe weather today. We have a high risk for flooding tomorrow. Memphis is included in that, out towards St. Francis County, up through Jonesboro, Dyersburg, Crockett County, around that area as well. Also within that extreme flash flooding threat, Paris, up towards Paducah. That's where we're going to see the most intense flooding. Friday, I mentioned a bit ago that we're going to have a bit of a reprieve, a breather. We're not going to see quite as much rain, but we could still see some severe thunderstorms. Saturday, we've got another level 3 threat across most of our viewing area. Then Sunday, we're done. We will be taking a break from the severe weather and from the flash flooding threat. Of course, I want to take you back to what we've been seeing today. We continue with this high risk for severe weather across the Mid-South. Excuse me, we've started to see some clearing of the back edge of that severe risk, though we are still under that high risk here across the Memphis area. As we go into tomorrow, we then have a level 3 threat. So this is the level threat that we had back on Sunday. One event is not the same as another event, but the spread is not going to be quite as much as we saw today, but we could still see strong tornadoes and widespread severe wind gusts and possibly some hail as well. Friday, we've got another level 3. Again, that's a little back off from our area, more into central Arkansas than directly over the Mid-South. But then as we go into Saturday, that threat then passes back through our area. We've got an avocado around the area. We've got that level 3 threat once again just south of our viewing area. So the tornado potential today has been very high. We've seen that potential just incredibly high on this scale. Like it's maxed out across parts of our area here. Of course, it's not an exact representation of what was to come. This was a little bit of a dated graphic there. But, today, temperatures right now are sitting in the 70s. We've started to see the cold front coming through, and then it's going to stall. That's what's going to happen. We have the cold front that's been driving the back edge of these storms. It's still 80 degrees in Holly Springs in early April at 9:24 p.m. It is very warm today, and all of that warm air has just continued to surge into these storms, and that's why we've had so many of these thunderstorms developing into severe weather. We have had an abundance of moisture, dew points in the 70s where the rain is coming down, but out ahead of that we've had those dew points in the upper 60s across the area as well. We've just had so much moisture, so much heat around the area, and then those winds are just blowing in from the south. Pretty strong. So we've got just sustained winds right now around 15 to 20 miles an hour across much of the area. Of course, I don't have the gusts loaded here, but the gusts have also been quite strong through the afternoon. So of course, all of that to say that it has been an incredible event through the day today, and we have had basically the perfect setup for a tornado outbreak, which is what we have been tracking today. This is going to sort of be a benchmark that a lot of us are going to compare in our heads. Was it as bad as April 2nd? I'm going to discourage you from getting that too stuck in your head, because every single event we need to treat with the same level of respect. It's just sometimes they can be more widespread than others. Of course, the next couple of days, we've got more severe weather. So by Friday, by Saturday, you may begin to feel fatigued from this onslaught of severe weather. Please stay tuned. Please keep up with the latest information. I know eventually you'll want to tune out. Trevor and I might want to as well, but we've got a job to do. We're going to be here with you through these storms. Trevor, as we get back to radar analysis and out of lecture time with Kit, we're starting to see some prefrontal convection starting up here across northern Mississippi and western Tennessee.
Yeah, you go too much longer, we're going to start handing out some meteorology degrees to these viewers. They're going to be real educated. But no, seriously, we do appreciate that scientific spin. It's always good to know why the weather is happening the way it's happening, and it definitely helps to determine what's going to be next. So we always appreciate your expertise in checking in. But yeah, something we're going to have to watch. I was just thinking about that. Basically, I'll give a little more Meteorology 101. Storms that are by themselves typically can be a little stronger than storms that are in a line. So when you get these little storms out ahead of this line, it's something we have to watch. Right now, there's nothing incredibly concerning with them, but that's kind of how this day started, is we had all these thunderstorms kind of out by themselves, and that continued, and they eventually produced tornadoes. Now, not to say that that will do that, but we still have plenty of storm energy to work with. I'm going to switch over to the storm energy, and look at this. It's still lit up, especially over North Mississippi and much of West Tennessee. Now, East Arkansas, now that line has passed, you're in a little bit better shape. I think the threat is really starting to wind down over in eastern Arkansas. But as we put the radar back on, North Mississippi and West Tennessee, we're going to have to watch what these little storms do, because if these storms can get a little more energy and get a little more juice to them and amp back up, they could be strong, at a minimum producing high wind gusts and maybe some hail. But there is still a tornado potential in some of those thunderstorms. I'm going to zoom back in here and get a closer look at what's going on here in Memphis. Of course, we have that thunderstorm kind of in northern Shelby County right now. That's coming back into Millington. So Millington, you're about to get it again with some high wind gusts. And then we also have thunderstorms back in Crittenden County, Arkansas, back near Proctor and down near Horseshoe Lake. That's what's about to come into Memphis. So I kind of want to look at this storm for just a little bit and talk about some of those wind speeds because we are watching those very carefully. Let's see if we can't put in that radar mode. Let's see and query some of these winds. So we're looking at 40, 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts with that little batch of thunderstorms that's coming into Memphis. So we'll time these out. And again, these are slow moving storms. They're not making much forward progress. So they're kind of going a little more north of east. So we're looking at Marion again by about 9:41, West Memphis at 9:43, and then closer to downtown by about 9:54. And again, that is for some high wind gusts and hail. The tornado warning has been canceled for Crockett County. That was out a little bit ago for a storm near Friendship. That's moved out. So as of this moment, we do not have any tornado warnings across the area. We do have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings for high wind gusts. And there's still a potential of that tornado threat to continue. So, Kit, that's something we're going to watch very carefully over the next at least 2, 3, 4 hours. But for right now, it seems like the high wind gusts and the flooding are really the biggest concerns?
Yeah, I think those are what we're transitioning into right now is the high winds and the flooding, just like Trevor said. Of course, I appreciate his analysis. We've both been pretty parallel on everything we've said. There's been a couple of times where he's been analyzing something, teasing something, and I look into it, and then he says exactly what I was thinking about saying. So we're cut from very similar cloths from our education and from our experience. So I appreciate his analysis. And right now we're looking at the storm that's rolling into downtown Memphis from the Midtown camera that we have on top of the Southern College of Optometry. We appreciate them for letting us put a camera up there. You can see the very leading edge of this storm. This is the shelf cloud. This is the, sometimes it can be confused with a wall cloud. It's a shelf cloud because it's not rotating. You can see it's lifting a little bit. Look at just that shape there, that sort of angled updraft into the storm. So whenever we have a wall cloud, that is the lowering of the rotating updraft. Whenever we have a shelf cloud, that's sort of the downdraft in the forward flank of the storm that is pushing under, and above that, you're pulling in all that warm, moist air. So we were looking at the temperatures in the 80s. We were looking at those dew points in the 60s. That warm, moist air, that juice just ready to go into those thunderstorms is getting lifted into that storm because on the leading edge of rain, you can sometimes get what's called a cold pull of just that cold air that drops out and pushes forward. Of course, whenever we form hail, that happens in a very cold spot of the atmosphere. And that's where we see that cold air dropping down and leading to the severe wind gusts. And that's sort of what we were looking at here. This is, we're looking more towards this section of the storm here from around the Southern College of Optometry. That's right around the Midtown area, Medical District. Of course, we've got that lower area of this storm up towards Millington. I just want to keep an eye on it just to see if it has any rotation to it, just for due diligence sake. It really doesn't look like it's been rotating. It's just a straight-lined wind threat that has sort of that sneaky supercell similar threat or shape to it, I should say. Looking out towards Proctor, I noticed a little bit of a wavy front edge of that. Whenever we see a wavy front edge, when we've transitioned to more of a straight-line wind threat, that's where we begin to wonder if that's going to start to kink up and produce more of a tornado threat. And that can be something that happens very quickly. We were talking about that earlier, how it can happen in between scans. Nothing jumps out at me at the moment. We can see we've got an updraft signature right here, so we've got that going out of the page there, or out of the screen, I should say, and it's not a textbook, as we're starting to see these storms just rolling in as a straight line wind threat here in the Memphis area. I want to take a look back at the Midtown camera, of course, as we start to see some of the lightning from that second storm. So you can see sort of the lowering of that first storm, and then the second storm back behind it. It's looking like it's getting a little bit closer with some of that lightning. Of course, lightning strikes all through the cloud. It's not just one storm has its all of its lightning contained within it. Getting back to radar with that lightning, I want to show you something. As some of these storms, excuse me, some of these storms have begun to produce some lightning out ahead of that line. Of course, these have all just started up in the last 30 minutes or so. I'll just get a loop on that here. Last 30 minutes here. You can see these storms have just popped up really quickly and have started to produce some lightning. And really just the last half hour is when we've seen some of those storms showing up. So I'll slow this down just a little bit for you. As we loop it over the last hour, we've seen some streets of moisture out ahead of this storm that I was looking at a moment ago, and that was giving me a small idea that we might see something, and it definitely did. You could see there across northern parts of Marshall County into Fayette County, we've just sort of got this this area of disturbed air. Is really the best way I can describe it for you. And then we're starting to pull that low-level jet over that disturbance, and that's sparking off new thunderstorms. Of course, if this were happening at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which it did, this would be, another wave of potential tornado development, but it's not looking quite so upscale growth, because one thing that has already happened, whenever you have instability. You've got warm air at the surface and very cold air up above. Whenever you have a thunderstorm come through, the release of heat as the storms form actually warms the atmosphere, so you don't have that difference of temperature quite so much. So you don't get as much upward development. It becomes very shallow convection, and that's what we're seeing here this evening. So that's some good news that we have depleted some of the energy aloft out ahead of this line. Now this line is more developing along a cold front, so sometimes that can just force the storms to go up, whereas the buoyancy isn't enough to get it started. This can still consume what little instability has remained and bring that back to an equilibrium. So we'll likely still see these storms progressing east and maintaining their strength. The National Weather Service is mentioning some broad rotation east of Atoka and the Munford area in Tipton County. So I want to take a look into that now. Of course, they haven't issued a tornado warning on it, but whenever they're looking at stuff like that, I always want to be vigilant as those storms begin. So this is east of Atoka. We're starting to see just some very broad rotation, they say. So as we just look back over the last few scans, their eyes are very well trained, not to discount my own, but you know, it looks like we've got a few areas of some pretty gusty winds here outside of Covington. There's sort of a burst of wind, so Covington is about to get very gusty very soon. Some of these areas are very, very subtle rotation. Like if we just switch it over to the storm relative, that'll probably show it a little bit better. Yeah, that's just a little better. Okay, we've got some of these winds that are moving in towards the radar, out away from the radar. So of course we're looking for ones that would be going in and out in this direction. It kind of shows up a little bit there. I'll scoot it back just a scan or two, as this may have been a previously more apparent rotation there. But again, it's very subtle and it's very broad. So it's not looking to be an imminent threat, but it's something I'm going to keep checking back on to see if it tightens up anywhere. The only thing that I really look at is that spot right there, that I want to pop it back to radar and see how these storms are going. So around this area is where we had that brief rotation. It's not really co-located with any particular spot of the storm. Of course, we've talked about, I've started doing this in the past. If you just look at the back of your left hand here with me, I'll do the front of my right hand. This is basically the shape of a supercell. You get the hook echo there, and then if you can do the Spock fingers, you get these two lobes of the storm. So that's kind of what we look for whenever we look for a supercell possibly developing a rotating updraft, and we really just don't see that shape on radar. Again, this was very broad rotation, so it could be very subtle. It's not exactly, Trevor is signaling me that he needs to pull things over.
Yeah, Kit, just looking at something I want to kind of get you updated on. Got a storm coming into Memphis right now that looking a little funny. I just want to let you know about this. I've been watching some rotation down here in a couple of areas. Seems like there's a little bit of spin in this line of thunderstorms that's about to cross the river. Nothing incredibly serious right now. The winds are very high in what's about to come into Memphis, but there are a couple of areas that could easily kink up into a little spin up tornado. So I just want to try to give you as early of a heads up as possible because as this storm comes into Memphis, it is for sure going to bring very high wind gusts. Tornado potential not zero. We still have that threat today. So Memphis, I need you on guard as this storm crosses the river. So let's put a track on this as it kind of moves off to the north and east. So that's going to be in West Memphis pretty much right now. Walls, Mississippi at 9:45, downtown Memphis at 9:50, and then Midtown Memphis by about 9:56, excuse me. Millington by about 10 o'clock. Cordova at 10:12. So again, right now, still the biggest concern for Memphis is going to be the very high wind gusts. We've got a couple of indications here of areas of winds that could easily be 50 to 60 miles an hour crossing the river into Memphis. And in fact, we'll go over to that Midtown camera real quick and just kind of look, and you can actually see, look right over the M Bridge there. I know we're kind of zoomed out, but you can see that shelf cloud that's just about to come over downtown. I'll actually see if I can zoom this in just a little bit here. Again, right now, no tornado warning for Memphis, but it is a storm that bears watching as it kind of crosses the river for the next little bit. Let me log into this camera here so I can get it moved around. Let's see. I'm not going to be able to do that right now. So we're just going to have to stick on this view for at least just a little bit. I don't want to get up and leave you to go do it. But what I want you to notice is kind of right behind the skyline, you've got that line, and you'll be able to see that when the lightning flashes behind it, you can see that line of storms, and that's what's about to cross into Memphis. So very, very high wind gust just about to cross the river into downtown here very quickly. And again, that's going to be within the next 10 or 15 minutes or so, maybe even a little sooner than that. So hunker down, Memphis. We don't have a tornado, but very high wind gusts for sure, just about to cross the river. And again, we're going to have to watch because there's a couple of areas that we could be seeing some possible rotation. It's not much. It's nothing alarming right now, but it's something like we've seen, Kit, in the last several hours that, once these storms get a little bit of wind energy, they can very easily, try to spin up a tornado. So very high wind gusts and heavy rain in West Memphis, Marion right now, and that's all about to come through Shelby County. So that's your heads up for Shelby County with the high wind gusts and heavy rain. Pay attention for at least the next 30 to 45 minutes if you're in Memphis, just in case the storm decides to act up even more. But certainly some high wind gusts, Kit, just about to roll through.
And one thing that happens with these kinds of linear storms is you'll see the rain arriving after the winds. So the shelf cloud, like I said before, it's that drop down of those winds. They smack into the ground and they rush out ahead. And then you get that form of that shelf cloud forming on top of that rush. But the thing is, that's going to outpace the leading edge of these storms. And sometimes you can see the winds coming out ahead, but right now we've just got too much clutter with some showers across Memphis right now, so we can't really see that. My eye is kind of drawn to this very subtle spot here, just very, very subtle, that might be that outflow of the storm just beginning to come into southwestern Shelby County. It may just be an artifact of the radar. It might not be actually that roll moving in, but anytime we see that, of course, it's going to start blowing before it starts to rain, and there's going to be a pretty stout change of wind, and you'll probably feel it. I'm not encouraging you to be outside, but in any case like this that you are caught outside, you'll probably feel we've got that southern wind across the area. It's pulling in that warm, moist air, and then suddenly the winds just start rushing out of the west. And that rapid change is that gust front. That's what we call it, the gust front ahead of the line of storms that changes the wind direction and is the outflow of the storm as that rain begins to drop down. Of course, we've seen many of these thunderstorms across the area with that leading edge shear, and one thing that I'm still keeping an eye on here into DeSoto County is this line right here. We've got some potential for a spin-up tornado. It's not necessarily happening right now, but we've got that Interstate 69 spur right here off of 55. That's right at the very western end of DeSoto County. So I'm keeping a very close eye on these storms here. This is Banks around Dean's Corner, Lake Shoe Road around Highway 304, Highway 301, around that area. So if you live anywhere here in western DeSoto County, keep an eye out for this, as we may see the need for a tornado warning possibly around this area as that latest scan starts to show up a little more intensely there. So this is my present concern of where we could see new tornado development very, very quickly. Again, whenever we talk about these kind of linear storms, they can spin up a tornado very quickly. It drops down and then it's done. Sometimes they can last longer than that. Don't think it's just going to be one and done. This could be something that we see very, very short lead time on that. Of course, we're looking at the debris detector. We've got that line there, but that might just be some clear air out. Yeah, so that's clear air between storms. So that's not a debris signature there. So that's good. But just wanting to be very vigilant at some of these storms as they roll into Memphis. They're just now starting to cross over the river, so I want to swap over to that Midtown camera, see what we can see. And right there is the shelf cloud Trevor was describing very clear to you. You can see just that lower, the underside of the shelf and that sort of tongue there coming off of the top, and then underneath it, this is what we sometimes refer to as the whale's mouth. It's the turbulent air that is coming in. So right now, everything is nice and smooth on the leading edge as that air is just scooping up into the storm. All of the moisture, if you've been outside this evening, you know how muggy it is. That mugginess is coming in and will become rain very quickly. So funny enough, sometimes the humidity turns into rain and returns right to the ground you're standing on, but frequent lightning with this as well. So if you're in the downtown area, you're going to be seeing this very, very soon as these storms begin to move in. We're starting to see that lightning. You can even see just now that it's getting closer to Midtown, that shelf cloud is marching in over downtown right now. Probably it's right over downtown, and that's going to bring some very, very heavy winds as well. Across this area, we're likely to see some pretty heavy downpours, and there we go. We start to see the first raindrop showing up on this camera, and notice how it's shaking. It's starting to shake. This is on top of a 12-story building in the Southern College of Optometry. So this is what I was talking about. Those winds are going to hit before the shelf cloud comes through. So this is happening live. All that wind is coming out, moving towards your screen, out of your screen there, coming out of the east with that shelf cloud on the way, and the rain is going to be right back in here underneath that shelf, and that is going to bring in some pretty intense lightning and some pretty strong wind gusts as well. I want to swap back over to radar just so we can keep an eye on it, see where the storm is. It takes a few minutes for those radar images to update, but I'd probably say that this right around in here is where we've got that shelf cloud just starting to move probably into Midtown at that moment. Of course, whenever you talk about the Southern College of Optometry, it's just right there in the west end of Midtown. So whenever we see that camera looking back towards downtown, we're basically looking right this way. So that's where we're seeing, of course, downtown right there along the river. That's where we're seeing the heavy rain and that frequent lightning. Let's put the lightning on. As that radar updates, we're starting to see that latest little bit there of those storms. So we're starting to see the lightning coming out behind the shelf cloud, but ahead of the rain. We may even see a bolt of lightning or two on that camera when we go back here in a moment. But I just want to keep an eye on some of that rotation. Of course, we've got a little funny thing there. So a little bit of some broad rotation. I wonder if the National Weather Service has been saying anything about that as well. Looking at a cell merger interacting with the line that's moving into Shelby County. So that's pretty much what we were looking at there, as we had an individual cell thunderstorm converging with this line here. So that can sometimes interfere constructively or destructively with those storms. Jumping back to that Midtown camera, it's looking a little more intense now as the winds are really starting to rock the camera there. Heavy rain starting to cover up parts of the M Bridge. Can't quite see it as clearly there anymore. Some very frequent lightning. So Memphis, we've been spared for most of the evening. Fortunately, we haven't had any tornadoes coming through our area here in Memphis, but we still can see some severe wind gusts causing some damage. Of course, we've had those strong winds all day, and the winds have been pushing the trees one direction, and now we're going to get the torrential rain, and the winds are going to blow in a different direction. Sometimes that changing of the winds can sort of tilt and shear the roots of a tree, and that can sometimes bring them down. Of course, there's been some pretty strong winds through the day, so that may have weakened some branches or broken branches, and now the winds could break those branches completely off and lead to some power outages across the city. Downtown has completely disappeared from view, except for just the top of one building right there that's just starting to get out of view now, as that heavy rain is coming down here across downtown Memphis. It'll be into Midtown very shortly. We're basically going to be trimming off block by block of visibility. So over the next several minutes here, it looked like there was some pretty intense lightning there in the back, and just how the camera, it's no bigger than about that big loaf of bread, but it's getting just rocked by the winds there. As they're starting to come through. So I'm wondering if we're seeing any significant wind signature across this area. I don't want to pull away from this. I'll actually pull it up on my phone here. Of course, got a radar app there. As we're seeing these winds coming into Memphis right now, we're starting to see just that very, very heavy rainfall coming in as well. So this is going to be that first wave of rain that we see, and then we're also going to have the multiple days of rain. So as I'm looking at a pretty nice radar app on my phone here, we've got in Memphis, radar is showing some winds in excess of 50 miles per hour, likely up to 60 miles per hour here at the 12-story building. Of course, we're starting to see some of those winds really move the camera around quite a bit. Might have to climb back up there and tighten some bolts the next couple of days. But you can see how quickly our conditions have deteriorated. We've got very low visibility now with the lightning showing up a little bit farther away, but we've got still some folks driving out there. So if you were planning on heading out this evening, maybe cancel those plans or delay them for the next little while as these storms are rolling in. It's going to look like this mess for the next little while here. So let's just switch back to radar, see where it has updated. It hasn't really updated yet, but it's likely already here to the Midtown area, down to the airport, already probably seeing some very heavy rainfall. Up towards Millington, already seeing that rain as well. So we'll zoom in really close here. So the Hollywood area, you're probably getting that heavy wind already out ahead of that. Binghamton, around the Sam Cooper Boulevard, we're going to see that pushing through here in the next few minutes. Again, we're waiting for that next scan of the radar. Radar is never a live image. It's a representation of what happened before. Right around the Midtown area, like I said, that's probably already starting to see those heavy rain bands moving in down towards the airport. Here we go. We've got that latest update. So this was, we'll call it a minute ago, just right there on Poplar Avenue. We've got the storms all the way up to, let's get that road name here. So that's around Washington Avenue, it looks like there. East Parkway, that's the one I'm trying to get. This is East Parkway. Just the last few minutes here, we've seen that heavy rainfall coming in and those strong wind gusts. We could see this begin to knock out power as we have this very dark band of heavy precipitation here that just crossed I-40, Highway 51 there. Of course, that's bringing some heavy rainfall. Airways Boulevard, that's going to be the next line that we see where those storms come through as well. So I'm going to check in with the National Weather Service. Trevor, I'll let you do some, I know you've lived here, you've worked here for several more years than I have. You know all these streets by name. I'll let you do the street-by-street analysis here in downtown Memphis.
Yeah, and I mean, this thing is if it's not in your part of town yet, it's gonna be. I'll tell you what I want to do, I want to check out some of our other cameras, and I'm going to have to switch these over here. Bear with me, but I am going to switch over to our East Memphis camera. This is a look downtown. I mean, still torrential rainfall, or this is in Midtown, I should say, looking toward downtown. Normally you'd be able to see downtown. And you can see the rain and the wind coming through. And then we also have this storm. I mean, it's going to continue to move east. So what you're seeing there is going to continue. I'll switch the camera to East Memphis now. This is to the Eastgate Shopping Center. And much more quiet there at Clark Tower for right now, but I'm going to set on this for just a little bit and kind of see where things go. Maybe if we want to get a double box ready with Max 1 and Max 2, just so we can see the radar and this camera at the same time. I don't need to be on screen, but that way I can kind of talk about where the storm is. But you obviously see the very intense lightning there behind Clark Tower, and I'll see if I can actually zoom this camera out just a little bit, and we'll pan it over to the west so we can see that initial leading edge of storms coming in. And you see it right there back to the back. So there you see that lower edge of clouds. This is, again, at the Eastgate Shopping Center. TJ Maxx is right there. You've got Crunch Fitness. All that stuff's right there at that corner. We're at, it's 1 and 2. If we can get the radar up, whatever Kit's looking at. Kit, if you just want to kind of zoom in and show the radar as this lightning rolls through.
Camera is looking as the storm is rolling in. That right
Yeah.
there, the back of the arrows where it is. and is looking to the northwest right now.
Yeah, so that line, I mean, it's probably right now, it's probably hitting Poplar and Highland. You've got it hitting like 240 and Getwell. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for high wind gusts. Tornadoes are not completely out of the question with this, but we do not have a tornado warning in place for Memphis right now. We don't actually have a tornado warning anywhere in the Mid-South at this moment. But we are going to keep a very close eye on this wind threat as it progresses through the city. We could see wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour, and you see that mean-looking cloud there. There's the latest update. So that leading edge where the colors kind of get a little brighter, that's where the wind is going to be, and that is coming through Berkeley. You've got it near the airport right now. I imagine that the airport is probably going to have some pretty significant stoppages, at least as this storm rolls through. You know, things cannot really work too well at the airport. Literally as I say that, wind gust at the airport of 42 knots. I'll have to do a quick calculation on that. That's going to be
about 48.
48 miles an hour. Kit, you had that memorized. Good for you. I had to Google it.
Multiplied by 1.14.
There you go. See, your brain's a little better than mine there. But we definitely have some high wind gusts, at least toward 50 miles an hour, that are coming through Memphis. I want to set on this camera for just a little bit. And again, we're not tracking a tornado at this moment. We do not have a tornado warning anywhere in the Mid-South. At this second, what we're worried about is the high wind gusts that are happening with this thunderstorm as it's rolling east. I do see our Lauren Turman. She's kind of out in the elements watching this stuff. Maybe we can check in with her in just a little bit. But again, this line of storms progressing through Memphis and Shelby County as it's rolling to the east. We're looking out at the Eastgate Shopping Center at Poplar and White Station, Park and White Station, I should say, kind of from that Royal Furniture office building that's there. That's where this camera is. You see Clark Tower there, plenty of lightning. And this camera is about to get what we saw the downtown camera get. And a lot of people just leaving TJ Maxx at closing time. Hopefully they're getting all into their cars in time because this is going to be a doozy of a windstorm. Somebody's flying down through the parking lot there. They're trying to get onto the house. They should have listened to our forecast. We told them this was coming. Wouldn't have to speed through that parking lot like that. Yeah, just watching this camera, sitting on it for just a little bit from Eastgate. We are probably just a few seconds away from the wind and the rain hitting. They've taken the flag off Clark Tower, so I would normally use that to kind of show you how fast the wind was blowing, but right now they've taken it down. Probably a good sign. They might have been without a flag. Wind's starting to pick up now. You notice the trees at the bottom, they'll start to move around just a little bit. Lightning continuing to increase as this storm marches to the east. So across Shelby County, high wind gusts continuing. We've gotten gusts reported 54 to 60 miles an hour in Midtown. Power outage is certainly possible with this. I know we don't have a tornado warning, but these high winds can definitely cause some concern. So again, we'll keep watching this for a little bit, just to kind of give you an idea of what's happening. This storm and the high winds are literally on the doorstep of where this camera is, and then we'll check in with Lauren here in just a couple of seconds once we see this wind kind of hit this camera. So Lauren, if you just want to hang out and stand by for just a little bit, we will check in with you. Actually, as a matter of fact, if we want to pop her in that box where the radar is and leave the camera up, we can leave that camera there, put Lauren in the other box, and we can kind of talk to Lauren a little bit if you want to do that. Lauren, I know you're down in South Memphis, I believe. Tell us where you are. I know you've got some power outages. What's going on down there?
Hey, Trevor, yes, we're out here in South Memphis now with, as you mentioned, a lot of power outages. This area actually stuck out a lot to me because we're underneath the awning of a gas station right now, a Marathon. You could probably see right over here, nothing is on. Cars have been kind of swinging through here trying to get gas, but nothing is on. Power is completely out. We're actually also at the intersection of Winchester and Mill Branch, and there are no street lights on over here. The weather has completely knocked those out as well. So cars have really been trying to maneuver their way around things right now.
All right, Lauren, thank you for that update. We will keep an eye on that. Pop back over to the radar there, and we can kind of watch what's going on, just kind of watching that storm as it rolls in. That Eastgate Shopping Center camera, man, that is really getting it now. Clark Tower pretty much disappearing in the rain and the wind. Maybe we just want to pop this camera full for just a little bit and just watch this rain and wind move in. I'd rather show it to you on this camera than you have to be out near the window. Notice how fast the wind is blowing across the parking lot there. So again, this is 50 to 60 mile an hour winds that are coming through the city of Memphis right now. I mean, Clark Tower just went away in a matter of seconds as we watch that wind roll in. Camera's starting to lag a little bit. Hopefully we don't lose power at this location, but yeah, we are really getting that high wind. No doubt we have those power outages. Again, Lauren Turman, she was just out in South Memphis, and we might have just lost that camera. There we go. It's back now. Some lightning kind of can interfere with that signal just a little bit. While we're looking at that, I will tell you there is a report from Ham Radio. Got some pea-sized hail at Stage Road and Bartlett Boulevard. So that is going to be kind of on the northern side of this thunderstorm as it's rolling through. Again, if you're just joining us, maybe that wind getting you scared a little bit. We do not have any tornado warnings right now in the Memphis area or in the Mid-South. What we do have is a severe thunderstorm warning for most of the Mid-South because these storms are producing 60+ mile-an-hour wind gusts and some hail. So it is pretty rough out there right now. As you look at the Eastgate Shopping Center, we were watching people try to get out of the TJ Maxx before this storm hit. Hopefully they all made it to the house because we've already seen tree damage today. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some more power outages, so we will probably want to keep an eye on that power outage grid. But Kit, I'm going to keep an eye on the radar over here and just kind of look at some of the other storms. I know we've got this storm rolling through Memphis, and the big thing with that is going to be the high wind gusts.
We are starting now into ABC 24 News at 10 with live coverage continuing since about 3:30 this afternoon, possibly earlier than that, memory failing me at this point, but we're starting to see some pretty strong winds and heavy rain moving into Memphis right now. Here across South Memphis is where we have our own Lauren Turman. So we can hear the rain here at our studios. Lauren, I can see the rain has been coming down for you as well. I want to bring you in. Let's hear what you've been seeing as we start off ABC 24 News at 10 with your live shot out there.
Hey, Kit, that's right. Like you said, we're out here in South Memphis. You can hear the thunder, you can hear the storms, and see all this rain that's sweeping through this area. Again, we've been experiencing severe power outages, a lot of really close accidents out here as well, which is, of course, very concerning, as you and Trevor have been mentioning that a bunch of times throughout the night about steering clear of the roads in conditions like this one. G, if you could just kind of show everybody what the roads are looking like here. You can see severe flooding out here. If you actually take a closer look to some of the street lights on the crossing, we're at the intersection of Winchester and Mill Branch in South Memphis. Those street lights are completely out. So again, we've been seeing a lot of very close accidents right here that have been right in this intersection and in this area. People have been coming near this area and kind of trying to pass through, but again, with no working street lights, they're not going to be able to easily do that. So we've been surveying a lot of things. We've seen the fallen trees. We've seen the power lines coming down because of those trees, and people just starting to get a lot of that power back. We're underneath the gas station awning here, staying safe from some of the conditions. But if you can see right here, there's nothing on. People have been trying to stop by and get gas. Nothing is working. Power is completely off. So hopefully you're not without gas, because we've also passed by some other stations that have similar conditions to this one. So again, very severe out here. The rain has started coming down in this area a lot more heavily over the past couple of minutes, and that flooding is starting to get really intense. So again, as you all have been stressing all night, please do not come out on these roads if you don't have to. Please turn around, don't drown. We've heard it from the Tennessee Department of Transportation. Kit and Trevor, you all have been saying that several times throughout the afternoon and the night. So we will continue to monitor these conditions as we're out here. Again, things are starting to pick up quite badly, as you all have been noting throughout the night. But for now, live in South Memphis, I'm Lauren Turman.
Lauren, thank you so much for that report. Of course, we've been continuing this coverage across the Mid-South. I want to reset really quickly here, as we've seen numerous severe thunderstorms and numerous tornado warnings across the Mid-South through the afternoon. We've had numerous confirmed tornadoes, a tornado emergency across northeastern Arkansas. Hopefully, the injuries we've had reported remain only injuries. We haven't heard of any fatalities yet, but of course, we will bring that news to you as we get it. But of course, we've been in extended coverage here across the area. Presently, we've got a very widespread severe thunderstorm warning here across southwestern Memphis, with a tornado possible tag on that. That is the potential for some severe thunderstorms that could begin to rotate and bring us a chance for a tornado. But the other threats with this include 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar sized hail. That's just larger than an inch across this area. Now, this is the beginning. This is the beginning of a multi-day event, and the Tennessee Emergency Management Association administration has issued a state of emergency for this area. And I want to bring in our Pepper Baker with some more information on that, as well as some power outages we've already seen from the Memphis area.
Yes, Kit, I just want to say again, you and Trevor are doing such a good job. Lauren Turman also out there in the field holding it down as well. Yes, TEMA declared a state of emergency at the request also of Governor Bill Lee, who also declared an emergency declaration for Tennessee. So we know that this helps with federal funding when it comes to these disasters. It is a level 3 state of emergency. So when that happens, that they can then request assistance from FEMA for debris cleanup, and then just also direct federal funding as well. As this storm does continue all the way through to Saturday, this is just really the first round of the first day of what we're going to see for the days to come. I have been monitoring the power outages with MLGW. I will say since we've been on air, since around 2:30, between the live stream and going in and out of TV broadcasts, I have been seeing that MLGW has been doing quite well with keeping up with the power outages. At the most, I never saw over 7,700 customers affected. That was the most I saw. It never really quite hit up to 8,000. So right now we're seeing the number of outages at 128, and then I'm seeing customers affected at 6,134. So yes, never saw it hit quite 8,000. The highest I think was around 7,700. The lowest it even got was down to 4,000, even at the most crucial moments. And we're seeing where Lauren Turman was, Whitehaven, that's where she was, South Memphis area. You could see that the roads were still people were still out on the roads in these conditions. But yes, the power outages are happening probably the most here, as you can see that box in red, just to the west of the airport. But overall, very low impact as far as what we've seen with storms of this magnitude with the power outages. MLGW did have crews working standby as well, and they did a lot of prep work ahead of time, similar with TDOT and the Memphis Police Department, just working with the roads and warning people of down power lines and uprooted trees that can also affect those power lines as well. I'm going to send it back over to Trevor Burchett here, who's going to give us another look at the radar. Now that we're seeing all this rain come through, we can hear it here, Trevor, on top.
Yeah, a little noisy out there, especially on this metal roof we have in the studio. So it's definitely going to be coming down here. I do want to give an update on some of the thunderstorms we're watching. Again, right now we do not have any tornado warnings in effect. We're still under a tornado watch, though. And that's something we're going to have to watch for the next few minutes. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that's issued for Memphis, DeSoto County, Marshall County, Benton County, Fayette County, Hardeman County, Haywood County, Tipton County, much of West Tennessee. That whole yellow box is where we have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's for high wind gusts and hail. We have 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts coming through Memphis and Shelby County right now. That's leading to power outages. Also, some small hail reported. Just within the last couple of minutes, they have updated this warning to what they call a tornado possible warning. Now, what that means is there's not enough rotation for an official tornado warning, but there are enough indications of some slight rotation. It's kind of a heads up to the possibility of another tornado warning. So there are several areas in this line of thunderstorms in Memphis that could be showing some signs of rotation. I'm going to zoom in here just for a little bit. The worst now over Cordova, Wolf Chase, Germantown, headed to the east toward Eads. I'm going to put the winds on and kind of talk about how fast these winds are. And it's really worse up toward Arlington. And don't worry worry about the colors too much right now. That just shows us the direction that things are going. I just want to show you this to show you how fast the winds are. Coming through Arlington right now, 60+ mile-an-hour winds, higher than that in a couple of spots. That's all headed east into Fayette County, into Haywood County, and even further than that in some cases. For right now, though, again, no indication of a tornado that is developing at this moment, but the National Weather Service says it's possible enough that we're going to watch this carefully, and that's what they've put out that tornado possible warning for. So even though there's not a warning right now, it is still something that we're going to watch. The latest from the Weather Service, I'll read this bulletin for you. This is moving east at an incredible 65 miles an hour. And of course, that means it also does have incredible wind gusts. So as we track out this line of thunderstorms as it continues to move to the east and northeast, again, right now, the main threats with this high wind gusts. 10:17 in Oakland, 10:19 in Collierville, 10:28 in Somerville, 10:31 in Fayette Corners, 10:38 in Whiteville, 10:44 up to Jackson, Tennessee, 10:52 in Moscow, 10:54 in Bolivar, and 10:59 in Pinson. So that storm is going to continue to move toward the east. Fayette, Hardeman, Haywood counties, you're kind of up next for these high wind gusts and potential hail. Again, though, we still have this tornado potential. We've got a tornado watch that's in effect for at least the next 2 hours. This is officially in effect until midnight for all of the Mid-South. We'll see if that's changed or expanded, but it is something we're going to have to watch here for the next little bit. Right now, we've been lucky. We do not have any tornado warnings, but we're going to watch things carefully. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, though, that's just been issued. This is, again, another one that's producing some high wind gusts and hail. Another storm riding up kind of up the Mississippi River near Tunica and the casinos right now. That's moving off to the northeast. Probably some hail in that one. And yeah, we do see that indication of hail there with that new severe thunderstorm warning. This is just north of Helena, West Helena. It's going to be coming up toward Tunica, Hollywood, and the casinos, eventually into DeSoto County. We'll track this one out for you. Again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for hail. That's going to be near Hollywood at 10:23. Walls at 10:41, South Haven at 10:48, Memphis again by about 10:56. So that is another storm that's coming up from the south and west that could be producing some hail. I'll check out the rotation in that, and that's something we'll have to watch here because there are indications that there might be something in the early stages of trying to rotate. Nothing incredible right now, nothing that I'm incredibly worried about, but for right now, the main threat's going to be the high wind gusts and the hail with that thunderstorm. We'll zoom out and kind of reset here. We'll put this radar into motion and show you where these storms are going, and you'll notice they're not moving forward much. They're moving up really quickly, but they're not moving ahead very quickly. And that is what we are concerned with this flooding threat. We'll talk about some of the rainfall totals that we've already had so far. The rain in the last 24 hours, and we take a look at some of this accumulation. Back in eastern Arkansas, 3 inches, 2.5, 2.5. Some areas probably a little higher than that. So just for tonight, we've seen 2.5 to 3 inches of rain, and that's more to come. And we have 4 more days of rain to go. So that's why we're so concerned about this flooding threat. I want to show you the rain estimates for the next 7 days because really we're going to see rain continue through Saturday, and that's going to lead to a very serious flooding threat for the next few days. 12 to 15 inches of rain in northeast Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, 6 to 8 inches in Memphis, Bolivar, and Forest City, and that is certainly enough to lead to some flooding across the Mid-South. So for right now, again, we're watching this storm, high wind gusts, hail, and again, still the potential of a couple of tornadoes. So we're going to watch things very carefully for the next few hours. Eventually, these storms will weaken as we continue to see these kind of march off to the east. The rain and storms are not going to end anytime soon, but we're going to watch that storm energy kind of decrease. I'm going to loop the storm energy for the last 2 hours. You can see how that storm energy is kind of moving away here over the next, the last couple of hours. That's going to continue for the next couple of hours. So even though we do still expect rain and storms to continue overnight, the storm energy will decrease, so we will see that severe weather threat decrease as well. But we have several more days of rain and storms to go, and another severe weather threat tomorrow evening. Now, tomorrow evening, severe weather threat is not nearly as high as tonight's, but there could be some strong thunderstorms through tomorrow evening and tomorrow night, and then another round of strong storms on Saturday. That's going to be kind of the final round before we can clear things out. So, Kent, this might be the worst night for severe weather, but we have several more days of at least some strong thunderstorms and the potential there for some pretty rough flooding, especially north of Memphis.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of very active weather today. There have been an uncounted amount of tornado warnings. I lost count probably about 5 minutes into the severe coverage, but we have seen some incredible video coming in from some storm chasers out there, from some of our ABC 24 weather watchers. Take a look at this first video here out of Lake City, Arkansas. This is a massive wedge tornado with violent characteristics. This was earlier this afternoon, and this was the development of I'm just getting into my ear that the Governor Sanders of, correct me if I'm wrong, Governor Sanders of Arkansas, yes, has issued a state of emergency for this severe weather event and the flooding event. But I want to take you through a quick timeline of that incredibly, I hesitate to call it magnificent because in a sense it is beautiful, but in a sense it is terrible all the same. So I want to walk you through some of the timeline of this storm. If we go back to around 6:30 this evening, we had a tornado warning at the time across parts of our viewing area here. This was just into Poinsett County. We could not quite see it on the debris detector just yet, but if you forgive me a moment as I switch it over to the velocity, we can see where that storm was rotating. So here we see right around that I-555 connection from Truman, Arkansas. So this is in Poinsett County. We had a tornado warning at the time, and I believe, Trevor, at the time we had already confirmed it around 6:20. So this was already a confirmed tornado, and it was approaching 555. As it did, we started to monitor some of those DOT cameras, and we could see that this storm was rapidly intensifying. Let's take a look at the first video of the Arkansas DOT camera here. You can see in the upper right corner of the, or upper left corner, excuse me, of the screen. If we could drop back that, there we go. You can see just that thin little dark sliver. That is a rope tornado. That's sometimes an early phase of a tornado's development, a very narrow tornado that was about to cross over I-555. It was only here on ABC 24 that you could see that. And then, of course, later on, it started to sort of become obscured. We couldn't quite see it. And then after it had crossed the interstate, you could see a large cone tornado was in progress, illuminated by a single flash of lightning. We appreciate our editors who captured this and got that video available for us as well. So that was the confirmation that we had a tornado and that it was going to be a long, however long it took before this blew out. Let's head back to radar now, as this storm, of course, crossing over I-555 just after that frame of that still image that we saw. We then zoomed in. We kept an eye on it because we knew a tornado was on the ground in Bay, Arkansas. We've had reports of damage from that tornado. You can start to see the development of a debris ball. And the very next sign of that is this. Whenever we're talking about possible debris, the purple shade, that is rain only. Radar has two beams, a vertical and a horizontal, and that detects how large the object is in the vertical and in the horizontal. And if it's the same either side, that's likely rain, because rain is spherical, it's a little droplet, so we have very high correlation. But once you get debris from a tornado, that continued to move towards the Lake City. Again, this is not live, this was 6:38 p.m. We started to see tree limbs, dust, rocks, pebbles, possibly debris from houses that may have gotten hit from that tornado as well. Of course, we're uncertain of what was there and what it did hit, but that debris was getting lofted by the tornado and continued on to Lake City. So as we move this forward, that tornado continued on the ground, at least threading between Needham and Lake City, though there are some reports of that tornado being absolutely massive around this time. I want to show you what the velocity looks like at that time. One thing was happening here, whenever we talk about the greens usually come into a bright blue. Instead, this wrapped around to the other end of the scale, back into the higher end of the yellow to orange. So this is what's called range folding, where we had so much fast winds, fast rotation within the storm that it basically thought it was going the opposite direction. It's a product of just radar. Sometimes it's a paradox that happens that it's tough to prevent. But this is when we had that first video that we were looking at. Of course, we have that hook echo, that classic shape of a supercell. And let's get that video of that tornado behind me here. Of course, we see this is that area that's where we were talking about the range folding, where the radar flipped the velocity. This is rotating so fast within the storm in the mid to upper levels that it is that was causing the radar to think it was going backwards. That translated down to the surface as a wedge tornado. It's wider than it is tall. That's the classic definition of a wedge tornado. If we could zoom in on this, there are some features with this storm that you can see right there, some power flashes. So that was doing damages to power lines, something with very violent characteristics. Notice here on this left side or the right side of this storm, there's these little bitty curls of vortices that are happening. That is where the winds are coming in from the surface and getting lifted so quickly that you get this sort of this tube of wind that is rotating rapidly on that side. So that is a violent tornado creating all of these features that we know when we see this. It is a dire situation. Of course, we had to change our messaging very quickly. The National Weather Service, upon this wedge tornado being reported, issued a tornado emergency. You can see some more of those horizontal vortices on this camera view once again. Of course, you see that tornado kind of drops and it expands as it continues to progress. This is a violent tornado. There's not many words to describe it, but anytime we see this, this is something that concerns us. I'll tell you, my gut kind of sank when I saw this on a live stream that we didn't have permission to use, but then we eventually got this. We do appreciate Matthew Frazier for sharing this video with us. This was an incredible storm. Again, this was just outside of Lake City. And if we get back to radar, I'll wrap things up with this lesson here, of course. We started to see that debris head towards the Leachville area around 6:48. That continued to move through into northwestern Mississippi County, and then we started to see some debris getting thrown out. So all of the debris from back there had started to fall out into the thunderstorm within that. Sometimes you can actually see hail forming on straw and corn stalks. I've seen that in the Midwest before. It is a wild thing when debris gets lofted into the storm. That was about the time that the tornado emergency was canceled, just after 7 o'clock this evening. So a long stretch. And this is what we've been talking about, of a long track tornado. It went several miles. We just get a quick estimate on that. If I get my measurement tool here, from around I-55 to the boot heel, about 30 miles, possibly a little more, but that's just a quick estimate on our radar. Of course, the National Weather Service the next couple of days will be very busy with more warnings. And the next couple of weeks, they will be surveying this damage. Of course, our hearts go out to everyone who may have been impacted by this tornado and many other tornadoes. We've had other tornadoes around the area this evening, none quite so apparent as that one. Fortunately, we can say, as we look back to radar here across the full viewing area, no tornado warnings are present across the Mid-South. That's some good news, but we do have the severe thunderstorm warnings. I've kind of gotten lost away from the severe weather activity, so I'm going to bring meteorologist Trevor Burchett back in. Sorry for the long lecture, but just an incredible tornado there that deserves at least some amount of analysis, I feel.
Yeah, and we appreciate that analysis for sure, kind of looking at the in-depth of that tornado, definitely the largest one we've had. We do have a crew on the way to that area tonight. We hope we can bring you a report report from them a little later on, but we do know that there is pretty serious damage up there near Lake City with that tornado that did roll through. I want to get a quick update on what's going on. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings through much of the Mid-South. That includes Memphis and Shelby County. The worst of the rain and wind now coming into Fayette County, coming into Haywood County, coming into Brownsville, Oakland, Somerville, Germantown, Collierville, and DeSoto County. So those are the areas that are kind of coming up next up over the next couple of minutes. But I think we're quickly transitioning from a tornado threat to a high wind threat and flooding threat. And as we look at the rain accumulation over the last 24 hours, we've already seen a lot of it. We look back over to the west in Arkansas, 3.5 inches already, 3 inches up toward Turl, and already in Memphis, close to 1 inch or 2. But this is really just the beginning of what is going to be several days of very heavy rain. With 1 inch, we're already seeing some serious flooding in Memphis. I believe we have our Lauren Turman that is seeing some flooding somewhere. I'm not sure if she's ready. We're going to talk to her in just a little bit down in Whitehaven because we've had 1 inch or 2 of rain and we are already seeing some pretty significant flooding, and there is a lot of rain still to come. So that's something we're going to be concerned about for the next few days, but that flooding threat is real, and it is going to continue to be a concern for us as we watch these storms roll through. Here's the latest radar. I will say Memphis, the worst of it starting to come to an end, but it's going to be kind of a slow move out as those storms move off to the east. So Oakland, Somerville, Fayette County, again, Brownsville, Bolivar, you'll eventually get this line of storms. And then so far, not much to speak of in North Mississippi. They were in that slightly lower level 4 out of 5 risk, which was still a high risk, but it was a lot lower than what it was in that major level 5 out of 5 risk. And that's exactly where the worst of the storms have happened so far. But again, I do want to talk about those rain totals that we mentioned earlier, because this is just the beginning of multiple days of this. Here in Memphis, we're already seeing some pretty serious flooding, and that's just with 1 to 2 inches of rain, and some areas could see 6 to 8 inches of rain for the next few days. All right, Lauren Turman already. She is out in Whitehaven, I believe, and I believe she is already seeing some flooding out there. This is going to be something we talk about for a few days. Lauren, what's going on? Where are you? What do you see?
Hey, Trevor, that's right. Out here in Whitehaven, we are seeing a lot of flooding. I do want to walk through. We're not seeing as much rain, so things are getting a little bit safer for us out here. But for any drivers that you're seeing along the roads are right here, I'm going to step into this with my rain boots so you can kind of see just how deep some of the conditions are out here. As you can see, it's kind of up to my calf right now. So people are actively going through this weather, still driving, still trying to navigate some of the power outages out here in Whitehaven, kind of trying to figure out, you might be able to, you see this way, you might be able to see some of those drivers. There are some pretty close calls going on because we're seeing another street that does not have power that are having the street lights out right now. So again, very deep flooding, lots of waters as cars are kind of trying to navigate through. And I know we talked a lot about the flooding yesterday. I spoke with a couple of experts, and as you all have been saying here throughout the day, this is something that is very dangerous, very severe, especially for anybody who's out on the roads, which we've been warning people against that, so hopefully they're heading home right now. But if anybody does experience flooding, especially if they're in an area like this or they live near a creek or a stream or a river, it is imperative that you make sure that you are accessing an area in your home where you are safe, or you're going to a shelter as needed. But again, I'm stepping out here. You can see me in this water. You can see it's kind of up to my calf and kind of going upwards. I'm sure if I stepped a little bit further in the street, you'd be able to see a little bit more of it. But this is just a couple of the things that we've been seeing out here at this time as people are trying to navigate the outages, the falling trees, power lines down, severe flooding, all of the elements that you all have been mentioning tonight. You can see it right here in the flesh as people are trying to avoid some near accidents. But for now, live in Whitehaven, I'm Lauren Turman.
Yes, Lauren, and make sure you stay safe out there. You definitely, if you can, turn around, do not drown, and you never know what's underneath these water levels, if there's down power lines. You definitely want to avoid that if you can. We saw people walking through that. Lauren, too, just making sure that she's safe. I've been tracking the MLGW power outage map, and it has kind of spiked a bit. I have not seen it quite get to 8,000 customers affected yet, but I am seeing it now at just over 7,700. There are 145 outages reported now with 7,700 customers affected, and mostly impacting that area that Lauren was in Whitehaven. The South Memphis area is all in the red boxes. If we can pull that map up, there we go. So we're seeing it in that area that Lauren was just in Whitehaven. We're at 7,800, 77, just under 7,800, and again, 145 outages reported at this time. And this is pretty significant progress for MLGW for a storm of this magnitude. We've seen far more. We've seen it in the well over 10,000 customers affected in other storms. That's not to say that the number won't go up, but this has been the most I have seen since we became live around 2:30 this afternoon. Now, I do want to switch it back over to Arkansas. If we can get that video back up out of Craighead County of that massive tornado that we saw. We did get some more damage reports from the widespread just damage of the severe weather of there from the Arkansas Division of Emergency Management. So they have reported that 4 injuries have happened in Craighead County so far due to the storm system moving through the state. And so there have been no reported fatalities so far, and that is pretty surprising, just given the fact that this tornado just seems like it's giving a lot of destruction. But currently 22 counties are reporting damage. I'm going to name them all. That's Clay, Craighead, Crittenden, Faulkner, Fulton, Greene, Independence, Izzard, Jackson, Lafayette, Lawrence, Lee, Perry, Poinsett, Pop, Prairie, Randolph, Saline, Sharp, St. Francis, and Woodruff. So that's quite a bit there. We're also seeing reports of power outages at around 35,000 customers. So very much higher than what we're seeing with MLGW in Shelby County. But yes, we're thankful that we're getting all of those videos in of that very big tornado there that is causing some massive destruction. I'm going to toss it back over to meteorologist Kit Thomas, who is flagging me down. Kit, what are you seeing on the radar now?
Yeah, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning I want to bring to your attention because it looks like we've got a pretty significant threat on this severe thunderstorm now. This is now with a destructive tag. You see in that information, the threat is destructive. The information on that from the National Weather Service is 80-mile-per-hour winds. So like Trevor was saying earlier, we've got that threat now transitioning to straight line winds. These strong winds are going to be bringing some widespread damage just with straight line winds. Of course, this is areas where we've seen already several tornado warnings through the afternoon. The thing is, now we're going to be seeing straight line winds. So even though the winds are going to pick up very quickly, they're not going to be rotating. Looking at the information, they don't have anything to indicate that there's a tornado possible with that. So I want to look at the the velocities, the straight line velocities here, to start to show you where we're seeing that. Once we're getting into those severe winds, once we get to that jump from the light pink to the hot pink there, the fuchsia color there, south of Brownsville, we've got some very strong winds showing up there at the moment. Checking in with the National Weather Service on some of the details on this. We're starting to see some of that extremely strong thunderstorm winds starting to switch over. So whenever we start to see this can lead to downed trees. This is going to bring several trees down all at once, not just branches, but whole trees will be uprooted. Of course, Brownsville's already had a lot of rain through the day today, so this ground is very saturated. So it's going to make it very easy for those roots to pull out as the storm rolls through. So that could lead to some toppling of trees. That can lead to downed power lines. I'm trying to get some of the warning information off there so that we can see just the winds on that storm. So it looks like we've got a pixel around here of around 82 miles per hour. That was a pixel I sampled right around there. Some pretty strong winds. I just had to drop off the warning information for the moment. Of course, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. North of the Sunny Hill area, we also have winds up to 79 miles per hour. So very, very strong winds here. As we see that new update, I'll clear those off. We'll get a new sample of some of these winds across the area. Of course, many of these places here, this is around the Brownsville area here. This is in Haywood County. We've got very, very strong winds moving in. So this is why we've stayed on air and online most of the afternoon. Of course, we've had that tornado threat. We're going to be online for on air and online for the next couple of hours because now we've got that strong wind threat. The severe thunderstorm, the tornado watch that was issued was also including the threat for up to 80 mile per hour winds. So we see here around the Brownsville area, just down Highway 70. If you live near the Wellwood area that's just behind me here, you want to be taking shelter. Whenever we talk about strong winds, often it's not considered as seriously as the tornado threat, but we can still see widespread downed trees from that. So Bratt Thomas Road, John Allen Gordon Road, trying to get Springfield Road, Tritt Road, any of these roads you see around this area that you may recognize if you live just outside of Brownsville, you're going to be seeing some widespread severe wind damage. Brownsville as well is starting to see, or is continuing to see some severe thunderstorms just down East Jefferson Street there. We've got some pretty strong winds in that vicinity. But these storms are headed towards Wellwood and are going to eventually move off towards the north and east very, very quickly. Off towards Crockett County, we also have some very intense thunderstorm winds. These winds are a little more elevated, but we'll get still the information there of what that wind is sampled as. Looks like we've got wind of 84 miles per hour. These dark purple shades here, these are actually just a noise. The radar couldn't determine what it was, so it just fills it with nothing. But we've got 86 mile per hour winds over Alamo. Again, that's over Alamo. That's not necessarily at the surface. It's above the surface. But that could very quickly translate down to the surface. So destructive winds can rip branches off of trees, uproot trees, and that can bring widespread threats for these areas as well. So we'll put back on those warning information for your areas here. So just want to get that information on the screen so you can see where it is. Of course, this is into parts of the just outside of Covington, so it's not quite into Covington there. Fayette, Gibson, Haywood, Madison counties. Those are a couple of counties outside of our viewing area as well, but also around the Bolivar area there in northern Hardeman County, northern Fayette County also within this warning, but not quite seeing the brunt of that. You're still seeing severe wind gusts in northern Fayette County, and that will move into Hardeman County and eventually into northern parts of McNairy County. Trevor, have you seen any updates on this? We'll get to you once you're, he's gathering some information over there, so we'll get back to him.
So our live stream on the website actually automatically ends after 8 hours. So I'm working on getting that back up for our viewers on Facebook and things like that. And then as soon as that's done, I will take a look and get back to you. I just want to make sure that live stream.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah. That's what we've got multiple people working on things, so glad to have Trevor in here helping get that as well going. So we'll continue with some of this information. I want to check through the National Weather Service. They went with that 80 mile per hour winds about 5 minutes ago on that severe thunderstorm warning. So very intense winds. Whenever we have winds like this, if you think about a tin roof on a shed, that can get peeled back by these kinds of straight line winds. Other damage you can see from that is siding can get ripped to shreds as well, especially if there's any hail within this. But fortunately, I don't see any giant hail. It's quarter-sized hail, so that could be driven sideways and can cause some damage to siding as well. But once you get above 1 inch and that wind-driven hail threat becomes, I've seen baseball hail that was driven by 80, 90 mile an hour winds, and that made it look like the side of a house was just hit by a massive shotgun, just with all of the potholes that we had there. That was back in Nebraska several years ago. But straight line winds coupled with hail, that is a recipe for disaster. This is moving right along the Interstate 40 corridor. Brownsville, things are starting to settle down for you, so that's some good news, but that's headed now towards Huntersville there in Madison County. It's outside our viewing area, but it is still something that's maybe someone has been watching us on our ABC 24 Plus app. We're working on getting that stream back. I think we said the stream was back there. If Sophia could repeat that for me. Stream is back. Hello, welcome back on Facebook. Sorry about that interruption. If you were watching us on ABC 24 Facebook, if you're watching us on YouTube, if you're watching us on our 24 Plus app, we thank you for having that downloaded. We apologize for the automatic 8-hour cutoff on that. So of course, it's not something that, I don't think it's necessarily something we set thinking that we'd ever break that, but clearly we'll have to extend that in future times. We'll talk with our digital team about that. But we're back now, so hopefully we sort of have a refresh now on that Facebook page live stream. We'll be keeping an eye on some of those comments, of course. We've seen severe thunderstorms around the area. Many of them have been producing tornado warnings. But we've got an update here from meteorologist Trevor Burchett, who's joining us.
Hello. Two things. So the update on the stream is Facebook's rule is after 8 hours, it cuts off. So we're still streaming on all the apps, YouTube, we're on our phone app, we're on the website. But Facebook automatically caps us at 8 hours, and there's nothing we can do about it. So we are unfortunately not able to get back on Facebook right now, but if you know somebody that was watching on Facebook, send them your link, and we'll get them there. Something else we have to watch, though, I want to go over to the radar really quick and get a quick update on this. Kit's tracking those dangerous severe thunderstorm winds. 80-plus mile-an-hour winds possible near Brownsville, near Cocoa, near Christmasville, up Interstate 40. Fayette County seeing very high wind gusts. But look at this little guy back south of Stuttgart. We've got another tornado warning. Now, this does not include any of our area right now. But there is some rotation in here and some indications, pretty strong indications of rotation there. Again, this is south of DeWitt, Arkansas. So we do not cover this area, but it's moving off to the north and east pretty quickly. And if it continues, we will probably have a tornado warning for Phillips County very soon. I'm going to get the speed that this is moving at here. This is going to be at, let's see here, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So we'll time that out, just assuming it continues on its same trajectory. That's going to put it near Marvel, Arkansas at 11:14 p.m., Friars Point at 11:19 p.m., Lexa at 11:22 p.m., and then Helena, West Helena by 11:26, possibly even into Tunica by 11:42. Now, like we talked about, as we get later in the night, those ingredients for tornadoes will continue to go down. So hopefully by the time it gets closer to us, those tornado ingredients will subside some. But right now, pretty strong indications of rotation near DeWitt, Arkansas. And again, that is eventually going to be coming into Phillips County in Arkansas toward Marvel and Helena, West Helena. Still major storms going on in West Tennessee. These are not tornado-warned storms, but we have very high wind gusts that just blew through Brownsville and Haywood County, and they're coming through Fayette County right now. I want to switch over to the winds and just kind of look at these. Man, that is some incredible wind out in Haywood County, possibly as high as 70 to 80 miles an hour through Brownsville, right along Interstate 40, going through Haywood County toward Jackson. Fayette County even seeing wind gusts as high as 50 to 60 miles an hour. So very high winds with this storm as it marches off to the north and the east, again at about 60 or 65 miles an hour. We'll track this off to the east just a little bit more, and that's going to put it near Jackson, Tennessee at 10:52, Bolivar at about 10:59, and then Pinson at 11:05. So that batch of storms continuing to move east. We do have heavy rain and thunderstorms in the Memphis metro as well. Some high wind gusts and heavy rain will continue. We've already seen flooding in parts of the Mid-South, and that will likely continue for not only tonight, but for the next several days. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for Memphis for that continued threat of high wind gusts and hail. And then again, Kit, what I'm going to keep an eye on is this tornado warning back near DeWitt, Arkansas. If that continues on its current path and does not weaken any, that would put it into Phillips County, Arkansas here in the next little bit. So still a lot of stuff going on. Again, those severe weather ingredients will come down over the next couple of hours, but for right now, still a high wind threat in West Tennessee, and we'll have to watch that little tornado warned storm to see what it does over the next 20 or 30 minutes or so. I think your mic might be off.
Apologies about that. I've got a bad habit about that. I'm sorry about that in the production. They're already yelling at me. So the National Weather Service, of course, they're keeping an eye on multiple threats around the area. We've had several thunderstorms across parts of northern Mississippi, across parts of western Tennessee, and into, of course, Arkansas as well. We've had so many of these warnings that it's tough to keep track of how many we have had, but they are working on a new tornado warning. I'm trying to get pinned down of where they're looking at it for that. So we're keeping an eye open on sort of both sides of this storm outbreak that we've got across the area. This is starting to look very similar to what our forecast models were showing of starting to sort of break apart the line here in the late evening with some very heavy rainfall and still some thunderstorms out across Arkansas. What we're going to expect next is sort of a pivoting of all of this rain as the cold front is sweeping in. It's going to stall. When we stall a frontal boundary like that, that can lead to multiple storms over multiple days and leading to flash flooding. We've got a very textbook flash flood event heading up. I was on Blue Sky earlier today. You can, of course, follow me on there, Kit Thomas WX. I was on Blue Sky and I saw some research that someone had published in the late 1970s, of the classic setup of what flash flooding convection looks like. And it is the setup that we have here across the Mid-South over the next several days. I'll draw it out for you. Basically, whenever you have a cold front that stalls out, we get what's called a stationary boundary that sets up, and that's actually backwards. I need to draw it the other way around. So we get this stationary boundary that sets up across the Mid-South, or really anywhere for that matter. But when that stationary boundary sets up, that means the warm air is pushing all the way up to the boundary and the cold air is pushing with the same force either direction. So we have converging winds either side of this boundary. Now think about it. If you were to have air masses coming in together and they converge, and that force of the air would compress it, so eventually it's got to expand some way. Well, you've got the ground below, so it has to expand upwards. That's how we get convection initiated along a stationary boundary like this. So that convergence at the surface is going to be setting up over the next several days here. So that is going to lead to some very widespread heavy rainfall and thunderstorms across the Mid-South over the next several days. Again, it's Thursday threat, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We start to clear things out on Sunday. It's early Sunday where we start to see some of that rainfall as well. So, of course, whenever we're talking about heavy rain, that starts to lead to some chances for some storms that just start to train one over the other. Whenever we have something like that, it's very similar to what we've had already today. And we can take a look at some of the heavy rain we've had across the area. I've got the last 6 hours here. We've been seeing rain for longer than that, so I might just go in and manually change the properties on that. It's the last 6 hours. I think we have to go back to the last 12 hours possibly for that, of the rain accumulation here. So this is the last 12. Ignore that 6 up there. I can't quite change the banner quite so easily. But we've seen very heavy rainfall here across northeastern Arkansas in places where we anticipated to see that across the region. So I'll just put some quick numbers on there. Rain accumulation of over 3.5 inches already. Right now here in northeast Memphis, I can hear on top of our building incredibly heavy rainfall happening there as well. Many of these storms have been running over themselves, coming back over where we've seen the rain before and the storm and the tornado threats. Of course, they've been just in a line like boxcars on a train, and that kind of training thunderstorm and rain event is what's leading to this flash flooding. We've got another one here. This is just into, I've got a lot on the screen here. I believe that's Lauderdale County. It's right there in Lauderdale County. Yeah, that's Crockett. So Lauderdale, 4.5 inches of rain over the last 12 hours, not 6, 12 hours there. We've seen some of that rainfall. So that, of course, is leading to the flash flood warnings that we've got across our area. If I go in and I add that here, just give me one moment, I'll add those flood warnings to this graphic. Sometimes whenever we're in continuous severe weather coverage, we come up with things that we didn't already have prepared. So we've got these light blue flash flood warnings here across most of the central part of our viewing area here. From all that heavy rainfall we've seen. I'm surprised that Mississippi County here doesn't have a flash flood warning there as well, because they've also seen upwards of 3 inches of rainfall in just 8 hours time frame. So very heavy rain from Dyersburg, the northwestern half of Crockett County, all of Haywood County, Lauderdale, Tipton, Shelby County, all within that, most of Fayette County, excuse me, and then into DeSoto County, Tunica County. We've got Phillips, Lee, St. Francis, Cross, and Poinsett. Trying to run through every single one of those. Mississippi and Crittenden counties, both within those flash flood warnings from all the heavy rain. We are going to continue to see these over the next several days as we go through this flooding event across our area. So we've just had so much heavy rainfall in a short time. This would ordinarily be just this is the final threat, but it's going to continue. I want to take you through the forecast here. We'll start things off with the flash flood watch that is in place. Of course, we've talked about the severe thunderstorm threat that we've had today and that tornado threat. We had a particularly dangerous tornado watch present. We had a particularly dangerous situation for several tornado warnings. Of course, eventually a tornado emergency was issued across northeastern Arkansas. But for the flood watch, we've had this the last couple of days, a particularly dangerous situation for flooding. It's very uncommon. I can only think of a couple other times where I've seen this. Most of them are either what's it called? A hurricane, excuse me, a hurricane, or I'm so set on severe weather, I forgot the name of hurricane. I've either seen them for a hurricane or a atmospheric river event across California or the Pacific Northwest. So what they're talking about, this is text that I pulled straight from that watch. A generational amount of rainfall could lead to catastrophic flooding. Dyer County saw something of that caliber just a couple of weeks ago, several weeks ago, it was a couple months ago, of some incredibly heavy rainfall that led to some flash flooding up there. Levees were beginning to be spilled over, and this is something that we could be talking about for years to come. When they say generational rainfall, we do not see this amount of rain in under 2 months most of the time, let alone in under a week. Half a week even. So now through Saturday, the latest model data is just in. It is now putting 12 to 15 inches here in Memphis. If you're watching about an hour and a half ago, we were talking about the latest model that had it up towards the Dyersburg, Lauderdale County area here. It had a focus of about 16 inches of rainfall there. So this is still going to jump around. Somewhere in the Mid-South, we'll see over a foot of rainfall by the end of this. Most of us will see over a half foot, except for places like Oxford, which are really just on the very edge of this system. Of course, that boundary we were talking about set up right here across the area, that is going to focus where that where those storms form. So wherever that boundary sets up, whether it's here, there, or just somewhere in between, that's where we're going to be looking at the threat for the heaviest rainfall across our area. Meteorologist Trevor Burchett joins me once again. Trevor, we've had severe thunderstorms. What more details have you found for us?
First of all, Kit, if you would like to swap over here and have a seat at some point, you've been over there for a couple hours. If you want to rest those legs, let me know. We can swap out here at some point. Sounds good. I just want to kind of do a reset here. There's still a couple of things I'm watching, and the biggest thing I'm watching right now is I'm going to see what the National Weather Service does with that storm down here. That is a tornado warning not far from DeWitt, Arkansas. To me, it is still showing good signs of rotation as it crosses into Phillips County. Now, there's something a little tricky happening here because that is where it transitions from the Little Rock National Weather Service to the Memphis National Weather Service. So the National Weather Service in Little Rock issued that tornado warning. If it's going to be extended into Phillips County, it's a different group of people that make that decision. So they're kind of making that decision to see what the Weather Service in Little Rock did, to see if they want to continue it here. I still see decent signs of rotation and a possible tornado within this storm. And again, this is just about to cross into Phillips County. So you have Phillips County over here on your right. There's a lane. And then down to Highway 44, Arkansas 44. Definitely some rotation in here. That's going to be coming up toward Lambrook in the next couple of minutes. So just on the interest of erring on the side of caution, because there is a potential for a tornado in there, I do want to track that storm out, at least for the next couple of minutes, to give you an early heads up. Now, again, as we go later into the night, that severe weather threat's going to come down some. So hopefully, by the time it gets here, that threat is really going to start to wrap up just a little bit. So hopefully that threat will not be that much of an issue. But I just want to track this next storm out. It's going to be near a lane at 11:14, Friars Point at 11:29, Helena, West Helena at 11:38, Lula, that's over in Mississippi, at 11:42. So that thing could be crossing the river by about 11:45. Right now, officially, though, in our area, we do not have any tornado warnings. We have a tornado watch for another hour. What we are watching is this batch of storms that just came through Haywood County. We had very high winds through Haywood County and Brownsville a bit ago. That has cleared out. We still have very high winds and heavy rain throughout Fayette County, and even back into eastern Shelby County, from the airport to Hickory Hill, Germantown, Collierville, up to Cordova and Eads. Very heavy rain through there. That's all moving to the east. And then throughout Fayette County, it continues there as well, as that storm rolls on to the east as well, with 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts coming into Haywood County. So Haywood, I know you already got the brunt of it, but there is still some wind and rain on the way. Hardeman County, you're about to get it, and then eventually toward McNairy County, and that is going to be eventually within the next hour or two out towards Selmer and Bethel Springs and areas like that in McNairy County. So we're going to watch that zone carefully for the threat of high wind gusts. I think the tornado threat's going down here and really all across the Mid-South, but that zone is definitely a zone we'll have to watch for some pretty high wind gusts for the next little bit. I will tell you, I want to put on the alerts here and just kind of show you a general broad view of what we're tracking. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Memphis and the metro. That's for another storm coming in, bringing some high wind gusts and a little hail. And then we have severe thunderstorm warnings through West Tennessee. Again, we're watching that tornado warning that could be extended into Phillips County. We should know that within the next 5 or 6 minutes. I will say, I like to tell people who can go to bed, and I should have done this a little bit ago, and I apologize that I haven't. I'm going to circle an area that seems to be generally in the clear from a severe weather threat. So I just circled that area there. For right now, for tonight, your severe weather threat is over. If you're in that circle, you can go to bed and rest easy. That's Dyersburg, Ripley, Covington, Tipton County, Mississippi County, Poinsett, Cross, Crittenden, St. Francis, Lee. I can't clear Phillips yet because we're going to have to watch that and see what that does for the next little bit. Kit?
Ball hail in Somerville was just reported.
Okay, and that's with that other severe thunderstorm warning. So there's still a lot of the Mid-South that is getting severe weather. West Tennessee, especially for right now. We'll see what happens in North Mississippi for the next couple of hours. I'll switch back to that radar as we talk about some of the storms that are still going on, but I do want to give the all clear to those zones. Now, it's going to keep raining, but you'll notice as we switch to the storm energy's gone through much of eastern Arkansas and much of western Tennessee. It's really this zone in North Mississippi and, Hardeman and McNairy County that we have to watch for the next little bit. But even that storm energy will start to go away over the next few hours. So that severe weather threat is quickly coming to an end for the northern and western part of the area. Back to the radar here, and where we are tracking some high wind gusts and hail. That's going to be through West Tennessee. We have ping pong ball sized hail in Somerville right now. That's going east toward Bolivar, in addition to very high wind gusts of possibly up to 60 or 70 miles an hour coming into Bolivar right now. The worst of it is out of Haywood County. It's now coming up to Jackson. And then just an update on the Memphis Metro. We still do have very heavy rain and potential flooding throughout much of the county. We've only seen 2 or 3 inches of rain at most tonight, but we already have flooding, and there is a lot more rain on the way over the next few hours and over the next few days, really. So that's kind of an update on what's going on there. There is a severe thunderstorm warning technically still for Memphis. That is for this little storm right here. That's over Olive Branch, Germantown, and Collierville. That is the area that we're seeing high wind gusts and the potential of hail moving off to the north and east. I don't see any massive tornado threat with that. I'll check the rotation, but I just don't see anything major. I think it's very windy and very rainy, but I'm not incredibly concerned about a tornado potential in the Memphis Metro or in West Tennessee right now. I think in general that threat has started to wind down. There is still very high wind in these thunderstorms, but I'm just not seeing a tornado potential, at least in West Tennessee at this point. What we are going to have to watch for at least the next 2 to 3 hours is North Mississippi, because they still have that storm energy. So like we've got this storm popping up from, Sardis up to Como, Senatobia, toward Holly Springs. Those storms are in an area that haven't had a lot of storms so far today. They are in an area where there's still plenty of storm energy. So we're going to have to watch what those storms do for the next little bit. And of course, we're also going to have to watch what that storm does coming into Phillips County, Arkansas, because it does have a tornado warning on it, at least for right now. That warning was issued by the National Weather Service in Little Rock. Rotation not quite as intense as it was. So we'll see what the National Weather Service in Memphis decides to do with this. But if you are in Phillips County, I would definitely keep an eye on this storm for the next little bit as it rolls on through, because obviously the potential is there for some rotation. We've already seen that in the past. So zooming back out here, and we might go into a little bit more of a forecast if we can for the next little bit. And I'll just kind of talk about what we expect for the next several days, because we have several more days of very active weather to go. Of course, tonight we had the severe thunderstorms, but we're going to have more storms Thursday, tomorrow, and some of those could be strong. Tomorrow evening and tomorrow night, I don't think we see anything like we saw tonight, but there could be some strong to severe thunderstorms tomorrow evening and tomorrow night, damaging wind gusts, hail, maybe a tornado or two. Again, not as high of a risk as what we saw tonight, but for tomorrow night, still something to watch. We will get a little bit of a break Friday. There will be a little bit of rain Friday, but I don't think it's as widespread as this. And then more storms Saturday. Those will likely be severe as well in the afternoon and in the evening hours. So again, while tonight was the highest severe weather potential, there's still a risk for strong storms on Thursday evening and again on Saturday evening. So we'll have to watch it, but really our focus becomes more of the flooding threat, with some areas seeing up to 10 to 12 inches. We've already seen flooding in Memphis tonight. We got 2 inches of rain. We could see 4 to 5 more inches in Memphis, could see 10 more inches up to the north in places like Dyersburg and in Blytheville. So this could end up being a very serious flood threat, and we've already seen that as expected by the National Weather Service with that flood watch that is in effect. They're calling it a particularly dangerous situation flood watch because of the concern for pretty serious flooding, especially areas north of Memphis. Kit.
We're coming up on the top of the hour here, and time to reset as we're going to continue this coverage over the next several hours. Of course, we've got that wide view of radar here across the area. Meteorologist Kit Thomas here, meteorologist Trevor Burchett as well. That severe thunderstorm warning for Shelby County just dropping at the top of the hour. You have been up, sir, for several hours.
Yeah, almost 24 at this point.
I'm going to invite you to go home if you would like to, but we've been here for several hours. We're going to stay until the end of that severe threat. Now, of course, with all of this severe weather we've had numerous reports of injuries from tornadoes. We've had multiple confirmed tornadoes across Arkansas. You've been here in the Mid-South longer than I have. What is your sort of reaction to having seen this particular outbreak?
You know, seeing some of these videos out of Northeast Arkansas, I don't know if we have that video ready from Lake City. That seems to be the most violent tornado that we've had today. We actually watched this almost develop. Lake City, right here on ABC 24. We started out with a live picture from the RDOT camera of it crossing I-555 near Truman, and then this is what it became as it got closer to Lake City. And when you see this, Kit, you know, like you kind of talked about, as meteorologists, we want to look at it and say, wow, look at that. But then you realize this is hitting towns and this is hitting people and affecting people's lives. And it makes your stomach sink to see that view. And then especially when you think about back in 2021, these were the same areas hit on December 10th, 2021. Lake City, Leechville, Monette, that zone was impacted by a very strong tornado that then continued up to Mayfield, Kentucky. That was that same tornado track, and we saw a similar area hit tonight. For now, this is one of the few tornadoes we have on video, but we have several more tornado reports from close to Wynn and Cross County. Luckily, it doesn't seem like the town was affected, but close to that, we had some tornadoes, and then also some in St. Francis County. And of course, the storms are continuing.
And you know, today being April 2nd for at least another hour here, this actually comes on the anniversary of another tornado outbreak we had here in the Mid-South up towards the Dyer County area in 2006. Yes, so that was another one very similar to, we've had several tornado warnings around Dyer County through the day today. Fortunately, we're starting to come in on the tail end of this severe weather threats, but that tornado watch does exist through midnight tonight.
Yeah, and we'll watch what happens. I think there's going to get to a point by midnight, 1 a.m. where the storm energy is just not going to be enough for these storms to be severe. It's going to keep raining tonight. It's going to keep raining for a few days, but the severe weather threat will go down overnight. It does come back tomorrow evening. Not as high as right now, but again, as we get to tomorrow evening, some strong storms are possible. And then again on Saturday, as kind of a final hurrah for this storm to move out.
We've got 3 more days of severe weather. All 3 of those days presently have an enhanced risk, that level 3 on the severe weather scale. So of course, this is going to be a multi-day event, but it's not only the severe scale, it's the flooding as well. Today we had a moderate risk, which is a level 3 out of a different level scale, a 4-tier scale there. And tomorrow we have that level 4 of 4, a high-risk flooding event. This is one of those back pocket stats that I keep around. 80% of all flood-related fatalities and damages come on high-risk days. So tomorrow, we're still going to be talking about severe weather, but the threat is going to change more to flooding.
Yeah, and I think that's something we're going to have to really watch. You know, we kind of set the stage for it tonight. We got a really saturated ground. In some places, the ground has already had just about all it can hold. So any more rain that comes is going to turn into runoff where it can't soak into the ground, and that's when you see the floodwaters rise. So any more rain after this point, that's when we're going to go into flooding, and that's why we've kind of developed that concern for the next few days.
So as we've sort of reset for a little bit, honestly, I just needed a break from looking at radar.
Correct, yes.
But let's go ahead and look at Max 2. Of course, we've got a live view of downtown Memphis here. I'll let Trevor take the lead on the green screen for this hour if he would like. I pulled you a chair over there so you can use that if you need to take a seat as well. Of course, we've been up and down, mostly standing all through the afternoon. This is starting to look a little more quiet. Just rain is coming down across downtown and midtown Memphis, but you know, this is the non-severe side of things.
Yeah, I think we are getting to the point where we might be in slightly better shape. I don't want to say we're in good shape. We might not be in great shape till Sunday, but we are getting to be in better shape. Slowly but surely, we are going to start to see things, take a turn, at least for tonight especially. We had such an incredible severe weather risk today with all of those storm ingredients that are going to kind of be in place, and they are still in place, so we're going to have to watch things for the next little bit. That storm that had the tornado warning, that expired, and they did not continue it into Phillips County. So I do want to zoom in here and just kind of investigate that, see if maybe it continues to weaken, so at least I can give you maybe a little bit of peace of mind as you start to head to bed. I mean, there's still some decent rotation in here. I'm going to get logged in on this computer as we kind of switch things up for just a little bit and trade places. Kit going to hopefully be able to sit down for just a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm still seeing some rotation here. And again, this is just coming into Phillips County, south of Marvel. Here's Helena, West Helena. It is broad rotation, meaning it's not very strong, but it's still something we're going to watch very carefully. And I know that the National Weather Service in Memphis is going to continue to watch it as well, because that is definitely a zone right in there that we have that indication of some rotation. Now, again, it's not strong rotation, but it's definitely possible that something could try to spin back up there. So we're going to watch that very carefully for at least, I'd say give it at least the next 30 minutes with some eyes on it, and we'll see what happens. New discussion coming out from the Storm Prediction Center. These are the folks that issue the watches. I kind of want to get an update from them and just see what they're thinking. Let me check in with the Weather Service first, see what they have to say. These are just new updates coming in. All right, let's switch over to the radar while I get an update from them. We'll get rid of that and go to the radar. So severe weather potential, organized system spreading through. It does look like another watch could be issued, but that would be into Middle Tennessee. So that would probably be, kind of past us and then moving into the middle portion of Tennessee. It does look like a new severe thunderstorm warning, and this is a kind of an extension. We were talking earlier about that significant line of thunderstorms that was coming through West Tennessee. We were talking about 80-plus-mile-an-hour winds in Haywood County. It's now past Haywood County. It's still honestly stretching back to Shelby County, though, at least eastern Shelby County, through Fayette County, and then just coming into Hardeman County. Hardeman County, that's what we're going to watch here. Jackson technically is outside of our coverage area. They have their own TV station there. So we cover Hardeman County and Fayette County and also McNairy. So those are the three counties I'm going to watch for because Haywood is past the severe weather threat. So it's going to be those, handful of counties, those three counties for the next little bit that are still going to face a very high wind risk, a destructive wind risk as this moves to the east. Now, this is not a tornado warning, but the winds are so strong that in some cases you could see damage almost as if there was a tornado. So I'm going to track this off to the north and east here over about the next hour. These high winds and heavy rain going to be near Pinson by about 11:12, Moscow at 11:22, Hornsby at 11:28, Decaturville at 11:47, and then Linden at 12:03. This is a very fast-moving storm. Now, of course, the faster it moves, the higher the wind gusts are. Do we know where this video is? What are we looking at here in the Velvet? Is that Lake City? Okay. Whenever they're ready, let's go to them. But we do have, again, those very high wind gusts that are going to be moving through West Tennessee. I do want to pause for a second. That's kind of the update on that storm, and that's the one we're really keeping a close eye on for right now. I want to circle back kind of to what happened earlier tonight, and that was up in northeastern Arkansas. We had a devastating tornado that came through. It touched down in Poinsett County, came close to Harrisburg. I don't believe we have any reports of damage in Harrisburg, but then it crossed into Craighead County, hit Lake City, Arkansas, and then went up toward Leechville and Monette. So while we kind of have a pause in the extreme weather, yes, we're watching those extreme winds there in West Tennessee. Hardeman County could see wind gusts 60 to 70 miles an hour. We are going to keep a very close eye on those over the next little bit. We'll go here. Let's talk about that flooding potential. I think we have an update from our Lauren Turman. She's in East Memphis right now. Again, we have 2 inches of rain. We already have flooding, and there's about 4 more inches on the way for Memphis. So shaping up to a pretty significant flooding threat now that the severe weather threat for Memphis, at least, is starting to wrap up. Lauren, if you're ready, what are you seeing? And tell us where you are.
Hey, Trevor, that's absolutely right, and you can definitely see all of that rainfall reflected in areas around Memphis. You've seen us hitting several different places tonight. I want to show you again, we are now at the intersection of Kirby Parkway and Winchester, and there's a lot of flooding. Again, I'm not going to go out into it because it's pretty deep and we want to remain as safe as possible. But something really interesting that we just saw before we pulled over, you see this little puddle, this little area right here. There were 2 men that were pushing that car. You're going to see it right in that middle of the street over there. It's got its blinkers on. 2 men pushed the car all the way from the side of the curb here out to where it is right now. So you can just see how significant these storms are. We've seen several cars getting stuck. We've also seen some damage on that car. We're not sure if it's from this storm or not, but again, it just goes to show you how intense all of these storms are, as several cars are getting caught up in the flooding. Things are very deep, and they have been as we've traveled out here. Very low visibility, as to be expected in a storm like this, something of this much intensity going on. So just really reflecting with that car, we wanted to show you several other ones have been stuck. Two men literally had pushed that all the way out to the street. We've also seen power outages in apartment complexes, in other eateries, fast food restaurants, things like that, that can't seem to keep the lights on with as heavy of a storm as we have going on right here. So again, we're going to kind of keep surveying this area and traveling around to see what the worst of everything is and how much damage is really being done, especially to cars in areas of low visibility with this much flooding and with as much rain as you just mentioned there, Trevor, going on right now. And we'll make sure we keep you updated as those things keep on going throughout the night. But for now, live in East Memphis, I'm Lauren Turman.
All right, Lauren, thank you for that update, and we might check back in with you as we continue to monitor that flooding in the Memphis area. That's going to be a big story for the next few days. I want to go back to this Hardeman County storm. We were telling you there's some very high wind coming through Hardeman County and back through Fayette County, but it's this first little storm right here, kind of near Bolivar, that it could be trying to strengthen just a little bit. This does have a severe thunderstorm warning on it because it has winds up to 70 or 80 miles an hour, so destructive winds possible in here, but there's also some signs of maybe a little rotation trying to develop. And you can almost see that C shape that we talk about. And what that's indicating is you've got winds on the backside coming this way, and then you've got winds coming in at the front. And that could be indicative of a little bit of twisting and turning of the winds. As we switch over to the velocity mode of the radar, you'll be able to see how those winds are really twisting up. Man, that's a real signature shaping up there. Those bright greens coming toward the radar, reds going away from the radar. That's indicating some twist in the clouds, some rotation in the clouds. If anything, very high wind gusts near Tune. That's going to be north of Bolivar, north of 64. That is very strong wind, and I would not be surprised if that thing tried to wrap up into a tornado. So there's no warning right now, but north of Bolivar, definitely something could be trying to circulate there. We're going to watch that very carefully, but without a doubt, even with no tornado potential, the high wind gusts in here are wild. Through Fayette County and Hardeman County, we could see wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour, and that is all pushing toward the east. So McNairy County, I know you've been pretty quiet tonight, but this batch of storms is eventually going to make it to you. I'm going to try to time these out here for just about the next hour or so. That's going to put these storms near Hickory Valley at 11:18, Grand Junction at 11:24, Morris Chapel at 11:49, Selmer by 11:51. So within the next hour, Selmer, you're going to be getting some of those high wind gusts and heavy rain. And again, we cannot completely rule out a tornado. We still have a threat of tornadoes. We have a tornado watch in place, and the National Weather Service is really eyeing in on this as a potential tornado developing and the potential for a tornado warning. That's going to be north of Bolivar near Tune. If I was in Tune, I might go ahead and head to the closet. I might go ahead and get the kids up just to be safe. I'd rather you be safe than sorry, especially on a day like today when we definitely have all of these storm ingredients in place. Again, as we go back to the velocity mode, the wind mode, and you see those reds and greens kind of twisting together in there, you can almost see how the winds are kind of surging in this way and then coming around on the backside. That is a strong sign that there could be some rotation in the clouds. The question is, what are the odds it can actually touch down? And that's what the National Weather Service is kind of weighing right now as they consider whether or not to put out a tornado warning. So we're watching this. The Weather Service is watching it. But again, this is in northern Hardeman County, just north of Bolivar, and the potential for some rotation. And they are now putting out a tornado warning for that storm near Bolivar. So we have a tornado warning that is going to come out for northern Hardeman County, I should say. Haywood County is clear. Let me remind you of that. Northern Hardeman County. a tornado warning is coming out. Fortunately, this is already in the northern portion of the county, and probably within 10 or 20 minutes, it's going to be into Madison County, Tennessee, and that is going to leave our official coverage area. There's your new tornado warning just popped up. So this is going to include northeastern Hardin County, parts of Madison County, parts of Chester County as it continues to the north and east. Again, to remind you, Jackson, Tennessee has their own ABC affiliate, so we do not reach to Jackson, Tennessee. We do reach Hardin County, though, so we're going to be concerned with this thing until it can cross to the county line. At that point, we will hand it off to the Jackson, Tennessee television station. But this is a tornado warning for northeastern Hardin County, Tennessee. If you are in tune, time to be in your safe place. If you know somebody that lives in tune that maybe has already gone to sleep and doesn't have their alerts on, make sure they are aware that they now are under a tornado warning. Let me get the specifics on this just so we can get a speed on this, so we can get a good storm track on it. Moving to the northeast, this one at about 45 miles an hour. And I'm just going to track it through the rest of Hardin County, since that's the area we cover. Tune by 11:21, and then Teague by 11:27. By 11:30, this will be out of Hardin County, and we can clear Hardin County from the severe weather threat. I will kind of stretch it out just a little bit further. I just kind of get a couple more cities in there. Maybe have some folks out here. Again, Tune by 11:21, Teague at 11:27, Parkburg at 11:36. Pinson at 11:43. Again, this is a possible tornado and an area of rotation north of Bolivar. Bolivar, this will not affect you. This is going to stay to your north and continue to move to the northeast. But near Tune, and especially, again, as this leaves Hardin County up toward Pinson, that's going to be the next town that we really watch. They're going to ride kind of right up Tennessee 100 and cross 45 just to the north of Tennessee 100. So that is a new tornado warning there. I'll check back in with that velocity, and yeah, there's a signature there, no doubt about it. This is right there. There's Highway 100, and there's Tennessee 18. So right there at Tennessee 100 and Tennessee 18, that's just east of Tune. Got that rotation there. The rotation actually on the west side of Tune, but it's pretty much crossing over that community right now. That's going to continue to the north and east. So Teague, Deanburg, those areas need to be in their safe place as that moves off toward the north and the east. So right now, that is the only tornado warning we have. That's going to go for northeastern Hardin County, technically until midnight, but this will be out of Hardin County. At least the tornado warned part of the storm will be out by about 11:30. There's going to be rain and some wind behind this, but the area we're concerned about for a tornado will be leaving Hardin County, I'd say within the next 15 minutes or so. As I zoom out, we're going to have to zoom back to North Mississippi because not a lot has happened in North Mississippi tonight. It's been a pretty quiet night in North Mississippi. Tornado-wise, we've not had any tornado reports in North Mississippi. We've got a little cell firing up coming into Marshall County, and that's going to be near Holly Springs. Now, I know we had a tornado warning earlier today for Holly Springs. Nothing happened, but these storms are trying to develop and intensify, and then we still have that storm back in Phillips County. It does not have any warnings on it right now, but it is still a strong storm with high wind gusts and some hail, and it's going into an environment that is still very strong for severe weather and the potential of a couple of tornadoes. So we're going to be watching North Mississippi carefully. There's nothing to be worried about if you live in North Mississippi right now, but these little storms that are popping up, it's something we're going to have to watch. But we're going to ride out here with this tornado warning in Hardin County, north of Bolivar, for the next little bit. Again, this could be a tornado trying to develop. It's riding up Highway 100. It's in Tune right now. It's going to be south of Teague in the next little bit, and then eventually up toward Deanburg, and that's going to get it out of Hardin County. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this one. Again, no confirmation of a tornado that is on the ground, but certainly some rotation in there and something we will watch very carefully. Kit, I know we have that new tornado warning. We haven't checked in with you since that came out. Have you been keeping an eye on that, and what have you seen with that particular storm?
Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on that. Of course, we're still seeing some rotation on that storm. As we take a wide view here, of course, you see Memphis right there, east of Memphis by 2 counties to get to Bolivar. Bolivar is where we have that current, excuse me, that current tornado warning with some information on that, showing that it still is rotating. We still see that strong wind coming into tune. So if you are in tune, we'll likely see, regardless of the tornado threat, you're going to see a strong wind threat very soon there in tune. So one thing we're looking at, of course, is that red and green shape that, of course, we've been talking about so many times this evening. If you just sort of trace this area here along that gray contour line there, that's where we sort of see the inflow, the in-notch of that tornado threat, or of the thunderstorms. That's where we're seeing winds moving that are moving into the storm versus winds that are moving forward from the storm. So that's where Tune is going to see some pretty strong thunderstorms across this area. So we've got a live report coming up very shortly. I want to get some more information on some storms here into northern Mississippi. The National Weather Service is also mentioning this storm here into the Holly Springs area. We've got a couple of mini supercells coming up. The winds and the environment is not as favorable as it was earlier today, though we still see enough energy that we could see that turn into potential tornadoes. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. I'm going to keep a close eye on this, but of course we were talking about this earlier, the storms that were up into northwest Arkansas earlier today around Lake City were producing some violent tornadoes. Of course, we've got video of that now. If we go ahead and take that, we've got our reporter, Kevin McNamara, who has been rushing out to that area to get some quick reaction. Of course, here we have that video of that tornado. You see just how rapidly it is rotating. That is a violent tornado and can lead to a lot of widespread damage. So I want to bring in our reporter, Kevin McNamara, with some details of what he has been seeing out there in northeast Arkansas.
Yeah, good evening, Kit. Appreciate all the work you guys are doing out there. I'm here in Lake City, Arkansas right now. I'm going to cut you right to it. We are at a home that we found here, just getting here about 5-10 minutes ago. You can see some enormous storm damage, quite frankly, completely devastating to this house. That certainly you hope that everyone was able to make it out in time. Windows broken, completely, lining is out. The roof appears to just be totally gone. Wood panels and siding sticking out everywhere. The door just swung wide open, completely broken in pieces. We'll take you inside here. You can see severe damage to this home. Want to make sure we can get in nice and safe here. Completely visible up through the roof. That has been stripped away. Obviously, all the furniture has been totally moved off of its spot. You can imagine just some of the devastation. The couch moved, tables moved. It's really quite a terrifying scene here in this home, again, in Lake City. It's where a lot of the worst of the damage is. This is just one home that we found. There's a number that are on the street, or it's on this street looking similarly. And there's been a command center set up. We're going to head over there in a little bit once we kind of get our bearings. But just to give you a sense of really the situation here in Lake City, quite serious. This is about as bad as you can get for a home in this part of the state. I'm just, taking in exactly what we're looking at here. You can see windows shattered, paneling everywhere, completely, collapsed off of the ceiling. So you can certainly get a sense of the scope of the damage here when that tornado hit here in Lake City. Kit, I understand you have a question?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, so I want to chat just a little bit with you. Some other things that
Sure.
I want to ask you about are, what are some of the smells that you smell around this area? Sometimes tornadoes have a very particular smell in the aftermath. What do you smell around there?
That's an interesting question. I don't know if I necessarily pick up any smells. I'm here with Justin, our photographer. Are you here? Do you smell anything out of the ordinary?
Maybe a faint, like natural gas.
Yeah, a faint natural gas smell. I wouldn't say it's overpowering in any sense, but obviously there's just the smell of the home as it's been kind of ripped apart. A lot of those interior things that are coming out of the walls, coming off the ceiling, just those, that wetness that gets in and out throughout a home. But beyond that, I don't know if there's a specific smell that's necessarily coming to mind here.
This does look This does
You
look
can
to
see,
be
yeah,
a
here's,
more...
now we're looking at the pantry. I mean, there's really, what was that? Go ahead, Kit.
Oh, sorry. I'm also reacting to the video you're seeing here. Of course, walking down the hall, and then you're suddenly
We're seeing here now,
outside
just
now,
off
yeah.
to the side. It's the tornado just completely ripped through the side of the home, completely out to the driveway area. I want to take us out. If we can go back out, I can show you exactly what we're dealing with here on the outside. This home really one of several here in Lake City, Arkansas, with severe tornado damage. There's a, you want to take a look here, you can see what it's left here on the outside. There's a tree that's come down. We've got power lines down, of course, really power lines down throughout the city. Trees completely uprooted here. This is now the outside of the home. Well, there's a sink that's now just been completely exposed. You can see really turning an indoor area into an outdoor. In fact, now that we're standing here, I'm getting the impression this was like the garage. Now, because you can see sort of that led into the home. There's a sink there. So maybe there was some kind of roof covering here that's just been completely ripped off. Yeah, Kit, I understand. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kevin, so
Okay, now there's a smell.
Yeah, I'm sure once you get outside as well, we'll have you describe that in a moment. But have you spoken with the homeowners? Have you seen anyone around here who has been reacting to this damage? Of course, we want to be respectful of them.
I'm sorry, Kit, you cut out there. I didn't.
We want to be respectful of their property and, of course, of their reaction to this. Have you spoken to any of the homeowners around this area?
No, we haven't seen anyone here since we got here. There's been occasional a car will drive by. No one's been stopped. There's no one that's been here or at any of the homes that are on the street. But certainly, if we do come into contact with them, we'll try and get some of their reaction. I mean, again, looking at what is this scene here, it's not even really not clear if this was a home or what was on this site. But if there was a structure, it certainly has been completely ripped. You can only imagine what it once looked like. But we're going to keep following this situation here in Lake City, Arkansas. Hopefully, no one has been seriously hurt doing with this. We're going to keep staying on this scene here in Lake City, finding out what information we can. If we can talk to any homeowners or people that live here, we'll obviously do so. But certainly you can just see from this damage already, this is a significant event here in Lake City. It's going to take a while for the folks here to come back from it. But for now, live in Arkansas, I'm Kevin McNamara. Back to you.
Kevin, thank you so much. Kevin, thank you so much for that reporting. Hopefully you're staying safe as well. I want to send things now over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett, who's been keeping an eye on a storm in Marshall County.
Yeah, man, I mean, just some devastating damage there. And again, we hope that everybody is okay with no major injuries. But unfortunately, this event continues. We have a new tornado warning that has just come out. We're going to have to roll on with severe weather coverage. This is a tornado warning for Marshall County. We were just talking about that storm developing. This is a potential tornado near Marianna, Mississippi. That's going to be south and west of Holly Springs, coming into Holly Springs within a matter of just a couple of seconds. So if you're in Holly Springs, it's going to be the time to be in your tornado safe place. We've got indications of rotation back there. Not incredibly strong indications, but there's definitely some high wind in here and definitely some indication of a little rotation there south and west of Holly Springs. So that's that early heads up for Holly Springs. It's still in an area that is very conducive for tornado development. You see it has that hook. We've been talking about that all day, that classic hook echo shape, and that's coming off to the northeast. And this is going to be moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So that tornado warning now in effect for Holly Springs, Marshall County, northern Benton County, and a sliver of Fayette County. But again, that's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. As we track that off to the north and east, that's going to be near Holly Springs in about 10 minutes. So Holly Springs, you have 10 minutes to be in that tornado safe place. Again, that's the lowest floor of the building that you're in, a bathroom, a closet, a hallway, something on the interior portion of your home. Snow Lake Shores by 11:55, Ashland by 11:59, Michigan City at 12:02 in the morning, LaGrange at 12:06, and Grand Junction, Tennessee in Hardin County by about 12:09. But again, a possible tornado now. Indications of some rotation there south and west of Holly Springs. And we do expect that to be in the Holly Springs area within the next 10 minutes or so. Before we get too far into that, I do want to give a quick update on this thunderstorm we were following in northern Hardin County. We had a storm that appeared to be producing some rotation north of Bolivar near Tune. That is exiting Hardin County. That is now passing into Madison County, Tennessee, up near Jackson. So that storm is moving away. We can kind of check this one off the box for us. It's out of here. It's out of our viewing area. But now we're going to focus on this other storm that's coming in from the south. And again, that right now is near Holly Springs. And a decent signature, at least on radar, of that rotation, that hook echo east of Mariana. I'll zoom in just a little bit and get a really close view kind of where that rotation is right now. So this is over Quail Road, Mariana Road, again, not far from Mariana. Highway 4 is right behind me. So this is going to be kind of the same area that storm went earlier, north of Highway 4, and then coming up on I-22 right into Holly Springs. So if this thing is producing a tornado, again, it's going to be in Holly Springs within about 9 minutes from now. So I want you to just go ahead and be in your safe place just to be on the safe side. If you're in Holly Springs, there's no report of a tornado with this. Of course, it's also nighttime, so it is hard to look out and see a tornado, but I'd rather you be safe than sorry and just be in that safe place. You see it getting a little closer now, about 8 minutes away from Holly Springs. And again, this does have the potential to produce at least high wind gusts, but also a possible tornado, and that is going to be approaching Holly Springs here within about 8 or 9 minutes. So safe places now. Again, that's the middle room of your home, a bathroom, a closet, a hallway, something with no windows, and something on the lowest floor of your home. I'll zoom out for just a second before we get too in-depth with this and show you there are a couple of other things we're watching. We'll just kind of say zoomed out for now. We have that severe thunderstorm warning that's now in effect for northern Coahoma, parts of Tunica, Quitman, and Phillips County. That's the storm a little bit ago that had that tornado warning. That's now been dropped down to a severe thunderstorm warning. So definitely some high wind gusts in there. But right now, other than the high winds, maybe a little hail, nothing extremely concerning. We have some thunderstorms now through Fayette and Hardin counties. Those are still strong with high wind gusts. That tornado warned storm up there is moving away. That's cleared Hardin County. So really, we have this storm down here in the Delta in Clarksdale, close to it, that has some high wind gusts and hail. And then this storm near Holly Springs that has the potential for tornado. And that's why that tornado warning is in effect for Marshall County and Holly Springs. I do want to check in with meteorologist Kit Thomas. He's also watching this storm. Kit, what's that? Okay, we'll check in with you here in just a second. There are signs of rotation here. This is going to be along Interstate 22, south and west of Holly Springs, coming into Holly Springs. It does not appear, thankfully, this thing's on the ground right at this minute. But as we've seen today, things can change very quickly. So, Kit, Holly Springs, still good idea to be in their safe place.
Yeah, this is an area where we saw some of the earliest thunderstorms starting early today, almost 10 hours ago. A new downstream tornado watch is going to be issued for this environment that this tornado is in. Excuse me, as we get a new update from that radar, we're starting to see it closing in on Holly Springs. So now's the time to gather your supplies and go to your tornado safe place. Sorry, I had a big swig of Pepsi. Of course, we are still seeing the chance for this tornado to roll in and bring the tornado threat into pretty much downtown Holly Springs. So if you are in Holly Springs or if you are anywhere in the vicinity of Holly Springs, you need to be taking shelter right now. That's going to be the interior room of your home, the lowest level of your home, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That is going to be the safest place in your home in the event of a tornado. Bringing with you helmets. If your kids play baseball, it's baseball season now. Of course, if they played football, if they bicycle, putting on a helmet can protect your head and prevent from serious injury occurring in the event of, or at least reduce serious injury risk from a tornado. So, of course, whenever we have these kind of warnings, you want to bring with you blankets, maybe a heavy coat, something to put over you, crouching down, covering the back of your neck, and crouching forward so that you can cover the soft region of your belly there. As the storm is rolling in now, I want to get another view of that velocity as we see not the brightest radar signature we've seen through the day, but of course we still see that strong rotation crossing Interstate 22. That's going to be moving into downtown Holly Springs. So I'll read out some roads. If you live along West Woodward Avenue, Northwest Boundary Street, Roffling Road, Salem Avenue, South Center Street, Faulkner Road, kind of under the mesocyclone there right now. Zooming in all the way down to the street view here, West Tullahoma Avenue, we've got West Valley Avenue, East College Avenue, South Center Street, Jones Bean Drive, South Maury Street there, East Van Dorn Avenue. I'm basically reading every single street in here. So if you hear your street or if you hear a street that you know, that means you are under the risk of a tornado across this area. So, of course, excuse me, as we see this tornado continue to push through, or the potential tornado, we're going to be keeping an eye on the debris tracker just in case we see anything. We see the blue. We've been talking about the blue. I'll call your attention to how the radar signature here has that scoop there. So this is technically it may not be the debris here. So anytime we see this area here, this is the clear air. This is the hook echo where we would see the tornado potentially. It could be anywhere along this area here, as that's where we see the full rotating part of the precipitation column and the rotating updraft. We usually don't see it when we have the clear air coming in on this flank. So it would be attached to the thunderstorm if it is on the ground. So that's where we're looking at some of that rotation. Of course, that rotation now on this latest scan showing up a little more over the Holly Springs area. I might even cross it out to here where we see sort of that intersection of the green next to the red there. I'm going to switch it over to relative velocity so that we can see a little more of a powerful or a more clear area of rotation, I believe, on this southern end of the tip, but there could even be some rotation on this northern end. So there's still two areas I'm concerned with where we might see that tornado on the ground here around the Holly Springs area. So, of course, if you're in your shelter, hopefully you brought your phone along with you with the ABC 24 app, as we're live streaming there. We're still going to be keeping coverage of this tornado warning. Of course, this is not the only thunderstorm that we have around the area. This is the most pressing one. I just saw a new update, latest scan of the radar there. Again, the presentation doesn't change very much. It's just continuing to move to the northeast. So Holly Springs, hopefully you are in your safe place. I'm going to keep you on the screen. It's right here next to me, but I want to look downstream from this. Atway, Lamar. If you live along Highway 4 to the northeast from Holly Springs, Hudsonville Road, Hoover Road are on there, eventually to Mississippi Highway 5. We'll get a couple more roads here. That's Hudsonville Road again. We've got Russum Road there. Eventually to Old Highway 72 and Highway 72. We've got a couple of routes there that have that potential for a tornado. Eventually to County Church Road north of Ashland. I want you to also be ready to go to your safe place and take shelter as these thunderstorms roll into your area. Little Snow Creek Road, you're kind of on the edge of that, but I would still be aware, be very cautious of where this storm could roll into. Joyner Road is a little closer to where I've got higher concern for this potential tornado to roll in very soon. Looking at the latest radar scan here, this is starting to move over Holly Springs, now more on the north side of Holly Springs. So if you know anyone who lives here, if you have any family, friends, co-workers, who live in the Holly Springs area, make sure that they are taking shelter. They might not respond, as they may be watching us here on our app. or they may just be sheltering. Maybe they are just riding it out, and we'll respond afterwards. So give it some time before you worry too much. The chaos of a tornado can sometimes be a bit overwhelming, and people don't always reply right away, especially in a situation where damage comes in. We're looking at, I'm looking at some information from the National Weather Service. We're seeing that that tornado warning was being trimmed up, so that's the latest update from that. I saw that they were working on updating it, so they've just trimmed off the back edge of that. So southwestern Marshall County, you are no longer in the threat of that tornado. Of course, that's moving now through the Holly Springs area. It's very likely moved through Holly Springs and is already clear of the central business district of Holly Springs, but this is now moving up towards Hudsonville Road, up Highway 4 out of Holly Springs, Carpenter Road, Russum Road, roads that we're looking at for potential downstream impacts for this. Trevor, have you seen any updates on that particular storm or other ones out on the area?
Not in that one. I was just checking out to see if we had any indication of debris being detected, and I'm not seeing that at this moment, but of course you won't get a detection of that until after it happens. So we're going to have to keep watching this thing. If there is a tornado, it just cleared Holly Springs. You see with that latest update, that kind of dog leg has just moved out of Holly Springs. Still very strong signs of rotation with this. And you see those reds and greens really starting to light up. This is kind of becoming more of a concerning signature here. You see some of those brighter colors in there. That is really indicative of some strong rotation in there. I want to show you kind of where this is exactly. We will zoom in here. This is Highway 4, kind of as it curves up northeast of Holly Springs. Let's see if I can get some more roads put on here that we can identify. Let's see if we can do that. So there's Highway 4. There's Old Highway 4. There's Joyner Road. We've got Hudsonville Road. We've got Highway 7 over there. So that's just kind of a general idea of where this possible tornado is right now. And then I kind of want to talk about where it's headed. So as we zoom out a little bit, this is the Marshall and Benton County line. So that black line that you see there that does that, that is the line between Marshall County there and Benton County here. So this is just about to move into the northern portion of Benton County. Strong signs of rotation and a possible tornado along Highway 4 in northeast Marshall County. Whatever it is, it's cleared Holly Springs. Hopefully nothing, but whatever it is past Holly Springs at this point, and it's going to be into northern Benton County. So there's Lamar. Here's Highway 5 north of Ashland. Ashland, it does look like it's going to be north of you, but if you live north of Ashland on Highway 5, definitely be in your tornado safe place. That's a really strong sign. Yeah.
Possible TDS over Holly Springs.
Okay, that's not good. Okay, so if you just missed that, that is a possible debris signature. We'll watch that.
It's embedded within that high CC. I think it's just that small pixel there. It's not the blue. It's just a very small pixel within that that went from yellow to green.
Yeah.
If we take my graphics full here, I'll point it out real quick. I think this is perhaps what the National Weather Service is looking at. We've got the latest scan here, so let me see if I can track that forward. It doesn't look, it's difficult to say, and I'm not going to be totally confident on you. I'll lean on, Trevor, your analysis as well. Let's make that joint decision whether or not that was.
So basically, just to fill you in, what we're looking at here is a mode of the radar that can tell the difference between the sizes and shapes of objects. So obviously, raindrops are all the same size and shape normally, at least close to it. The radar can tell when there's a random piece of wood flying through the air, and it will light up in a darker blue color. Now, there's all of these criteria we have to meet. It has to light up in a certain zone that matches the radar. I'm not going to bore you with those specific details, but what we're trying to figure out is, does that meet the criteria to likely be debris? I personally don't think so. I think it's a really small area. What we would look for, where you see this highlighted here, we would need a kind of a blob of green or blue in that debris detector. I don't see that right now. We're just basically trying to see if a tornado touched down in Holly Springs, and we're kind of trying to use the radar to do that. We're going to have to wait probably another scan or two. But for now, there's still strong rotation now past Holly Springs. There's Russell Road near Highway 4. This is coming right up to the Benton County line. So Benton County, you need to be in your safe place, especially right now, north of Ashland. If you are north of Ashland, you need to be in your tornado safe place now. This is a possible tornado. Again, no signs for sure that it's on the ground. We'll wait for another update on the radar to see if it's possible that it is. But there's Ashland right here. So this possible tornado is going to be north of you, and it's going to be up toward Highway 72, probably closer to Highway 72 and Mississippi 5. So that's where they come together right there, 72 and 5. That's probably about where this thing is going to come. There's Meridian Road coming up to Old 72 and Pottery Road near Michigan City. So those areas, that's kind of next in line for this possible tornado, Highway 72, Mississippi 5, and then there's the Tennessee-Mississippi state line. So if this thing can continue, it certainly could be an issue for the southern portion of Hardeman County. We'll watch it, but for right now, our concern is with northern Benton County in Mississippi with that tornado warning, and that is going to be not far from Michigan City near Highway 72 and Mississippi 5, Kit.
Doing what you are, but I wanted to tell you that there is a downstream tornado watch. I'm going to gather that information and I'll have that in a moment for you.
Yeah, we'll hop over for that. There is a new tornado watch out for parts of the Mid-South. They've extended it until 6 in the morning for some of us. So it's going to be a long rest of the night for us, I suppose. Here's the latest radar scan, and you see we still have that hook. There's Highway 4 that comes out of Holly Springs right there. So if there is a tornado, it's going to be right in there and just about to cross into northern Benton County. Again, north of Ashland, but still close, probably along Highway 5, near Highway 5 and US 72. And the Weather Service says what we were looking at that might have been debris probably wasn't, which is good. That means there was no damage in Holly Springs, at least no damage serious enough that the radar detected it. Still a very interesting signature here. As we check out the radar, we go to the wind mode. There's definitely a lot of spin in there, some rotation happening there. And that's, again, coming into Benton County right now. And this is, again, one of those reasons that the tornado watch has been expanded. I want to zoom out and kind of talk about the storm energy that we have. For most areas, the storm energy is done. We can almost use this as a who's clear, who's not. Eastern Arkansas is pretty much clear of the severe weather threat for tonight. Most of West Tennessee is clear. We're going to watch Bolivar. We'll watch Selmer. But then we have a good chunk of North Mississippi that still has some storm energy to use up. Over the next few hours, that is slowly going to sink to the south. But for places like Clarksdale, Coahoma County, Quitman County, Panola, Batesville, Oxford, over to Corinth, Ashland, those areas, there's still storm energy to work with, and storms could still be severe in that zone. And that is why the tornado watch has been expanded for those particular zones. It has not been expanded for Memphis. It will end in Memphis at midnight. But for the rest of the Mid-South, in those areas where the storm energy is a little higher, that tornado watch has been expanded, Kit.
That's right, Trevor. And of course, this has now been expanded into parts of our viewing area across northern Mississippi that was already under that original tornado watch. This will now replace it anywhere that we had that set to expire in 12 minutes from now. So northern Mississippi into middle Tennessee and up into central parts of Kentucky as well. Looking into some of our viewing area from Coahoma County all the way up through Alcorn County. Old Miss is still within this tornado watch as well. This is for an expansion of the present tornado watch. It is a reduction in intensity, but don't let that fool you. We can still see damage from any kind of tornado that does form from this. So wind gusts have been dropped down a bit from 80 to 70 mile per hour winds. Hail has also been dropped from 2 inches to 1.5 inches, and still a few tornadoes are possible I think that the intensity of those tornadoes is going to be much less. We're not looking at much more of a long track tornado threat like we saw with the one up towards northeastern Arkansas. Around the Lake City area. That one was on the ground for, it appears to be more than 30 miles. So just based off of a rudimentary estimate from radar, the National Weather Service will survey that in the next several hours, or next several days, I should say. Let's go back to radar now. Of course, those storms are still rolling through the Mid-South. We still have them across northern Mississippi. A couple of updates for you. That severe thunderstorm warning around Tunica has been allowed to expire, so that's some good news there. But we still have that tornado warning for this storm across northern Benton County. Is that Benton County? Benton County, of course. Tippah County. That's what you said there? Benton, okay. Yeah. Still learning. Of course, so we started to see some of these some of the reduction of that structure on that radar imagery here. Of course, we started to see it forming more of that hook. Now it's returning to just that kidney bean shape, which can still produce a tornado. We still have that rotation showing up. If we look at the relative velocity, it really doesn't change the image here very much. Of course, this is moving sort of perpendicular to the radar site. So whenever we have that, the radar is basically looking on radials along these lines here. Of course, you can see that radar sweep just came out there. But anytime we're looking for rotation, we need to see it radially against that. So, of course, we've got that inbound moving towards the radar, and then radially to the side is where we have that outbound wind. So that's where we could see that rotation there southeast of Lamar, heading up towards Hardaway Church Road. So Michigan City, Brody, you may sort of be either side of this area of rotation. Don't let that fool you, though, as this could still wobble a little bit. A single tornado. Of course, we were talking about a wall cloud. A wall cloud is sort of the drop down from the base of a thunderstorm. We see a wall cloud that drops, and anywhere within that wall cloud, or even technically out around the wall cloud, a tornado can form. So wall clouds can be a couple miles across, maybe even as much as the width of the mesocyclone, which can be several miles across. We'll just get a quick estimate here of this one. It's about 7 miles across there. So that whole mesocyclone, anywhere within that area of rotation, is where we could see that tornado develop. Again, right now, it doesn't really show up with a clear, definitive answer of this is where the tornado is. As we look back at the debris detector and the radar, we really don't see a whole lot that would confirm a tornado at this moment, which is good. We're glad to see that, but of course we are still keeping that eye pretty wide on that storm. As we look back towards the southwest from here, we've got a few more thunderstorms just gathering here across Panola County, up into Tate County here. These are just weak cells here, individual cells, a remnant supercell here just outside of the Helena, West Helena areas in southern Tunica County. This might have some small hail within it, but it doesn't look like it's got any severe hail at the moment. And we could see some gusty winds. Again, no severe wind gusts are being indicated by this storm presently. As we get a more wide view, we're coming up on the top of the next hour, and the new day is on the way, is here. We're continuing with our severe coverage. Of course, we're on air, still on air on CW and ABC. Of course, we're going to stay with you as long as that threat is still present, but the threat has begun to diminish, and that's a good sign for us. The unfortunate thing is we're starting to see everything stall out. So that cold front has begun to transition to more of a stationary boundary across our region. I'll just put a rudimentary estimate. That's not exactly where the boundary is presently. But south of that, we've got tons of warm air here. This is all where Trevor's been showing you that storm energy. He was looking at that earlier. This is still the zone that has all of that untapped potential energy. And you know, potential energy can eventually turn into kinetic energy, and that is what is going to be that updraft of thunderstorms that we see here in southern Tunica County and into Benton County, eventually moving into Hardeman County as well. Hardeman County, you've seen numerous tornado warnings through the day. We We are going to wait for the National Weather Service to indicate if they're going to continue this warning into Hardeman County, Tennessee, possibly into McNairy County if they were to extend this forward. I'll just give like a quick estimate of that direction. It could be really anywhere within that area. Of course, I'll zoom in so we can get a better sense of that. But again, we haven't seen a grand presentation with this storm that would jump off the screen as being a tornado here and present. We still see some pretty decent rotation on it. It looks like they're working on some updates on that. So I'll wait for them to complete that update and we'll bring that information to you when we have it. Grand Junction, it looks like you've got some heavy rainfall around the area leading to some downburst signatures there. Or you've got some winds that are going, excuse me, that was an updraft signature, I believe. So we've got the updraft of that other thunderstorm there. So more winds coming in, possibly leading to a rotation. Of course, whenever we have an updraft, you've got converging winds that are pulling up into the storm. And if you've got just a slight off angle to those winds, as they converge, they can turn into a rotating updraft. And that is one of the precursors to a tornado. There's a couple different models of a tornado, of how it forms, and we are seeing a more environmental setup where the curling and twisting winds are already present in the atmosphere, and everything has a tendency to form sort of a helix nature. So think of like DNA has got that double helix. It's that curling nature. Think of like the curlies on a balloon. That kind of twisting nature is what the atmosphere is doing with these rows of air. And then once that gets pulled into the storm, all of that twist gets added up into the updraft and can culminate in a tornado dropping down. So multiple thunderstorms have done this rapidly through the day. And so we're waiting to see if that storm here is quite in that environment to continue that. I want to look at something from the Storm Prediction Center, see what the helicity values are around this area. That process of the twisting, that is called helicity. That's what I mean. And it looks like, Trevor, we still have across northern Mississippi 350 to 450 meters squared per second squared for helicity. So tons of twisting still remaining for these storms.
Yeah, we've got the twisting and we have the storm energy, and that's kind of why the threat is still ongoing down there. As we look at this, you can see areas from Clarksdale, Quitman, into Panola, Oxford, those areas, even into Corinth, Selmer, they all have the storm energy. So those are the zones we're still going to continue to watch for the next little bit. The risk has gone down for eastern Arkansas, most of West Tennessee, and for us here in Memphis. But I know we're still hearing thunder out here, but the severe weather threat, the risk of damaging weather, has gone down into North Mississippi and into Hardeman and McNairy counties in Tennessee. Those are the zones we're still going to watch. And of course, like we said, those are the zones that have been extended in the tornado watch until 6 in the morning. And I don't think the threat will go that long. I think it'll be canceled before that. But there are several of our North Mississippi counties and McNairy County that they are still under that tornado watch technically until 6 a.m. So that will probably be allowed again to expire a bit early, but that potential is definitely there. Still working this tornado warning. That's kind of the only thing we have in town. We had this tornado warning in Hardeman County a bit ago. That storm has moved out. That warning expires in 2 minutes. So for northern Hardeman County, areas north of Bolivar, that storm is out of here. It's gone. What we're going to continue to watch, though, is this tornado warning here, and that's going to be in northern Benton County. Still showing some signs of rotation. We don't have any confirmation that this has touched down, but it's pretty much over 72 right there at Mississippi 5, and it's going to continue off to the north and east. There's Hopewell Road, and that is all moving off to the north and east. We'll switch over to our velocity mode. Still signs of rotation in here. Again, we don't have signatures that this has touched down, but there are definitely some signs of rotation up in the clouds, and it's something that we do want you to take seriously. So if you are in these areas in northeastern Benton County, Mississippi, still be in your tornado safe place, because those storms, this particular storm is headed your way. It's moving northeast at about 55 miles an hour. So we track that out. If it continues on its current path, Canaan at 12:03, Brody at 12:06, Brownfield at 12:18, and then Middleton by about 12:20. Now, we're going to see if this maintains its intensity, if they are going to extend this tornado warning, or if they're going to cancel it a little bit early. Either one, we'll have to stay in touch with the Weather Service and see what they have to say. But if it holds together, assuming it holds its current intensity, that is where it would be. It's going to be up toward, eventually toward Middleton, Tennessee, in Hardeman County. All right, it's the top of the hour. It's now Thursday. It is midnight. You're watching WATN and WLMT. We are continuing extended severe weather coverage here on Channel 24 and Channel 30. Also on our ABC 24 Plus streaming channels for Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. I'm meteorologist Trevor Burchett. Coming up on 24 hours of standing on my feet and covering the weather. Meteorologist Kit Thomas also joining me here and keeping an eye on things, at least for the next hour or two. There's going to come a point tonight where that severe weather decreases and we can catch hopefully a little bit of a break. But there's also another severe weather threat tomorrow evening and tomorrow night. There will be rain continuing throughout the night and into tomorrow morning, but I think that severe weather threat kind of builds back up by tomorrow evening and tomorrow night. As we set the scene right now, if you're maybe just waking up, if you heard an alarm or something, okay, there's a new tornado warning. They did just extend that. We'll get to that in just a second. I do want to show you that tornado watch really quickly as we set the scene. This is where the tornado watch continues for. All those areas in yellow, technically in a tornado watch until 6 a.m. Again, that will more than likely be allowed to expire early. Other areas are clear from the severe weather threat for tonight. That includes Memphis and Shelby County, as well as DeSoto County. If you're not in the yellow on this map, you can go to sleep. Have a great night and enjoy it. You won't have to worry about the severe weather. If you are in that yellow tornado watch, we do want you to remain weather aware, at least for the next little bit. We do have a tornado warning that's just come out, a new tornado warning that's been extended for that storm we've been tracking. This is going to be for Hardeman and McNary yet again. So that's that storm. It's in northern Benton County, Mississippi. So this tornado warning now includes Hardeman County and then into McNary County. So McNary County, you've not been in a warning yet today, but you have been included in this. Northern Tippah County, northern Alcorn County also in this, but it's likely going to be in southern Hardeman County pretty soon. And then it's going to be up into McNary County in the next little bit. I'm going to check the speeds on here so we can get an accurate estimation on the storm track here. So this is moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So I'm going to track out this possible tornado through the rest of our area. That's near Canaan at 12:03, Brody at 12:07, Middleton at 12:22, Hornsby at 12:34. It might actually go a little south of you, Hornsby, but we've just included you to be safe. Raymer at 12:39, and then Selmer at 12:45. So over about the next 45 minutes, this is going to move through southeastern Hardeman and most of McNary County. Again, we were just talking about there are still some storm ingredients in place, especially for McNary County and parts of North Mississippi. Those will continue to decrease within the next hour or two. So hopefully we can wrap this up at least for tonight as we get a little bit closer to maybe 1:30 or 2 o'clock. As we go back to that storm that we're watching, I'm going to get this storm track off of here and kind of investigate. Okay, we got another tornado warning coming out now. This is for Tunica County. Let's get over to that one. Kit, maybe if you want to keep an eye on that Benton County storm.
Yeah, I want to address something on that really quickly. I was just checking with the National Weather Service. We sort of have two rotations there. There's the one just outside of Van Buren, northeast of Grand Junction. That is a second area of rotation that has developed. So there's, of course, the one that Trevor was just lining out for you on the southern end. But this is maybe why they drew it so broad. They've got sort of a second area. So I want to include Bolivar on the timeline here. Around 12:15, we could see a tornado roll through near your area here. Eventually to Silerton around 12:30, and to McNary, the town, not the county, around 12:37 a.m. All of the details that Trevor mentioned on these storms would still apply for this rotation. Of course, if we see that touchdown, we'll let you know. But Trevor, I'll let you get over to that Tunica tornado warning that was just issued there.
Brand new tornado warning. I've taken the radar off just so you can kind of see what it looks like. We've got a tornado warning that is going to be for southern Tunica County, a good chunk of Tate County, including Senatobia, and then the southern portion of DeSoto County. That includes Hernando, and this is going to be in effect until 12:45. So a lot of phones probably going off. Folks are waking up. Again, this is southern Tunica County, most of Tate County, and then southern DeSoto County until 12:45. So if you know anybody in this area that might be sleeping, make sure they're up and with us and watching this storm coverage because we have a thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado in the southern portion of Tunica County. And it's going to continue to move off to the north and east here. So here's the storm. We'll kind of zoom in and investigate it. And again, just kind of give you an idea. Here's Lula. There's Tunica. Tunica itself, the city, this will be south of you. This is going to be southern Tunica County. And then quickly crossing into Tate County here. We'll switch over to the velocity, check out the winds with inside the storm. And yeah, very healthy signature of rotation here. Would not be surprised at all if this thing attempted to put down a tornado. Again, that's southern Tunica County. That's going to be moving off to the north and east as well. We'll zoom out just a little bit and put a storm track on this. Let me get a speed for you and get an update on that. That's going to be northeast at 50 miles an hour. So we'll kind of move this around and track this out for you so you know where it is headed. So northeast at 50 miles an hour, potential tornado near Arca-Butler at about 12:27 this morning. So Arca-Butler, need you in your safe place. Senatobia at 12:31. Coldwater at 12:34. Love at 12:37. And then close to Hernando by 12:40. I do think the potential tornado is probably going to go south of Hernando. I'm more concerned about like Love and Coldwater right there along the Coldwater River. So we'll watch those zones very carefully over the next little bit. But again, that tornado warning now includes Tunica, Tate, DeSoto counties, southern DeSoto County. It does include Hernando for about the next 45 minutes or so, 40 or 45 minutes, with that possible tornado in southern Tunica County coming into Tate County and southern DeSoto County as well. So I do want to zoom out here just a little bit. And Kit, I want to get back to you for a second with that Benton County storm. They're saying that thing might be trying to put a tornado down here in just a second. But a quick update on this. Again, that storm in southern Tunica County. So if you're waking up with us in southern Tunica County, if you're in Tate County, including Senatobia, or far southern DeSoto County in places like Hernando or Love, go ahead and get in that tornado safe place. This does not include South Haven, it does not include Olive Branch, and it does not include Horn Lake, but Hernando is in this, and those are the zones that need to be in your safe place. I want to remind you really quick what those are, then Kit will get over to you. A tornado safe place is going to be the basement or the smallest center room in your home. Think about a bathroom or a closet or a hallway, something on the interiormost portion. You want to stay away from windows and find something to cover yourself with. A helmet, pillows, something like that. If you are in an apartment building right now and you're on maybe an upper floor, you want to go to the lowest floor you can, maybe go to the office of the apartment complex or the fitness room, something like that that's on the lowest floor, or seek shelter on an interior stairwell. But again, 2 tornado warnings out right now, both of them going through North Mississippi, who's not seen much action tonight. So if you are in those areas, again, the smallest center room in the middle of your house away from windows, usually that is going to be a bathroom or a closet. So I'm going to keep an eye on this new tornado warning, this storm in southern Tunica County. It's about to cross into western Tate County, west of Interstate 55, and then it's probably going to come through northern Tate, southern DeSoto County, right there along the Coldwater River here in about 30 minutes from that. But we'll keep an eye on this. I do want to get an update on that other storm, though, in Benton County that is really showing some signs of strengthening. Kit, what do you see with that one?
I see 2 storms, actually. So now we've seen this a couple of times tonight, Trevor. We're much earlier with the first wave of tornado warnings. We had twin supercells at least twice, if I remember correctly. I might be forgetting one, but we now see it for yet again another time. When I say twin supercells, I mean just 2 supercells that are almost merged together or may have split and formed into 2 supercells there. So let's just look at the velocities here. We can see that we're starting to tighten up the couplet here, or the mesocyclone is beginning to tighten up north of Brody, right here along Highway 72. This is about to move into Tennessee. So right here, this line here, the this very dark line, that is the Mississippi-Tennessee border. That'll be moving up towards the Highway 57 corridor very shortly. Middleton, if you live around the Middleton area, it might be unincorporated, but if you live around there, keep in mind that we could see a tornado in your vicinity very soon. Moving just north by, less than 20 miles, south of Bolivar. Bolivar, we talked about you a couple of times tonight. We're talking about you again as we have yet another threat for some tornadoes as we've got this area of rotation on the northern storm. So again, we've got 2 supercells, 2 thunderstorms that are beginning to tighten up. The National Weather Service saying they wouldn't be surprised if one or both of these storms, I would say one or both, could produce a tornado. They say that, I'll just read you right here, the Hardeman County will have 2 tornadic storms in the area. Both of these storms feature impressive low-level rotation. Low-level rotation is the key here. We're seeing at a good lower level. Some of these storms we've seen tonight have been several miles away from the radar sites and have been 5,000 to 6,500 feet in the air that we're seeing. This is, I believe, under 3,000 feet that we're seeing for this. Right now, we do not have any confirmation of a tornado for either of these storms. I'll outline them for you here. Of course, you see the very apparent hook echo on this southern storm. And then around the Bolivar area, we have a more subtle, but definitely another supercell right here. They're sort of merged together here almost around this area. So I want to clear that off, and I want to just take a quick cross section of these thunderstorms so we can see, one, the hail threat as well, but number 2, I want to show you where we've got that updraft happening. That updraft is rotating. We've seen that from the mesocyclone, the rotation, the green and the red that we were looking at. As we look a little bit more towards the north on that storm, you see from that southern branch here, I'll point it out to you, the southern tail. I apologize, I just grabbed the wrong tool and just cleared that off. So we'll zoom back in on that. You can see where that updraft is right around here. If I grab my pointer, that is the updraft. That is what is rotating into the thunderstorm. And then as we move this forward, you can see that we've got some hail in the low levels of this storm. So we're likely seeing the hail falling out of the storm, possibly up to ping pong ball size. So that is going to be some large hail with that storm. As we continue to push this north, we get into that second tornado potential area there. It is a smaller supercell. It's not quite as apparent. It doesn't reach up quite as high into the atmosphere. But here we still have that updraft blowing into the storm only up to around 30,000 feet. We've been seeing some of these storms around 40,000 feet, but this storm not quite showing up with that, but we still see that very classic hook echo structure on 2 tornadoes in this area here. I'm going to switch my camera back out of the tilted view here so we can just get a better sense of this. Again, this is well east of Memphis. This is in Hardeman County, eventually moving into parts of McNairy County and maybe into Madison County as well over the next little while. So we're going to keep an eye on these 2 thunderstorms that could be producing a tornado at any moment. As we look at the velocity signature, you can see that we've got 2 areas of rotation away and towards the radar in the southern end, weakly away and strongly towards the radar on the northern end. So those are 2 mesocyclones. The mesocyclone is the rotating part of the updraft of a thunderstorm. Any storms that manage to, from the National Weather Service, to pop in this environment, look to probably follow in the footsteps of these 2 storms and produce a tornado. Of course, we have a second tornado warning, a third mesocyclone down towards Tunica County. I want to bring in meteorologist Trevor Burchett for some details on that one as well.
Looking very impressive with that thunderstorm there. This possible tornado and signature of rotation, it's pretty much coming into Strayhorn right now. So this is about to cross from southern Tunica County into Tate County. So Strayhorn, Arcabutla, got to be in your safe place. That is a very strong indication of rotation. So again, Strayhorn, Arcabutla, along Interstate 55 north of Senatobia. If you know anyone in Tate County, make sure sure you know that they are awake and they're in their safe place. Trying to see here if we have some indication of debris. I do not see that right now, but 100% a very strong indication of rotation right there. I want to get in really close and show you where exactly that is. So this is going to be near the Sarah community. So here's Mississippi 3, and then here's Strayhorn up here. So this is probably 5 minutes maximum away from Strayhorn. If you know someone in Strayhorn, call them and get them up and make sure they're getting to their safe place, because that is a very strong indication of a tornado. And of course, it's nighttime, so it's hard to have storm chasers out there that can see and say for sure that that is a tornado on the ground. But it is certainly possible with an indication like that, that we have something either on the ground or trying to touch down on the ground. And that's going to be very close to the community of Sarah along the Coldwater River and coming into Strayhorn within a matter of just a couple of minutes here. I want to put a storm track on this one more time because this is going to be very close to Coldwater. We just got a new scan in. Just want to kind of check that out, see a couple of things here. Don't want to make you dizzy, but I just want to kind of glance through those things just a little bit. We'll track that off to the north and east. Again, this is a possible tornado, a very strong indication of rotation near Sarah in Mississippi, right on the Tate and Tunica County line. That'll be near Strayhorn at 1222. Crockett, Mississippi at 1226, and then Senatobia and Coldwater by about 1230 to 1235. Eventually toward Love in southern DeSoto County. That's why DeSoto County is in this warning. It's going to be south of Horn Lake, south of South Haven, south of Olive Branch. But if you are down near Hernando or Love on Interstate 55, this storm is going to pass very close to you. But again, Sarah, if you're in Strayhorn or Crockett, very strong rotation coming up there, and that's going to be pushing through Tate County in northern Mississippi. Kit, we've got a tornado on the ground near Walnut. And I think we've got that video. So if you want to talk about that, I can pull up that storm chaser feed and
that
we
video,
can take
of course,
it.
this is from our partners at the James Bishop, who's part of the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Of course, this is north of the Walnut area, so this would be headed into Middleton, excuse me. Trevor's going to pop behind me here and work on getting that video here for us. So we are working in tandem here, so you might see us cross in front of one another. So I want to get over to the radar once again, as this is the area where we're seeing the better supercell structure. The National Weather Service is going to add the confirmed tag to this warning. So, of course, this is what we've been seeing here. This is, again, north of Walnut. So this is likely viewed from the Brownfield area right there around 15, 125, where Mississippi and Tennessee highways match up there. Again, the velocity doesn't show a dramatic view. Well, it didn't, but now it's a little bit better as it's moving into Middleton, Middleton, Tennessee here. So Middleton needs to be taking shelter right now as they are adding that confirmed tag to that warning here. That is going to be for the next little while. We're likely to see that continue to stay on the ground. So if you're around the Hebron area, if you're down towards the Brits Chapel Lane, Carlin's Road, of course, in Middleton itself, we've got Lanier Lane showing up here as well. We'll add some more. Powell Chapel Road there. Bishop Road is there as well. We've got Bolton Avenue. We've got Fritton Spur Road. This is Ohio Avenue here. Of course, Highway 57 on the southern end of this, but anywhere towards the Lacey area, we've got Peavine Road as well. So all of these areas here, we are likely to see a tornado in that vicinity very soon. Walnut has also lost power. Could be from the tornado, could be from strong winds. We'll not really know exactly, but we've got that now that pink box showing up here. That is a confirmed tornado, observed tornado warning with the chance for 2-inch diameter hail. There's going to be large hail with this thunderstorm as well, but that observed threat Flying debris will be dangerous to those without shelter, so you want to be inside. Mobile homes will be damaged or potentially destroyed. This is the language from the National Weather Service. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur, and tree damage is quite likely with these thunderstorms as well. A tornado is on the ground, so we need to seek shelter immediately here around just north of Walnut. Again, this is Middleton, Tennessee, along Highway 57, Highway, let's see here, into Highway 125. That's Tennessee 125. This area needs to be sheltered. It's been a few minutes since we've had an update on this radar scan, so it has likely moved. This is moving to the northeast fairly quickly, so areas around the Lacey area there, Peavine Road, eventually to Verney Kirk Road. We could see that moving on. Looking downstream, Selmer, I want you to be ready to take action if this rotation does move towards your area. One thing I'll note here is that this northern rotation that we had been seeing, that one has begun to weaken as this southern extent has begun to sort of dominate the environment here. We're getting a confirmation that a substantial tornado has been viewed by chaser drone footage. So this is between the Middleton and Walnut area for about 12 minutes, according to that drone report. So this area here did see a tornado. It has been on the ground. I'm going to switch over to the debris detector because if it's been on the ground for a while, we may be seeing some debris. The thing is, I'll do a manual change here rather than just my hotkey, so we're not going to have the banner. That's the area of the hook echo. That's where I'm going to look right now, not this zone that I'm drawing with the straight lines. That is going to be clear air, and it would not line up with where we would anticipate the rotation to be or with the tornado. So if we go over to that debris detector, I didn't draw that line exactly on it, but I would presume that this is more clear air noise here within that blue zone there, rather than this here being the rain, the precipitation, because that's all very even correlation coefficient, that debris detector. It looks like the CC is lagging behind a little bit right now, but we want to keep an eye on that thunderstorm. Of course, as we get a track out on this, I want to let Selmer know how much time you have. Of course, these storms have been moving at some pretty variable speeds through the day. This one is moving now at 50 miles per hour. So I'm going to put a track on that towards the Selmer area. Selmer, you've got about 20 minutes of lead time. That's great lead time. You can gather your kids out of their bed, wake them up, make sure that they have a helmet ready or something to cover their head. Bring the pillow along with you as you're waking your kids up out of bed this morning, early this morning, late tonight here. Of course, we've got a tornado warning present. Pocahontas, Tennessee, also within the near term. You're on the more urgent side of this. We need to be in our shelters immediately here. I'm trying to get a few more of these locations. Excuse me. Rose Creek, it doesn't look like there's much between the Pocahontas area and Rose Creek, but it's going to be Rose Creek around 12:40 a.m. Against Selmer just before 12:45, so just estimate it as 12:40 as well. Bethel Springs around 12:45 as well. So we're getting that confirmed tornado heading straight for Middleton, Tennessee. The National Weather Service saying that it's likely to arrive there very shortly if it hasn't already. So of course, if you can, get into your shelter immediately so that we can see you through this tornado over the next several minutes here. So with that, I want to see, Trevor, I know you're working hard over there as well. Do you have anything or do you need me to stay on this?
Yeah, stretch for just a second.
All right,
I
I'll stay
have
on this.
a picture I'm trying to get in here, so give me just 1 second.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Trevor. Of course, we've seen this storm has been tracking across northern parts of Mississippi, and then we've gotten some chaser reports of that storm on the ground. That tornado tornado did make contact. We've seen some power outages in Walnut, Mississippi, just south of this storm right now. And we could see some large hail. That's the other side of this. We've got 2-inch diameter hail possible with this thunderstorm. So I want to look on the hail tracks recently of what we've seen. Hail tracks are always going to be a little bit lagged behind on what is actually on radar. We'll go ahead and send it over to Trevor now.
All right, I wanted to show you this photo. This is from our storm chaser. We were trying to get their feed up, but their feed would not work. This is a photo that we just got. This is from Middleton, Tennessee right now. This is a tornado that is on the ground, a potentially dangerous tornado from the North Mississippi storm chasers and spotters. This thing left from North Mississippi and is coming through Middleton, Tennessee right now. And Kit was just doing a great job kind of giving out some of those towns and locations, but Middleton, Tennessee, that thing is on you now. And honestly, it's probably past you at this point. You can see that hook echo right there. And that is where that is. That is right at the intersection of 57 and 125 through the middle of Middleton. And if this thing stays on the ground, it's right for Selmer. So you have that early heads up. Kit gave you about 20 minutes for that heads up with this tornado on the ground 100% near Middleton. And that is coming again towards Selmer. I want to show you this picture again because I think this is a better thing to show you than the colors on the radar. I think this makes more sense to you. When you see that defined tornado on the ground, again, this is from Middleton, no more than 3 or 4 minutes ago. This just came into us and I was able to pop it in. That is a confirmed, dangerous, destructive tornado that is on the ground right now. And again, that is in southern Hardeman County, Tennessee, just about to cross into McNairy County. I want to put a storm track on it. Again, it just came through Middleton, and we're going to track this out through at least McNairy County. That is going to put it in Raymer at 1240, Selmer at 1245, Bethel Springs at 1247, and then getting out of McNairy County after that, Adamsville by about 1 a.m. If you know anybody in the middle of McNairy County, call them and make sure they are awake. Do not expect the sirens to wake them up. Make sure they are awake and in their safe place. If you're in Selmer, get the kids down, get them into the bathroom or the closet, get something to cover their heads with, and hunker down right now. Everybody in McNairy County should be hunkered down. We have a confirmed tornado near Middleton, Tennessee doing damage, and it is moving into McNairy County and close to Selmer. I'll show you that image one more time. This is just a few moments ago near Middleton of that classic cone-shaped tornado, dangerous tornado that's from our North Mississippi storm chasers and spotters. Kit, I know you're all over that. I want to get a quick update on the storm I was watching with this possible tornado near Tate County, coming into Tate County. This is going to be near Strayhorn, Mississippi. We've got a tornado that appears to be close to touching down, not far from Strayhorn, south of Arkabutla. It's that zone there coming into Senatobia and Coldwater within a matter of minutes where we likely have a tornado developing or already formed. That rotation, I can almost guarantee you something's on the ground with that. And that is near Crockett in Tate County. I want to zoom in and kind of show you that a little better. There's Crockett, Linwood Road, Crockett Road. This is along Mississippi 4, just west of Senatobia. There is likely a tornado on the ground. If it's not already, it could be at literally any moment. And that is a strong one. I'm going to check here and just see if we have any indications of debris. I'm not seeing that right at this moment, but very, very intense, strong rotation. And that could be near Coldwater, will be near Coldwater within a matter of 5 or 6 minutes. So just like the intensity we were talking about with that Middleton tornado that is on the ground doing damage, we have another tornado that is either on the ground or probably about to be that will be in Coldwater within 5 or 6 minutes. I'll measure that along here and just kind of show you how far that is from Coldwater. We're talking about 6 to 7 miles. So this is a very close distance into Coldwater. And there's the latest update as we continue to track that off to the north. Hernando, this will be south of you. This is going to be mainly a Coldwater issue. But if you are in Coldwater, Mississippi, or you know somebody that is, make sure they are in their safe place. Coldwater at 12:35. That is less than 10 minutes for this potential tornado to be on you. Cold water, got to be in your safe places right now. As we zoom out, we're only worried about 2 storms right now. So if we're not talking about you, there's no need to be worried. There are other thunderstorms out there, but these are the 2 that we're concerned about right now. We've got that one in Tate County and the other one, which is a confirmed tornado on the ground that just came through Middleton, Tennessee. It's now clear of Middleton, and it's coming into McNairy County. Selmer, you've got just a matter of minutes. You need to be calling people if they're in Selmer, waking them up and getting to your tornado safe place. I'll go through those one more time for you. A lot of us know these, but some people are new around here and might not know. If you are in a tornado warning, basement or a small center room, a bathroom or a closet, hallway works as well, as long as it does not have windows. Cover yourself. If you have to get a pot out of the kitchen to cover your head, I would do that. This is an extremely dangerous situation for McNairy County and for Tate County. If you're in McNairy County, Tennessee, or Tate County, Mississippi, you have to do these things right now. If you're upstairs, you got to find a way to get downstairs. Meet a neighbor downstairs or go to the apartment office or the apartment fitness center, something like that. And if you're in a mobile home or a manufactured home, you have to get out of that. Radar suggesting now a very strong tornado moving into McNairy County. It's right on the county line north of 57 right now. That's the tornado back on the tail end of that C shape, and that is literally minutes from Selmer. Kit, if this does not change fast, this is going to be a very bad situation for Selmer. Selmer, I have to have you in your safe place right now.
Yeah, Selmer is now a little bit closer to this storm. Of course, we were tracking it out about 50 mile per hour forward motion. Now it's moving towards the Selmer area. Selmer, now you have, we'll call it 10 minutes of lead time. Of course, this could still be just a few pixels off on that estimate. So yes, it says 1242. Imagine it says 1235. Go ahead and get to that shelter immediately. One of the things we always urge you to do is have all of your things ready. So if you are downstream of this, around Bethel Springs, around Gilcrest or Adamsville, Mount Vernon, you want to grab your shoes now. Again, if your kids are asleep, go ahead and wake them up. Kids are groggy around midnight. Wake them up, get them dressed, get them put a coat on them, put those shoes on them as well. The National Weather Service has just extended this tornado warning, so I want to get that information there. As you can see, this is now moving into just out of our viewing area, but now through most of McNairy County is under a confirmed tornado warning. So I'll put that info on the screen for you there. An observed tornado has been moving through. Of course, Trevor showed you that photo. I'll show it to you again here in a moment. This is through 1:30 a.m. This is moving out of our viewing area into parts of Middle Tennessee around Decatur, Hardin, and Henderson. If you have any friends or family who live in those areas outside of the Selmer area, outside of McNairy County, tell them to tune in to us if they can so that they can also get this information, and we'll keep an eye on this storm as it moves out of our viewing area. From Storm Chaser in the area, the tornado is crossing State Route 4 west of Senate. That's the Tate County.
That
okay,
one
so
now has a confirmed tornado as well.
Okay, Trevor, I want to get to you in just a moment. I'll wrap up on this one, then we'll look at Tate County again. Actually, we've got a TDS on that one. Go for it.
Yeah, this one is another one that's about to be a bad situation. We've got a tornado on the ground in Tate County, Mississippi, west of Senatobia. It just crossed Highway 4 west of Senatobia. That is it right there, and it's coming into Coldwater right now. If you are in Tate County, you have got to be in your tornado safe place now, especially if you're between Coldwater and Senatobia on Interstate 55. I'm going to get a Facebook post out really quick just because some people might not be up and watching. I try to get the word out as much as I can. And this is going to cross I-55 between mile markers 267 and 271. So that's going to be between Coldwater and Senatobia. That's where that thing is right there. And if we go over to our velocity mode, you'll be able to see intense rotation there. I mean, the colors are almost off the charts. I wonder if I go to our rotation mode, it'll kind of isolate it just a little better. And man, did it. I mean, that is a bull's eye of a tornado that is on the ground right now. We have storm chasers on it. That is a tornado that could be a dangerous tornado that is about to cross Interstate 55, not far from Coldwater, Mississippi. Confirmed tornado on the ground. We have 2 tornadoes that are on the ground right now. One is in Tate County, Mississippi. The other is in McNairy County, Tennessee. If you are in those 2 areas, I have to have you in your safe place. This is not a joke. It's not a game. It's not a false alarm. Both of these are storm spotter confirmed tornadoes that are on the ground, and an awful signature of a very strong tornado near Senatobia and passing very close to Coldwater. That's going to continue off to the north and east from there. I'm going to put a storm track on this quickly just to show you exactly where this is going. I want to get the most updated speed as they confirm this tornado moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So as we track that out here, if it continues, that's going to be 12:38 into Coldwater. 4 minutes until this storm gets into Coldwater. Bowman at 12:46, Cockram by 12:52, Ingram's Mill, if it holds together, by 12:56. So a dangerous tornado if you're just waking up and joining us. This threat continuing into the overnight hours with a dangerous tornado that is on the ground right there. Literally crossing into Coldwater, Mississippi as we speak. It's about to cross Interstate 55. Nobody needs to be on I-55 between Hernando and Senatobia as this storm rolls in. Just looking ahead, if this thing holds together, this is going to be eventually coming into Marshall County as well. So again, right now, a very strong tornado, according to the National Weather Service, based on what they're looking at, is coming into Coldwater at this minute. Coldwater, Mississippi. I've got to have you in your safe place right now. Where exactly is the camera? Before we take it, if you could tell me exactly where it is. Slocum. Okay, so we've got a camera coming up near Slocum, and that is not going to be incredibly far from this area, but I don't want to get too far in. Let's keep an eye on that camera. If something happens, let me know. But again, man, if this thing... Yeah, that's over Coldwater right now. Coldwater, you are out of time. You've got to be in your safe place now. It's over Coldwater right at this moment. An intense tornado, more likely than not. Yeah.
The TDS,
Yeah.
rather than the range folding there on that, the TDS has it a little south of Coldwater, which may be a slightly better situation, though it could still go into southern Coldwater.
I mean, you go between Coldwater and Senatobia, both of those areas, very populated areas. So that blue dot there, that's the tornado. I wonder if we have a slightly better view even on the rotation signature. And it kind of does. It kind of shows it. Bottom line is, I could show you anything I want. What I'm telling you is there is a tornado on the ground between Coldwater and Senatobia that is probably going to favor more toward Coldwater. As it moves to the north and east, Highway 306 between Coldwater and Bowman, that's about where this thing is going to go. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to name off some roads for you. Peyton Road, Peavine Road, Pogueville Road, Scotland Road, Antioch Road, Bowmantown Road, Pryor Road, eventually could be near Independence. Independence sits right there on 305. As that thing continues to the north and east, it's going to cross 306 and eventually meet up with 305 if it stays on the ground up near Wakefield Road. So again, a most dangerous situation with a very serious tornado in Tate County, Mississippi right now. This is a serious situation, but we also have a serious situation in McNairy County, Tennessee. I don't want to forget about those folks. Those are our 2 warnings right now. And another very serious tornado that is confirmed on the ground in McNairy County. Kit is following that one. Kit, what do you see?
This is moving now into Selmer. Of course, we were talking about Coldwater, Mississippi. With that threat moving into that town, we've got another town under the imminent threat for a tornado. Selmer, you are running out of time very quickly. All of the lead time we've been giving you, up to 20 minutes of lead time. Now is the time to go to your shelter immediately. This is where we've been telling you to grab those things, grab your shoes, grab your helmets, grab pillows to cover your head, grab jackets. A lot of people have their shelter place is in their coat closet. So you've got a lot of material there to just grab. So as you are getting sheltered, as you are getting hunkered down into your tornado safe place, make sure that you're putting on that protection for you. So at the moment, we're looking, I just asked the National Weather Service, they were also discussing something that I was questioning if this was a tornado debris signature or not. It's difficult to tell. There's a lot of noise around this area, but they are leaning on the side of that being clear air noise, not necessarily debris. However, this is a very rural, underdeveloped area where we're seeing this. As this moves into Selmer, it may change. So we will see how that goes. Of course, we've got that latest scan here. I want to get down to the street level here around Selmer. New Bethel Road. I'm going to read out a lot of roads here. Sulphur Springs Road, you are right in that immediate danger. Peach Street, Higginbottom Road, you are going to be seeing that next up. I'm going to start adding on some more roads. Of course, this is Highway 64. Through Selmer here. Of course, then we have Highway 45, New Bethel Road still there as well. We've got State Street here, South 4th Street. We've got that, Industrial Park Drive. You might be on the slightly southern side of this, but I don't want to get comfortable there. Bethesda Purdy Road as well. We've got up here Circle Hill Drive as well. Peach Street still there. Any of these roads that I've just named off, if you drive past them on your way to work, if you drive past them taking your kids to school, that is the area that we're talking about of an imminent tornado threat. They've upgraded this warning to a considerable tag, so I'll zoom out just a moment here so we can see some of that, that threat. It's not just for the, excuse me, goodness. Choking a little bit here. We've got another confirmation of a tornado on the ground still from a previous confirmation source. So that is a reliable source there. Want to get that information on your screen, of course, for that considerable threat tag with the observed. I'm sorry, what was that?
It's right into Selmer right now.
Yeah, it's into Selmer already. So it is. Their latest estimate is just moving into Selmer right now. So that tornado warning for a damaging tornado, this is a particularly dangerous situation. We've said that phrase several times. I hope you're not getting numb to the phrase, but it is going to be a life-threatening situation in Selmer as this tornado moves in. There's the latest scan. It is moving ever so closer. And of course, radar is always a couple minutes behind reality. Takes a minute for it to process. So of course, if you are in Selmer, you need to be in your safe place right now. If you're just watching us on your TV, turn it up as loud as you can and go to your safe place. You might not be able to hear it over the sound of a tornado nearby, but this could be a life-threatening situation. So we urge you to go to your safe place immediately. I want to look at that tornado debris signature just to see if it's shown up in the last couple of scans. Of course, this is still in a fairly noisy area. We've got a lot of hail with this thunderstorm. That's the other thing I failed to mention is we've got a chance for 2.5-inch diameter hail. So that's the size of a tennis ball, and that can fall at upwards of 70 miles per hour. So we're going to see hail damage from this storm as well. But I want to just investigate this, see if that correlation coefficient is co-located with that. Yeah, we've got a tornado debris signature now. Trevor, I'll have your eyes confirm this with me.
Yeah.
But,
there is 100% without a doubt.
That's a tornado debris signature.
There
so
is a tornado going into Selmer causing damage right now.
So this dark blue area right here, as we swap through those products one more time, we'll see that on the reflectivity. That is the tail end. It was the tail end of the Hook Echo.
Look at the
that
latest
update is now into Selmer. So if we go back to that CC, Trevor's already seen it. This is a deadly tornado that will take your life if you do not take shelter. I don't like using that kind of language lightly. This is something that is very serious, and we sometimes have to elevate our language to that. So hopefully, if you are downstream of this, of course, we've been talking about Selmer. I want to keep that sort of in the corner of the view there. Purdy, you are downstream of this. Adamsville, Morris Chapel. Eventually, you will see this tornado continue. The thing is, we've seen this kind of a setup before across northeastern Arkansas earlier this afternoon. This thunderstorm is not going to blow itself out. It is now in an environment that will sustain itself. Unfortunately, the velocity is now covered by sort of a paradox of radar, so we can't see the velocity signature, but I'll tell you it's a big one right now. We've got that debris signature very clear. This is the intersection of around the New Bethel Road there, Highway 64, Highway 45. If you live anywhere to the northeast of Selmer, it may already be on top of you at the moment. As we take a look at this is Bethesda Purdy Road extending northeast. If you live anywhere near that road up towards Purdy, you need to be sheltered immediately. This tornado is bearing down on you, and this will be a life-threatening situation. I want to read some of the information from the National Weather Service on this tornado warning. I'll just read it straight from here. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Selmer, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. That's highway speed. This is not going to be something you can outrun. You need to hide from this kind of a storm. Repeat, an extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Moving to a storm shelter or an interior room of your lowest level of the floor of a sturdy building, avoiding windows, avoiding exterior walls. If you are outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to a closet or substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. If you know someone who's driving down the road, or if you are watching us on our app driving, just stop, bang on someone's door, break in if you have to. I don't encourage breaking and entering, of course, but get to shelter as fast as possible, as we really need you to shelter from this tornado. This is a very serious situation. This is the second most intense tornado debris signature we have seen. I don't want to get too focused in on this. Do you have any update from Coldwater, Trevor, over there?
Yeah, a quick update from this storm. Still looks like a very intense rotation signature. Here again, this is in Tate County, Mississippi. There's Coldwater, likely just had a tornado come very close to there. This is going to clip southern DeSoto County. This will miss Hernando, but Ingram's Mill, I need you in your safe place now. That thing's going to move to the north and east. Ingram's Mill, Red Banks, Byhalia, that's where this thing is headed if it is still on the ground. Just like the storm in Selmer, we have indications that this thing has picked up debris and could be a strong and violent tornado. Again, that's moving to the northeast. Byhalia, Red Banks, even probably north of Holly Springs, but close enough to it. There is a tornado that is likely still on the ground, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. We'll track that out. Byhalia by 102, Red Banks at 107, Mount Pleasant at 116. If that thing is still on the ground, that's when it's going to be in those locations. Again, likely north of Holly Springs this time, but through Marshall County, far southeastern DeSoto County, and then into Marshall County, you are going to be the next ones in line for this particular storm. Now that it's come out of Coldwater, it's now coming into mainly Marshall County. So Byhalia, Red Banks, got to be in your safe place now. We still have intense signatures of rotation in here, mainly near Cockrum. That is going to be not far from Ingram's Mill. There's Highway 305 that goes between Tate and DeSoto County. They put out a new tornado warning. They've kind of drawn it up a little better to fit where that exact rotation is. So you see that new flashing box. That's the new tornado warning that they have just put out. And that is going to go again for Byhalia to Holly Springs. That thing's going to move kind of northeasterly. It will clip southeastern DeSoto County. I want to zoom in here a little bit and kind of get a little closer. Again, Cockrum, Mississippi 305, Ingram's Mill, Red Banks Road up to Red Banks, Byhalia as well toward Victoria. All of those areas. If you live on Interstate 22, south of I-269, right at that big junction in Byhalia. If you live south and east of that, this tornado is going to be near you. So we're going to keep an eye on this. I do want to track it off one more time now that they've gotten this new warning out. Just get a couple more cities in there. Victoria 102, Red Banks 105. A very strong, violent, dangerous tornado is about to cross Interstate 22 near Red Banks in the next 15 minutes if it does not pick up, and fast. That is a very dangerous tornado. If you know somebody that's in Marshall County, Red Banks, give them a call. Make sure they know about this because this could be another a dangerous tornado. And Kit, we've still got that storm out in McNairy County where we unfortunately, it looks like we just had a tornado go right through Selmer in McNairy County, and that was what the National Weather Service is also calling a potentially strong and violent tornado.
Calling that tornado a potentially deadly tornado. Of course, this is one that just moved through the Selmer area. We're starting to see this now move out of Selmer. Doubtful anyone is still aware or tuned in to us, but hopefully everyone is safe in Selmer. Purdy, you're up next. This is a very wide tornado debris ball. The thing is, if we just go across this is 4 miles of width to this storm. Of the potential for the debris to be coming down. I'm using a tool on my phone, I promise you. I'm not just texting here. This is a tornado debris ball at the lowest scan at 6,500 feet. And the tornado debris has already been lofted over 20,000 feet. According to the National Weather Service, and that was 6 minutes ago. So this is likely going to continue to pile up and up and up into the storm. Anytime we see a tornado debris signature that is going up into the storm and at much higher altitude, that can lead to that can bring evidence to the strength and the power of the storm. This is a very broad, very wide, sort of donut shape rotation signature that we have here, and we've got that latest scan in now here at 12:50 a.m. on the other side of Purdy. Pivot back to that debris ball signature. Purdy, this is going over you now. Adamsville, Tennessee needs to be sheltering immediately. Gilcrest, Tennessee. Anywhere up, I'll put this highway on here. This is Highway 64. It is basically running parallel to Highway 64, but if you live south, don't think that it's going to miss you. It can still take a right turn. Sometimes these kinds of storms can have a rather chaotic or what we call deviant motion where they turn into the environment more, and that is moving Adamsville. The National Weather Service confirming once again that is moving into Adamsville right now. Of course, Trevor needs an update. We'll send it to Trevor.
Kit, another new tornado warning, this one for central DeSoto County, also for portions of Shelby County. We have another storm. If we can just take me full, please. We have another storm near Tunica that is possibly producing a tornado. That's going to come into central DeSoto County. South Haven is in this one. Horn Lake's in this one. Part of Olive Branch, Pleasant Hill, and Hernando. Also, a portion of the city of Memphis is in this tornado warning. That includes southern portions of Shelby County, and that's for this new storm back here near Tunica. Now, this one, unlike the other two, does not have a confirmed tornado with it. We do not have a tornado confirmed on the ground with this. What we do have is a very strong indication of some rotation. That's right over Highway 61 between Tunica and Hollywood, maybe jogging just a little east of 61 at this point. That rotation is pretty much over Verner Road, and I'm going to kind of get some more streets in here for you. This is going to be in Tunica County. We're looking at Bonds Road, Fields Road, Buck Island Road, Selden Road, Delaney Road, Bonds Road, all of those pretty close to Highway 61. So that is a possible tornado that is trying to develop, and that's going to be not far from Tunica. That is moving into DeSoto County. DeSoto County has not gotten much action tonight, but this storm could be the one to do it here. Moving to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. As we track this out, Hernando at 115. I know you just had that one. We have another one behind it. Horn Lake at 119. South Haven at 122. Plum Point at 124. The Memphis Airport at 127. And then Midtown Memphis by 132 if it holds together. So again, this is a possible tornado in Tunica County. Heads up DeSoto County and South Memphis. Really Whitehaven area is what's in this warning, including South Haven, Hernando, Horn Lake, Walls, Nesbitt. All of those areas need to be in their safe place right now. Close to that, we have another tornado warning, and this is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now. This is on the Tate and DeSoto County line, south of Cockrum on 305. There's Ingram's Mill and Wakefield, and then that's the Marshall County line. So here's Byhalia and 309. That tornado is right there. It's about to cross I-22 near Byhalia and Red Banks, north of Holly Springs. So right there, it's Red Banks Road. This is going to be pretty close to that, probably between Byhalia and Red Banks. With this one, still very, very strong signs of rotation. And again, that is right there at the Tate, DeSoto, Marshall County line. That tornado, if it is still on the ground, and I believe it is pretty much crossing over the Tate and Marshall County line. It's about to cross over 309, and then next up is going to be crossing over I-22, which is up here near Red Banks. So again, this is another very serious situation where this tornado is likely still on the ground. The National Weather Service says it is on the ground, and it's going to the north and east, and it's going to be toward Red Banks and Byhalia within a matter of 4 or 5 minutes. We're going to watch that Red Banks camera here. We'll keep an eye on that, but for right now, Red Banks in your safe place. Kit, what do you have?
I need to get some information out to Adamsville. You need to be in your shelter place now. The time is running out. You have moments from a tornado to roll through your area. Of course, that bright blue dot, that is the debris. We reaffirmed from some partners of ours in Middle Tennessee, a large wedge tornado is on the ground. It was 3 minutes ago northeast of Selmer, still northeast of Selmer. Adamsville is up next. A considerable threat of a large damaging tornado. Again, I reiterate, this is a particularly dangerous situation. We always say to treat every tornado warning the same. That is until we have this kind of a tornado on. You need to be rushing quickly and organized to your shelter, making sure that you have your shoes on, you've got your helmet on, you've got some sort of a pillow. If you've been watching us on your couch, grab one of the cushions and bring it with you as you head to your tornado safe place, as that is going to be the most interior room of your home, the lowest level. Excuse me, a bit of a burp there, apologize. The lowest level of your home. If you have a coat closet that's under a stairwell, that is an excellent place. That is a sturdy part of a home that is very well built. If you have a closet in your bedroom that is in an interior part of the room, a bathroom, the pipes in the walls can actually help to keep things a little more sturdy. As we see this, we haven't seen an update on the radar in a few minutes here. We'll scan it back. I think the radar is actually trying to take a middle scan there. There's the latest update now. Northwest of Gilcrest, due west of Adamsville. So I'm going to zoom in here, and we're going to get some roads on this map for you. Bob Abernathy Road, North Maple Street. North Maple Street headed out of Adamsville. This is going to cross North Maple Street out of Adamsville. Other potential areas where we could see Neely Sharp Road, Winding Ridge Road, up to around the Glen Abernathy Road. We read that one out earlier. That is now going to be an imminent threat. Martin Road as well. I saw North Maple. I think I saw that a moment ago. Of course, this is Tennessee Highway 2 north of Adamsville. That is North Maple Street. In Adamsville itself, we are likely to see that tornado threat as well as we look around the Hickory Flats area. Again, that's Neely Sharp Road there. It's likely already crossing Puron Road there. So we're seeing that over Old Stage Road, Puron Road. Next would be Neely Sharp Road, and then Winding Ridge Road, North Maple Street, Glen Abernathy Road. If you heard any of those streets and you are familiar with those, you don't have to live on the street. You don't have to live near the street. If you are familiar with those streets, you need to be taking shelter because it could move anywhere within this area. I'll even include Old Shiloh Road there on the south end of Adamsville. You need to be in your tornado safe place. Again, interior room, lowest level, stay away from windows. This is a nighttime tornado, and we have a ton of lightning with that tornado right now as well. It may be illuminated, but this is not something you want to see as we get that latest update. It looks like some of that some of the debris signature is showing up a little closer to Adamsville now. Again, some of these roads I just mentioned, Neely Sharp Road, Winding Ridge Road, and North Maple Street. This is moving through Adamsville at this very moment. A tornado is in progress, according to the National Weather Service. So you need to be taking shelter right now. It looks very strong on the velocity signature here, but of course you can see we've got that rotation. We've been talking about that all afternoon. The whole reason why I've been showing you what we look for so you can identify this yourself and you can know this is the time to take action. I want to put Adamsville in the corner here, and we'll look downstream from this tornado as it is starting to move out of that area here and moving downstream at around 50 miles per hour. So I'll put that track forward from this storm here, moving towards the northeast. This is beginning to move out of our viewing area, but I'll include Morris Chapel in this as well. So give me just a moment to redraw that. Trevor, I'll send it over to you in just one moment. Let me just get a quick timing on this storm here. Morris Chapel, you've got 1:03 as your lead time. Holtzville at 1:09. Hooker's Bend at 1:11. Go ahead, Trevor.
A very serious situation developing in Marshall County, Mississippi. We told you this tornado was in Tate County. It's now in Marshall County, and we have what is likely a large tornado over Highway 309, Mississippi 309, south of Byhalia, that's about to cross I-22 near Victoria. So if you're near Victoria or Red Banks or even in Byhalia, I want you in your safe place now. Can we box this camera with the radar shot? We've got a camera from Red Banks. I want to try to get both views in at one time. And of course, it's nighttime. We're probably not going to get a decent view of this thing, but what you need to know is that there is a very serious, strong tornado likely on the ground near Mississippi 309 at Warsaw. That is going to be south of Byhalia, and that's coming up to Victoria on I-22 right now. You see all the lightning down there on that MDOT traffic camera. And that is quickly coming into I-22. We have reports now out of Tate County of destroyed homes from the Strayhorn Fire Department, and that is again back in Tate County. That was what? Okay, so this is Victoria Road, and again, this thing is going to be really close to that here. I'm trying to see, maybe if we could take this full for just 1 second. The I-22 at Victoria Road. This is, again, in Marshall County, and I know there's that big black thing in the middle. They've panned that camera really far up. But, man, that is a ton of lightning. And if this tornado's on the ground, it's about to cross I-22 right here. And as we watch that, it seems like I can almost see something. Kit, get an eye on this and see if you're with me. It seems like when the lightning flashes right, there might be something just right in the middle of this camera shot. It's hard to tell exactly what I'm looking at, but some sort of lowering, possibly. I haven't seen a good lightning strike yet since then, a good one that's kind of on the back side of it so we can see what we're looking at. But we know that we've had a tornado on the ground. There is very likely a tornado on the ground. Maybe a little bit right there, I-22 at Victoria. This is coming into Byhalia and Red Banks, Mississippi. Nobody needs to be on I-22 right now in Marshall County, period. This is a dangerous tornado that is likely about to cross the interstate. Let's stay on this for just a second longer. I want to make sure we don't see anything here, and I don't know if we're going to on this particular camera, yeah, I think this is probably going to be the one. If we do see something, this is probably going to be the the camera that we see it on, and I just don't see anything right here at this moment. So if we could, let's go back to the camera. Or let's go back to the radar, I should say. Sorry, I'm trying to type a message at the same time just to our management about some damage that we were reporting. So this is that rotation. You see it lighting up right here. There's I-22, 178 at Victoria. Let's keep an eye on that camera, and if anything changes, let me know. This is very close to Red Banks. There's Red Banks and Victoria. That thing, if it is still on the ground, it is crossing I-22 pretty much right now and will continue north after that. So I want to look up at North Red Banks Road toward Tasca. I want to look over toward Highway 311, Mississippi 311, that runs up to Highway 72. If you are in this area or you know anybody that is, you have to be in your tornado safe place. Very serious situation there. And again, a possible tornado, a likely tornado on the ground with serious signs of rotation here. I'm going to check our debris mode. And hard to tell for sure if that's any tornado debris. I don't think we have anything for sure in there right now, which is not a bad sign. We'll watch it. I don't want to say it's a good sign. I do want to keep you updated on this other tornado warning. Tunica County, this storm has passed you. So Tunica, I know we're in the tornado warning still, but this is now a DeSoto County issue. So South Haven, Nesbitt, Walls, Horn Lake, Hernando, you also need to be in your safe place now. This is another storm coming in behind this that likely has a tornado on it that was really starting to rotate pretty rapidly here earlier. Things not looking maybe quite as intense as they were a bit ago, but still, what is this?
It looked like it was an artifact from headlights coming in. It had that funnel shape, but now that we're seeing the distant clouds there, that definitely looks like a wall cloud at the very least. Just right there at the base, you can see some of that lowering of the clouds. It may be sky, but it looks a little more like that wall cloud.
Yeah, that's a very low cloud base for sure. And you can kind of see it when the lightning flashes just right. That cloud almost looks like it's just completely down on the ground.
And again, it's illuminated from the back there a little bit too.
Yeah, hard to tell for sure. But again, what you're looking at is a possible tornado. I-22 at Victoria Road. So this is really close to Red Banks and Byhalia and Marshall County. We likely have a tornado on the ground crossing I-22 near Victoria and near Red Banks. This is just to the south and east of Interstate 269. I don't know if we're going to be able to see anything exactly in that, but we're going to watch it. I do want to get a quick update again on this tornado warning for the metro. And we'll come back to that. Tunica County, you're being cleared of the tornado warning. So Tunica County, that tornado warning is over for you. You saw they just clipped it back there. We still have a tornado warning for western DeSoto County. This is for South Haven, Nesbitt, Walls, Hernando, Love, Eudora, Horn Lake, Lake Cormorant, everybody under that tornado warning. And it also does include a portion of the city of Memphis. Whitehaven is in this. That's about the only portion of Memphis that is. I do think this is mainly going to stay down in DeSoto County, though. National Weather Service says rotation not as strong on this one, and I agree. I'm not seeing any significant signs of rotation there, nothing that's alarming to me. But just to be on the safe side, they are going to leave that tornado warning going. So if you are in DeSoto County, I still want you in your safe place for the next little bit. Let that storm pass you by. But by far, what I'm more concerned about is this storm crossing I-22 near Red Banks in Marshall County, Mississippi. This thing has had a history of producing a tornado. It likely is still producing a tornado as it's moving off to the north and east. And even if this thing has lifted up for a bit, it could easily put back down. So we'll track that off to the north and east a little bit more. It's near Victoria pretty much right now. Sladen at 121. Now, Sladen, I know you're not in the tornado warning. I'm just kind of giving this an early heads up if it continues in this direction. Early Grove at 125, and then Lamar and Benton County by 127. So we can hope that this thing will start to calm down a little bit. But for right now, still intense signs of a tornado that might have just crossed I-22 near the Victoria exit and not far from Red Banks. I do want to give you an update on the storm that we were watching in McNairy County. From what we can tell, yeah, Kit.
Yeah, there's a potential wall cloud, or excuse me, funnel cloud that was reported outside of the Saltillo area. This is now technically outside of our viewing area. We don't cover west of or east of McNairy County, but we still want to bring the information to this as we've been tracking it. Maybe some neighbors or maybe our TV antenna signal does reach this area. It's not quite as significant of a tornado debris signature as we've seen. It got a little messy as it left the Adamsville area. When I say messy, it was less organized as we had previously seen. And so it was at 12:52 a.m. And then now just east of Morris Chapel there, we see a very weak or a very broad, narrow. This is getting far from the radar site, so it's difficult to say, but that is where we see still a bit of that tornado debris signature possibly on radars. We compare that with the velocity signature. It's kind of on the southern edge of that, but that may still be where we have that. Again, the report was a funnel cloud spotted outside of Saltillo, Tennessee. So that is downstream of this. It's tough to say whether or not that would be a separate or maybe just seen in the distance and not really visible, or perhaps some scud, some low-lying clouds. It's difficult to say just with it being at night. Funnel cloud reports can sometimes be difficult to confirm. It doesn't quite line up with where the when that report came in and where the radar was at the time. Of course, it was back more towards the Morris Chapel area, but now we're still seeing a very strong radar signature with that storm, with a little bit of noise coming in with that as well. Take a look at some of these wind speeds here. This wind speed pixel showing 119 miles per hour, though that might be an error. It's impossible to say for certain. We've got widespread 80 to 90 mile per hour winds going away from the radar in Millington, 20 coming in, so some very strong, broad rotation within this. Of course, this has been previously confirmed to be a wedge tornado where it is wider than it is tall, so you might not even notice it or recognize it as a tornado as it is bearing down on you. The thing is, a wedge, as it's approaching, it starts to take up your full field of view, and it's impossible to see if it is on the ground or not because it just looks dark. Trevor has a quick update. I'll switch it over to him now.
Yeah, Kid, a new tornado warning for this tornado that we were expecting was just crossing I-22 near Red Banks. This is a tornado warning that's going to go for northern Marshall County, chunk of Fayette County, not quite to Somerville, but close to it, portions of Benton County and a portion of Hardeman County. This warning until 2 a.m. Now, we have not had, according to the National Weather Service, recent confirmation that this thing is still on the ground, but there are still strong signs of rotation that just came over Victoria along I-22 and now just north of Red Banks. So they are going to continue this tornado warning out now. And that's going to move off to the north and east. Again, let's get an updated speed on this one. This is going to be moving off at about 50 miles an hour, northeast at 50 miles an hour. And inside this tornado warning, that gets it to Sladen at 121, Sladen, Mississippi at 121, Moscow at 130, Michigan City at 134, LaGrange, Tennessee at 137, Grand Junction, that gets into Hardeman County at 140, and then Salisbury at 146. These are the same areas I feel like we've tracked out 3 times today for these possible tornadoes, maybe 4 from what Kit says. But again, that tornado, if it is still down, it just crossed over Interstate 22. It's going to continue through northern Marshall County towards Sladen and then into far southeastern Fayette County, probably just to the east of Moscow, between Moscow and Grand Junction. Probably a little closer to Grand Junction, though. So all of those areas need to be in their tornado safe place right now. I will stop this storm track. I'll get it off the screen. I want to check back in on this DeSoto County storm because there is still a tornado warning that's in effect for DeSoto County and a small sliver of Memphis. Now, a lot of people are worked up that Memphis is in a tornado warning. This particular area of concern is probably going to be south of Memphis. This is going to be more of a DeSoto County issue. And even then, I'm not incredibly concerned with a tornado with that one right at this moment. I'm not seeing anything that is incredibly alarming to me that stands out as rotation or a tornado. It's possible. That's why that warning is in effect. But for the DeSoto County storm, for the storms coming into Hernando, I still want you in your safe place. If you're in Hernando, even over to Lewisburg, be in your safe place. But for right now, I don't have significant concerns with this one. What I'm more concerned is with this one, and it seems like it might be trying to kind of wrap back up just a little bit. So as we're zooming in just a little bit more, again, this is now on the north side of I-22. This is kind of close to Red Banks Road. If this thing is still on the ground, it's going to be coming up pretty close to Mount Pleasant, right where 302 and 72 split off, where you can go into South Haven or Olive Branch or then continue to Memphis. If there is still a tornado, it's going to be there near Mount Pleasant along 311. From that point, it continues to the north and east off toward Early Grove. So northern Marshall County, stay in your tornado safe place. Certainly possible that that thing is still on the ground or that it could be at any minute at this point. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that one. Again, that's the one that the tornado warning has been expanded for. That includes southern portions of Fayette County, south of Somerville, and also a corner of Hardeman County and a little corner of northern Benton County. So keep an eye on this one. It might not be on the ground right now, but we've seen that it has been on the ground and could easily either still be on the ground or could touch back down pretty much at any time as it continues to the north and the east. So Grand Junction, if you're over toward Moscow, LaGrange, those areas, they need to be in their safe place right now. Kit, you have any updates?
Yeah, let's take a look at this from Victoria Road. I wouldn't say this is a tornado necessarily, but this looks like it's what's referred to as the beaver tail. It's the can be anywhere from a half mile to a mile up above the surface of the moisture that is getting sort of compacted into the wall cloud. That is the inflow of this storm. It looks like we got a little more of a backlight there from some lightning with that strike just there. So can't really see down to the surface if there is a tornado or not underneath that wall cloud, but definitely a ton of moisture feeding into this. I want to show you something I've been working on over here for the last couple of hours. We have seen numerous rotating updrafts, these mesocyclones, these greens and reds we've been talking about and how they rotate next to one another. I want to take you back over the last 2 hours here as we start to see some of these. I didn't even draw that Holly Springs one back all the way. All of these tracks, of course, we see numerous rotating areas here. We've had one that has come through the Holly Springs area. This is what eventually went through from Benton County into Hardeman County. There we had those twin rotating supercells. That eventually turned into that confirmed tornado around the Selmer area. And then we had another one previously, very early in this loop. You see it up here tracking north. And now the storm that Trevor was just talking about crossing over Interstate 22 there in Marshall County is following in line with a previous rotating updraft. So all of these areas that we have seen these tornadoes form through the last couple of hours, they are going to be running over very similar places to where we have already seen confirmed tornadoes or rotating thunderstorms. So we're going to be likely reissuing these these tornado warnings for areas that just got clear of a tornado warning. So if you just left your safe place in Hardeman County, be ready to return. Trevor mentioned Grand Junction. We've mentioned that name a few times now. We just mentioned it earlier with a rotating storm just around your area. That eventually moved through another one just south from around the Ashland area up through Walnut and Middleton. Middleton possibly took a direct hit. We'll have to see confirmation on that. And then we definitely think Selmer took a direct hit and Adamsville. Unfortunately, we may be dealing with another tornado downstream if this environment holds together. I want to take a look at the radar picture here as this is a clear supercell. We've got that, back of the left hand, that hook shape, that spread of the fingers forward of that precipitation. Right where the knuckles are is where we have that heavy hail within this thunderstorm. The thing is, we could still see some hail developing from this storm up to golf ball size. So that's just shy of 2 inches in diameter. So that's going to be headed towards the Moscow to the Grand Junction area. We'll see the rain first, then the hail, then the tornado threat. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, one after the other. So we're already seeing the rain. That's I believe that's Highway 72. Let me just confirm that real quick. Highway 57, excuse me. Highway 72 is our next juncture for where we're going to see this potential tornado jump over a major highway, and then it will be bearing down on Early Grove. So here's your early warning. Go ahead and get to your safe place there, Early Grove. Mount Pleasant, you're sort of on the back edge of the hail threat now. You could still see the tornado very near your area. I haven't checked the correlation coefficient for, it looks like a debris ball. The last couple of scans, Trevor, we've got a new debris ball there in just outside of Mount Pleasant. So I'm going to zoom in very closely and read out some of these streets here. We've got Hogan Road. We've got South Sladen Road. Isom Chapel Road. Of course, there's Highway 72 through Sladen. We've got a new, I will go ahead and say, Trevor, I'll let you counter me if you think so, but I think this is a new confirmed on radar tornado that we have moving through this area. So of course, if you are in this area, we'll get that information on your screen. Right here, I'll put the drawing on. This is where we have a tornado right there within that sea. Put the information on. We'll likely see that confirmed by the National Weather Service. They're likely looking at that same time as we are. But Benton County, Fayette County, Hardeman County, and just into Marshall County is where we have that tornado warning. It looks like a TDS. Other folks are talking about the TDS signature as well in the National Weather Service chat. Another thing I'm noticing here, of course, we've got the tornado debris signature right here, right within that hook echo. But this section here, Trevor, I'm pretty sure we're seeing the hail south of Moscow and Early Grove, because that area, we've got the reduction in the CC, which tends to happen, of course, with the debris signature, but also with the hail signature. So it looks like we are going to see some large hail with this. This is still several minutes ago. The hail product takes a few minutes for our system to process. So previously, it was an estimate of 1.9 inch diameter hail, so nearly 2 inches. That's going to be golf ball by the time that reaches the ground. And the National Weather Service is confirming that is a tornado debris signature, and they are going to be issuing a confirmed tornado warning with a considerable tag very shortly.
Yeah, Kid, this is going to be another rough one. Tornado definitely on the ground. And as we look at the storm winds, a confirmed tornado has touched down. This is coming into Sladen. Sladen, you do not have much time. We've been giving you that heads up. You've been in the storm tracks for about 20 or 30 minutes. So Sladen, right now, you have got to be in your tornado safe place. You have just a matter of moments before that tornado is about to cross over. It's going to be near Early Grove. Kit just called them out. And then that's going to cross into southern Fayette County. Lots of questions about a potential sirens going off in Shelby County. There is a warning for portions of the city of Memphis. That's for the Whitehaven area. That storm is down in Hernando, and to be honest with you, it doesn't look that impressive to me. I'm not concerned about that right now, and that warning it's in effect for Memphis, but the storm is not headed toward Memphis. I know it's hard to explain, but I know there's sirens going off all over the county right now. The storm is in DeSoto County, and that one seems to be weakening. This is the storm of concern, a tornado on the ground near Sladen, Mississippi, pretty much over Sladen right now in the northeastern corner of Marshall County. I will tell you that right now, this is the only storm that I'm incredibly concerned about tornado-wise or even in general. So if you're watching us from any other area, right now I'm not incredibly concerned. We're going to watch that thing behind me, that storm, but I'm not worried about that at this moment. I don't think there's a tornado with that right now. The one that I know there is a tornado with is over Sladen right now in northeast Marshall County. That is going to be coming into southern Fayette County. And again, these are some of the same areas that we just talked about earlier today, right along 57. 45 is right there, Moscow, Grand Junction, all of those areas. If this thing holds together, once it gets past Early Grove, Mississippi and Early Grove Road, that's going to continue to the north and east. Hopefully it lifts, but if it does not, it will be crossing Tennessee 57 between Moscow and Grand Junction. We just got a new scan in here, and it looks like this thing has just crossed 72 east of Sladen, or very near Sladen. That circle that you see there, that ball, that is more likely than not the tornado. I bet if we switch over to the debris, we're going to get a blob right there, and absolutely we do. And that is the tornado debris. What that is the radar picking up things that should not be in the sky, pieces of wood, shingles, you name it. That is an indication that a tornado is down. It's doing damage near Sladen. It's crossing Highway 72. Early Grove is next, and then 45 in Fayette County. You're going to be the next one up, Kit. Kid, I think your mic is still off.
I apologize. I just swapped my batteries there. I'm looking at
massive
satellite
tornado.
imagery.
This is a tornado emergency.
This is a tornado emergency now for Early Grove, Grand Junction, Moscow, Michigan City. You will likely be in that new tornado emergency. I'm going to keep it wide, but there is a lot of forested area here in this region. So this is likely a tornado that is topping trees. We frequently will see a tornado path where trees have been snapped halfway up, and I would predict that is what is happening with this debris ball. We are likely seeing several dozens, if not hundreds of feet wide swath of trees that is getting plowed through. So this tornado is not only going to cause damage where it is, but where it is throwing the debris downstream. So here's the new information. A catastrophic observed tornado is on the ground. I'll read you once again the information from the National Weather Service. This is their language, not mine. A tornado emergency is in place for Sladen. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly. We're just taking a bit of a power glitch, so be with us for a moment here. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Those caught without shelter, considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. We've seen this a couple of times. This verbiage, this language from the National Weather Service, we've seen this a few times for a tornado emergency. Once other this evening. This was what we saw up in Arkansas earlier this evening. Early Grove, you need to be in your shelter right now. This is bearing down on you. It is likely already crossing into Tennessee. So if you're anywhere along Highway 57 between Moscow, 45, Grand Junction, I'm very worried right now that this is going to be heading your direction next. So I'm going to put a few more streets on this. Of course, if you've heard that, Trevor, I hear the outdoor warning sirens going now as well. If you'll, I'll toss over to you here in a moment if there's a new update on that. But we've got some roads here: Bateman Road, Yeager Drive, Beasley Drive, Highway 18 coming out of Michigan City into Grand Junction. If you live anywhere near there, you need to be in your safe place immediately as this tornado emergency is pushing into the area. Of course, this is the main threat now as we are still keeping an eye on other tornado warnings around the area, but this being a tornado emergency, I want to keep with this on your screen. We're going to get through this. We've gotten through tornadoes before. We're going to get through this one as well. Of course, we've gotten into a couple of scary situations this evening. This is what we've been talking about: being prepared, not scared, knowing what to do ahead. Hopefully you've gotten that plan in place over the last couple of days, or at least the last few hours, a minimum of the last few minutes. Of course, Grand Junction, you are going to be seeing that threat imminently also, so that is going to be coming in to your area. Trees and power lines are down at Sycamore Drive in Morris Chapel. That's from a previous storm, so don't worry about that for this particular thunderstorm. This storm is moving northwest into northwest Benton County and southeast Fayette County, Tennessee. So this is a damaging tornado right now, an extremely deadly situation if you are caught in this storm. I want to track this forward. I'm going to start it on the other side of Early Grove, putting it up towards Hickory Valley. Looking at some of these places here, LaGrange, you've got about 8 minutes of lead time for you. Grand Junction will give you about 10 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes of lead time. You need to be in your shelter with 5 minutes to spare. Hickory Valley, you're looking at 146. Van Buren around 148. So you've got about 20 minutes of lead time. This kind of tornado will not blow itself out. It is going to stay on the ground until it has consumed all of the energy it wants to consume. So this is going to be a long haul, another long track tornado. We've been talking through the last couple of days of this potential threat of these storms that could bring a long track tornado. This is that kind of a tornado. As we've seen it, this is the same storm that went all the way back to, I think this was the one that went over Senatobia and produced a debris ball there. It has now cycled back up into a new tornado. So this is a supercell that has been long lasting. We'll just get a better view of that. This is kind of a long track supercell. This previously, if we track it all the way back, this one came out of Arkansas, eventually through the Senatobia area, and now has that tornado emergency. This is now a 3-state supercell from Arkansas to Mississippi and now into Tennessee. And just looking at this, this reflectivity, you can just clearly see without even having to go to the debris detector, that right there is the debris ball within the tornado. Of course, we talk about that hook echo. Whenever you see that peak of the reflectivity of the classic radar right in there, that is where we have the debris getting lofted and tossed and turned and churned, and is basically a Cuisinart. It is bulldozing its way through this forested area. Getting a little bit worried as the radar is pretty far behind. I'm sure it's taking scans higher, but we haven't seen an update on the radar in a few minutes. So we're likely seeing just more radar data being sampled up above that. So of course, this is going to be more and more delayed from real time, as we're now about 4 or 5 minutes from the last radar scan that is being shown here. So this is likely already, we'll just move that bullseye there. It is likely already moved downstream on the other side of Early Grove. So of course our thoughts are with those who are in Early Grove. We'll look downstream, Beasley Drive. You need to be in your shelter as well if you're anywhere near that, or if you recognize that name in southeastern Fayette County here. This is a catastrophic observed tornado that is on the ground and is producing a lot of damage as well. Looking at Yeager Drive as well, the LaGrange community is showing up on my map here as well. Hampton Road, Miller Road, of course, Wilburn Road. These are areas where we need to be sheltered. Hopefully we get a new radar update here. Getting some just other reports that aren't immediately relevant from the National Weather Service, keeping an eye on that. And Trevor, if you have anything else, cut in as you need, but I'm sure you're also doing some research. We're working on sort of 2 different levels. One is looking at the radar myself, and Trevor is looking behind the scenes and getting communication with the National Weather Service. So, of course, once we have that, we'll trade off. But, of course, I'm growing more concerned with this as it's just not updating the radar site. We still haven't gotten, in the last several minutes, Trevor, if you could ask the Weather Service if they are doing multiple scans on this, that would be my assumption, which would speak to the reason for the delay in the radar. The more concerning threat would be that maybe the radar got struck by lightning. It's very unusual for that to happen.
So the National Weather Service office in Memphis is completely offline.
Okay.
So they're going to their backup, which is NWS Shreveport. I assume they've been struck by lightning or a power outage or something. So they have plans for this.
Power hit, yeah.
They do have plans for this. So the National Weather Service out of Shreveport is going to assume operations for the National Weather Service in Memphis. Unfortunately, what that means is we no longer have radar data, and there's no way around that. What we might be able to do is, well, it's a little too far out of range. There's a smaller radar in Nesbit, but it does not reach this far. So what I'm going to do, Kit, we're just going to have to draw this out.
Switch over to Columbus. You can kind of see it even from that far away. You can see the debris that's been lofted over Moscow there. And I'm going to manually switch over to the velocity, as that is now, as we were expecting, that has crossed into Tennessee. And Grand Junction, you are next. This is going to be moving into Grand Junction very, very soon. We are going to see more damage along Highway 18 and Highway 57. If you live anywhere around that area of southeastern Fayette County, moving into Hardeman County, you need to be seeking shelter.
This thing's got to be in Fayette County by now. This is up, got to be close to 57. Here's 45, Grand Junction. Got to be in your safe place right now. That's why we have that tornado emergency that is still in effect for those areas. And again, if you're just with us, the National Weather Service office in Memphis has gone offline. They've taken a power hit and their generator did not kick on. So this radar image is now 10 minutes old. That's the tornado 10 minutes ago near Early Grove. That thing's got to be close to Grand Junction by now if we're moving at about 40 miles an hour.
Switch your radar over to the Columbus, Mississippi.
Yeah, I wasn't getting a great view from Columbus. I mean, that's...
It shows up on velocity pretty well.
Okay, let's switch to velocity then. Let's at least try that so we can see something. All right, so that's a decent idea. Now, bear in mind, we're looking now from the Columbus, Mississippi radar, which is a long way away. So this is going to start to get a little offset from the exact location. So we can't get so specific here, but near Grand Junction and near 45, that's along Tennessee 57 in southern Fayette County. This is about to cross into Hardeman County near Hickory Valley. There's not a warning there yet, but like I just said, the National Weather Service in Memphis has taken a power hit, and they're having to trade off with the National Weather Service in Shreveport. That's going to take a moment to happen before they can actually pick up and start issuing warnings on behalf of the National Weather Service in Memphis. So we're just going to go ahead and assume Hickory Valley into Bolivar. Just assume you're under a tornado warning now. Just go ahead and assume you are. We'll just go ahead and call it that tornado warning. It's probably going to be extended for Hickory Valley and Bolivar. And this is another one for Hardeman County. So if you are in Hardeman County, if you're in southeastern Fayette County, close to Grand Junction, safe places absolutely now. This is a tornado emergency. We need you in the lowest floor of your home, of your office, wherever you are right now. Most people, I'm sure, are at home, but the bathroom, the closet, that's the place you have to be right now with what is likely a large and dangerous tornado coming up on Grand Junction, Tennessee, that is very quickly going to cross into Hardeman County and continue to move off to the north. I will tell you, while we're at it, again, bearing in mind that the National Weather Service office is offline, we don't have any other tornado warnings right now. That tornado warning that was over here for DeSoto County that I had already said I wasn't that worried about, that one has expired. So this is the only tornado warning that we have. It has now moved out of Mississippi. It's out of Marshall County and it's out of Benton County right now. This is now into southeastern Fayette County and is probably very quickly coming into Hardeman County as well. I'm going to try to put a storm track on it and just estimate a little bit where this tornado is. And again, we're working with no radar data because the National Weather Service office has taken a power hit and their generator did not kick on. We're going to assume Grand Junction pretty much now. If that tornado is still down, which I think it is, Grand Junction, it's going to be very close to you. Hickory Valley by 145, Middleburg by 150, Bolivar by 157. We can hope and pray that this thing will pick up before it gets to Bolivar. But if you are in Bolivar, you have 20 minutes of a heads up before this large and extremely dangerous tornado gets to you. We do have reports of damage already coming in, severe damage at Kennedy Road and Highway 72. I imagine that's going to be in northern Marshall County. Let's see if we can find out where Kennedy Road is. I do not have every single road memorized, unfortunately, not yet, but Google is our friend, right? And I assume that it's going to be northern Marshall County. Didn't get any good results there. Kennedy Road at Highway 172. I just want to let you know where this thing crossed. Here it is, and that is east of Sladen. So that's near the Roberts Chapel CME Church. There's an Exxon right there at Clear Creek Road. The Marathon's right across the street from that. So there is severe damage on Highway 72 near Kennedy Road east of Sladen, and that's this same storm that still has a tornado on the ground that's moving into Hardeman County. It's over Grand Junction probably right now, and now becoming an issue for Hardeman County. We are waiting to see what they're going to do with this tornado warning. Again, they're still trying to work on handing off to the National Weather Service in Shreveport. That's kind of their backup plan. If something happens to one Weather Service office, they can switch to another, and that office can help us, but it's going to take a second for that to happen, Kit.
One good thing that we can say is they're not transmitting the data. That's another whole thing, but they do internally still have data from their radar. So they still have eyes on it, even if we don't have that data. So that is one good thing that we can, comforts me a little bit. So they still see the higher resolution on this. But Grand Junction, we'll go ahead and tell you right now, you need to be in your shelter at the moment. As they're handing off the warning operations to Shreveport, I'm going to go ahead and say Bolivar, you need to be getting ready to head to your shelter. Hickory Valley, Middleton, again, if you can, go back to your shelter. If you do not have shelter after the previous tornado, find a neighbor who does have shelter who you can stay with and possibly ride out a near pass of another tornado. So this is... I don't think I've ever heard another meteorologist say something like that or hear myself say that, but if you have lost your shelter, find shelter somewhere else, as the structural integrity of a home after a tornado has hit it greatly reduces. So that interior room has now become an exterior room in some cases. So if you are northeast of Grand Junction, consider this tornado warning extended. Ethically, I hesitate on extending tornado warnings in place of the National Weather Service, but Trevor, I don't know if you can back me up on this, but I'm just going to go ahead and just sort of angle draw this area here, anywhere within this region of Hardeman County. Consider yourself under a tornado warning that will be imminently issued from the National Weather Service. We'll wait for that information, of course, from them, but this is likely going to continue to be a considerable threat across the next 45 minutes at least.
Yeah. The radar is starting to update again. They've gotten some systems back online. The thing is, it's going to take a second to catch up. So we are getting new scans, but they're still taking a while to come in. This scan you're looking at it takes a second to download into our system. This is still 5 or 6 minutes old. So it's probably, like we said, about at Grand Junction by now. I'll let you know when the radar is fully back up to date. The last scan that's downloaded is 1:31. It's now 1:39. So this is still 8 minutes old. So Grand Junction, it's probably over you or past you at this point. You see they trimmed back that tornado warning just a little bit. That's going to clear out most
Columbus
of Marshall.
Shows it's now over Grand Junction.
Over Grand Junction, yeah. So if this tornado is still on the ground, let's hope it lifted. I'm just curious. Again, this is an old scan. The data is still downloading. The actual tornado is probably over Grand Junction. But I just want to see, since we missed the data 6 minutes ago, what it looked like. And it looked like 6 minutes ago it was still on the ground on the state line near Michigan City. We can hope that as this radar data downloads, we're going to get some good news that this storm weakened before it got to Grand Junction. But the tornado is over Grand Junction right now. We're going to wait to see as that data comes in and downloads what the scene is. And again, that's going to take a moment. That's going to take probably the next 3 to 4 minutes. But until then, I do want to give kind of an early heads up. There's no tornado warning yet for Hardeman County, but let's just say there is. If there is, that would put this tornado, if it's still on the ground, south and east of Bolivar by about 1:59, and then by Hornsby at 2:05. So National Weather Service coming back online. They took a power hit. They're building back up now. And again, it takes a moment for our system to catch up on all of that data that we lost in about those 10 or 15 minutes. But we think that tornado is still over Grand Junction, and that's the track for it if it is staying on the ground. Here's another updated scan. This one's still old, but it's a little newer, and that brings it closer to Grand Junction. I'll switch over and just see what that one looked like. No better news there. This was the scan. Let's see when this scan was. This came in at 1:33, so we're down to about 7 minutes delayed. Still a tornado on the ground for sure, and that is now over Grand Junction or just past it and moving off to the north and east. This is going to come out by Salisbury Road up to 125 by Hebron. Hebron, Tennessee, we have not called out yet, but that's a decent sized community that from Grand Junction, this thing could pass really close to if it stays on the ground. So 125 near Hebron. That could be where this thing is about to pass by. Really quick, I want to zoom out for just a second and show you what's going on. It's noisy in Memphis, Shelby County, and DeSoto County. We still have storms going through. There's our new tornado emergency, tornado, at least confirmed tornado warning. We'll get to that. Heavy rain and storms continue in Memphis, Shelby County, and DeSoto County. No warnings back there. There's nothing to worry about with that right now. We have one storm that we are concerned about, and that's what we're focusing on. So if we're not talking about your community, we're not ignoring you. But this is the only storm we're worried about. We do have a new tornado warning out now. You saw they just extended it for Hardeman and into McNairy County. Again, McNairy County literally just got hit. And this is going to be until 2:30. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was near LaGrange, 16 miles southwest of Bolivar and moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Damage threat is still considerable, and this is still a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. We're still waiting on this radar data to catch up. I think I said that speed had changed. Let me double check that as we track this out. Northeast at 60 miles an hour. That is an incredibly fast moving storm, and we'll track that out here. That's going to be near Hebron at 1:58. Hebron at 1:58. Hornsby at 2:04. Masseyville at 2:12. Selmer, again, Selmer literally just got hit by a tornado. You're in the list again at 2:15. Let's hope and pray whatever is on the ground right now will lift before that happens. But that's the way it looks right now as we continue to wait on this radar data to catch up again. The Weather Service took a power outage. It's taking a moment for their data to come in and catch up. Of course, we use a lot of their data and their radar services. Those are governmental radars. Radar's caught up to about 136. So we're down to about 5 or 6 minutes of delayed data. So this radar image is still about 6 minutes old. It's probably past Grand Junction. Yeah, so it's past Grand Junction. As it was coming over Grand Junction, though, 6 minutes ago, still very strong signs that the tornado was still on the ground. I would imagine that thing is probably up near West Fork Road. That thing is near Van Buren, Lake Hardeman Road, Callahan Road, Van Buren Road, Kaiser Lane, Grand Valley Drive. That is a pretty big subdivision right there, and that could be about where this thing is headed. Kit, again, we're just patiently waiting on this data to come in. For all intents and purposes, we believe this thing is still on the ground. It's going to continue through Hardeman and eventually into McNairy counties.
Yeah, of course, the National Weather Service, we want to extend our gratitude to their efforts. We've had so much information from them. They have been working tirelessly as well. So we appreciate their efforts. Getting a report from a storm chaser in Grand Junction. The tornado crossed State Route 18 south of Grand Junction, and that route is now impassable by numerous large trees. And this is no unseasoned storm chaser. This is a who I would trust as a very well-seasoned storm chaser who knows what he's talking about. That tornado crossed over 18 just south of Grand Junction. So if it did that, it very well could have hit Grand Junction pretty much head on. So we'll keep that in mind. Of course, we're looking from I'm looking from the Columbus, Mississippi radar site, and it looks like we still have from several miles away another tornado debris signature. So I'm going to look on Radarscope here, Trevor, just to see how far away this is looking from Columbus, Mississippi, to catch that tornado debris signature. This is 85 miles away. Excuse me, no, it's 95 miles away. Looking at 8,000 feet, we have a TDS still remaining with this tornado. So this tornado remains on the ground now, moving out of Grand Junction and moving east. Now, this is, of course, the new warning across this area. We just saw that update. Of course, Trevor brought you that information as it was issued. This is, of course, I'll confess why I hesitate on continuing tornado warnings ahead of the National Weather Service. This is actually more eastward motion than what I was initially intending or expecting it to be. So now Bethel Springs, of course, Trevor was reading out some of these areas as well, but I'll read them again. Middleton, I said this before, I'll say it again. If you were previously hit by that tornado, or if you see your neighbors who are outside surveying the damage, go encourage them to join you in your shelter, as we could have another tornado passing very near Middleton once again, if not farther to the north. If you live in Middleton and you've been spared, I'm glad to hear it, but if you have kin or friends up in the Hebron area, make sure that they are also aware that a new tornado is on the way to their area. Some people may not be woken up by the first alert. I'm not woken up by my first alarm, so I understand it. But we've had so many alerts going off. People may be hitting snooze at this point. We're coming up on 2 a.m. and if we haven't been kept up by these storms, many of them have passed by. We're getting those extra alerts and we might be snoozing those. Make sure you are calling them to wake them back up so that they are aware. This is in Hebron, Tennessee here, that I want you to call any friends or family in that area. We don't often talk about this kind of significant threat or have this kind of need for neighbors helping neighbors. But this is, I grew up in the Southeast. This is part of the Southeast. This is part of our culture. We love our neighbors. We stand by them no matter what. This is the time to help each other. We're going to be helping each other a lot over the next couple of days, couple of weeks, probably months. So start it now. Make sure that everyone is safe, everyone you know and everyone you don't know in this area. So looking a little bit closer in at some of the data, I want to swap back over to that tornado debris signature. It is still present. We are still seeing that. I'm going to see if we have any later, more recent information from the National Weather Service. This is still behind what I'm getting from Columbus there. But it definitely still shows that, at least at that last update there was a significant tornado debris signature leaving Grand Junction. We can sort of go back and see now. If you know anyone who lives in Grand Junction and you're worried about them, here's what it looks like around 1:41 perhaps. The timing might be off, just depends on when the data came in and how it arrived. But that was definitely a direct hit around Grand Junction, a small town. Definitely a large tornado that just went through that area. Of course, we had that report from a storm chaser that Highway 18 south of Grand Junction had large trees, numerous large trees that were fallen down across the highway. If we go back, of course, out into what was that? Early Grove. Earlier, we saw this massive tornado debris signature. I want to get a radius on this without diving away too far from where we were. Just look at the radius of this, 2 miles by nearly 2 miles across for that tornado debris signature. And that there are a few, I was looking at high resolution satellite with that. There are a few communities or neighborhoods in that area southeast of Early Grove, so I'm worried about those people. But there's a lot of forest here as well. This is sometimes we'll see a tornado path cut through. We'll call them a tornado scar as it leaves a scar on the earth. behind from where has just mowed through trees, and sometimes they'll be blown down. If it is a significant enough tornado, like I would estimate this one to be, they can be just snapped in half, and you just see toothpicks sticking out of the earth that are trees that could be 2 feet across that have just been snapped by a massive tornado. I would easily estimate this to be EF3 strength or larger. This is something that we don't really like to do. I personally have criticized people from saying this kind of thing too early, but with this tornado debris signature, how high it has lofted some of that debris, that only happens in intense tornadoes. There is some research that is too complicated for me to do on-air analysis for that correlates the debris signature, the rotation signature, which we have that as well. You can see we've got that rotation in that medium intensity there just outside of Grand Junction. And then also the elevation that debris has come, that can sometimes be used to estimate tornado intensity before the survey goes through, but it would not be prudent to definitively say what that rating would be until the National Weather Service goes in and surveys that. All right, here's the current scan on the velocity. This is between Hickory Valley and Hebron right now. We were talking about Hebron earlier. If we just rewind this over the last hour, of course, we had a tornado in this area very recently, a little more than an hour ago. I'll have to zoom it back to the past 2 hours here to get that info in. We had that tornado that just went south of you around Middleton. Now it is a new tornado that moved through Grand Junction and is heading towards Hebron. So Hebron, you dodged a bullet last time. This time you might not. We want to get you into your shelter as well immediately. If you live at any of the roads or you know any of the roads around this area, we're going to list these out. Hebron Road, of course. We've got P. Vine Road. We were talking about that one earlier. McMahon Road. We've got Bent's Chapel Lane there. Surlis Road, apologize if I mispronounce any of this, Little Hatchie Loop. We've got Maxwell Road as well, Carter Road there, and State Highway 125 running north and south through this area. Of course, if you live anywhere near these roads, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. We've said them before, say them with me: lowest level of your home, most interior room of your home or business. If you live in a mobile home, we've encouraged you to go visit a friend, go visit some family, go visit grandma's house if she has a more sturdy home than you. This is the time to shelter with them. If you are in a mobile home, hopefully your neighborhood has a community shelter you can shelter in, as you'll be seeing this tornado roll through your area very soon over the next several minutes. Trevor.
Kit, I was just doing some more in-depth analysis kind of while you were looking at that, and I don't want to jump to a conclusion here by any means, but just kind of looking at the velocity, the wind products here, still strong rotation, but using that in combination with the debris detector and the other products, they're starting to get a little bit what's the word I want to use? Not all in the same spot. So usually if the tornado's on the ground, those three things are co-located. They're all in the same spot. We're starting to get them separated a little bit, which sometimes can indicate a lifting of the tornado. I'm not ready to say that yet, but it's something I'm going to keep watching over the next couple of updates to see if that continues to be the case. Hebron, Tennessee, I still want you in your safe place. If this is still a tornado, and it very well could be, it's going to be crossing Tennessee 125, very close to Hebron, within a matter of probably 10 minutes or so. As we kind of measure that distance out from the tornado to Hebron, at 6 miles. It's not long at all when this thing's moving at about 60 miles an hour. So that's the tornado. Again, it's coming into Hebron. It's south of Hickory Valley. It will go north of Middleton. This is going to miss Middleton. The last one I don't believe did, but this one particularly will go north of Middleton. They've actually just taken Middleton out of the warning, which is some good news for them. Hebron, not so much good news. That tornado, if it is still on the ground, is going to be there within a matter of 10 minutes. You have to be in your safe place right now if you're in Hebron. Right now, tornado seems to be over Bowden Hill Church Lane, Sane Road, New Hope Road, coming up on 125 near Lake Hardeman Road and Maxwell Road. So that's kind of where we are, and that puts us right into Hebron. And I want to kind of investigate this last radar blip because that is where we would expect the tornado. That's where we would expect the highest amount of rotation, right over Sane Road right now. And once we put on the velocity, we're not seeing, and this is going to kind of be a little difficult because with strong storms like this, we don't usually get a pretty picture of this velocity. There are still very high winds in here and rotation for sure. And when we check out the debris mode, yes, there could be some blips of debris here where things have been picked up, but it's hard to say that that's in the exact same spot as where that area would be. So sometimes what that can indicate is, again, that maybe the tornado lifted briefly. Hopefully it stays lifted, but this is a very strong storm, and I want to continue to treat it as if it's on the ground. And hopefully we can give you some better news in just a moment. 55 to 60 miles an hour as this thing moves off to the north and east here. I'll get a latest storm track on you. This thing is going to go into northern McNairy County. Hebron, again, less than 10 minutes now, about 2:02. Hornsby, close to it by 2:07. Selmer, you're on the storm track for 2:20. This thing might go just north of Selmer. Might. I want Selmer in their safe place still. It's going to be way too close to call because these things can shift around just a little bit. So near Selmer by 2:20, those are the areas that I have to have in their safe place right now. As another scan's coming in here, again, this is, might be the same scan, but that's coming up on Hebron. Is that a new one?
Do you think this is safe to go back to NQA there?
Yeah, I think it's caught up.
Okay.
Yeah. We believe that radar is finally caught up after it was delayed for a while, but yeah, Kit, tell me what you think. I mean, it's definitely still rotating, no doubt about it, but the question is, was it able to lift for a second? Has it touched back down? Did it stay on the ground? Still serious for Hebron. We got to get them in their safe place either way.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything that's going to encourage Hebron to leave that. But this is also, the National Weather Service mentioned not just Hebron, but Hornsby as well also needs to be prepared for this storm to roll in. You'll forgive me as I'm adding in the Millington radar site once again here. You can see very clearly we've got that storm. One thing I'm noticing, Trevor, on this latest scan, I'm going to draw it out here. It looks like we've got a little bit of outflow leading that right there. So like you were saying, we're seeing this, we'll call it cycling, not weakening, because it could spin back up at any given moment. But it almost looks like we've got that, would that be the rear flank downdraft preceding this storm, or it wouldn't be the rear flank downdraft, that would be the, I don't know what to call it. That's outflow from this region of the storm that is just starting. Of course, there's a severe thunderstorm warning on the backside of that. Trevor, if you'd get that information for me, please.
Yep.
We'll get to you in just a moment. But basically, the winds that have been coming here that rotate in and around and that, these winds seem to be sort of gusting out. So rather than and I'm making an assumption here. I'm making a hypothesis, we'll call it. The storm, rather than cycling all of the air back in on itself and recycling it, some of it may begin to, or may be beginning to escape that circulation and pushing out forward. We can see just that little line of green over the last couple of scans. I'll keep that line there. You can see over the last few scans as the end of the hook, so the tail of the hook has been diminishing in the reflectivity. So the reflectivity is the yellow, orange, red, purple colors there. We went from like a dark red to the orange to now we've seen sort of some mixed of yellow and orange back and forth as this line has pushed out forward. So all of that to say that we may be seeing this storm cycle out, or at least breathe out, rather than continuing to circulate that tornado cycle. We've got that severe thunderstorm warning. I tasked Trevor with getting some information on that. What do you have for us?
Yeah, a strong storm back behind this. Yet again, like we've been saying, they just kind of keep following the same areas over and over again. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Marshall County. Pretty much the same areas that just got hit by that tornado near Early Grove. Sladen is right there. Now you're going to get a heavy thunderstorm with high wind gusts and maybe some hail. Moscow, same thing for you. 45, Grand Junction. This storm is headed back up in your direction. It's going to follow in the footsteps of the one we just had. Right now, no tornado concern with this one, but there could be some high wind gusts and some hail. And of course, in these areas that just got hit by a tornado, that's really the last thing that we need. So we'll track that off to the north. Again, it's basically going to follow these same zones that we just went through. 45 in Fayette County by 204, Early Grove by 202, LaGrange at 212, Hickory Valley at 216, Grand Junction again at 217, Bolivar at 223, and then Hornsby. The first storm hasn't even gotten to you. The second one will get to you after that at 240. So this one again is not producing a tornado right now, but it is producing high wind gusts and a good bit of thunder and lightning. We're going to keep watching this storm. If this tornado is still on the ground, it is pretty much over Hebron right now, and it's coming right up to Hornsby. So both of these areas have got to be in their safe place right now. And then, of course, after that, it's going to be crossing into northern McNairy County. To me, looks like this will go, again, mainly north of Selmer. Selmer likely has some damage from that tornado earlier, but we'll have to see how this eventually tracks. I do think it comes close to Hornsby, and it crosses Highway 64 pretty close to that Hardeman and McNairy County line. So that is, of course, the biggest concern right now is if this tornado is still on the ground, if it is still doing damage, but we're also going to be watching this next storm behind it that is a severe thunderstorm warning for wind and hail. That's going to be following up some of those similar areas that have been impacted by this tornado and other tornadoes. Here's a brand new scan coming in, and again, if this thing is still on the ground, we have a tornado very close to Hebron, if not right on top of it right now. I want to check over to storm relative velocity. I mean, still very intense signs of rotation right over Hebron. If there is a tornado, that's where it is. It's east of 125 over Hebron right now. Of course, like Kip mentioned, this is a few minutes old, so it might already be past that. Searles is right there. A little Hatchie Loop, that's probably where this thing is, getting very close to Hornsby, Kit.
Looking at the rotation now on this tornado that's right over Hebron right now. We've got the three categories of rotation. Just to simplify it, there's weak, moderate, and strong, and we have the moderate there over Hebron right now. So this is an indication of the strength of that. It's a derived product, so it's not a high resolution, but it tells the story that we've got rapidly rotating updraft here. So as we look at this here, Trevor, you said you were looking at storm relative. That's a better view. So we've got a couple areas to look at. That concerns me a little bit. As we see here, we've got, of course, these pinks going away, these greens going rapidly towards, these greens are going slowly towards the radar in Millington. These are going away. So we kind of have, I think this is the main area of rotation, but we kind of have a weaker area of rotation on the northern side. So Trevor, correct me if I'm off on something, but it looks to me like we might have a couple of circulations, and whenever we see two circulations, sometimes that's a sign that this storm is cycling. I used that term a moment ago. That means that as one mesocyclone becomes less dominant, a new one is beginning to take over, and we're going to see possibly an interruption of a tornado, so it might jump. It may still be on the ground. We might have two. We've had an instance where a spotter in northeast Arkansas earlier today reported twin tornadoes, so two tornadoes from the same cell simultaneously on the ground. So It's impossible to say that right now from just radar. Of course, this is still updating every few minutes here as we're starting to see some pretty intense rotation there around the Hebron area. My beard hairs are falling into my mouth. We've had some of those strong winds already showing up here on radar. So around the Surlis area, I want you to be in your shelter as well, as these storms are going to be rolling into your area very shortly. Hornsby down I-60 or Highway 64 towards Rose Creek. You're up next for this potential for the tornado to roll into your area. Looking back at the debris signature. Excuse me. Sorry, that's all the beard hair I've got. It's starting to fall out. A little bit stressed here. We're starting to see that the debris signature is much more cluttered. If we look here just at a random spot, the purple shade, that is consistent size hydrometeors, we'll call them. So things that are in the atmosphere, we call them meteors. Hydro, water, so that is raindrops that we are seeing. That is rain only on the radar site. But as we see that debris signature coming in, the debris ball just north of the Salisbury that just left Grand Junction is around 1:48 p.m. This is not current. That's where the debris ball was, and then it continued to move to the north. And then it started to get way more cluttered. So we're not all the way down into a confined circle for the debris signature. We're up into this mid-level. So I would say that that's a sign that the debris has become more scattered throughout the severe thunderstorm here that we have that is producing this tornado threat. It's difficult to see if that area, like I'm looking right here north of Hebron now, that would be where I would assume the velocity couplet is or was. If we look back just a scan or two, that's about where it was. So that may still be some indication that we have some debris being lofted by this. Of course, we're getting farther from the radar. We're going to start to see up higher, but to my eye, it looks like this tornado has weakened a little bit. It could very well still be on the ground, and a weak tornado is still a tornado, and it can still be a tornado that can take your life. So we still want to be very vigilant on that storm. National Weather Service, they're not indicating anything new on that tornado, but they have updated this severe thunderstorm warning that is coming into Grand Junction now. Grand Junction, you need to be ready for a severe thunderstorm warning with 2-inch diameter hail moving in. Of course, a broad view of this shows that we've just got a line of thunderstorms from Arkansas to Mississippi there, right there at that transition, all the way up to Nashville. Nashville is now seeing some severe thunderstorms. And of course, this has been the storm that we have been tracking back since almost southern Phillips County in Arkansas. This has made its way all the way up. So this is what we were talking about when we were talking about long track supercells becoming a threat with that storm. So I want to keep that tornado warning in frame as we investigate this storm moving through Moscow. Again, this is right there along Highway 57. You have been hit 3 times within the last 2 hours by a couple of tornadoes and a severe thunderstorm now knocking on your doorstep. Let's take a look at the hail. That's the wrong product. One moment. The hail track, of course, you can see with that leading storm. This is the one that has had the tornado warning. So the hail came through, then the tornado came in. Right behind it, we have seen this hail that now has been issued a 2-inch hail warning, 1.9 inch there, 1.7 inch there, as my investigator tool estimates that hail diameter. Of course, this is just an estimate that is not a live measurement. So we are seeing near 2-inch hail with that current warning. Of course, I'll put those warning outlines back on for you. You can see where we've had some of that large hail along these severe thunderstorm warnings. That severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed now. So the Collierville area, Rossville is no longer within that severe thunderstorm warning. That has just been updated. I wonder if they changed any of the text on that. 2-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that maintains that severe thunderstorm threat. We've got a new scan on the velocity on that storm around the Hornsby area. It looks much weaker on the couplet there where the green and red are touching, but we still have very strong winds that are rotating around this area, around Hornsby. If you live north of Rose Creek, the Roseby School Road area up to Masseyville, we'll even call it south of Rose Creek by a mile or two. You need to be in your shelter now, as we could have another tornado rolling through this Hardeman County area into now McNairy County as we're crossing over the line, the county line there. This is areas where we've seen a tornado. Currently, Selmer is not presently in a tornado warning, so that is encouraging to see, though our neighbors just north of us, just up the street, may be under threat for a new tornado in that area. Bethel Springs, Purdy, once again, Purdy also had that tornado debris signature roll through that area very recently, so we may be seeing this cross through. I'm going to zoom back here on the correlation coefficient, the debris detector, and see just where we had that. I'm going to just quickly estimate with some fingers on the screen here up towards Purdy and Adamsville. So I'll draw a quick line. Forgive the crudity of this analysis here. But that is the line of that previous tornado, give or take, we'll call it a 2-mile error there. That's just an estimate based on the radar signature, the debris signature, I should say. We're seeing this storm. It does have more of that northeasterly trend, so I would say it's maybe not going to cross over. We're not going to see it intersecting paths. Of course, sometimes a tornado can take a right turn. I've mentioned that a time or two. One good thing is I'd have to look at some mesoanalysis. Maybe when Trevor takes over, I'll look at that. But we really haven't seen any deviant motion where a storm takes a hard turn away from the mean flow of the atmosphere. So that's good. That means that these are a little more predictable. It makes it less difficult to anticipate where these storms are going, but sorry, Trevor's giving me a look of I'm just getting way too deep into the weeds here.
It's not that at all, but I do have to tell you, and I just tell you that we have a new tornado warning that's coming out. This is for Fayette County and Hardeman County. Again, same areas we just talked about. It's that severe thunderstorm warning, and the first place I have to call out is Grand Junction. Again, there it is, a new tornado warning. This is going to be literally for the same zone. We just went through this. Area of rotation now near Moscow, between Moscow and Grand Junction. 45 is right there. I'm about to memorize every road out here because that's the area that keeps getting hit by these storms. So Grand Junction, back to your safe places. Get those kids up. Make sure they're in their safe place. This one's going to be moving a little more east instead of northeast. You know, these last couple of storms, they've been moving more northeast. This one's going to be more east-northeast. So Grand Junction and then southern Hardeman County, those are going to be the areas that are affected by this. It's almost going to ride Tennessee 57, which unfortunately also would bring it toward Middleton. Now, for right now, we are not seeing an extreme signature of a tornado. Nothing here is indicating to me that there is a tornado for sure on the ground. There is some rotation up there, but I don't see anything that indicates it being on the ground. We still have to watch, though. Again, if you're in Grand Junction, Middleton areas, go ahead and be back into your tornado safe place because we have another storm that could be producing a tornado. And again, that's moving a little more to the east. So we'll track this one out. I do believe it's also moving at about 55 miles an hour. So let's see, this is 50 miles an hour. So we'll track out this brand new tornado warning for a new possible tornado. That's going to put it near LaGrange right about now. That's about where this thing is starting out in southeastern Fayette County. Grand Junction by 220, Salisbury at 226, Middleton at 240, Hebron by 242. Again, these are literally the exact same areas that just got hit. We have been through this, I think, 5 times by this point. And these folks have, I understand these folks have got to be absolutely exhausted. Trust me, We are too. We're going to keep getting through this. I promise you. I'm going on 24 hours of work. I got in here at 2 o'clock yesterday morning and have not left. So I am with you. I understand it. But we got to get through these storms here. Grand Junction by 2:20, Hebron by 2:42, and Middleton just before that. So those areas in southern Hardeman County, you have the potential for a tornado as well. And that's in addition to that other storm that's in northern McNairy County. This one has a history of producing a tornado back near Hebron and then further back to the south and west. This one is the one that started near Sladen and crossed over Highway 72 in Marshall County. Possibly still a tornado on the ground, although the signature is not as extreme as it was. But there is still some rotation there. And this is going to be kind of right on the McNairy and Chester County line. So Hickory Corners and Masseyville, that's in Chester County. There's definitely a sign of some rotation there right along that county line. And this is moving off to the north and east. So Rousey School Road, Refuge Road, Masseyville, McNairy Road. We're getting really close to 45 and Bethel Springs. If this tornado is still on the ground, it is about to cross over 45 just to the north of Bethel Springs. 40 Forks is right here. Another area hit hard just 2 years ago. So let's hope and pray that this thing has lifted off the ground and is no longer on the ground, but certainly a potential for this to still be a tornado. It does look like it's moving a little more with a northerly component now. I'm going to track it through the rest of McNairy County. 40 Forks at 225, Leapwood at 233, Sweet Lips, yes, an actual town. I remember going through that 2 years ago. 234, and Enville by 238. So that's going to get it through the rest of McNairy County. So here in about 15 minutes, this one will be out of McNairy County. But for right now, if you are north of Selmer, you're not in the warning. This one's going to miss you. But if you are in the northern portion of McNairy County, make sure you are in your tornado safe place right now. Of course, we're going to keep watching this other storm that is starting to show some signs of rotation near Grand Junction. Not the world's best signature that I've ever seen. I've definitely seen better tonight, but definitely at least some indication of rotation. That's going to be a long 45 coming right into Grand Junction right now. And you see some of that rotation back there, kind of in that area between 45 and Grand Junction. Maybe a little more intense with that scan. Those greens and reds getting a little closer together right over Grand Junction. I mean, man, we literally just probably had a tornado go through here 20 minutes ago. And more rotation right on top of them now. I want to see what that area looks like on radar. I'll zoom out just a little bit. Probably some hail with this one too. Definitely a strong thunderstorm. Even if there's not a tornado in this one, we are dealing with high wind gusts and likely hail near LaGrange coming into Grand Junction. In addition to that possible tornado that's probably just to the south of Grand Junction and moving off toward the east. So we'll go ahead and time this on out. Again, this is moving east at about 50 miles an hour. That is going to bring it toward Middleton yet again. So Grand Junction, pretty much right now, if there's a tornado, it's near Grand Junction. Salisbury at 225, Rogers Springs at 232, Middleton again at 238. I just want to go through those tornado safety tips one more time. And those going to be the basement or the smallest center room of your home, away from windows in the center portion. If you can, cover yourself with something. And if you're in an apartment building, make sure you go to the lowest floor possible. An interior stairwell is an option if you can't get to the lowest floor. But again, basement or the smallest center room like a bathroom or a closet, that is going to be the absolute best place to be in this tornado warning. Kit, I think they're about to extend this tornado warning in McNairy County for the rest of the county. I didn't realize it was not extended much farther past that. So we're going to have another new tornado warning from Bethel Springs onward through the northern portion of McNairy County. And that is probably going to go goodness, for at least the next 20 or 30 minutes or so, at least until we can get that one out of McNairy County. Got this one again back to the back. That's a possible tornado near Grand Junction. And we'll check out that signature one more time. Again, kind of an interesting signature here, but likely at least some rotation up in the clouds that could be touching down there near Grand Junction. That's going to follow up 57. We also have a new flash flood warning that is coming out for DeSoto County. They've had a lot of heavy rain, and this is a good time to remind you that Memphis, Shelby County, DeSoto County, yes, we have rain, but there is no severe weather threat right now for the Memphis Metro or for DeSoto County. All of those storms are to our east and they are moving away, but the biggest concern now is the flooding threat. Serious flooding possible within the Metro, not only tonight, but for the next several days. Honestly, let's look at some of these rainfall totals. That's going to be a big concern for us. We look at like Horn Lake, already 3.5 inches of rain. Same story through Fayette County, about 3.5. We've got about 3.5 in portions of Crittenden County. 4 inches just today, I guess in the last 24 hours, now that it's tomorrow technically, 4.2 inches near Forest City. Folks, this is setting up to be a pretty bad situation over the next few days with more and more and more rain. We've had bad severe weather tonight. This is about to go to a really bad flooding situation for the next few days with this heavy rain continuing. So keep paying attention to the weather. We don't get a break really until Sunday. We might get a little bit of a break through the day Friday, but as far as Sunday goes, that's when everything is finally going to wrap up and we will start to dry out just a little bit. So be aware, flooding is definitely a potential if you're trying to get out late tonight or if you have to get out early in the morning. There's that new tornado warning. They have extended it for the rest of McNairy County. This is, again, all north of Selmer. This is all north of Highway 64. So Selmer, you're not involved in this tornado warning. Fanger, you are going to be up next if this tornado is still on the ground. Those areas right along the McNairy and Chester County line. That's where we still have areas of rotation near 40 Forks, and a pretty decent sign there, Kit.
Downstream, Morris Chapel, that's an area that did get hit or just nearby from that previous tornado that rolled through Selmer, Adamsville, and Morris Chapel also had some debris indicated or debris reported around that area. Of course, whenever we're talking about severe thunderstorms, let's keep these two boxes because I want to talk to you about these storms right now. We have to do forecasting. Of course, we usually come in a couple hours before looking at stuff, looking at parameters on a normal severe weather day. And honestly, this has been going on so long. I haven't looked at this for the last 12 hours, maybe for 8 hours. But I'm looking at SPC mesoanalysis. Right now, northern Mississippi has 2,000 to 1,500 CAPE presently. That's surface-based. Most unstable is about 2,000 as well. If we look at the supercell composite, all of northern Mississippi is up to 12. We know what that means. We've got the significant tornado parameter up to 3. The other significant tornado equation puts it to 4. Violent tornado parameter is up to 8. So, man, these are a lot of numbers that we've learned over the years of what they mean. But I know it sounds like gibberish, but we still have 65 knots of shear ahead of this storm that is now been upgraded to a confirmed tornado. So we'll get back to that mesoanalysis in a moment. But I want to get the information on this warning here. As now a considerable tag has been added to that tornado warning here around Bethel Springs, moving towards Morris Chapel, 40 Forks. Finger, you're under the heavy rainfall. Let's get a look at Max 1 here, Weather 1 here, as we're seeing this radar image here, really showing that we've got that new tornado warning that has just been upgraded from a radar indicated threat to a considerable threat. I want to get some of the information on your screen so you can follow along with me here. This is a considerable tagged tornado warning, radar indicated threat. And as I get the information from this warning, this is now a particularly dangerous situation. So we've heard that phrase several times tonight, numerous times. Particularly dangerous situation means that this is a damaging and life-threatening tornado that is moving into populated areas. I'll once again read the impact from the National Weather Service. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Of course, whenever if we can get that full screen of my weather change here, I know we're doing some change of staff in the back, so when that is available, if we can just get that full screen. This is for, of course, parts of McNairy County into other counties. Look at the information. We're trying to get the full screen
He
of
needs Weather One full.
Weather One full here,
Or in a
please.
box with him.
We can do the boxes later on, but full screen. There we are. Wonderful. Thank you. We've had the morning staff show up, and we've just changed out the crew in the back. Of course, we appreciate them who are going home tonight. We appreciate the many hours that they have put in, and we appreciate those who have shown up early to their shift as well. Again, this is a considerable considerable tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation for McNairy County. This is northern McNairy County. Selmer, you are not within this warning. That is about as good news as we can give you right now, as we do have another tornado warning upstream of you that could be rolling through Selmer very soon. Chester, Hardin, and Henderson County, all on borders of our area, but we've got, last check, over 2,000 people watching on our YouTube stream, so there may be people outside of our viewing area that are downstream of these warnings who are watching, so we want to name your areas as well. Chester, Hardin, Henderson, and of course our county of McNairy County also included within this tornado warning. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Maysville, or 8 miles north of Selmer, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So I want to track that out. Morris Chapel, of course, we heard a report of some damage nearby your location recently. I want to get a projection of how soon you can expect this tornado to be rolling into your area. I apologize, it's taking me a moment to find that tool once again, but this is moving at around 50 miles per hour. So we got that in latest update, so that's about 2 minutes old, we'll call it. But Morris Chapel, you're looking at 12:41. The current time is 2:26. I apologize, 2:41. Current time is 2:26, so you have 15 minutes before this storm is in your vicinity. So consider it a 10-minute warning to get to your safe place. There's several things you can gather on your way to your safe place: a helmet or something to cover your head. If you're waking up the kiddos and bringing them to your storm shelter, grabbing their pillow with them, have them carry it with them. If they have a stuffed animal, having them have a toy with them so that they can remain entertained, or at least have that comfort. It can do wonders. I fear I didn't include that in previous messaging. That is something that can comfort children who are in a tornado shelter in a very scary situation for them. Of course, many meteorologists got into meteorology because they were scared kids at one point of the weather, and they learned how to combat that with understanding of the weather. I think, I don't mean to speak out of turn, but I think Trevor's given that anecdote a couple of times already this evening. So Center Point, Lula, we've got around about 15 to 20 minutes of lead time for your area there. Saltillo, again, that's just outside of our viewing area, but we've got the timing on you around 2:51 a.m., Dunbar just before 3 a.m., and Clifton around 3:06, Parsons at 3:09. That is the estimated time of arrival for these storms, though it could be there sooner, so always treat it as if you have less than 5 minutes to get to your shelter. We've got that new update on the radar here. I want to take a look at the velocity. Of course, we still see around 40